As for the present, the authors explain repeatedly that Geschichte und Eigenssinn emerged directly from the reflections on the labor movement which took up so large a part of their earlier work, GE 389. But although the later volume also concludes with an explicit discussion of aspects of working-class politics, it is clearly pitched at a more general theoretical level and in terms of a longer, not to say more evolutionary, time scale, moving beyond the question of the current situation toward the problems of tradition, collective pedagogy, collective habitus, and the scars of the past. Not the least interesting moment of Öffentlichkeit und Erfahrung, indeed, involved the lessons of defeat, about which the left has often enough been pious when not sanctimoniously triumphalistic. Mao Zedong, they remind us, describes the Internationale in one of his poems as a tragic song, a memorial of bloody failures, and the authors quote the closing fragment of Dialectic of Enlightenment to telling effect: stupidity is a scar, goodwill turns to evil when it suffers repeated violence. 15 They add. Yet social sensibility needs the resistance upon which it works and from which it works itself out in order to constitute itself as experience. Learning processes based on defeat must therefore be undertaken in terms of two distinct kinds of experience, a destructive and an emancipatory one. When only one is present, a mistake in the analysis can generally be detected. OE 404-405. Lernprozess, this word, along with the term Lebenslauf, individual life history, as in the title of Kluge's first book of stories, is probably the most insistent terminological signal in Kluge's work, as well as in this collaboration. Life trajectories are those units of passionate, existential experience which have been reduced and compressed into glacial, well-nigh statistical anecdotes by the mass of history itself: a woman fleeing the American bombs and hiding in the cellar of a bombed-out house, a superannuated high school teacher writing a memoir of Charlemagne in the debacle of May 1945, juridical cases, compulsive thefts and flights, post-war survivals in which both rubble and unexpected affluence are equally bewildering for the subjects in question, who often, in Kluge's stories and films alike, seem quietly aberrant and bereft of the social habits that might have given their movements some stability, even in the absence of individual motivations and ambitions. Anecdote is here what binds the individual to the collective and historical. By problematizing the connection, it can scarcely teach lessons, save to raise the supreme riddle of how we learn anything in the first place. In this sense, the one optimistic note in Kluge's first feature film, Abschied von Gestern, You Can't Learn Not to Learn, often seems wildly premature. Yet it suggests that learning, whatever it is not a conscious or voluntary process, and that some first step consists in discovering what has in fact been learned, in detecting the powers and habits, the capacities, Arbeitsvermögen, which have already been accumulated, in the body, in the unconscious, in the collectivity. Relationality, which, as we have seen, is negged, and Kluge's ultimate practical message or slogan is far from proposing any organic synthesis of those capacities, and indeed their proposal for the making of connections sometimes has a remarkably postmodern ring. But these multiple languages of the various relationships cannot be reduced to anything unified. Nor do the capacities for autonomy require complete translation in the detail. They can perfectly well accommodate untranslatability and even the incomprehensibility of these various languages among each other, provided the untranslated is grasped as relationship. GE 1088. Yet it would be useful to think of relationality, even here, in the light of the value of Öffentlichkeit proclaimed in the earlier work of bringing into the open, and expressing and making public, which cannot quite be reduced either to Habermas's notion of communication, on the one hand, or to the mere establishment of new kinds of institutions, on the other. The relationship, then, between relationality and the public sphere might best be grasped by way of the blocking of both and the limits and boundaries built into our current social arrangement. For conveying the rigidity of the social compartmentalization of experience, nothing better occurs to us than the prison. Here we have the institution of the visitor's room, the only point of contact between the realm of experience of those inside and of those outside, even though ultimately each prisoner belongs to both. But in industry provision is not made even for this kind of visitor's cell as a place of exchange of those points of contact which the worker needs, as an organism which exists indivisibly inside and outside all at once. GE 795, and 5. A politics of Öffentlichkeit would necessarily begin from this situation and this image, and it would clearly also be a cultural politics in the wider sense in which Negt and Kluge once used the term cultural revolution. Oddly, there is very little discussion of culture as such or even specifically cultural production in Geschichte und Eigensinn. Relationality, like labor capacity, also means judgment or discrimination, a power which must itself, as in the fairy tale illustrations, be developed in its own right. It involves not merely the assessment of a given force or power in and of itself, craftsmanship, perseverance, courage, etc., but also of the way in which that power intersects with other forces and the kinds of combinations within which it is applied. Judgment of this kind is a well-nigh juridical matter. Above and beyond the accident of his personal profession, there is, therefore, a deeper significance in the considerable role played by lawyers, law courts, legal judgments, in the stories and films of Kluge. For a capacity such as reliability, Verlässlichkeit, is finally, in concrete history, exceedingly ambivalent. Combined with other contradictory capacities, the devotion to duty of a bomber pilot or technician can figure in very different kinds of stories. On the one hand, in what seems to be the Urtrauma of Kluge's stories, the bombing of his own town of Halberstadt on April 8, 1945, when he was 13 years old, 16 on the other hand, the unreliability of the technician who told on Nixon and Kissinger when he discovered that the targets assigned were in fact located on the far side of the Cambodian border, GE 700 to 703. In such examples, the whole issue of the personal and of individual and collective pedagogy veers around into the ethical, but in a new way which no longer needs that term and its history, and which redirects our attention from the putative qualities of individual talents and forces it to the more urgent matter of their combinations. Arbeitsvermögen thus becomes a new way of raising the issue, not of virtue as such, but of the original Aristotelian virtues, of which Alistair MacIntyre's book After Virtue reminds us that they are multiple and collective, and demand a rethinking of the individualist traditions of conventional moral philosophy. New learning processes would be required for such a reinvention, for which Geschichte und Eigensinn tries to give us some new names. The task cannot even be begun, however, without a vivid awareness that there also exist Lernprozess mit tödlichem Ausgang learning processes that have deadly outcomes, the title of one of Kluge's collections of stories. That other outcomes, other learning processes, are at least conceivable is what the present volume asks us to imagine. 1988. 10. Benjamin's readings. We have long been aware of the way in which significant writers assemble their own corpus or canon around them, in what it is no longer helpful to think of as influences. So, around Flaubert, a constellation of readings from Apuleius's Golden Ass to Candide, from the Quixote to Sada, makes one imagine some ideal seminar in which the earlier texts would be transformed by reading them through Flaubert's eyes, and his own augmented by this idiosyncratic canon it contains and presupposes all at once. The great modern theorists, meanwhile, also project their own private canon, for one time, ad hoc use, witness the multiple references of Deleuze and Guattari's Anti-Oedipus, which might very nicely be transformed into a whole new undergraduate humanities program. Benjamin, as a critic and theorist now also considered to be a writer, compounds these relationships and seems to dissolve into his multiple readings fully as much as he turns them all into a unique self that remains to be defined. It is this syntextual, rather than intertextual, phenomenon, something on the order of symbiosis in biology, that we mean to examine here. But we must first learn to distinguish between a tradition-oriented canon, whether this tradition is in the service of a conventional right, as is most frequent, or of a left or radical movement-building inspiration, as with Raymond Williams or Lukács, or even the left modernists such as Kristeva and Telkel, or the surrealists themselves, and a set of relativistically privileged references in which contingency is inscribed from the outset what could be called a disposable canon and what, in a more Benjaminian avatar, it would be appropriate to refashion into the constellation as such. The difference between these two conceptions is not to be grasped in some belief in history, as the zeitgeist would vulgarly give us to understand. There are believers and unbelievers on both sides of the divide. Rather, it is in the ways in which interpretive communities are formed, and roles that master codes play in that formation. The second position, for example, holds generally to a position that might, in distant parallel to now ancient structuralist polemics and strategic positions, be characterized as a commitment to the arbitrary nature of the code. It might, then, in contrast be abusive to attribute to the tradition people some natural law or creativist conception of the code. On the other hand, it is not really them that we focus on here, but rather on Benjamin himself, and the way in which he is able, or unable, to coordinate two frames of reference normally thought to be incompatible, the ad hoc cultural baggage of his own idiosyncratic readings and enthusiasms and the seemingly more absolute code of Marxism, through the very center of which, however, this same opposition tends to run. Meanwhile, inasmuch as the creativist or tradition-oriented notion of the code has some crucial commitments to representation itself, it is that relatively modernist problem or dilemma that will also be at stake, albeit in a new and unfamiliar way, in Benjamin's practices. One way into the problem of the codes in Benjamin lies through the works he read and appropriated, and even this strategy comes in two distinct forms. One is tempted to organize the enormous mass of book reviews, collected in Volume 3 of Gesammeltschriften, according to themes, but then those themes would be characteristic of Benjamin and his subjectivity, rather than constitutive of the authors and volumes thus described. We would find ourselves thereby back in some more traditional kind of author mapping in relation to Benjamin himself. But if we turn to the works with which he was more durably engaged, and to which he consecrated long program essays, we face a more interesting problem in modeling appropriation itself and in proposing substitutes and more complex transactions for what used to be called influence. Point 1. Indeed, the engagement with these works reminds us of the specifically modernist dynamics of reading, which have been compared to a series of secular conversions. The great modernist auteur is not a furnisher of individual works in a genre, and one did not simply read a new Faulkner, a new Lawrence, a new Stevens or Pound. Rather, these were all fragments of a monadic totality, which in the period of the consolidation of a properly modernist ideology, in the U.S. after World War II, and in the aestheticizing situation of Cold War intellectuals, it gradually became conventional to describe in phenomenological terms as a specific world, with its original temporal and sensory structures. It would seem more appropriate today, in hindsight, to characterize each of these works in terms of a distinctive code, which is learned like a foreign language and then provisionally used by the reader to articulate personal experience after the fashion of Lacanian tacking nails. Levi Strauss's account of the surplus of signifier, see The Sorcerer and His Magic and the Effectiveness of Symbols, the way in which shamans or psychoanalysts teach the suffering subject to rearrange its disorganized signifieds under new signifiers, is also a useful reference point, in an alternate code, for the process of conversion to those modernist works of art, of which it can then correctly be said, but only in these very narrow analogical limits and to the degree to which religion itself functions this way, that they function something like spilled religion, or a religion of art. I do not know that a modernist code, that is, a fully achieved secular aesthetic system, has in this sense ever been adequately described, although what used to be called style study was a beginning approximation, which, as its slogan suggests, limited everything to language itself. Such a model would, however, go a long way toward reconciling the incommensurability that has always been felt between an objective, or structural, analysis of a work and a receptionist one, since the code in this sense is very precisely the mediation between these two dimensions. It would necessarily be a comparatist model, since it premises a similar reception at some level for all the modernist classics, or rather, it is by way of such a reception that various contemporary writers become promoted into modernist classics of just this type. Finally, and by the same token, the model would hold only for the modern period. Benjamin offers an interesting occasion for raising such issues, since in him the conversion process is most often synchronic rather than diachronic. Intellectual life in the modern period seemed to demand alienation of this religious type, in that no one can live in cultural and intellectual isolation from such codes, while on the other hand no single code can be dominant any longer. It is possible to convert religiously in some absolute way to an individual code or stylistic world, it being understood that modern philosophical systems seem to be of the same type as aesthetic works in this respect, and then we have the phenomenon of disciples or else of scholars devoted lifelong to a single corpus, spectacles either inspirational or dispiriting depending on one's point of view. But most people in the modern period spent their time passing in and out of the various secular religions and their enthusiasms, offering the image of a trajectory across a range of codes that would have to be examined on the basis of rhythms external to them, that of the rise and fall of political or ideological temperatures, for example, and in any case comparable to the great cycles of fashion. In the case of Benjamin, however, all these enthusiasms and aesthetic commitments are given to us simultaneously. Not the least interesting problem raised by this writer is how he can hold so many seemingly contradictory affiliations at one time, and how we can then ourselves go about the analysis of such contradictory lines of flight in his work. He himself was occasionally aware of this untheorized multiplicity, and raised it in the form of a problem that was also a whole program, to encompass both Breton and Le Corbusier, that would mean drawing the spirit of present-day France like a bow and shooting knowledge to the heart of the movement, pa. 46, n. 1a. But, as we shall see, this involves a little more than mere synthesis, or learning from many masters, or absorbing the positive points. Le Corbusier also means for him the beginning work on modern architecture of Siegfried Giedion, whose space, time, and architecture later became a kind of manifesto of ideological modernism for U.S. architecture, along with Mayer's book on iron construction. A utopian vision of glass and steel is present here, along with a great many athletic and therapeutic overtones of the puritanical Corbusian vision, so central an exhibit of loathing in the current turn away from modernism in architecture. To juxtapose this clean consciousness, as brightly lit as a hospital, with the very different therapy of Breton, as that leads down into the unconscious via those protocols of dreams and drugs Benjamin himself practiced as an experiment at one point, is to lay out an equation with variables whose solution is not at all evident, unless it be simply Benjamin himself. In other instances, Benjamin explicitly worried away at the problem. It was clear to him that the Arcades project had its links with the older Baroque one in at least one way, namely via Baudelaire and the latter's spleen, so often compared to the melancholy of the Protestant Reformation dramatists. What follows is a very interesting set of deductions as to the role played by commodities and commodification in both periods, as the foundation on which this affect is based. Point 2. But at this level, we still have to deal here with a juxtaposition of themes whose possible connection with Benjamin's own psychology can be amply speculated on, while he himself just as energetically tried to depersonalize them by magnifying them into a theory of history. It is however not yet paradoxical that Benjamin, specialist in 17th-century melancholy, should have been interested in its 19th-century varieties. What finally succeeds in arousing our methodological curiosity is, however, the simultaneous enthusiasm for two writers who seem somehow absolutely to exclude each other, and in far more fundamentally ideological ways than Adorno's gravitationally repellent monads. Such is for example the antagonism between Brecht and Kafka, vividly expressed in person by the former as he demurs from Benjamin's Kafka essay, Jewish Fascism. Point 3. The antagonism, indeed, seems to dramatize some deeper fundamental antinomy in modern cultural thought, if not its reality, namely that which assigns antithetical positions to the political and the subjective or existential, to the didactic and the expressive, to consciousness or agency and to the unconscious. Indeed, while it might be abusive to think of Brecht over hastily as a realist, it is certain that Kafka quintessentially occupies the stereotypical position of the modernist, awakening all of its shadow opposite numbers. To all the mythic and formalist impulses that cluster about Brecht in the West, seeking to reappropriate him as an existentialist after the fashion of Eslin's book, or as a great poet, instead of a dramatist, may be opposed Brecht's artisanal demand for usefulness. "I don't accept Kafka, you know," says Brecht. And he goes on to speak about a Chinese philosopher's parable of the tribulations of usefulness. In a wood there are many different kinds of tree trunk. From the thickest they make ships' timbers, from those which are less thick but still quite sturdy, they make boxes and coffin lids, the thinnest of all are made into whipping rods, but of the stunted ones they make nothing at all, these escape the tribulations of usefulness. You've got to look around in Kafka's writings as you might in such a wood. Then you'll find a whole lot of very useful things. The images are good, of course. But the rest is pure mystification. It's nonsense. You have to ignore it. Depth doesn't get you anywhere at all. Depth is a separate dimension, it's just depth and there's nothing whatsoever to be seen in it. UB 109-10. In this working procedure, which chops up the aspects and isolates the usable themes or levels, the quotable chapters or verses, in interrogative fashion, we slowly come upon the basic clue of formal autonomization, the objective property and capacity of modern works to be broken up and used in just this way. Brecht was himself the idiosyncratic theorist of this deeper formal tendency, a concept underscored by Benjamin in his luminous presentation essays, still among the best introductions to Brecht's idea of an epic theatre, from which the poetic commentaries must be sharply distinguished as having a rather different inner rhythm and generic dynamic. It is the concept of the gestus, translated as the quotable gesture. An actor must be able to space his gestures the way a typesetter produces spaced type. This effect may be achieved, for instance, by an actor's quoting his own gesture on the stage. Epic theatre is by definition a gestic theatre. For the more frequently we interrupt someone in the act of acting, the more gestures result. I. 151, Gs. 2, 536. How does one reconcile this voluntarist account with the notion that modern life tends objectively, under its own momentum, towards the fragmented, towards that which is always already interrupted, whether by taylorization, reification, the city, the forcible penetration of capital into the village, or whatever? It is the great homeopathic strategy that can be detected in very different forms at distant places in the modernist landscape, namely, the decision and the will to choose the inevitable, to affirm what is an irreversible tendency, and, by making necessity into a virtue, to open up a range of possibilities for its possible appropriation. The transformation of the fragment as a result of a socio-historical process into the gesture as an object of didactic inquiry and scientific investigation outflanks the zeitgeist. It short-circuits the temptation to reinvent the pathos of a call for the reunification of life, as in Lukács, and it underscores the way in which naturalization has tended to accompany social fragmentation. As a result, not only the intelligible pieces but this very process comes before us as something altogether natural and commonsensical, as what goes without saying and, utterly self-evident, needs no further comment. The Brechtian estrangement effect will now take its departure precisely from this unnaturality of the gestus, as that starkly reappears when the fragment is held up dripping and streaming in the cold light of day. But the very process which interrupts, whether it be the logic of capital itself or the enlightened will of the actor-pedagogue, is also grist for the mill of modernism's hostility to narrative as such, and Benjamin's own, as we will begin to see. It is therefore perhaps not so unexpected that something similar should now transpire in Kafka's own form production, as that is uniquely anatomized for us in Benjamin's great program essay on the Prague Fabulist. It can be detected, not unsurprisingly, at the point at which generically the two oeuvres of Kafka and Brecht intersect, namely in the theatrical itself. In Kafka this significantly surfaces at the moment of the paradisiacal, in the Nature Theater of Oklahoma, in America. One of the most significant functions of this theater is to dissolve happenings into their gestic components. One can go even further and say that a good number of Kafka's shorter studies and stories are seen in their full light only when they are, so to speak, put on as acts in the Nature Theater of Oklahoma. Only then will one recognize with certainty that Kafka's entire work constitutes a codex of gestures which surely had no definite symbolic meaning for the author from the outset. Rather, the author tried to derive such a meaning from them in ever-changing contexts and experimental groupings. 120, gs. 2, 418. That this objective gesturality in Kafka seems to presuppose a peculiarly impersonal and essentiated consciousness, derived, via Rosenzweig, from China and its theater and psyche, is of great, if secondary, interest to us in this context. To put the center of gravity of this crucial Benjamin/Kafka essay in the gestus rather than in the relationship of Kafka to a popular Jewish storytelling tradition, this last leading back further in the twin directions of the pre-capitalist mode of production and of cosmology proper, is at least to estrange this familiar work, which is more often used in evidence for the Zionist or mystical Benjamin than in coordination with his other texts. Yet Benjamin's fundamental point lies here, and the concept of the gestus will be the crucial mechanism whereby he negotiates the most difficult and delicate transaction in the Marxian approach to a literary text, namely the acknowledgement and ad hoc working coordination of its simultaneous claims to value and to ideological mystification. The two faces of the gestus, its visual form and the underside of an interminably glossed set of possible meanings, offer a means of coordination here that is rather different from the equally ad hoc solutions to be found in the essays on Karl Kraus and Edward Fuchs. Not only do events sort themselves out into a series of gestures, each gesture is an event, one might even say a drama in itself. 121, gs. 2, 419. In such a way that the Kafka narrative finds itself imperceptibly transformed into a kind of Eisensteinian montage of attractions, itself not unrelated to the peculiarly discontinuous montage form of the Benjamin essay, even before the absence of the scaffolding in the Arcades project allows the building blocks of such an essay to be inspected in their original form. This form also opens up a distance from meaning that can only be filled by interminable commentary, which is itself not inconsistent with absolute incomprehension. Kafka could understand things only in the form of a gestus, and this gestus which he did not understand constitutes the cloudy parts of the parables. 129, gs. 2, 427. This is finally the social meaning of Kafka's form production. His possibility of perception and of the micronarrative of the gesture is at one with the omnipresent experience of outside reality pressing in as what cannot be grasped or understood. But when Benjamin gets this far, it yields a picture of Kafka as a kind of privileged recording apparatus who must multiply his vivid notes and sketches in exact proportion to the incomprehensibility of the phenomena they designate. He suddenly refers to an alienation by way of the machine. The invention of the film and the phonograph came in an age of maximum alienation of men from one another, of immeasurably mediated relationships which have become their only ones. Experiments have proved that a man does not recognize his own gait on the screen or his own voice on the phonograph. The situation of the subject in such experiments is Kafka's situation. This is what directs him to learning studium, where he may encounter fragments of his own existence that are still within the context of the role. He might catch hold of the lost gestus the way Peter Schlemihl caught hold of the shadow he had sold. 137-38, gs. 2, 436. This anticipation of the classic existential figures, Malraux's anecdote of your inability to recognize your recorded voice, Camus' image of the man in the phone booth whose voice you cannot hear, serves less to document Kafka's relationship to the thing they explained and domesticated, by calling it the absurd, than to underscore his very distance from them. Meanwhile, the reference to Schlemihl reminds us of one of Benjamin's most dramatic interpretive acts and reversals, in which, in a discussion of mirror images and reflections, he suddenly grasps the mirror as the anticipatory foreform of the modern media. See the work of art in the age of mechanical reproduction, I. 230. This then unexpectedly binds the Kafka essay into the later problematic of technology and reproducibility, while a sentence that immediately follows this extract, "It is a storm that blows towards us out of forgetfulness," anticipating the well-known cadences of the Angelus Novus thesis, now seems to juxtapose Kafka's stubborn and artful notations with the whole question of the cultural history of the human past and its relationship to progress, which the theses on history take up directly. I want to suggest that these are not to be grasped as thematic connections, although we seem to be unable at first to enumerate them other than in the form of themes. I will try to show elsewhere how simultaneous cross-references of this kind in Benjamin function less to link various topics than to differentiate them. What is underscored here by the incomprehensible appearance of the same topic in two distinct places at the same time is rather the multiplicity of distinct meanings or aspects that can be made to project off distinct faces of the same semet or named concept. This already begins to show in a more concrete form, but in the realm of themes and ideas, what Benjamin must have meant by a constellation. In the relationship of Brecht to Kafka, however, we find a more external, canonical manifestation of this way of constructing the object of study and of linking privileged texts, which are so many objectified codes in their own right. Just as constellates Kafka with Brecht, it makes each one usable in terms of rewriting the other. The Brechtian analytic concept, for example, allows us to reread the modernist Kafka, while at the same time demonstrating the active relevance of Brecht's own didactic and pedagogical forms for the wider intelligence and enactment of a non-pedagogical and expressive modernist literature. It does yet not seem clear to me that we can definitively map the constellations of Benjamin's readings, something in any case implausible in view of the thesis about codes that we are defending in Benjamin's practice. Indeed, that they are largely substitutable constitutes a first answer to the objection, implicit in Scolum, for instance, that since many of these essays were occasional and even commissioned, Benjamin had no particular interest in Laskoff, but had to make the job of writing a review of a German collected works interesting for himself, etc. The presence of this or that particular writer or cultural text would not be primary evidence for anything. Still, it seems to me that a certain formal description of the constellation as such is possible. Indeed, we have already isolated two features of its structure, a difference in identity, Le Corbusier and Breton as two antithetical incarnations of the modern, and an identity in difference, Brecht and Kafka as antitheses who share the form of the gestus. Now we need to examine what I will call a vertical pattern in this corpus of essays, which has to do with the grounding of an otherwise free-floating constellation, with the naturalization of the content of a set of relationships otherwise without content. The shadow presence within the essays of a kind of linked trilogy or tripartite series has often been acknowledged. This is the movement from the storyteller across some motifs in Baudelaire, to the work of art in the age of mechanical reproduction. Read as a sequence, this set of three steps or stages offers a relatively coherent message that can be articulated in a series of propositions about the relationship between experience and communication, as these are impacted by technology, or modernization, and find their ratios varied dialectically along with it. A thesis might be constructed from these stages that would have some formal analogies with Lukács's theory of the novel, to which a lengthy reference is made in The Storyteller, bringing the latter up to date as it were with the inclusion, if not of mass culture, then at least of technological realities. But such a thesis, it should be clear, is not in Benjamin, who does not argue for propositions or interpretations in this way. It is the effect of a montage, something derived and fully as arbitrary as any conceptual reconstruction of this or that alleged intention attributed to the arcade's fragments, which does not mean that it is wrong or uninteresting. In fact, Benjamin solicits this kind of attribution, of conceptual reconstruction and interpretation after the fact, on the part of his reader. He cannot be read without such a retrospective operation, no matter how questionable the results. It would now seem possible to affirm the existence within the corpus of the great program essays, of the middle period, of yet another shadow trilogy, a much fainter tripartite movement that intersects the one in The Storyteller but that deals with ideology rather than modernization, and with belief rather than with the determination of perception by the technological base. This trilogy can be called the cosmological series, and it moves from the fundamental essay on Karl Kraus, again through the storyteller, and onto the commentary on Brecht's poems, not normally considered to be one of the program essays as such, owing to its discontinuous form, and neglected in both Brecht and Benjamin criticism. In each of these essays, as we shall see, Benjamin finds his textual investigation moving, as it were, against his own conscious will and intent, toward the identification, as of a watermark, of something like a great chain of being in connection with the three very dissimilar texts in question: the pamphlets of Kraus, the tales of Ulskov, and the lyrics of Brecht. This ladder of forms, or chain of being, seems to lead down into ontological regions, sediment layers of a nature under the social phenomena of what, at least in the Vienna of Kraus and the Berlin of Brecht, are urban and thereby historical realities subject to human praxis and accessible to change and modification. What can now be the status of such a ladder of forms and of the nature, or at least the naturalization, they propose? The question has two implications. The one, for what it may be abusive to call Benjamin's method, has to do with the relationship of the constellations of his objects of study to some ultimate grounding in human nature itself, some ultimate constraint in need and finitude, which would also imply an ultimate constraint on the mutability of the codes themselves, some ultimate truth of natural law. The other consequence is perhaps but the inversion of this one and concerns ideological analysis as such, something whose relative absence seemed to mark the originality of Benjamin's Marxism and his mode of cultural commentary. It would, however, be a mistake to think it altogether absent. The Second International, as, for example, in the essay on Edouard Fuchs, is not the only object of an explicit ideological critique, in terms of the thematics of progress. Ideological demystification is present, tactfully, in the Surrealism essay, where the well-known distinction between revolt and revolution is firmly objected, in passing. And it is present openly but respectfully in the great Kraus essay, in which the passionate negativity of the satirist, it seems clear that the little fragment called the destructive character has to do with Kraus, rather than with Brecht himself, as has been claimed, and his later conversion to Catholicism are both objected to be necessary flaws, unacceptable ideological deformations without which, however, Kraus's historic and progressive mission would have been inconceivable. It is a familiar dialectical trope, whereby the flaw is retrospectively grasped as necessary for the strength, and the ideologically doubtful reread as the ally, of the politically correct and progressive. Yet it would not be genuinely dialectical if one went on to claim that this reinforcement of opposites was always and at every historical conjuncture true and operative. Whatever Brecht's ideological flaws, for example, they do not have to include these Krausian ones of a kind of Baroque cum Viennese Catholic nature. Brecht faced a very different political and historical situation from that in which Kraus was formed as a young man. Ulskov's situation was very different from either of these, and it may therefore be useful to start with him. The traditional view of Ulskov as a profoundly Russian storyteller somehow organically rooted in the peasantry and its superstitions and tales is at least partially estranged and chilled by his commercial and family links to England, in its dry empirical business spirit the very antipode of Slavic peasant mysticism, and by his sympathies with the heretics of Russian Orthodoxy, who may in this respect also offer some very distant and heavily Slavic version of what Protestantism meant in the West. These gaps in the organic give Ulskov, who at the very least constructs his Russianity, to use a Barthian expression, who works it up as an art object out of systematic codes rather than expressing it unconsciously like some kind of earth oracle. Meanwhile, this distance, which might well be compatible with the aesthetics of estrangement, is more difficult to reconcile with that theory of the conditions of possibility of storytelling and the tale itself which Benjamin has famously offered us in an earlier moment of the essay, namely, its constitutive relationship to the three kinds of social situations in which it variously tends to flourish. These are all somehow situations of handicraft, so that the practice of handwork clings to the oral narrative like the potter's finger marks on the clay, but the kinds of stories will vary according to their origins, in a peasant or village milieu, among sailors, or in the mouths of merchants and commercial travelers. This enumeration is surely meant to draw a fundamental line between this kind of narrative production and what is consistent with the psychologies, sensoria, and life worlds of people who handle modern machinery, namely, factory workers. Their needs are examined in the work of art in the age of mechanical reproduction. Meanwhile, the storyteller gives us the obverse face of Brecht's reflections on his theatre public, since this handicraft public, closer to the earth itself, is not likely to present itself in his urban theatre. Are we to imagine that Lskov's travels form him into some distant modern analogue of the medieval storyteller outlined in the first part of the essay? Perhaps, if we take into account the mediation of the earth itself, as content, and above all the formal mediation of the requisite irrevocable tenses in the storytelling narrative, a man who dies at 35 proves at every moment of his life to be a man who will die at the age of 35. This sentence of Moritz Heiman's is a privileged object of Benjaminian meditation. He denied and affirmed it at the same time. Untrue existentially, at this point a long implicit dialogue opens up between Benjamin and the rather more Kierkegaardian Sartre, who wishes to insist on the irreducibility of the lived moment, in which the future is never visible. It becomes true in commemoration and in the tale. The issue is not only aesthetic or philosophical but also historiographic and political, as in Sartre, and will later, in Benjamin, be staged in competing conceptions of the past. For as passionately as he repudiates bourgeois/social democratic, Second International, conceptions of progress, he just as stubbornly seeks to refute the historicist conception of the isolated moment of the past, wie es eigentlich Joasen, and to refuse the historicist imperative to recapture the sense the past moment had of itself without any knowledge of its future and its destiny. For us, rather, the fate of the past must be included in our picture of it, as a sadness or a defeat, a massacre, or, on the other hand, a barely perceptible sensing of dawn air. But this is hard to square with the taboo on marginalizing conceptions of the past as decadence or regress, and flips the polemic into another, upward spiral. Death is the mark here for narrative irrevocability. Point 4. The ambivalence of this conceptual two-way street. Is it an existential question of mortality and finitude, of being itself? Or a narrative question of praxis, choice, and construction, will be the most interesting negotiation we watch Benjamin make in this series. At any rate, nature in the form of organic death enters the narrative picture at precisely this point, where it becomes clear that storytelling as such, in its classical form, demands naturalization. Unless the events of the tale are irrevocable, its shape sags, it dissolves into the formless and the non-anti- or a-narrative. Indeed, one way of talking about the modern and what it does to the novel is offered precisely by the examination of what modern freedoms do to the destiny of its characters. But this naturalization means a powerful displacement and shift in focus whereby the social and the historical are once again, as in pre-capitalist societies, grasped as forms of natural history. The emergent secular politicality of modern times must here again be petrified and struck by the well-nigh apocalyptic light of a ladder of species and forms. Shades of the Tragedy book, with its gloomy revival of the cyclical view of human events and human strivings as a dance of death, a funereal pageant. Lskov's cosmology thus proves to be, using the Russian formalist term, a motivation of the device, a condition of possibility of his storytelling itself, which demands a chain of being that reaches down into the mineral world and the inanimate. One can now tell stories about magical stones, and up toward the apokatastasis, the release of souls into redemption, interpreted by Benjamin as a kind of disenchantment in which suddenly all the earthly beings under the spell of the fallen world suddenly find their voice and begin to tell their story. At the height of the summit of forms is found the righteous man himself, the storyteller, who affords counsel, in the form of the hermaphrodite, who reunites this variety by way of the symbiosis of the sexes and the genders. It is an oddly post-contemporary utopian note to find at the heart of a peasant worldview. But we must be careful how we evaluate this naive cosmology, as dazzling as an arbal de la vida, or rather, how we evaluate Benjamin's evaluation. he was theoretically suspicious of narrative as such, the historical continuum or progress, and passionately committed to the Enlightenment program of the dissolution of myth. Myth would presumably involve what we have called grounding, the attribution of natural content, or naturalization, the belief in the ontological primacy of a specific code, the laddering that shades down from history and the political into natural law and the forms of being. What distinguishes Benjamin's Enlightenment stance from the more familiar iconoclastic forms of ideology critique and demystification, however, is his idea that one must go all the way through myth in order to free oneself from it. This has been interpreted as a specific and original form of collective therapy or cultural revolution. We must therefore expect his views of cosmology to be both ambivalent and complicated. Still, the great Krauss essay betrays the more classic lineaments of the operation of ideological demystification, perhaps because this particular case is relatively unencumbered by narrative and finds its center of gravity in the relationship of the writer to language as such, rather than to storytelling. Yet Krauss also needs a form of mythic naturalization in order to fulfill his vocation. This function is provided by an Austrian Baroque Catholicism, to which the Jewish Krauss will later formally convert, which authorizes a paradisiacal conception of a full language, in the light of which its deformations by the modern press can be denounced. His concept of creation contains the theological inheritance of speculations that last possessed contemporary validity for the whole of Europe in the 17th century. At the theological core of this concept, however, a transformation has taken place that allows it effortlessly to fit into the cosmopolitan credo of Austrian worldliness, which made creation into a church in which nothing remained to recall the rite except an occasional whiff of incense in the mists. R. 263, Gs. 2, 339-40. What distinguishes Benjamin's ideological analysis of Krauss from those in which the wheat is separated carefully from the chaff, and the superstitious and regressive from the politically correct and useful, is that in order to generate a rich, historically operative critique, this ideological vision of linguistic plenitude must pass through the mediation of a whole new personality or psychic structure. It is this mediation that the titles of the three sections of the Krauss essay, namely, Cosmic Man, Daimon, and Monster, in the German more pointedly rendered as Allmensch, Daimon, and Unmensch, begin to project. Here the obligation of the ideological underpinning to produce a new agent is clear. The creational vision must now generate that destructive character required for the tireless labor of the linguistic diagnostician and prophet of doom that Krauss incarnated for over 30 years. It must now be called upon to explain the necessity that compelled this great bourgeois character to become a comedian, this guardian of Goethean linguistic values a polemicist, or why this irreproachably honorable man went berserk. This, however, was bound to happen, since he thought fit to begin changing the world with his own class, in his own home, in Vienna. And when, recognizing the futility of his enterprise, he abruptly broke it off, he placed the matter back in the hands of nature, this time destructive, not creative, nature. R. 288, Gs. 2, 365. To grasp what Benjamin means here, we need to consider the sketch entitled The Destructive Character, and in a more general way to sense the quotient and reservoir of sheer antisocial power, rage, and internalized violence that any solitary individual needs to summon in order to withstand and assault the massive being of the social order outside. Krauss needed to become a monster in order for his art for art's sake program to be converted into the virtual critique of the media that became the politics of the anti-fascist era, and beyond. And he could do that by converting his ideology of nature into a daimon whose guidance transformed his own personality into a force of nature. The new mission of this naturalized force then becomes the invention of a first and fundamental critique of the media. Its originality is the result of a match between the temperament of the writer and the changing demands of the historical situation itself, a match that can only be appreciated as a dialectical irony. For Krauss sets forth as an aesthete, and it is within the well-nigh planetary and gravitational shift from the Belle Epoque to the fascist and anti-fascist 1930s that his passions and obsessions take on a very different meaning from the one they started out with. You would have had to grasp the facile literally, word for word, from the very first issue, in order to foresee that this aesthetically determined journalism was destined, without losing any of its basic motifs, but rather gaining one, to become the political prose of 1930. R. 261, Gs. 2, 335. Yet at this ultimate point of the satiric and the prophetic, at which all the corruptions of the age are denounced, we must not neglect reading them in their final form in the music of Offenbach, in whose ultimate artificial and social frivolity nature returns like the repressed, and in which the delirious vision of social nullity and vacuousness wins an aesthetic appearance and turns into the euphoria of play and style, music appearing here at the other boundary of satiric language. This now allows us to superimpose Offenbach on Krauss himself and to insert music into the Benjaminian constellation, just as the caricatures of Daumier and Guise conjugate the historical materialist collector Fuchs with the modernist poet Baudelaire and allow the opening onto visual art. Yet in both Lskov and Krauss, the ideological appeal to nature, however necessary for their form construction in Lskov for narrative, in Krauss for the denunciation and regeneration of a damaged and corrupt public language demands the supplement of ideological critique to become visible as such. Nothing in the work itself, except a certain slight internal distance, identifies the ideological precondition as sheer ideology, thereby allowing the reader to take the proper precautions and to open a further distance in its reception. The third exhibit or panel, the Brechtian one, which consists in a seemingly random set of brief commentaries on 13 lyrics or songs, does precisely this, by the way it includes the natural within itself. The untranslatable title and the organization of Brecht's early collection, Die Hospostil, suggests a reworking of a hymn and prayer book for modern urban circumstances. It objects to much of our morality, it has reservations regarding a number of traditional commandments. It has not the remotest intention, however, of explicitly stating these reservations. It brings them out in the form of variants, precisely, of the moral attitude and gestures whose customary form it considers to be no longer quite fitting. UB 58, GS, 2, 562. This is not to be confused with irony, but it does suggest an operation whereby the traditional is incorporated and indeed is required by the form as the latter it must both climb and kick away. In these lyrics and songs, tradition, variously indicating sin, puritanism, piety, proper behavior, hospitality, patriotism, cleanliness, and pedagogy, is what remains of what I have called the ontological ladder of natural forms. Indeed, in both the preceding exhibits Krauss as much as Lskov the acquired conviction of a grounding in nature necessarily became what we would call a religious worldview. But in Brecht's poems, God himself appears in person, only to be hooted and booed by the men of mahogany. Here the requirement of treating human history like natural history is not only fulfilled but also examined from all sides and transformed into a new kind of poetic object in its own right. Such is Brecht's way with the seeming naturalness or naturality of emotions and his unique approach to the historically new phenomena embodied in big city life, another direct link across the entire constellation to Baudelaire himself. One cannot imagine an observer surveying the charms of a city, its multitude of houses, the breathtaking speed of its traffic, its entertainments more unfeelingly than Brecht. This lack of feeling for the city decor, combined with an extreme sensibility for the city dwellers' special ways of reaction, distinguishes Brecht's cycle from all big city poetry that precedes it. UB 61, GS 2, 556-57. Paradoxically, this turn from the architectural exterior and the detail of the street to the new habitus the former requires and generates is not only consistent with Benjamin's own approach to the urban, on some motifs of Baudelaire, it also allows for a kind of perverse and inverted naturalization of precisely those new urban feelings of rage and racism, of the psychology of the underground, and of illegality culminating in an astonishing moment in which political graffiti on a wall take on all the lapidary naturality of the Latin classics. Now the actual landscape, the original nature of the Romantics, say betrays the effects of these operations in a peculiarly Brechtian fashion by way of the fading and impoverishment of the decor, the washed-out sky, the pitiful stick tree all by itself in the empty lot, UB, 68-69, GS, 2, 566. Meanwhile, in the glorious final poem on Lietzi's dictation and promulgation of the Tao, in the moment before he crosses the border into exile and out of the sight of human beings, something crucial is rectified about the vengeful God of the opening poem, something is said about the relationship between revelation, poetry, and friendliness. A most unnatural doctrinal lesson is left behind, namely that the weak can overcome the strong as water wears down solid rock. This is not merely the reversal of the ladder of nature whose structural presence is affirmed in the three constitutive moments of this particular section of the constellation, it also reads into the record Benjamin's own relationship to nature, being, and religion, as the quintessential city-dweller and Enlightenment skeptic. This is then something very like the vertical structure of the constellation, as opposed to what we have called syntactical or horizontal oppositions, which responds to the necessity of content and grounding and of the ideology of the natural by including and transforming it, foregrounding it and turning it into a message about itself. One final example now needs to be set forth, namely what might today be described as the relationship within Benjamin of Proust and cultural studies, of modernism and enlightenment, of aestheticism and politics. It turns on Benjamin's systematic appropriation of Proust's motif of waking and sleeping, of remembering and forgetting, for the purposes of the Enlightenment project of waking up from the 19th century, that is, from bourgeois culture itself, from the superstructure of capitalism. 5. It is a waking that, as in Benjamin's relations with the mythic generally, he wishes to stage as a full settling of accounts, a passing all the way through to the other side, rather than a revolutionary Puritanism and iconoclasm whereby the bourgeois heritage is simply repudiated and destroyed. This form of waking and remembering, whose concept Benjamin finds developed in Proust, constitutes a kind of collective therapy, not to say cultural revolution, a systematic working through and re-experiencing as though for the first time, which, as in Freud, by the completeness of its commitment to the past now at last allows the past to be left behind and more fully forgotten, the dead finally burying their dead. Though there is no time to develop the particulars and the intricacies of this operation, which has much to do with Proust and with cultural historiography, its formal structure must be underscored. It is a structure that bears some similarities to the conjunction with which we began, namely the odd sharing of a mutual electron between Kafka and Brecht, the way in which the Brechtian concept of justice became the Kafkaesque category of narrative. Here too a Proustian figure becomes a Benjaminian, or at least a 19th-century archaeological, methodology. But where in the first instance it was one aesthetic document, one point in the constellation, which thereby managed to link up with another, here it is the entire methodological practice of the constellation that comes into view in conjunction with one of its crucial components. It is a mode of relationship, which it might be better to call auto-methodological rather than auto-referential, in which a part, while remaining in its place as part, also programs the totality and offers its unexpected manifesto. We now have a provisional conclusion to draw from these figures. They display the tracings, the afterimage, and the ghostly watermark left by the objective forces of the age, or of the current situation. We should not too rapidly subjectivize Benjamin's readings by grasping them as the idiosyncratic tastes of an already profoundly idiosyncratic and private reader. What makes Benjamin's idiosyncrasies epistemologically privileged is precisely his abhorrence for the personal and the subjective as such. Rather, tastes, particularly in the modern period, are the way in which the forces of the modern age, passing through the mediation of the aesthetic, show up on the individual sensorium as on a Geiger counter or an EKG. My deeper visceral feelings about Le Corbusier can then be translated back into a whole philosophy of history and a whole political stance on the nature of modern times and modernization, and so for all the others we have here named in passing. And if it is said that it is somehow a remarkable historical accident that a Kafka comes into existence, or if we amuse ourselves by imagining a body of modernist writing of a peculiar, unimaginable type that failed to come into being, thereby failing to give representation to some deeper force of the age, which for that very reason remains unsaid and non-named, then that, too, makes up for the nature of our historical situation, whose contingencies are precisely inevitable in the other sense of the word. It defines our history that a Kafka came into being in it, and the aforesaid unamiable modernist aesthetic failed to do so. It is to that contingent conjuncture of contingencies that the historical consciousness of the present is a reaction and an articulation. I also want to conclude with a remark about what I called the codes and their essentially historical arbitrariness. Benjamin gives us the suggestive example of a squaring of the circle of the contradiction between relativism and absolute naturality, an example that consists in keeping faith with a nameless referent that can never find adequate figuration, while the representations and codes that simultaneously approximate it are both honored and relativized. Benjamin was utterly non- and anti-philosophical, and I suppose that his constellative transcoding can in no way be thought of as Hegelian. Perhaps it constitutes, rather, an approach to that postmodern spatial dialectic that so many people, most notably Henry Lefebvre, have called for in opposition to the Hegelian temporal one. But that amounts to hammering Benjamin into an instrument in the struggle for our own present and future. Only a first, provisional lesson can be drawn from these Benjaminian procedures if we substitute narrative for representation in general. In any case, our achieved receptions of any representation seem at the very least susceptible to transformation into narrative and expression in narrative form. Yet it is precisely narrative that wears the least well, that shows its age in the outmoded and merely fashionable, sheerly conventional stories the older generations told themselves, without realizing, often, that these were stories or conventions. This is one of the striking features of our reappropriation of the past, that what separates the usable, the relevant, or current, from the detritus of the junk shop, the uncanonizable, is the line between non-narrative and narrative itself. A structure is reconstructed which we translate into contemporary terms, leaving behind a period narrative that we can no longer stomach and that must be repressed and ignored, if the older text is to be revived without too much guilt or intellectual self-recrimination. Thus the constructed part of a Beethoven sonata is tacitly separated from the cloying period melody that comes to stand for Viennese Enlightenment frivolity, class guilt, and luxury, the self-indulgence of culture at its most gratuitous and intolerable. Or consider Edward Kittis's ambitious Pacific Northwest Coast film, in which the last vestiges of the most stunning Quakiutl myths and rituals are reorganized into the most unlikely Indian love story, with priestly villains and star-crossed lovers. We hasten to peel off this window dressing and invent a non-narrative relationship to the terrifying Thunderbird in the war canoe, beyond all local fashion and late 19th century sentimentalism. All separable narrative moments of this kind, which include what are sometimes called the unconscious master narratives of history at work in the collective imaginary, are by virtue of that reification and separation already implicitly transformed into images, which is to say, into objects. Notoriously, images soak up ideological investment of a secondary kind, and on some other level than their former content, for example, notions of the expansion of an empire or a system, its fall, or its maturation and development. This objectification strikes kitsch and classic alike. Indeed, this is the basis on which both social phenomena are constructed, the reified projection of a kind of cultural object capable of absorbing sheer connotation, whether that of official culture and canonization or the more shabby decorations by which poverty seeks to adorn and conceal itself, most often from itself. In either case, the guilt of culture is here reenacted by way of the hollowness of official institutions or the pitiful failure of art objects to transform the real. That there is also a truth to culture is presupposed by this effect, which sets in when that truth has been dispelled or neutralized. It is therefore as though narrative in the sense of hairstyle and clothing fashion, storytelling conventions, the sheer style of the social imaginary or objective spirit of any given period inspired what Barthes might have called a veritable nausea of history, a deep visceral disgust with the ephemeralities of the past. This is quite different from that genuine nightmare of history we glimpse whenever we begin to sense the permanence of its failures and the irredeemability of the generations upon generations of the dead, even more than the ferocious cruelty of human beings among themselves. What must now be asserted is the identity between this narrative rubbish which the past is, virtually in its totality, and ideology proper, itself always susceptible to narrative form. This is the point at which we can venture the unlikely proposition that Benjamin's constellations have a family likeness with Althusserian structural causality, which also seeks to elude narrative form while retaining the elements of deep referentiality. The Althusserian distinction between science and ideology is supremely pertinent here, for it is hard to see how that representation of the imaginary relationship of individuals to their real conditions of existence, which he calls ideology, could be anything other than narrative. 6. It is a position that blocks the free fall into sheer fictionality, since the elements, the non-narrative components of the representation, are scarcely optional and mark the place of some non-narrative real, and absent referentiality. Point 7. One can also try to recode all of this in a kind of mathematical language. It is certain that one of the casualties of a contemporary, properly postmodern nausea in the face of narratives and old-fashioned representations is what is taken to be the Marxian master narrative of history, by which is meant the doctrine of the modes of production, which we turn into stories of the now supremely unfashionable type of philosophies of history or universal histories about the way in which one mode gave way to another one, how a civilization broke down, how Rome declined, how some other social form will eventually take the place of the current one, and so on. As narrative objects, these historical stories, with their trans-individual actors and characters, are then available for all kinds of private libidinal investments, as when depressed individuals pine away thinking imaginary thoughts about existentially unreal entities. The Nietzschean diagnosis of history and its unhealthy effects is obviously strongest at this point. But one would also have to note the period changes in the Marxian master narratives, for they are not terribly different in their actualization or in their telling at any particular generational moment from Kittis's intolerable romance. For the doctrine of modes of production is not a narrative but an axiomatic. It can be used in specific circumstances, at which point it must always be narrativized and represented in a story form that then soaks up and registers all the ephemeral fashions and tastes, the mortal conventions, of the period. The basic elements of what is thus wrongly called the mode of production narrative are thus non-narrative, but can only come before us in narrative form. This is the benefit for us today of Benjamin's own deep formal suspicions of narrative as such, even as it is embodied in the conventional essay form or in conventional literary history. The upshot: the constellation as such is not ammunition against history and referentiality but rather a way of sustaining these values against narrative representation, in all its sheer fictionality. The arcades, notes and files project the imperative to narrativize, to reorganize them into a representation and a kind of story, at the same time that for tragically contingent reasons they resist any definitive representational form. Yet what this immense ruin does by its sheer immobility and bulk across the landscape was accomplished by the earlier program essays by sheer momentum, moving too fast for any representation to harden, turning a work of meditation into a series of rapid transitions that elude the capacity of the mind to retain them and transform them back into an image. Neither of these solutions can work for us, the matized and reified. They are thereby already transformed into a period style and a nauseous historical fashion. But the form problem they force us to work through, even if we strip away the period names, such as synchrony and diachrony, is bound to be good for us in new and unforeseeable ways. 1992. 11. Foreword to Jean-François Lyotard's The Postmodern Condition. This seemingly neutral review of a vast body of material on contemporary science and problems of knowledge or information proves on closer inspection to be a kind of crossroads in which a number of different themes, a number of different books intersect and problematize each other. For Jean-François Lyotard's discussion of the consequences of the new views of scientific research and its paradigms, opened up by theorists like Thomas Kuhn and Paul Feyerabend, is also a thinly veiled polemic against Jürgen Habermas's concept of a legitimation crisis and vision of a noise-free, transparent, fully communicational society. Meanwhile, the title of the book, with its fashionable theme of postmodernism provocatively in evidence, opens up this subject matter, at least by implication, in the directions of aesthetics and economics, since postmodernism as it is generally understood involves a radical break, both with the dominant culture and aesthetic, and with a rather different moment of socio-economic organization against which its structural novelties and innovations are measured, a new social and economic moment, or even system, which has variously been called media society, the society of the spectacle, guide aboard, consumer society, or the société de consommation, the bureaucratic society of controlled consumption, Henry Lefebvre, or post-industrial society, Daniel Bell. It may also be assumed that this ostensibly technical and impersonal handbook is also a significant move in the development of Lyotard's own philosophical views, whose combative and prophetic voice, familiar to the readers of his other works, will surprise by its relative silence here. Finally, and closely related to this last, the postmodern condition presents us with significant methodological operations, which, although they draw on a whole very rich contemporary tradition of narrative analysis, nonetheless strike a relatively isolated and unusual note in the whole range of contemporary philosophical research. Lyotard's official subject matter, the status of science and technology, of technocracy, and the control of knowledge and information today, is perhaps the most familiar material for the American reader, yet it opens immediately and instructively onto all the other themes I have just enumerated. Doing science, for instance, involves its own kind of legitimation. Why is it that our students do not do laboratory work in alchemy? Why is Immanuel Velikovsky considered to be an eccentric, and may therefore be investigated as a subset of the vaster political problem of the legitimation of a whole social order, a theme, which, formulated in that particular code or terminology, is associated with the work of Habermas. Doing normal science and participating in lawful and orderly social reproduction are then two phenomena, better still, two mysteries that ought to be able to illuminate one another. But as the term crisis in Habermas's title, as well as the prefix post in that of Lyotard, reminds us, legitimation becomes visible as a problem and an object of study only at the point in which it is called into question. As far as science is concerned, this crisis may be taken to be that of which the historical theories of Kuhn or Feyerabend stand as crucial symptoms. It would seem rather less important to decide whether those theories imply that we are now in a position to think or conceptualize scientific research in a very different way from the Newtonian period, or on the contrary that we now actually do science in a different way. At any rate, this break now links up with the other thematics of Lyotard's essay by way of an event generally taken primarily to be an aesthetic one, although it has relatively immediate philosophical and ideological analogues. I am referring to the so-called crisis of representation, in which an essentially realistic epistemology, which conceives of representation as the reproduction, for subjectivity, of an objectivity that lies outside it, projects a mirror theory of knowledge and art, whose fundamental evaluative categories are those of adequacy, accuracy, and truth itself. It is in terms of this crisis that the transition, in the history of form, from a novelistic realism of the Lecoqian variety to the various now classical high modernisms, has been described. The cognitive vocation of science would, however, seem even more disastrously impaired by the analogous shift from a representational to a non-representational practice. Lyotard here ingeniously saves the coherence of scientific research and experiment by recasting its now seemingly non- or post-referential epistemology in terms of linguistics, and in particular of theories of the performative, J. L. Austin, for which the justification of scientific work is not to produce an adequate model or replication of some outside reality, but rather simply to produce more work, to generate new and fresh scientific énoncés or statements, to make you have new ideas. P.B. Medower, or, best of all, and returning to the more familiar aesthetics of high modernism, again and again to make it new, au fond de l'inconnu pour trouver du nouveau. However this novel way of relegitimizing contemporary science is understood or evaluated, and it has many family resemblances elsewhere in contemporary thought, one it then retrospectively allows Lyotard to sketch a narrative analysis of the older forms of scientific legitimation, whose collapse in our own time imposes such desperate solutions, such remarkable last-minute salvage operations. The two great legitimizing myths or narrative archetypes, recits, are also something of a complication, in that they reproduce the denotative argument of the book in a connotative or autoreferential spiral. For the two great myths disengaged by Lyotard and identified as the alternate justifications for institutional scientific research up to our own period, that of the liberation of humanity and that of the speculative unity of all knowledge, qua philosophical system, are also national myths and reproduce the very polemic in which Lyotard's own book wishes to intervene. The first political, militant, activist is of course the tradition of the French 18th century and the French Revolution, a tradition for which philosophy is already politics and in which Lyotard must himself clearly be ranged. The second is of course the Germanic and Hegelian tradition, a contemplative one, organized around the value of totality rather than that of commitment, and a tradition to which Lyotard's philosophical adversary, Habermas, still however distantly remains affiliated. The conflict can be dramatized and magnified if for these names we substitute even more prestigious ones whose philosophical differences are even more sharply articulated. Compare, for example, Gilles Deleuze's influential celebration of schizophrenia, in books like The Anti-Oedipus, with Adorno's no less influential and characteristic denunciations of cultural reification and fetishization. The opposition can also be rotated in a psychoanalytical direction, in which case a characteristically French affirmation of the décentré subject or the illusion of the coherent self or ego is set off against more traditional Frankfurt School defenses of psychic autonomy. Still, these traditions are not altogether so continuous or symmetrical as I have just suggested. Lyotard is, after all, writing in the wake of a certain French post-Marxism, that is, an enormous reaction on all levels against various Marxist and communist traditions in France, whose prime target on the philosophical level is the Hegel/Lukács concept of totality, often over hastily assimilated to Stalinism or even to the Leninist party on the political level. Lyotard's own philosophical break with Marxism, he was a member of the important Socialisme ou Barbarie group in the 1950s and early 1960s, two largely antedates this more recent, rather McCarthyist moment in France, itself since overtaken by the unexpected socialist landslide of 1981, but it clearly makes for a situation in which Habermas can still stand in for the totalizing and dialectical German tradition, while Lyotard's own philosophical relationship to the politicized French one has become far more problematic and complex. Indeed, I want to show a little later on that one significant libidinal subtext of the present volume consists of a symbolic effort to clarify this tangled plot as well. At any rate, Habermas's vision of an evolutionary social leap into a new type of rational society, defined in communicational terms as the communication community of those affected, who as participants in a practical discourse test the validity claims of norms and, to the extent that they accept them with reasons, arrive at the conviction that in the given circumstances the proposed norms are right, is here explicitly rejected by Lyotard as the unacceptable remnant of a totalizing philosophical tradition and as the valorization of conformist, when not terrorist, ideals of consensus. Point 3, indeed, insofar as Habermas will invoke a liberatory rhetoric as well, there is a sense in which, for Lyotard, this philosophical position unites everything that is unacceptable about both traditions and myths of legitimation. Before examining the position in terms of which such critiques are made, however, we must turn at least parenthetically to the methodological perspective developed here, in which legitimation is secured in terms of master narratives of the two types already described. The admission to France of such Anglo-American linguistic notions as that of Austin's performative is now largely an accomplished fact, although a rather unexpected development. In a more general way, the linguistic dimensions of what used to be called French structuralism and the seemingly more static possibilities of a dominant semiotics have in recent years been corrected and augmented by a return to pragmatics, to the analysis of language situations and games, and of language itself as an unstable exchange between its speakers, whose utterances are now seen less as a process of the transmission of information or messages, or in terms of some network of signs or even signifying systems, than as, To use one of Lyotard's favorite figures, the taking of tricks, the trumping of a communicational adversary, an essentially conflictual relationship between tricksters and not as a well-regulated and noise-free passing of tokens from hand to hand, Mallarmé on denotative speech. We have already observed Lyotard's promotion of the performative to the very fundamental principle of contemporary science itself. What is even more striking in his methodological perspective, however, indeed to my knowledge he is one of the few professional philosophers of stature anywhere, although Paul Ricoeur and Alasdair MacIntyre also come to mind, formally to have drawn this momentous consequence is the way in which narrative is affirmed, not merely as a significant new field of research, but well beyond that as a central instance of the human mind and a mode of thinking fully as legitimate as that of abstract logic. A lengthy methodological parenthesis defends this proposition, which at once itself becomes a kind of historical narrative in its own right, since particularly in the context of a discussion of science it is obvious that one of the features that characterizes more scientific periods of history, and most notably capitalism itself, is the relative retreat of the claims of narrative or storytelling knowledge in the face of those of the abstract, denotative, or logical and cognitive procedures, generally associated with science or positivism. This parenthesis once again complicates the arguments of the postmodern condition insofar as it becomes itself a symptom of the state it seeks to diagnose, its own return to narrative arguments being fully as revealing an example of the legitimation crisis of the older cognitive and epistemological scientific worldview as any of the other developments enumerated in the text. Lyotard does indeed characterize one recent innovation in the analysis of science as a view of scientific experiments as so many smaller narratives or stories to be worked out. On the other hand, paradoxically, this revival of an essentially narrative view of truth, and the vitality of small narrative units at work everywhere locally in the present social system, are accompanied by something like a more global or totalizing crisis in the narrative function in general, since, as we have seen, the older master narratives of legitimation no longer function in the service of scientific research nor, by implication, anywhere else. For example, we no longer believe in political or historical teleologies, or in the great actors and subjects of history, the nation-state, the proletariat, the party, the West, etc. This seeming contradiction can be resolved, I believe, by taking a further step that Lyotard seems unwilling to do in the present text, namely to posit, not the disappearance of the great master narratives, but their passage underground as it were, their continuing but now unconscious effectivity as a way of thinking about and acting in our current situation. This persistence of buried master narratives in what I have elsewhere called our political unconscious, I will try shortly to demonstrate on the occasion of the present text as well. What is most striking in Lyotard's differentiation between storytelling and scientific abstraction is its unexpected modulation towards a Nietzschean thematics of history. In effect, indeed, for Lyotard the fundamental distinction between these two forms of knowledge lies in their relationship to temporality, and in particular in their relationship to the retention of the past. Narrative, whose formal properties become magnified in prosody and in the rhythmic features of traditional tales, proverbs, and the like, is here characterized as a way of consuming the past, a way of forgetting, as meter takes precedence over accent in the production of sound, spoken or not, time ceases to be a support for memory to become an immemorial beating that, in the absence of a noticeable separation between periods, prevents their being numbered and consigns them to oblivion. P.C. 6. One recalls the great and still influential essay of Nietzsche's on the debilitating influence of historiography and of the fidelity to the past and the dead that an obsession with history seems to encourage. The Nietzschean strength to forget the past in preparation for the mutation of the Superman to come is here paradoxically redeployed as a property of storytelling itself, of precisely those narratives, heroic or other, in which we have been taught to see a form of primitive data storage or of social reproduction. What this formulation does very sharply achieve, at any rate, is the radical differentiation between the consumption of the past in narrative and its storage, hoarding, and capitalization in science and scientific thought, a mode of understanding that, like the first surplus on the economic level, will little by little determine a whole range of ever more complex and extensive institutional objectifications, first in writing, then in libraries, universities, museums, with the breakthrough in our own period to microstage, computerized data, and data banks of hitherto unimaginable proportions, whose control or even ownership is, as Herbert Schiller and others have warned us, and as Lyotard is very well aware, one of the crucial political issues of our own time. We thus return to the thematics of science and knowledge in its social form. One that raises issues of social class is the technocracy produced by such a primacy of knowledge of bureaucracy or a whole new class, and of socio-economic analysis. Is this moment of advanced industrial society a structural variant of classical capitalism or a mutation and the dawning of a wholly new social structure in which, as Daniel Bell and other theoreticians of the concept of a properly post-industrial society have argued, it is now science, knowledge, technological research, rather than industrial production and the extraction of surplus value, that is the ultimately determining instance. In reality, two distinct and overlapping questions are raised simultaneously by these two interrelated theoretical problems, which to his credit Lyotard does not seek here in peremptory fashion to resolve. The problem is finally that of the nature of a mode of production, and in particular the nature of the capitalist mode of production and the structural variations of which it is capable. The question may therefore be rephrased as a question about Marxism: do the categories developed there for the analysis of classical capitalism still retain their validity and their explanatory power when we turn to the multinational and media societies of today with their third-stage technologies? The persistence of issues of power and control, particularly in the increasing monopolization of information by private business, would seem to make an affirmative answer unavoidable, and to reconfirm the privileged status of Marxism as a mode of analysis of capitalism proper. But the question has often been taken to involve a second set of answers or consequences as well, having to do with the end of capitalism, the possibility of revolution, and, first and foremost, the continuing function of the industrial working class as the fundamental revolutionary subject of history. It has at least historically been possible for intellectuals and militants to recognize the explanatory power of Marxism as the privileged mode of analysis of capitalism, including the particular social moment that is our own society, and, at one and the same time, to abandon the traditional Marxian vision of revolution and socialism, mainly out of a conviction that the industrial working class, in any case defined by its relationship to productive technologies of the first and second type, rather than the third, cybernetic or nuclear variety, no longer occupies the strategic position of power in this social formation. A stronger theoretical form of this proposition would then be derivable in the notion that social classes of the classical type defined by Marxism no longer function as such today, but are rather displaced by different, non-class formations such as bureaucracy and technocracy, and this would seem to be the position of Lyotard, whose formative political work in the Socialisme ou Barbarie group turned precisely around the analysis of bureaucracy in the Eastern countries. The question of social class, and in particular of the proletariat and its existence, is hopelessly confused when such arguments conflate the problem of a theoretical category of analysis, social class, with the empirical question about the mood or influence of workers in this or that society today. They are no longer revolutionary, bourgeoisified, etc. More orthodox Marxists will agree with the most radical post or anti-Marxist positions in at least this, that Marxism as a coherent philosophy, or better still, a unity of theory and praxis, stands or falls with the matter of social class. What one can at least suggest here is that with Ernest Mondel's theorization of a third stage of capitalism beyond that of the classical or market capitalism analyzed in Capital itself, and that of the monopoly stage or stage of imperialism proposed by Lenin, there exists a properly Marxian alternative to non- or anti-Marxist theories of consumer or post-industrial society today, theories of which Daniel Bell's is no doubt the most influential. Mondel indeed undertakes to show that all of the features mobilized by Bell to document the end of capitalism as such, in particular the new primacy of science and technological invention, and of the technocracy generated by that privileged position, as well as the shift from the older industrial technologies to the newer informational ones, can be accounted for in classical Marxist terms, as indices of a new and powerful, original, global expansion of capitalism, which now specifically penetrates the hitherto pre-capitalist enclaves of third world agriculture and of first world culture, in which, in other words, capital more definitively secures the colonization of nature and the unconscious. This new period 1940 to 1965 was characterized, among other things, by the fact that alongside machine-made industrial consumer goods, as from the early 19th century, and machine-made machines, as from the mid-19th century, we now find machine-produced raw materials and foodstuffs. Late capitalism, far from representing a post-industrial society, thus appears as the period in which all branches of the economy are fully industrialized for the first time, to which one could further add the increasing mechanization of the sphere of circulation, with the exception of pure repair services, and the increasing mechanization of the superstructure. Point 4. This description is also quite consistent with the Frankfurt School's conception of the culture industry and the penetration of commodity fetishism into those realms of the imagination and the psyche which had, since classical German philosophy, always been taken as some last impregnable stronghold against the instrumental logic of capital. What remains problematical about such conceptions and about mediatory formulations such as that of Guy Debord, for whom the image is the last stage of commodity reification, is of course the difficulty of articulating cultural and informational commodities with the labor theory of value, the methodological problem of reconciling an analysis in terms of quantity and in particular of labor time, or of the sale of labor power in so many units, with the nature of mental work and of non-physical and non-measurable commodities of the type of informational bits or indeed of media or entertainment products. On the other hand, the posing of the category of mode of production as the fundamental one of Marxian social analysis and the endorsement of a problematic that asks such systemic questions about contemporary society would seem to remain essential for political people who are still committed to radical social change and transformation. Indeed, it is precisely as a contribution to this general problematic that Lyotard's little book is valuable, even though, as we shall see shortly, its author by no means counts himself among revolutionaries of the traditional kind. If the changing status of science and knowledge, and of its experts, leads us to the question about the nature of this mode of production as a system and a functional whole, this second, larger issue returns us, after a considerable detour, to the problem of culture, and in particular of the existence or not of some properly postmodernist culture. For although the category of the mode of production has sometimes been misunderstood as a narrowly economic or productionist one, its adequate solution clearly demands a structural examination and positioning of the superstructural levels of a given social formation and, most urgently, the function and space to be assigned to culture itself. No satisfactory model of a given mode of production can exist without a theory of the historically and dialectically specific and unique role of culture within it. Here Lyotard's sketch is tantalizing and finally frustrating, for the formal limitation of his essay to the problem of knowledge has tended to exclude an area culture that has been of the greatest importance to him in his other writings, as he has been one of the most keenly committed of contemporary thinkers anywhere to the whole range and variety of avant-garde and experimental art today. This very commitment to the experimental and the new, however, determine an aesthetic that is far more closely related to the traditional ideologies of high modernism proper than to current postmodernisms, and is indeed paradoxically enough very closely related to the conception of the revolutionary nature of high modernism that Habermas faithfully inherited from the Frankfurt School. Thus, although he has polemically endorsed the slogan of a postmodernism and has been involved in the defense of some of its more controversial productions, Lyotard is in reality quite unwilling to posit a postmodernist stage radically different from the period of high modernism and involving a fundamental historical and cultural break with this last. 5 Rather, seeing postmodernism as a discontent with and disintegration of this or that high modernist style a moment in the perpetual revolution and innovation of high modernism, to be succeeded by a fresh burst of formal invention in a striking formula, he has characterized postmodernism, not as that which follows modernism and its particular legitimation crisis, but rather as a cyclical moment that returns before the emergence of ever new modernisms in the stricter sense. There is then here reproduced something of the celebration of modernism as its first ideologues projected it, a constant and ever more dynamic revolution in the languages, forms, and tastes of art, not yet assimilated to the commercial revolutions in fashion and commodity styling we have since come to grasp as an imminent rhythm of capitalism itself, to which a later wave of more explicitly left-wing and often Marxist ideologues and aesthetes after World War II will add an explicit political dimension, so that the revolutionary aesthetic of the modern will sometimes be grasped by the Frankfurt School, but also by the Telkel and Screen groups, in the more literal sense of critical negation when not of outright social and psychological transformation. Lyotard's own aesthetic retains much of this proto-political thrust. His commitment to cultural and formal innovation still valorizes culture and its powers in much the same spirit in which the Western avant-garde has done so since the fin de siècle. On the other hand, it would seem that the assimilation of postmodernism to this older conception of high modernism and its negative, critical, or revolutionary vocation deproblematizes a far more interesting and complex situation, which is part of the dilemma posed by late capitalism, or consumer or post-industrial society, etc., in those other areas of science and technology, production, social change, and the like. Here it seems to me that Habermas, working to be sure within the far more suffocating and McCarthyist atmosphere of the Federal Republic, has a much keener sense of the political stakes involved in this seemingly theoretical matter than Lyotard has been willing to allow for. For Habermas, indeed, postmodernism involves the explicit repudiation of the modernist tradition, the return of the middle-class Philistine or Spiessberger rejection of modernist forms and values, and as such the expression of a new social conservatism. 6. His diagnosis is confirmed by that area in which the question of postmodernism has been mostly acutely posed, namely in architecture, whose great high modernists, the architects of the international style Le Corbusier, Frank Lloyd Wright, were very precisely revolutionaries in the senses enumerated above, proponents of innovations in form and transformations in architectural space that could be expected in and of themselves to transform social life as a whole and, by replacing political revolution, as Le Corbusier put it, to serve as the latter's substitute, but in that form, the idea is as old as Schiller's aesthetic education of humankind. 7. Postmodernism certainly means a return of all the old anti-modernist prejudices, as in Tom Wolfe's recent From Bauhaus to Our House, but it was also, objectively, the recognition of a basic failure on the architect's own terms. The new buildings of Le Corbusier and Wright did not finally change the world, nor even modify the junk space of late capitalism. While the Mallarmine 0 degree of Mises Towers quite unexpectedly began to generate a whole overpopulation of the shoddiest glass boxes in all the major urban centers in the world. This is the sense in which high modernism can be definitively certified as dead and as a thing of the past. Its utopian ambitions were unrealizable and its formal innovations exhausted. This is, however, not at all the conclusion that Habermas and Lyotard draw from what they think of in their different ways as the postmodernist movement. For both of them, a return to the older critical high modernism is still possible, just as, equally anachronistically, for Lukács, writing in the thick of the high modernist period, a return to some older pre-modernist realism was still possible. Yet if one is willing, as both Habermas and Lyotard are, to posit the emergence of some new state of social relations, even leaving aside the question of whether this is to be considered a whole new mode of production in its own right or not, then it does not seem particularly daring to posit some equivalent modification in the very role and dynamic of cultural production itself, something indeed one ought to be able to entertain dialectically, without any needless moralizing. Postmodernist architecture, for example, comes before us as a peculiar analogue to neoclassicism, a play of historicist allusion and quotation that has renounced the older high modernist rigor and that itself seems to recapitulate a whole range of traditional Western aesthetic strategies. We therefore have a Mannerist postmodernism, Michael Graves, a Baroque postmodernism, the Japanese, a Rococo postmodernism, Charles Moore, a neoclassicist postmodernism, the French, particularly Christian de Portzamparc, and probably even a high modernist postmodernism in which modernism is itself the object of the postmodernist pastiche. This is a rich and creative movement, of the greatest aesthetic play and delight, that can perhaps be most rapidly characterized as a whole by two important features: first, the falling away of the proto-political vocation and the terrorist stance of the older modernism, and, second, the eclipse of all of the affect, depth, anxiety, terror, the emotions of the monumental, that marked high modernism, and its replacement by what Coleridge would have called fancy or Schiller aesthetic play, a commitment to surface and to the superficial in all the senses of the word. It was, however, precisely to the superficial, in all those senses, that a certain French post-structuralism invited us, not excluding the earlier works of Lyotard himself. This is, however, the moment in which aesthetics gives way to ethics, in which the problem of the postmodern, even in its relationship to new forms of science and knowledge, becomes that of one's more fundamental attitude toward the new social formation, the moment, finally, in which what I have called the deeper repressed or buried symbolic narrative of the postmodern condition comes at length into view. Lyotard's affiliations here would seem to be with the anti-Oedipus of Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari, who also warned us, at the end of that work, that the schizophrenic ethic they proposed was not at all a revolutionary one, but a way of surviving under capitalism, producing fresh desires within the structural limits of the capitalist mode of production as such. 8 Lyotard's celebration of a related ethic emerges most dramatically in the context of that repudiation of Habermas's consensus community already mentioned, in which the dissolution of the self into a host of networks and relations, of contradictory codes and interfering messages, is prophetically valorized, pc. 4. This view not surprisingly will then determine Lyotard's ultimate vision of science and knowledge today as a search, not for consensus, but very precisely for instabilities, as a practice of paralogism, in which the point is not to reach agreement but to undermine from within the very framework in which the previous normal science had been conducted. The rhetoric in which all this is conveyed is to be sure one of struggle, conflict, the agonic in a quasi-heroic sense, nor must we forget Lyotard's related vision of non-hegemonic Greek philosophy, the Stoics, the Cynics, the Sophists, as the guerrilla war of the marginals, the foreigners, the non-Greeks, against the massive and repressive order of Aristotle and his successors. 9 On the other hand, aesthetics sometimes functions as an unpleasant mirror, and we need perhaps at least momentarily to reflect on the peculiar consonance between Lyotard's scientific free play and the way in which postmodernist architecture has taught us to learn from Las Vegas, Robert Venturi, and to make ourselves at home in our alienated being, marks on Hegel's conception of absolute spirit. This is, at any rate, the deepest, most contradictory, but also the most urgent level of Lyotard's book, that of a narrative which, like all narrative, must generate the illusion of an imaginary resolution of real contradictions. Levi Strauss. The formal problem involved might be expressed this way: how to do without narrative by means of narrative itself. On the political and social level, indeed, narrative in some sense always meant the negation of capitalism. On the one hand, for instance, narrative knowledge is here opposed to scientific or abstract knowledge as pre-capitalism to capitalism proper. Yet, as became clear when the narrative legitimations of science itself were evoked at their moment of crisis and dissolution, narrative also means something like teleology. The great master narratives here are those that suggest that something beyond capitalism is possible, something radically different, and they also legitimate the praxis whereby political militants seek to bring that radically different future social order into being. Yet both master narratives of science have become peculiarly repugnant or embarrassing to first-world intellectuals today. The rhetoric of liberation has, for example, been denounced with passionate ambivalence by Michel Foucault in the first volume of his History of Sexuality, while the rhetoric of totality and totalization that derived from what I have called the Germanic or Hegelian tradition is the object of a kind of instinctive or automatic denunciation by just about everybody. Lyotard's insistence on narrative analysis in a situation in which the narratives themselves henceforth seem impossible is his declaration of intent to remain political and contestatory, that is, to avoid one possible and even logical resolution to the dilemma, which would consist in becoming, like Daniel Bell, an ideologue of technocracy and an apologist for the system itself. How he does this is to transfer the older ideologies of aesthetic high modernism, the celebration of its revolutionary power, to science and scientific research proper. Now it is the latter's infinite capacity for innovation, change, break, renewal, which will infuse the otherwise repressive system with the disalienating excitement of the new and the unknown, the last word of Lyotard's text, as well as of adventure, the refusal of conformity, and the heterogeneities of desire. Unfortunately, the other conjoined value of the book's conclusion that of justice tends, as in all interesting narratives, to return on this one and undermine its seeming certainties. The dynamic of perpetual change is, as Marx showed in the manifesto, not some alien rhythm within capital, a rhythm specific to those non-instrumental activities that are art and science, but rather is the very permanent revolution of capitalist production itself, at which point the exhilaration with such revolutionary dynamism is a feature of the bonus of pleasure and the reward of the social reproduction of the system itself. The moment of truth, in this respect, comes when the matter of the ownership and control of the new information banks, the profitability of the new technological and information revolution, returns in these last pages with a vengeance. The dystopian prospect of a global private monopoly of information weighs heavily in the balance against the pleasures of paralogisms and of anarchist science, Feyerabend. Yet that monopoly, like the rest of the private property system, cannot be expected to be reformed by however benign a technocratic elite, but can be challenged only by genuinely political, and not symbolic or proto-political, action. 1984. 12. Foreword to Jacques Attali's Noise, the Political Economy of Music. The present history of music, noise, is first of all to be read in the context of a general revival of history, and of a renewed appetite for historiography, after a period in which historicism has been universally denounced, Althusser, and history and historical explanation generally stigmatized as the merely diachronic, Saussure, or as sheer mythic narrative, Levi Strauss. The richness of contemporary historiography, however, by no means betokens a return to simpler narrative history or chronicle. Rather, the newer work can be seen as the renewal of a whole series of attempts, beginning in the 19th century, to write something like a totalizing history of social life, from the expressive causality of German Geistesgeschichte, or of Hegel himself, to Spengler or even Auerbach, all the way to the structural causalities of a Foucault or of the Annals school. Music, however, presents very special problems in this respect, for while it is by no means absolutely unrelated to other forms and levels of social life, it would seem to have the strongest affinities with that most abstract of all social realities, economics, with which it shares a peculiar ultimate object, which is number. The paradox is immediately underscored by the fact that the author of Noise is a professional economist. Meanwhile, the recurrent phenomenon of child prodigies in music and in mathematics alike perhaps also suggests the peculiarity of the numerical gift, which would seem to demand less practical experience of the world and of social life than does work in other fields. Yet, to use a well-worn Marxian formula, economics is generally considered to be a science of the base or infrastructure, whereas music traditionally counts among the most rarefied, abstract, and specialized of all superstructural activities. To propose intelligible links between these two levels or types of cultural and intellectual phenomena would therefore seem to demand the production of a host of intermediary connections or mediations that are by no means obvious or evident. Max Weber, in whose time such methodological issues began to arise and whose own work poses them with a still unequaled lucidity, told this story in terms of a properly Western harmonic music whose very emergence constitutes an interesting historical problem in its own right. Why was harmonic music developed from the almost universal polyphony of folk music only in Europe and only in a particular period, while everywhere else the rationalization of music took a different path, usually indeed precisely the opposite one, that of the development of intervals by divisions of distance, usually the fourth, rather than by harmonic division, the fifth. 1. He summarized the complex determinants of the process as follows. Thoroughly concrete characteristics of the external and internal situation of the Church in the West, the result of sociological influences and religious history, allowed a rationalism which was peculiar to Western monasticism to give rise to these musical problems which were essentially technical in character. On the other hand, the invention and rationalization of rhythmical dancing, the origin of the musical forms which developed into the sonata, resulted from certain modes of social life at the time of the Renaissance. Finally, the development of the piano, one of the most important technical elements in the development of modern music, and its spread among the bourgeoisie, had its roots in the specifically indoor character of Northern European civilization. VJ, 96. Weber's great story, as is well known, the master narrative into which the content of virtually all the research he ever did was reorganized, is that of the emergence of rationalization, so that it is not surprising to find Western music described as one of the peculiar, forced products of this strange new influence, which Weber liked to derive from the rational enclave of monastic life in the Middle Ages. Elsewhere in the same essay he speaks of the material, technical, social and psychological conditions for a new style or art or medium, and it is obvious in the passage quoted above that the play of overdetermination between these conditions is complex indeed. Material influences include, for example, the whole history of technology, and in particular the invention and production of musical instruments. What Weber calls the technical factor surely involves script or notation, a matter that in music goes well beyond a simple transcription of sounds and whose categories, tones, keys, etc., will themselves generate and direct musical innovation. Meanwhile, the social realm, through the space of performance itself, simultaneously forms the public for music and its players alike, whereas the psychological confronts us with the whole vexed question of content and of ideology, and indeed ultimately the very problem of value that Weber's own historical analyses are explicitly concerned to suspend or to bracket. Weber notes, for instance, the association of chromatics with passion, but adds, it was not in the artistic urge to expression, but in the technical means of expression, that the difference lay between this ancient music and the chromatics which the great musical experimenters of the Renaissance created in their turbulent rational quest for new discoveries, and therewith for the ability to give musical shape to passion. VJ, 96. In Weber's brief remarks, it would seem that the word passion is meant to name a specific and historically original new form of psychological experience, so that the vocation of the newer music to express it is not, for Weber, a sign of value, but simply an item or feature necessary to complete the historical description. It might indeed be well to distinguish two versions of the problem that begins to come into view here. One is that of a musical semantics, that is, of a relationship between musical signifiers and historical, social, psychological signifieds. The other is that of aesthetic value proper. Of the first of these Adorno has said, if we listen to Beethoven and do not hear anything of the revolutionary bourgeoisie, not the echo of its slogans, but rather the need to realize them, the cry for that totality in which reason and freedom are to have their warrant, we understand Beethoven no better than does one who cannot follow the purely musical content of his pieces. Point 2. This seems straightforward enough until Adorno adds what was always the guiding thread of Frankfurt School aesthetics: music is not ideology pure and simple, it is ideological only insofar as it is false consciousness. Is. 63. The seeming contradiction between these two positions can perhaps be adjusted by a Habermasian appreciation of the universal, that is, non-ideological, content of bourgeois revolutionary ideology. As such, Adorno will himself complicate the situation more interestingly by factoring in the arrival of an age of aesthetic autonomy. If Beethoven is the musical prototype of the revolutionary bourgeoisie, he is at the same time the prototype of a music that has escaped from its social tutelage and is aesthetically fully autonomous, a servant no longer. Is. 209.3. Yet if the question of musical value seems quite unavoidable when this line of inquiry is prolonged, the dramatic reversal we associate with the Russian formalists is always possible: content of that kind, a new kind of passion, a new universal revolutionary ideology and enthusiasm, etc., is itself the result of formal innovation. It is because the music of a given period is able to express new kinds of content that this last begins to emerge a position which, translated back into linguistics, would yield a peculiar version of the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. It is because language happens to be expanded historically and culturally in certain ways that we are able to think, and speak, this or that new thought. There is nonetheless a gap between this semantic question about the nature of musical content and the problem of aesthetic value itself, a gap that Weber's own work registers with implacable lucidity, but that most subsequent historicisms have been at pains to disguise or conceal. There is just as surely a fundamental difference in emphasis as there is a spiritual kinship between Weber's interpretation of musical evolution in terms of the process of rationalization and Spengler's program for the morphology of cultures. The forms of the arts linked themselves to the forms of war and state policy. Deep relations were revealed between political and mathematical aspects of the same culture, between religious and technical conceptions, between mathematics, music, and sculpture, between economics and cognition forms. Clearly and unmistakably there appeared the fundamental dependence of the most modern physical and chemical theories on the mythological concepts of our German ancestors, the style congruence of tragedy and power techniques and up-to-date finance, and the fact, bizarre at first but soon self-evident, that oil painting, perspective, printing, the credit system, long-range weapons, and contrapuntal music in one case, and the nude statue, the city-state, and coin currency, discovered by the Greeks, in another, were identical expressions of one and the same spiritual principle. Point 4. Value here becomes relativized according to the familiar patterns of historicism, and the value of music is then revealed when a larger, totalizing historical reconstruction of this kind allows us to read it as a fundamental expression of this or that basic cultural type. It is not of any particular significance in the present context that Spengler also includes an ideological evaluation of those cultural types, the Faustian temporal dynamism of the West, including music above all, being clearly for him superior to the spatial and Apollonian mode of Greek culture. The Frankfurt School, and most notably Adorno himself, sought escape from this kind of relativism by appealing to a Hegelian conception of aesthetic or formal self-consciousness. The utopian principle of value for these writers lies in freedom itself and in the conception of music as the enemy of fate. Yet Adorno's other principle of evaluation is that of technical mastery, in which the superiority of a Schoenberg over a Hindemith, say, or a Sibelius, lies in the former's will to draw the last objective consequences from the historical state in which he found his own raw materials. These two principles, however, are capable, at certain moments in history, of entering into contradiction with one another, and not least, for Adorno, in the supreme moment of the achievement of the 12-tone system itself. This technique approaches the ideal of mastery as domination, the infinity of which resides in the fact that nothing heteronymous remains which is not absorbed into the continuum of the technique. It is, however, the suppressing moment in the domination of nature, which suddenly turns against subjective autonomy and freedom itself, in the name of which this domination found its fulfillment. Point 5. Schoenberg's moment of truth is therefore to have replicated the dynamic of a repressive, bureaucratic, and technocratic social order so completely as to offer something like an aesthetic portrait or mirror image of it. Weber himself was unwilling to praise musical rationalization as coming to formal consciousness of the deeper laws of Western social evolution. What was for him merely one historical determinant among others becomes for Adorno the very epistemological function of art itself. Yet these models of what we may call a musical historicism are all strangely retrospective. At best, they grasp an achieved work, such as that of Beethoven or Schoenberg, as reflecting, and illuminating or revealing, the dynamic of the social system with which it was contemporaneous. The theoretical question of whether such cultural forms simply replicate and reproduce that dynamic or on the contrary, distance, estrange, and criticize it is a relatively secondary question, which depends on the problematic itself, which remains, according to Marxian tradition, that of the relations of base and superstructure. No matter that Engels, in his important late letters on historical materialism, tried to insist on a reciprocal interaction between the economic and the superstructure. Most often such superstructures have in one way or another been taken as reflecting or corresponding to the economic, or at best as lagging behind concrete social development. So Beethoven most richly expresses bourgeois revolutionary ideology, but after that ideology's triumph, and simultaneous failure, and in the mode of an interiorization of more objective, collective, ideological values. The originality of Jacques Attali's book then becomes clear. He is the first to have drawn the other possible logical consequence of the reciprocal interaction model, namely, the possibility of a superstructure to anticipate historical developments, to foreshadow new social formations in a prophetic and annunciatory way. The argument of noise is that music, unique among the arts for reasons that are themselves overdetermined, has precisely this annunciatory vocation, and that the music of today stands both as a promise of a new, liberating mode of production, and as the menace of a dystopian possibility which is that mode of production's baleful mirror image. There are social and historical reasons for the orientation toward the future in Attali's thought, as well as for the bleak bias toward the retrospective in thinkers like Adorno, whose social and historical pessimism is documented in negative dialectics. Not only is there Attali's greater sympathy for contemporary music, including that whole area of popular and mass cultural production which Adorno notoriously stigmatized as easy music and jazz, degraded and schematic commodities mass-produced by the culture industry. We must also take into account Attali's economic thinking, as a practicing economist and a close advisor to President Mitterrand and as a central figure in France's current socialist experiment. Attali is also a distinguished scholar, the author of a dozen books whose subjects range from political economy to euthanasia. As varied as these books may seem, they have a common focus and a common problematic, the sense that something new is emerging all around us, a new economic order in which new forms of social relations can be discerned in the interstices of the old and of which new forms of cultural production can often give us the most precious symptoms, if not the prophetic annunciation. Attali's varied and complex reflections thus rejoin, from a unique perspective, which is, given his political role, a unity of theory and practice in its own right, the now widespread attempts to characterize the passage from older forms of capitalism, the market stage, the monopoly stage, to a new form. This new form of capitalism, in which the media and multinational corporations play a major role, a shift on the technological level from the older modes of industrial production of the second machine revolution to the newer cybernetic, informational nuclear modes of some third machine age. The theorists of this new great transformation range from anti-Marxists like Daniel Bell to Marxists like Ernest Mondale, whose work Late Capitalism remains the most elaborate and original Marxian model of some new third stage of capital. For the most part, such efforts, including those of French post-structuralists like Jean Baudrillard and Jean-François Lyotard, have necessarily remained historicist in the inevitable positing of distinct stages of social development, whether the sequence of the latter is formulated in terms of evolutionary continuities or in those of breaks, ruptures, and cataclysmic mutations. Not all of Attali's own work escapes this temptation, but it is worth noting that one of his most recent syntheses, called Les Trois Mondes, The Three Worlds, seeks to delinearize the description of distinct social stages by modeling each in terms of a distinct world of representation such that all three exist in our own time in a kind of synchronic overlap of the residual and emergent. The three worlds of Attali's title are not the more familiar geographical zones of the world system, with the third world positioned between the capitalist and the socialist countries, but rather are three distinct theoretical paradigms, ultimately generated by three distinct moments of history and of social organization. The first of these paradigms is that of regulation, conceived in mechanical terms of determinism and reversibility, a theory ultimately linked to the classical market. The second is that of production, whose strong form is clearly classical Marxism. The third paradigm Attali calls that of the organization of meanings and signs. The positioning of Marxism as an older world paradigm clearly marks Attali's affinities with certain post-structuralisms and post-Marxisms, at the same time that it expresses the French Socialist Party's complicated relationship to its Marxian tradition. But unlike some of the more complacent celebrators of post-industrial society in the United States, Attali, as an economist in a socialist France that is in many ways the passive victim of a new, American, multinational order and of a worldwide economic crisis transcending the old nation-states, remains an essentially political thinker intent on discovering and theorizing the concrete possibilities of social transformation within the new system. His utopianism is thus materialistic and immanent, like that of Marx himself, who observed that the revolutionaries of the Paris Commune of 1871 have no ideals to realize but to set free the elements of the new society with which old collapsing bourgeois society is itself pregnant. Not the least challenging feature of Attali's thought lies in his tough-minded insistence on the ambiguity, or better still, the profound ambivalence, of the new social, economic, and organizational possibilities, which he often describes in terms of autosurveillance. From one perspective, autosurveillance marks the penetration of information technology within the body and the psyche of the individual subject. It implies a diffusion of computers on a generalized scale and a kind of passive replication of their programs by the individual, most visibly in the areas of education and medicine. Under autosurveillance, capital and the state no longer have to do anything to you, because you have learned to do it to yourself. But doing it to yourself also implies knowing how to do it for yourself, and the new technology is at least neutral to the degree that it could also, conceivably, be used for a collective political project of emancipation. Both dystopia and utopia are thus contained in the new forms as possibilities whose realization only political praxis can decide. For Attali's sense of social transformation is informed by the idea that radical change, the emergence of radically new social relations, is possible only as a result of the pre-existence and the coincidence of three basic factors. A new technology capable of reducing the costs of reorganization, financial resources, or an accumulation of new capital, available for the latter's utilization, and the existence of a social group with both the interest and the power to utilize such financial resources and to put the new technology to work. 6. The more properly socialist or political component of what might otherwise pass for a technocratic vision of change is secured by the stress on this last factor on the existence and praxis of a new group motor or subject of history. The practical political and economic issues raised by Attali's other work are very far from being absent from noise, despite its seemingly cultural focus. For one of the most stimulating features of this work is its insistence on grasping history and social life as a totality, in the way in which it offers us a model of the systematic interrelationship of the various levels of economics, technology, political forms, and culture proper. What is even more suggestive, however, in our current social, political, and historical confusion in which the older strategies for radical social transformation and the older roads to some radically distinct utopian future have come to seem outmoded or unconvincing is the prospective nature of his analysis, which stimulates us to search out the future in the present itself and to see the current situation not merely as a bundle of static and agonizing contradictions, but also as the place of emergence of new realities of which we are as yet only dimly aware. Jacques Attali's conception of music as prophetic of the emergent social, political, and economic forms of a radically different society can thus be an energizing one, whatever our judgment on the detail of his own analysis. In this work, we find, exceptionally in contemporary thought, a new model of the relations between culture and society that valorizes production in the present at the same time that it reinvigorates an enfeebled utopian thought. 1984. 13. The theoretical hesitation. Benjamin's sociological predecessor. Ours is an anti-theoretical time, which is to say an anti-intellectual time, and the reasons for this are not far to seek. The system has always understood that ideas and analysis, along with the intellectuals who practice them, are its enemies and has evolved various ways of dealing with the situation, most notably in the academic world by railing against what it likes to call grand theory or master narratives at the same time that it fosters more comfortable and local positivisms and empiricisms in the various disciplines. If you attack the concept of totality, for example, you are less likely to confront embarrassing models and analyses of that totality called late capitalism or capitalist globalization. If you promote the local and the empirical, you are less likely to have to deal with the abstractions of class or value, without which the system cannot be understood. There are several famous precedents in the diagnosis of this anti-theoretical strategy. I think, for example, of Perry Anderson's epoch-making Origins of the Present Crisis of 1964, in which he denounced the empiricisms of the Anglo-American tradition as so many defense mechanisms in the face of a world reality in full political and revolutionary upheaval. More recently, of Paul de Man's The Resistance to Theory, which evokes the terror of the seam between meaning and matter, or of Adorno's late crusade against what he called positivism in general, in other words, the systematic elimination of the negative and the critical, of theory defined as negation, from modern thought and everyday life. I want to make a much more modest contribution to that debate, one that raises the issue of the evasion of abstraction as such, and that also, along the way, asks questions about the unexpected fortunes and prestige of Walter Benjamin, in a period that has seen the discounting of the stock of most of the other radical thinkers and literateurs of our period. We may suppose, among other things, that Benjamin's good luck, in North America at least, was, like Gramsci's, to have never been fully translated into English until now, and thus never to have been fully available as a coherent work, but rather to have offered the merest and most tantalizing, yet legendary, fragments. I've suggested elsewhere that Benjamin may uniquely fill a pressing need in the reunified Germany of today, which needs literary predecessors and canons not tainted by any of its earlier avatars, from the West German Federal Republic, through Hitler, back to the Weimar or the Wilhelminian period. As something of a pre-Nazi-era exile, Benjamin has something to offer the gaps in the German tradition today that is only enhanced by his complex inner contradictions, whose various poles can be counted on to neutralize each other in an ideologically reassuring fashion. In the anti-theoretical context I have been mentioning, however, a different kind of suspicion comes to mind. I don't fully endorse this doubt but feel it demands expression. For cannot Benjamin himself be enlisted among the ranks of those for whom theory and abstraction are pernicious? Are not the places of theory, in Benjamin, blinded by the transcendental glare of a whole range of mysticisms, while at its other reach, the passion for philosophy as such is replaced by the feces of history, abstraction, and concept by quotations and curious, stray facts? And does this movement away from theory not find its climactic expression in the great exchange of letters between Benjamin and Adorno on the form and staging of what I still prefer to call the Passagenarbeit? There Adorno tells Benjamin, in effect, that if he wants his readers to draw dialectical conclusions from his various exhibits and montages, then he has to spell them out himself, to articulate his own interpretation and express the content of his dialectic in conceptual language, something Benjamin was unwilling to do for reasons that may well have been aesthetic but that were surely also ideological, and even philosophical. Alongside this Benjamin, who might, for example, serve as a precursor to the new historicism, there are others who fit into the theory spectrum in rather different ways. It has always mildly surprised me, for instance, that in this time, which is supremely characterized by its resistance to any and all conceptions of an original or primordial human nature as such, the omnipresent traces of a seemingly humanist doctrine of experience preserved within Benjamin's very interrogation of the consequences of its loss or breakdown have not seemed in the least to discredit his work. Such a doctrine presumably lies as an amorphous concept somewhere in between psychology and metaphysics, neither of them very prestigious fields at the moment, and both very different from psychoanalysis, to which Benjamin's occasional appeals do not carry much conviction and scarcely suffice to undo the associations of the merely psychological. Indeed, in the great symbolic trilogy, which begins with The Storyteller, passes through the essay on Baudelaire's motifs, and concludes with The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction, Benjamin evokes a no doubt socially grounded conception of the unity of experience in order to denounce modern psychic and experiential fragmentation, only to project some future utopian transformation of all this in forms that need not be thought to be organic. Still, it is the premise of some original unity of experience that is bound to arouse suspicions and hesitations, reservations, and perhaps even ideological critique in the present day and age of the non-foundational and the anti-organic. So we confront two antithetical yet evidently interrelated phenomena here, a resistance to theory and to the dialectic, accompanied by traces of the unexamined presuppositions of a kind of phenomenological or pre-phenomenological Lebensphilosophy. Both perhaps betray a resistance to the philosophical concept, the one in the name of an aesthetic refusal of abstraction, the other in that of a phenomenological commitment to the concrete. In the present essay I will not go further with this in the work of Benjamin himself, but have felt I could make a useful contribution to the problem by returning to the work of one of Benjamin's most important precursors and predecessors, in which both of these features are even more strongly marked. I refer, of course, to the work of George Simmel, who seems to be knowing something of a revival at the present time, when his incalculable but underground influence in previous intellectual generations of the last century, from the US to Japan, has been altogether forgotten and obliterated. I should add that I'm not interested in positing any direct influence, although Benjamin attended Simmel's seminar in 1912. He could later on be dismissive indeed in his reactions to Simmel's work, as in his letter to Gershom Scholem of December 23, 1917, but his own work on the city equally failed to escape the force field of Simmel's thought, and he was capable of observing to Adorno, perhaps as a sly provocation, that it might well be time to give him his due as one of the forefathers of cultural Bolshevism. One at any rate, it is a comparable rhythm of procedures I wish to draw attention to, a set of hesitations, evasions, theoretical decisions, a relationship to empiricity, that the two thinkers seem oddly to share. I only have space to refer to two texts by Simmel here, one small but classic, the famous essay, The Metropolis and Mental Life, in which anticipations of an already rather Benjaminian Lebensphilosophy can be detected, the other an immense morass of a book, The Philosophy of Money, in which the very root of a dialectical reluctance that keeps the dialectic alive can be uncovered. To evaluate Simmel is to measure the stimulation he afforded any number of very different people and thinkers, from the Chicago sociologist Robert Park to George Lukács, from Max Weber to Benjamin. He knew this himself. My legacy will be like cash, distributed to many heirs, each transforming his part into use according to his nature. Too, I try to imagine this transmission of intellectual excitement, and even of intellectual productivity, on the order of the awakening stimulated by French phenomenological existentialism, which showed so many people how to theorize about daily life and the most seemingly unphilosophical items and events. The philosophy of money thus contained a whole program within its provocative title, namely, that things are already philosophical in and of themselves. They, and we leave their contents open, A Walk in the City for Deserto, Raymond Aron's famous glass of beer, which has evidently been re-identified as a crème de menthe, Sartre's Look, Husserl's mathematical operations, an automotive directional signal in Heidegger, prostitution for Simmel himself, do not require the massive application of external philosophical and interpretive machinery, already bearing as they do an intellectual and philosophical meaningfulness within themselves. But Simmel must pay a heavy price for this generalized suggestiveness, and it is a toll that contemporary Dasein has generally been unwilling to identify as such, namely, the refusal of the philosophical system and, in the textual detail of the writing itself, of the jargon and neologisms with which most powerful contemporary philosophies or theories have violently displaced everyday speech and made it over into so many charged names that signify the operation of a specific idiolect. For it is only at this price that theory today marks its commodities with so many logos, and packages its distinctive wares in the strident bazaar of the contemporary public sphere. But it would be wrong to interpret Simmel's elaborate qualifications in terms of the familiar liberal mean, neither this nor that, somewhere in between too much and too little. Rather, I think that it is his commitment to the particular that strategically interrupts a traditional philosophical movement towards the absolute of universal or abstract ideas. Unlike empiricism, It does not seek to replace that movement with some radically different positivist orientation, it rather identifies this movement as a process, which it wishes to assign to one specific moment of the inquiry, in order to set in place a change of direction and a new kind of movement in some second moment, which will have been motivated by some new acknowledgement of the rights of the particular. We have here, then, a combination of two distinct thought modes, without synthesis, a mechanical wiring together of two kinds of conceptual machinery, a careful and inveterate, yet provisional, splicing together of two radically different conceptual processes. It is a distinctive way of thinking that can no doubt be clarified by its distinctive historical context, but which, if it does not altogether explain Simmel's originality, at least lends that originality its unique style. What is more old-fashioned in Simmel's sociology can then be identified as a breach in this systematic procedure, a kind of unwitting violation of his own method, even though it is a category mistake he shares with the whole first generation of the theorists of the entity called society, one that persists well on into the canonical Parsonian synthesis itself. This is the insistent effort not yet present at all in Hegel, for example, and renounced by all the sociology we think of as contemporary, to deduce the larger social forms from the smaller ones and to build up notions and models of the collective from out of primary accounts of individual actions and immediate face-to-face encounters, as though these simple elements and forms, added together and combined in more elaborate ways, would somehow directly yield the forms of the complex. But the dialectic already knew, and contemporary thought has rediscovered, some fundamental incommensurability between the individual and the collective, that there was a gap and a leap between the two, that no careful Cartesian procedures could ever build the bridge from the logic of individual experience to that very different logic of the collective and the social. That no ingenious analysis of the social back into its individual components could ever conceptually master the properly dialectical paradox whereby the whole is always more, or less, than its individual parts. The category mistake, the will to maintain a continuity between these two incommensurable dimensions, does not often vitiate the striking power of Simmel's insights into their concrete and provisional relationships. Perhaps, indeed, it was the condition of possibility of such insights and such discoveries. But it envelopes his work as a whole with an anthropology and a metaphysic that draw a historically outmoded veil between the contemporary reader and Simmel's discrete analysis, something his editors have sometimes dealt with by breaking the longer works back up into the essay form he also practiced, as though in untheorized awareness of his own problems and real strengths. Indeed, one may even see these anthropological underpinnings as a kind of allegory of their own content. The deepest problems of modern life flow from the attempt of the individual to maintain the independence and individuality of his existence against the sovereign powers of society. 3. The inscription of individual psychology, then, into the collective system modeled by a nascent sociology is itself a figure for this attempt and this struggle, which is no longer grasped objectively as the banal tension between this or that real individual and this or that real society, but rather as the incommensurability of theories, of those individual phenomenologies of individual experience whose discursive and theoretical fabric it proves difficult to weave into the greater collective structural and theoretical system. Yet even as an anthropology which Simmel's thought sometimes is, the balance struck between these two poles is less banal than one might expect, for the two poles are themselves immediately rethematized in the one place in which Simmel's work does take on the appearance of something like a system, namely, in that well-nigh metaphysical opposition between life and form, which afforded his student Lukács the title of one of his most significant early works. In those places in which Simmel is willing to spell this thematic out in the form of a philosophical position, if not a system, and it is characteristic of him that he is generally unwilling to do this, so that the untheorized thematic opposition seeps out laterally and, omnipresent, informs much of the texture of his other work. This is something like a dialectic of objectification, in which the life process requires externalization in order to come to its fullest expression. It thereby objectifies itself in a series of forms, which then begin to constrict it in their increasing rigidity. As they approach most closely to their condition as delimited form, the living impulses that gave rise to them are increasingly stifled. Form must therefore now be opened up and broken in order for some new life creativity to emerge in its turn, and produce a new form. One remembers the shift of registers in Lukács's climactic outcry in History and Class Consciousness. History is the history of the unceasing overthrow of the objective forms that shape the life of man, for if Simmel was never willing to go so far as this, at least we have an acknowledgement, in other cultural essays, that the form modern life strives for may even be an absence of form, a struggle of life against the form as such, against the principle of form, but I think such cultural anarchism was not really acceptable to any of the members of this generation, not to Lukács or to Benjamin, finally, and certainly not to Simmel himself. 5. I take it that the passage of time has allowed such ideas to congeal into what they visibly were all along, namely, so many ideologies. Vitalism itself is, of course, the strong form of the Dasein of the period, less a philosophy in its own right, perhaps, than the aesthetic solution to intractable philosophical contradictions, and this whether it takes the form of psychology or expressivism, evolutionism or spiritualism or primitivism. Thus one of the interesting stories of this turn of the last century is the way in which modern thinkers like Lukács and Benjamin in their very different ways managed to extricate themselves from a vitalism that they could not but breathe in everywhere during their formative years. Vitalism produced magnificent aesthetic expressions in its day, nor did it preclude the subtlest philosophical reflections of a Bergson. I think it is no longer a current temptation, save perhaps in Deleuze and in the Bergsonian revivals inspired by him. Contemporary ecology, for instance, does not seem to need to appeal to the rich orchestral resonance and excitement of the vitalistic for its effects. But it is not only vitalism as such that I have in mind at this point in the analysis, rather, I want to imply that contemporary anti-essentialisms and anti-foundationalisms with which one must have all kinds of sympathy and which my diagnosis of Simmel clearly leans on here all miss the mark insofar as they are themselves framed in the form of so many philosophical essentialisms and foundationalisms. What is more satisfactory philosophically, I want to suggest, is a repudiation of all forms of ontology and all hypotheses about human nature and human psychology, let alone about metaphysics, in the name of a conception of philosophical language as such. For it suffices to grasp all philosophical propositions, particular ones, I hasten to add, fully as much as universal ones, as ideologies for the analytic perspective to be utterly modified. It is clear enough to me that the repudiation of the term and concept of ideology was not only itself ideological but also premature, for, as we shall see in this reading of Simmel, we will not be able to identify and characterize what is truly original and energizing in his theoretical production without first being in a position to isolate its ideological elements, whose immobilities and static or ontological natures or essences it is precisely the mission of this discourse to set in motion, and to ready namize. Let me give a first illustration of all this by way of a reading of his great essay The Metropolis and Mental Life, 1903, whose kinship with some of Benjamin's most famous essays will readily be apparent. The essay begins with a series of what I have called ideological propositions, and in particular with a juxtaposition of the mental state of the city dweller with that of a rural or small town life. The social situation of the latter is characterized by lasting impressions, the slightness in their differences, the habituated regularity of their course and contrasts between them, all of which develop a social life based more on feelings and emotional relationships. MM. 325, GG. 188. In contrast, Simmel identifies big city life with the mental function of reason, and even of calculation in all its forms, and it should be clear enough even at the outset how profoundly ideological any such allegory of the mental functions and faculties must necessarily be. On the other hand, everyone will also recognize in this initial characterization the crucial theme of Benjamin's essay The Storyteller, as well as that of On Some Motifs in Baudelaire, the historicist proposition a simpler kind of social life, to which a specific mentalite corresponds, alongside a far more complex one, later in chronological and developmental time, to which a radically different constellation of mental properties may be ascribed. Thus, for both Benjamin and Simmel ideology is compounded, for to one profoundly historicist level is added another psychologizing or essentialist one, which we must now examine. What we find and what plays a far greater role in late 19th century culture in general than scholars have been willing to investigate is a whole iconography of nascent laboratory science and, in particular, of experimental psychology. The role of this weird and wholly outdated machinery in the theory and practice of the Impressionist painters is well known. Meanwhile, Bergson's own work is suffused with the imagery of all these experimental materialisms he so fiercely attacked and analytically undermined: rods, cones, stimuli, irritation, nerves and their movements, attraction and repulsion, magnetisms, light waves, intensities, synapses. Such is the bristling panoply of the 19th century psychological laboratory, whose poetry, often remastered by even more energetic vitalisms, reaches out even into those modernisms that wish most violently to shake loose its cumbersome baggage. So also in Simmel himself, who characterizes big city life as an intensification of emotional life due to the swift and continuous shift of external and internal stimuli, mm. 325, gg. 188. Nor is this a merely incidental figure, the whole analysis is intricately indebted to the concept of the stimulus, as we shall see. Much the same could obviously be said of Benjamin, except that the latter had a signal literary advantage over Simmel, namely, that he could draw on Baudelaire, whose characteristic language on these matters not unrelated, to be sure, to that nascent psychology contemporaneous with him is certainly far more elegant. For him, the man in the crowd was a kaleidoscope equipped with consciousness 6, yet the ideological content is much the same, and we generally here confront the picture of a relatively placid organism now increasingly bombarded by the multiple stimuli of the big city, from street crossings to clock time and harried appointments, from the passing glance, here in Simmel not eroticized, but rather the bearer of repulsion and loathing, to the classic and henceforth Benjaminian or Baudelarian crowd, or foul. It is philosophically prescient of Simmel to have made the side of his pendant or diptych the place of sheer difference and ever more minute differentiation as such, something that should not distract us from the recognition of everything stereotypical about the characterization of its opposite number, the countryside, as a place of identities and the identification of everything with everything else. Yet this initial hypothesis multiple stimuli is little more than the foundation on which a series of other characterizations will be based. The identification of the city with reason is only the most incidental and functional of these, for what he really has in mind is Verstand, instrumental or sheerly calculating reason, and behind that, as an even more fundamental form, what he calls intellectualism. This concept is related not only by causality, as we shall see in a moment, but also by connotation to the whole notion of the nervous system, nerves playing a fundamental role in the ideology of this whole period from the American nervousness of the 1880s to Proust's neurasthenia. For a big city nervousness will be developed in two directions, both of which are significantly characterized as blasé or indifferent. On the one hand, indifference results from exhaustion of the nervous centers. Just as an immoderately sensuous life makes one blasé because it stimulates the nerves to their utmost reactivity until they finally can no longer produce any reaction at all, so, less harmful stimuli, through the rapidity and the contradictoriness of their shifts, force the nerves to make such violent responses, tear them about so brutally that they exhaust their last reserves of strength and, remaining in the same milieu, do not have time for new reserves to form. mm. 329, gg. 193. A passage of this kind might, to be sure, serve as an exhibit for the medical ideologies of the period, which in any case themselves are profoundly complicit with all the other social ones. What interests us here primarily is its inconsistency with the other account Simmel gives us of the blasé mentality, namely, its function as a defense mechanism against stimuli. Now, on the other hand, indifference is said to be somehow unnatural, mm. 331, gg. 195-96, and it comes to be explained as a protective organ that guards against the profound disruption with which the fluctuations and discontinuities of the external milieu threaten the city dweller, mm. 326, gg. 189. We thus move from homology, the blasé as the exhaustion of multiple stimuli, to an attempted negation, in which the blasé attitude holds the stimuli at bay or neutralizes them. The variation still lies in what I will call a vertical model, a relationship of synchronic levels to one another, but it foreshadows a very different structural solution, which I will come to in a moment and which may illustrate Simmel's creative ability to break out of these initial ideological positions and stereotypes. At any rate, it is clear that this is what Benjamin appreciated in Simmel's essay, for he himself abandoned the medical stereotypes of exhausted nerves and only retained the conception of a defense mechanism, which, reinforced by the authority of Freud and Bergson, he then wheeled around in a different direction, to turn it on the question of experience and its expression in narrative form. Simmel was, however, to pursue his own urban diagnosis in a development unique to him, which did not, as far as I know, greatly interest Benjamin, and that is in the area of money as such. For the twin areas of indifference opened up by city life, a protective indifference to other people and a kind of numbing of perception to the qualitative distinctions between things, are insensibly combined and, under the dominance of the second of these forms, come to be identified as the indifference of the monetary form, of sheer equivalence as such. So in a final identification, big city intellectualism, with its precisions and calculations, its clock time, its measurabilities, finds its ultimate form in the money economy as such, and only much later, at the very end of the society, in the division of labor. At this point, and into this breach, all the intricacies of Simmel's The Philosophy of Money may be expected to flow, but we have not yet reached the climax of this first section of the essay, which emerges when the metropolis and its multiple stimuli, the intellectualistic and the blasé equivalence and the money form, are finally interpreted, and the word freedom is at length pronounced. Now suddenly the whole structure of the essayistic discourse changes, and we witness a move from an essentially vertical or analytic thinking to a horizontal or oscillating one, which I will characterize as a transformation from the elaboration of an ideological position to the exercise of a kind of dialectical thinking, with all the qualifications we will want to make on the use of this term, particularly when we come to describe the arrested dialectic of the philosophy of money. However one wishes to characterize it, the change in thought mode is striking and inescapable indeed, for the first section of the essay seemed to offer, however reluctantly, a catalogue of alienations, without expressing any particular nostalgia for the opposite term, the simplicity of rural life. On this score Benjamin is far more ambiguous, or perhaps industrialization in his period had come to seem far more inevitable and inescapable. The wholeness of experience realized in the storytelling of the peasant village or sailors' and travelers' narratives can thus be affirmed without fear of any regression to the pastoral or to older modes of production. But where these characterizations of big city life and its mentalite have mildly negative and unpleasant connotations, the loss of qualitative distinctions, the antipathy to other people aroused by their sheer multiplicity, if not by economic competition itself, the sudden introduction of the motif of freedom modulates to the major key and transforms the tonality of the previous, negative descriptions into a philosophical problem in its own right. Now, the specificity of the metropolis and its mental life having been secured, the deeper interest and attention of the reader is shifted in the somewhat different direction of the way in which such negative features can be reconciled with the evidently positive connotations of the concept of freedom. In short, at this point, the properly dialectical problem of the unity of negativity and positivity arises, and the strategy of the essay must be modified to oscillate from the negative to the positive aspects of urban freedom as such. At this point, even the critique of urban equivalence and intellectualism is drawn into the argument in a new way, no longer outside the description, in the alternate social space of the countryside and the peasantry, but now within it and identified with the names of critics such as Ruskin and Nietzsche, whose popularity and readership become a big city event, the critique of the city being consumed most avidly by the city itself. This dialectical oscillation is pursued on into historiosophy itself, with a brief allusion to the opposition between left-wing ideals of social equality and right-wing glorifications of uniqueness, genius, and the individual personality, only to reach a peculiar moment of neutralization in which both political positions may seem to have been cancelled out in favor of a third or contemplative one, which, as he puts it, transcends the sphere in which a judge-like attitude on our part is appropriate, such that it is our task not to complain or to condone but only to understand. MM 339, GG 206. It would be abusive to try to make Simmel over into a political figure, and the philosophy of money will make it clearer why this would be a misplaced effort, but I believe that this conclusion of the Metropolis essay does not amount to a plague on both your houses. Rather, it should be read as an effort to fulfill and complete the dialectic's first function, namely, the suspension of the moralizing judgment, the transcendence of good and evil, which is to say, the neutralization of some choice between the negative and the positive judgment. But perhaps this suspension of judgment in the face of the unity of the positive and negative may be contrasted with that empty place of judgment Adorno thought he found to have been reserved for the absent reader of Benjamin's great Arcades montages. I would thus be less inclined to see Simmel's contemplative position here as a political symptom than as a hesitation to theorize, to produce the concept. If so, we need to seek the explanation elsewhere, in the philosophy of money itself, whose first publication in 1900, to be sure, preceded that of the Metropolis and Mental Life by some 3 years. The search will not be lightened by Simmel's methodological decision, in this his hawked work, to organize his materials as it were vertically rather than horizontally, or, in other words, following what might be called the Thomas Mann principle. Only the exhaustive is truly interesting, to say everything all at once, and on the occasion of each separate topic, in such a way that the text itself sometimes strikes one as a carefully lined up series of digressions, linked by the friliest of thematic threads. I think that in fact this is not so, but the method runs several significant risks. First, in the explanatory stance itself, which can quickly arouse the reader's subconscious resentment at being thus condescended to whenever the brilliance of the explanation flags in the slightest, and, second, in the tension thus aroused between what we may call the spatial and the temporal dimensions of this book. We have often heard it said of modernist long projects that they cannot be read but only reread, and something of the sort surely holds for the philosophy of money, where so much initial energy must be expended on the parts themselves, the explanations and digressions, that their sequence and temporal form can only be grasped on some secondary review, at fast-forwarding speed. One has to learn the parts, so to speak, before the whole can be performed as some immense Mahlerian continuity. Add to this a certain perverseness in the adjustment of the subject matter itself. This philosophy will deal with everything about money save precisely its economic function as such, which can be left to the economists. It is a decision that will frustrate readers who had hoped this metaphysical approach might make economics more meaningful for them, and it will also mislead those like ourselves who are interested in the place of theory as such, which they may be tempted, wrongly, I think, to identify with this immense whole at the very center of the work. In any case, it is surely always a strategic mistake to exclude parts of a topic at the outset for disciplinary reasons. The disciplines and their territorial demarcations are always part of the problem, indeed, part of the content, and ought never to benefit from some blanket amnesty before the fact. It is clear that Simmel would have been perfectly capable of performing the same kind of logical dissection of economic pseudo-concepts that his contemporary Bergson so thoroughly enacted for the experimental psychology of his time. On the other hand, such misleadings may themselves turn out to have been misled, and we should be willing to entertain the possibility that Simmel's omission of economics as such is less a mark of respect than of contempt, and that the empty place assigned it here will also turn out to be a kind of interpretation in its own right. At any rate, the arrangement of the material in 2 sections, of 3 chapters each of those equally subdivided into 3 sections, whether out of some numerological impulse I cannot say, although the pursuit of such patterns down into the smallest details would certainly also tell us much about Simmel's thought processes, is a perfectly plausible one. It separates our topic into preconditions and consequences, and opens a phenomenological space avant la lettre for what, socially, historically, and psychologically, needs to be in place for the money mechanism to come into full play, just as it reserves a dimension of cultural speculation for the after-effects of money on social life and mentalite, some of which we have already encountered in very abbreviated form in the metropolis and mental life. The first section, then, on money's conditions of possibility, the so-called analytical part, aims to construct a new story beneath historical materialism, PM 56, pg 8. Unsurprisingly, it begins with the question of value as such, whose internal conceptual problems must first be laid in place before the two concluding chapters can take up the problems more immediately related to money as such. Of the substance of coinage, must its material intrinsically have value independent of the money function, and then of the again more philosophical issue of money as a means, and its subsequent effect on the very existence of ends as such. Yet the style of these investigations is already set in the first chapter, which goes to great lengths not merely to stress the effect of the concept of value as an objectification of our desires but also to underscore its temporal variability, that is to say, its very nature as a distance from the desired object, from desire itself, and from my own subjective desire, a distance that will clearly enough vary with the possibility of consumption. To keep faith, then, with this temporal irregularity in the phenomena of value requires us to respect a certain oscillation in its concept, which must not be allowed to become overly objective, nor overly subjective, but rather variably open and released to this very fluctuation. This is to say that our mode of concept formation must be adjusted accordingly. Nor does the logical next step, the discussion of exchange, modify this conceptual state of things. Simmel's treatment of exchange is very different from Mauss's more famous and influential one, which projects a visionary typology of distinct social relationships, as well as from Marx's, which extrapolates the paradoxes and peculiarities of this form onto the structure of capitalism as a whole. Simmel wants to problematize exchange only in the sense of using its temporality, its nature as a process, to undermine our reified habits of grasping its elements as so many givens or things, in much the same way that the very notion of objectification is supposed to problematize our notion of objects as entities. Thus, exchange is the representative of the distance between subject and object which transforms subjective feelings into objective valuation, but if this is what exchange is, then any independent assessment of the subjective or the objective becomes difficult indeed, and even more so if the phenomenon of exchange is a separate one that is the mere representative of that process, PM 90, pg 45. Exchange, Simmel adds, is not the mere addition of two processes of giving and receiving, but a new third phenomenon, in which each of the two processes is simultaneously cause and effect, PM 90, pg 45 to 46. But this formula is also frustrating, for the welcome anticipation of the transformation of exchange into a phenomenon in its own right, a representative, a third phenomenon, about which we could finally form something like or substantive concept, is then at once dispelled again by the final clause, which returns us to its internal alternation. At this point, Simmel seems to show his hand. He introduces a topic and a philosophical entity, relativism, which, far from being a precondition of the money economy, would seem to belong rather to its cultural consequences and to offer something like its social meaning. This is not so, I think, but the misinterpretation can only enhance the reading of the work as a whole by adding a question about what that possible meaning might ultimately be, if it is not this one. Let's keep it in mind. The eventual answer is an astonishing one indeed, as we shall see. But it is true enough that Simmel never solves the problem of priority here, if indeed he raises it at all, the problem of whether the achievement of a money economy demands the development of a relativistic worldview, or the other way round. Presumably they happen simultaneously. Furthermore, the search for phenomenological preconditions is not that kind of historical inquiry, even though the historical development of money does get outlined later on. For philosophical purposes, the historical development of money from substance to function, PM 168, pg 151, my emphasis. The topic of relativism serves a rather different purpose, which is to train us in the kind of thinking and conceptualization we will need to understand money itself. In other words, we do not only need to link the topic of relativism to that of money in order to understand each of them more fully, we also need to understand how to think relativistically in order to learn how to think money, and the way to do so lies not in some relativistic reduction of the truth content of each of the moments in a relativistic sequence but rather in maintaining the absolute truth content of each moment until we abandon it for the next one. Simmel's relativism, in other words, does not mean a reduction in truths but a multiplication and intensification of them. But perhaps its spirit can be more accessibly conveyed by the now rather stereotypical distinction between a substance-oriented and a process-oriented kind of thinking. It would be fatuous to suggest that Simmel somehow prefers the latter. Rather, the whole drama of the philosophy of money lies in the visible demonstration of the imposition of process-oriented thought on the author by virtue of the very nature of his subject matter itself. In a revealing phrase, indeed, he evokes the way in which, here, relativity, i.e. the reciprocal character of the significance of criteria of knowledge, appears in the form of succession or alternation, pm. 113, pg. 77-78. It is precisely this momentum or temporality that forestalls concept formation, postponing it indefinitely at the same time that it yields the elements and constituent parts of the concept that cannot be fully elaborated. Before quoting at greater length Simmel's most elaborate theorization of this internal and structural hesitation before theory as such, we probably need to draw on the illustrative material that follows, not least in order to show how this technical problem is intimately related to the conceptual problems posed by money in itself, which might under other circumstances be characterized as antinomies. For one thing, money is both multiple and infinitely various and, on the other hand, stable and unified as an expression of value. Indeed, this philosophical tension between multiplicity and unity will be a central category problem throughout Simmel's immense inventory of monetary phenomena. Thus, at the most abstract level, money derives its content from its value. It is value turned into a substance, the value of things without the things themselves. By sublimating the relativity of things, money seems to avoid relativity. Money as abstract value expresses nothing but the relativity of things that constitute value, and, at the same time, money, as the stable pole, contrasts with the eternal movements, fluctuations, and equations of the objects. Pm. 121, pg. 88-89. This dual role outside and within the series of concrete values gives us one way of understanding why the conceptualization of money must always remain somehow incomplete, since its other dimension of existence lies outside the plane to which the theory in question belongs. Money is therefore one of those normative ideas that obey the norms that they themselves represent. Pm. 122, pg. 90. Yet the dilemma can be formulated in more concrete or empirical terms than this, as with the notion of scarcity, for example, which can be meaningful only as a moment and not as an absolute. Scarcity can only become significant above a considerable volume, or, above all, in the well-known tension between money's two functions as a measure of value and as a means of exchange. Pm. 72, pg. 20. These functions do not necessarily entail each other. Thus, for example, the function of money in measuring values does not impose upon it the character of being itself a valuable object. Pm. 142, pg. 115. In ancient Egypt prices were determined by the uten, a piece of coiled copper wire, but payments were made in all kinds of goods. In the Middle Ages price was often determined in money terms, but the buyer was free to pay in whatever manner was convenient. In many places in Africa at the present day the exchange of goods is carried out according to a monetary standard which is sometimes quite complicated, while money itself for the most part does not even exist. The business of the very important Genos exchange market in the 16th century was based upon the standard of the scudo de marchi. This standard was almost entirely imaginary and did not exist in any actual coinage. Pm. 192, pg. 181-82. It is as though here a fourth-dimensional reality intersected the world of three dimensions to leave its incomprehensible traces, impalpable mental categories and antinomies marking the real world in symptomatic ways that cannot be accounted for by common-sense physical or realistic laws. A similar inventory of empirically derivable paradoxes is to be found in the incommensurability of large and small coinage, which turns on the paradoxes involved in thinking quantity as such. The largest coins even of precious metals are found almost exclusively among less developed peoples where barter still prevails. The same sentiment about the importance of quantity reserved the privilege of minting the largest coins to the highest authorities, while the smaller coins, though of the same metal, were coined by lower authorities. Under primitive barter conditions, money transactions took place not for the small needs of everyday life, but only for the acquisition of larger and more valuable objects. PM 145, pg 119-20. These phenomena are then philosophically related to the matter of divisibility and the requirement that a monetary standard have the capability of expressing the smallest fractions of value and the multiplicity of valuable objects. They document Simmel's insistence on the gradual and historical extension and conquest of a universal monetary form as such. Actually, a general money value did not formerly exist at all. PM 267, pg 279.7. Analogous to Marx's insistence on the universality of wage labor as a condition for understanding capitalism, the historical universalization of money has perhaps an opposite epistemological effect in Simmel, where it may be said that everything that has come to seem natural to us in a money economy blocks our ability to grasp its conceptual peculiarities. Yet the paradigm case of all these antinomies and incommensurabilities remains, of course, the problem of precious metals and the question about the real value of the monetary vehicle, a problem related to those of prices and their fluctuations, and finally to the whole concept of the wealth of nations as such. After all that has been said, we will not be surprised to find that Simmel's solution, if it can be called that, is a temporal one, in the spirit of the doctrine of succession or alternation. He sets in place the more obvious contemporary solution to the dilemma, namely, the appeal to state power, along with the accompanying requirement of the unification of the national terrain within which the currency is to be respected, without being fully satisfied with this explanation, which of course obliterates the peculiarities of the money phenomenon and transfers the causality to a wholly different, political level. For what Simmel wants to stage here is the contradictory appeal of the two absolute alternatives, neither of which can be satisfactory in itself, but also not completely wrong, namely, the idea that money is wholly conventional. The henceforth standard appeal to trust in effect returns us to an explanation in terms of the state, along with the conviction that money must be intrinsically valuable and in practice take the form of this or that precious metal. CPM 99, pg 58. The temporality of the concept will allow both these explanations to be thought within a new kind of conceptualization, which I will wish to relate to the dialectic while distinguishing it from the latter in certain crucial ways. For money must obviously be somehow valuable, yet the very conception of the value of its substance tends to project the whole phenomenon of value onto a quite different, non-monetary plane, something which modern theory has described, following Freudian and Lacanian psychoanalysis, as the exclusion of the material of value from the realm of exchange. If it is claimed that the value of money consists in the value of its material, this means that its value is embodied in the qualities or powers of the substance which are not those of money. The apparent paradox indicates that money does not necessarily have to be based upon substances that are intrinsically valuable, i.e. valuable in some other respect. It is sufficient if the ability to function as money is transferred to any substance, the other qualities of which are quite irrelevant. PM 153, pg 130. In other words, as Simmel will here try to demonstrate by way of ethical and aesthetic examples, what counts is the memory of the preceding stage, and the fact that the monetary value was once based on precious metal, the attraction, as he puts it quaintly, that springs simply from the passing of a preceding form of life, PM 153, PG 131. Value lies in the sequence of moments, not in the thing itself, and Simmel reaches his most dialectical register when he characterizes this phenomenon as the influence of not being on being, PM 153, PG 131, as also when he later tells us, money performs its services best when it is not simply money, PM 165, PG 146. Meanwhile, in the next chapter, which seeks to localize the structural peculiarity of money in its initial mode of use as a tool, but as a means that can at any moment become a new end in its own right, the appreciation begins to modulate into the language of mediation, which vanishes when we seek to contemplate money in its own right. Money is the purest reification of means, a concrete instrument which is absolutely identical with its abstract concept. The tremendous importance of money for understanding the basic motives of life lies in the fact that money embodies and sublimates the practical relation of man to the objects of his will, his power, and his impotence. One might say, paradoxically, that man is an indirect being, das indirekt Wesen. PM 211, PG 206. All of which perhaps now puts us in a better position to grasp the implications of the lengthy meditation on theory, which I have postponed quoting until now, but which can be said to offer Simmel's own description, not so much of his method, as rather of the conceptual dynamics into which this peculiar object has forced him. It is necessary to consider our mental existence under two categories that complement each other, in terms of its content and in terms of the process that, as an event of consciousness, carries or realizes this content. The structure of these categories is extremely different. We must conceive the mental process as a continuous flux, in which there are no distinct breaks, so that one mental state passes into the next uninterruptedly, in the manner of organic growth. The contents, abstracted from this process and existing in an ideal independence, appear under a totally different aspect, as an aggregate, a graduated scheme, a system of single concepts or propositions clearly distinguished from one another. The logical connection between any two concepts reduces the distance between them but not the discontinuity, like the steps of a ladder that are sharply separated from each other but yet provide the means for a continuous movement of the body. The relation among the contents of thought is characterized by the fact that the foundations of thought, considered as a whole, seem to move in circles, because thought has to support itself by being suspended and has no positive Archimedean point which supports it from outside. The contents of thought provide a background to each other so that each gets its meaning and color from the other. They are pairs of mutually exclusive opposites and yet postulate each other for the creation of a possible worldview. Every particular content becomes the ground of proof for the other through the whole chain of what is knowable. The process of thinking, however, by which this relation is psychologically accomplished, follows a direct and continuous chronological course. It continues according to its own inner meaning, although the death of the individual brings it to an end. The two categories of our reflection are divided into these two forms, which make knowledge illusory in particular cases but possible in general. Knowledge follows a course of infinite regress, of infinite continuity, of boundlessness, which yet is limited at any particular moment, whereas the contents exhibit the other form of infinity, that of the circle, in which every point is a beginning and an end, and all the parts condition each other mutually. PM 115, PG 80-81. The statement is no doubt in itself a kind of ontologization of the thought process and its dilemma, couched, however, in the language of content rather than process. It thereby illustrates the dilemma in question by virtue of its own inability to theorize it on its own terms. The revenge of this particular dualism is to force its own theory to adopt one or the other of its alternatives, both of which are unsatisfactory. If, as in this version, the content is emphasized at the expense of process, the opposition takes on the form of a kind of immense world structure, a sort of cosmic yin and yang. If, on the other hand, processes are emphasized, then, as with relativism in the earlier discussion, the truth content of the various terms is lost and a frivolous temporal movement results, in which none of the moments of the process is taken seriously. This is, in effect, the practice of the dialectic without its theory, which is not to say that some stereotypical Hegelian synthesis ought to have been evoked at this point. Indeed, the spirit of the latter is perhaps better captured by C.S. Peirce's doctrine of thirdness, or sheer relationality, firstness being immediacy, secondness being the resistance of an outside. 8. But we have already noted the way in which thirdness has been elided in all of Simmel's formulations, most dramatically in the omission of the officially economic itself in the overall plan of the work. But thirdness would be the very place of dialectical theory as such, and this evasion or elision is what suggests that Simmel's eminently dialectical thinking finally stops short of its own theory, or, as Hegel might say, does not manage to be equal to its concept. There are, however, other reasons for this, which we need to sketch out briefly in conclusion. For one thing, the implications of the peculiar conceptual dilemmas that Simmel finds himself confronting again and again are redirected and even recontained by a discursive pathos we have already found at work in the conclusion to The Metropolis and Mental Life, a pathos which seals and certifies the impossibility of any resolution to these dilemmas by appealing to the tragic mode as such. In this case it is not, as elsewhere, the impossibility of choosing between life and form that is at stake, but rather a somewhat different dialectic, one that anticipates the developments in the second part of Simmel's work, which explores the consequences of a money economy. What one might term the tragedy of human concept formation lies in the fact that the higher concept, which through its breadth embraces a growing number of details, must count upon increasing loss of content, pm. 221, pg. 219. This view clearly enough spells the end of the historical optimism projected by the Hegelian attempt at a system. Perhaps it also augurs, in a very different way, the culture pessimism of Freud's civilization and its discontents. What Simmel has immediately in mind here, however, is our old friend abstraction or intellectualization, which played so central a role in the shorter essay on the city and the money economy, and in fact this remark comes as a gloss on a first premonition of the blasé relationship to life that will be one of the central themes of the second half of the philosophy of money. In that second part, which we will not deal with in great detail, this register of tragic pathos is also extended to the discussion of freedom as such and its paradoxes, which are analogous. But where the motif of freedom opened up the themes of the essay on the metropolis to some properly dialectical exercise of its negative and positive aspects, here the same logic is enlisted in a litany of the unresolvable, and thereby tragic, paradoxes of modern freedom, at one and the same time more individualistic and more dependent on the complex networks of an interdependent social fabric. The rhetoric of this entire second section, which may be considered to be Simmel's contribution to a theory of modernity that takes its cue from the centrality of money in modern society, is suffused with the inescapable pathos of the double bind. Money's other juridical and social consequence in the emergence of property is grasped as an enrichment of the self at the same time that its static and object-oriented tendencies are denounced. One of the most interesting features of this discussion lies in Simmel's suggestion, which anticipates Sartrean existentialism, that we should think of ownership as an activity and a process rather than a state. This is, of course, very consistent with the methodological remarks previously quoted, c. pm. 322, 304, pg. 346, 323. Freedom itself is not only linked to the social division of labor but as a consequence becomes characterized as an internal division of labor, in which the multiplicity of the older group becomes ascribed to the formerly individual entity who was once nothing but a constituent part of that group, pm. 313, pg. 333. But this formulation then immediately rehearses yet again the deeper tension between multiplicity and unity that was the drama of the money form itself. Thus the contradiction between individualism and group cohesion has its origin in the fact that the individual is only one element and member of the social unity, while at the same time being himself a whole entity, whose elements form a relatively closed unity, pm. 350, pg. 381. As for abstraction in modern life, Simmel summarizes his position as follows. We have pointed out in the preceding chapters how much money, on the basis of its general availability and objectivity, nonetheless facilitates the growth of individuality and subjectivity, how much its unchanging uniformity, its qualitatively communistic character, leads to each quantitative difference becoming a qualitative one. This extension of the power of money that is incomparable with that of any other cultural factor, and which gives equal rights to the most contradictory tendencies in life, is manifested here as the condensation of the purely formal cultural energy that can be applied to any content in order to strengthen it and to bring about its increasingly purer representation. Pm. 440, pg. 494. This exceedingly dense and enigmatic passage foreshadows the most interesting subsection of this second part of Simmel's work, which deals with the whole question of styles in modernity, and which deserves a discussion and an appreciation in its own right. What I must now observe, in conclusion, is that the organization of Simmel's dialectic around the irreducibly empirical form of money, which has enabled the extraordinary richness of his social Darstellion, now finally exacts its price, so to speak, in the form of some ultimate limitation and paradoxical constriction. What he was able to project as a pure form out of the phenomenon of money, an absolute unity that is at one and the same time a ceaseless multiplicity of contents and differences of all kinds, now returns to seal his conceptualization of modernity as being inseparable from money and from the money economy as such. Already he had formally noted the conceptual or categorical kinship of the money form with theological speculations. It may appear as an irony of history that, as the moment when the satisfying and ultimate purposes of life become atrophied, precisely that value that is exclusively a means and nothing else takes the place of such purposes and clothes itself in their form. In reality, money in its psychological form, as the absolute means and thus as the unifying point of innumerable sequences of purposes, possesses a significant relationship to the notion of God, a relationship that only psychology, which has the privilege of being unable to commit blasphemy, may disclose. The essence of the notion of God is that all diversities and contradictions in the world achieve a unity in him, that he is, according to a beautiful formulation of Nicolas de Cusa, the coincidentia oppositorum. Out of this idea, that in him all estrangements and all irreconcilables of existence find their unity and equalization, there arises the peace, the security, the all-embracing wealth of feeling that reverberate with the notion of God which we hold. Pm. 236, pg. 240. Now this theological property of the money form seizes on Simmel's thinking itself and determines an ultimate ontological outburst. Money is the symbol in the empirical world of the inconceivable unity of being, out of which the world, in all its breadth, diversity, energy, and reality, flows. Pm. 497, pg. 567. It is an astonishing climax, accompanied on the level of empirical decoration by a no less revealing remark in passing to the effect that the roundness of coins which makes them roll symbolizes the rhythm of the movement that money imparts to transactions, and by implication the rhythm of being itself, in its unified yet infinite differentiation. Pm. 506, pg. 578. The greatness of Simmel's work lies in its ceaseless and varied use of the money form to unearth and conceptually reveal incommensurabilities of all kinds, in social reality fully as much as in thought itself. Money was thus a ladder that he was unwilling to push away after use, and it was well that Benjamin, who learned so much from Simmel, was unwilling to follow him in this immensely productive fascination, which, however, like the coin itself, became a vicious circle in which the sociologist was ultimately trapped. 1999. 14. How not to historicize theory. The contention that current attacks on theory are politically motivated remains a topic for further research. As Ian Hunter might put it, that his own complex and often subtle essay The History of Theory is very much a skirmish in that campaign cannot be doubted. Point 1. The essay revives a certain number of the themes crucial to the anti-theoretical and specifically anti-dialectical polemic waged within theory itself a few years ago, denunciations of idealism, totalization, teleology, and the like. While re-identifying these themes with seemingly novel labels drawn from Hunter's historical research on what he argues to have been rival enlightenments, namely, an opposition between university metaphysics and civil philosophy in 18th-century German thought. Point 2. This book posits the existence of a historical debate between incompatible traditions, which he there rather obsessively documents and then endows it with contemporary significance, insofar as it leads him to wonder why no one has ever perceived it. He concludes that the triumph of the allegedly metaphysical tradition has been to conceal and absorb, if not obliterate, the very traces of its civic and juridical opposite number down to our own time. The attack on theory, then, described as the latest inheritor of university metaphysics, can be seen as a strategic part of a more general crusade for the historical rediscovery and acknowledgement of the secular and juridical Enlightenment alternative, which has its role to play today as well, he feels. Indeed, it will be thought that this alternative already has its contemporary analogues in Pocock's civic humanism, as well in Carl Schmitt's call for a radical disciplinary separation of the political from the ethical or philosophical as a field of study and action. Both, to be sure, are mentioned in Hunter's book, with qualifications, but they underscore at least one of the paradoxes of his polemic stance, namely, the hesitation between a denunciation of theory in general, identified as metaphysical and even theological through and through, and the critique of one kind of theoretical position, the metaphysical one, from the standpoint of another, civic and juridical. At any rate, it will be clear from Hunter's starting point in this ancient history that he is out for game bigger than some mere historical rectification, and that, above and beyond current practitioners of theory, his targets include religion, intellectuals, idealism, and the dialectic itself. At the same time, his own ideological position expands well beyond the concerns of the professional historian of ideas to embrace the neopragmatism and Anglo-American empiricism and common sense that were the original targets of theory in all its forms, and that have miraculously risen from the dead in the current end of history and triumph of free market capitalism and globalization. Far from disabling theory, however, such an unexpected resurrection renews its original vocation to take up the weapons of criticism and to wage the old battles all over again, as one no doubt always must. To put it this way, however, is to become aware of a singular absence from Hunter's narrative, the glaring omission of the single most significant force in the formation and perpetuation of theory in its contemporary form, and that is the Marxist problematic itself. Not only have all subsequent theoretical trends and tendencies been obliged to confront it, as Hunter's narrative must, without acknowledging it publicly, but, more than that, Marxism energized and perpetuated all of them, very much including the ostensibly anti-Marxian theorizing of writers like Michel Foucault. The proof lies in the demonstrable fact that the so-called, and greatly exaggerated, death of theory was a consequence of the demarxification of France in the 1980s. 3. Indeed, the rallying to Marxism at that moment of the two greatest philosophical minds of the age, Jacques Derrida and Gilles Deleuze, forbore incomparable testimony to their dismayed realization that, even as non-Marxists, their own respective life works were profoundly rooted in a Marxist culture on the point of extinction. But Hunter follows the example of Foucault, who dismissed Marx as a minor Ricardian economist in the order of things. 5. In positioning Marxist debates as a passing sideshow in his own ironically named History of Theory, which in fact he demonstrates to have been a sterile repetition without history or development. Here Althusser's reading of Marx is itself read as yet another improvisation on that transcendental reduction that constitutes the crucial symptom of Hunter's diagnosis. His systematic conflation of theory with philosophy then enables him to bypass Marxism altogether, now Terry Eagleton alone figuring the return of this repressed, and to identify the origins of modern theory in the theory and practice of the epoche of Husserl, to whom no one ever thought of attributing even the slightest Marxian impulse. It is an ingenious proposal, which manages to sanitize subsequent theory at the same time that it thoroughly discredits it. For there can be no doubt that the passage selected from the Crisis in the European Sciences as the paradigm of theory is an impressively delirious one. We perform the epoche we who are philosophizing in a new way as a transformation of the attitude which precedes it, not accidentally but essentially, namely, the attitude of natural human existence which, in its total historicity in life and science, was never before interrupted. What must be shown in particular and above all is that through the epoche a new way of experiencing, of thinking, of theorizing, is open to the philosopher. Here, situated above his own natural being and above the natural world, he loses nothing of their being and their objective truths, and likewise nothing at all of the spiritual acquisitions of his world life or those of the whole historical communal life. He simply forbids himself as a philosopher, in the uniqueness of his direction of interest, to continue the whole natural performance of his world life, that is, he forbids himself to ask questions which rest upon the ground of the world at hand, questions of being, questions of value, practical questions, questions about being or not being, about being valuable, being useful, being beautiful, being good, etc. This is not a view, an interpretation bestowed upon the world. Every view about the world has its ground in the Pregaivan world. It is from this very ground that I have freed myself through the epoche. I stand above the world, which has now become for me, in a quite peculiar sense, a phenomenon. HT 85. Hunter believes that Husserl has here naively blurted out the dirty little secret of theory in general. It aims not only to get out of the world of daily life and real conflict but also to transform that operation into a specific work on the self, a spiritual exercise that can also serve as a professional admittance test. The transcendental reduction as a symptom thus takes on a diagnostic function as well. It not only serves as the badge of the idealism of theorists and philosophers from Plotinus to Kant and down to our time, but also more generally reveals behind idealism the conspiratorial program of religion as such and of Nietzsche's evil ascetic priests. Before we measure the scope of this interesting indictment, however, it will be necessary to see how Hunter is able to include within it so many contemporary intellectuals and theorists, most of whom probably consider themselves to be materialists very much engaged in the real world of political realities and power relations of all kinds. Such people, engaged in revealing the deeper ideological meaning of various texts or revising the current narratives of historical events and developments, if not in elaborating new political and intellectual programs, will presumably be astonished to learn that theirs is a profoundly idealistic if not religious or mystical activity and, in any case, a form of reduction and sublimation rather than of concrete regrounding and demystification. But the word deeper is the giveaway, for it is the depth model in general and all manner of hermeneutic practices that are Hunter's targets here, the reduction, in other words, of facts and historical realities to concepts that have no empirical object, like society, culture revolution, class, language, history, capitalism, and so on. This particular line of attack is enough to link Hunter to the traditional Anglo-American empiricism that theory set out to demolish in the first place, and indeed the words positive, empirical, and research are here everywhere valorized and emphasized. But to grasp this anti-theoretical counter-attack in terms of that positivism and nominalism that Adorno saw at work everywhere in late capitalism is not to exclude the identification of the specific kinds of unworldly concepts and empty abstractions that are the more immediate focus of Hunter's critical attention. In particular, historical periodization and its various theoretical categories offer an important pointer to theory's posture of critique adopted in relation to so-called empiricist and positivist sciences, HT 83. For paradoxically that abstention from empiricist or positivist knowledges through insight into their sleeping structures, as that is here characterized HT 87, can also be achieved by accounts of the closure of those knowledges, the limits of their presuppositions and of their object construction as well as of their genesis and dissolution in historical time. This is why Foucault, an ally in Hunter's description of the rise of the phenomenological or hermeneutic attitude, even though, from another perspective, it can be traced back as far as philosophizing itself, suddenly finds himself unmasked as a practitioner of theory when we come to a troublesome concept like the episteme, which offers wholesale aid and comfort to the very forms of anti-empirical reductionism Hunter denounces. 6 Unlike empirical historical investigations, the periodizing of historical structures is here demonstrated to be yet another method of bracketing and relativizing the historical fact, and the most obnoxious of all, as Hunter's peroration makes clear. It will be necessary to discard the phenomenologically inspired concepts of the paradigm and the problematic, and even Foucault's more historically sensitive concepts of the episteme, discourse, and the historical a priori, HT 112. To such famous nominalistic pronouncements as "there is no such thing as society" and "the Palestinians don't exist," we should now presumably add the proposition that capitalism doesn't exist either. Yet although this taboo ought to take care of contemporary theory and its would-be political practitioners of whatever stripe, we do not do justice to the implications of the history of theory if we fail to see that it also implies an indictment of the intellectual as such, which is the burden of the assimilation of theory to a spiritual exercise and of the unmasking of theoretical analysis and interpretation as an idealism and indeed an asceticism of a quasi-religious type. Here, in a well-nigh dialectical reversal, the Enlightenment tradition, virtually formed by its polemics against religion and superstition, ends up reinforcing what it opposes in a new and more insidious form. This is Hunter's version of the secularization thesis, which one thought to have been refuted by Blumenberg in his magnum opus. 7 Yet it is inevitable that a critique of conceptual closures and periodizing or disciplinary claustrally should insist in its turn on the continuous in history, or at least in the history of ideas, and on the seamless tradition that links older religious practices to the newer theoretical ones. There is at any rate an ideological continuity that connects Nietzsche's denunciation of the priesthood to contemporary denunciations of intellectuals and armchair radicals by figures like E. P. Thompson, in The Poverty of Theory. Paradoxically, this continuity, which is in fact one of situations and contradictions, also links Nietzsche backwards, not only to the Enlightenment attack on religion, but also to the first counter-revolutionary polemics against the French Revolution itself. Its instigators are seen not only as intellectuals inspired by that profoundly Nietzschean motive which is ressentiment, but failed writers and artists as well. In fact, the description would seem far more accurately and comfortably to fit another discipline, namely aesthetics as such, for it is aesthetics whose object ambiguously hovers between the world it represents and a non-worldly process of representation whose apprenticeship is also very much a kind of spiritual exercise. The irony here is that much of contemporary theory has also involved a critique of aesthetics and posited a sharp distinction between this philosophical preoccupation and the production of art as such, and also much of contemporary aesthetics enlisted in the most violent critique of cultural studies and theory in general, very much in Hunter's spirit is politically committed to the anti-left status quo, in this country assuming the shape of anti-globalization and in France of the democratic and parliamentary propaganda of the type embodied by Luc Ferry, very much the archetype of the centrist and pro-American status quo position marshalling the philosophical discipline of aesthetics for an outright political message. Equally ironic, it is the people who salute aesthetics, such as Richard Rorty, who are the most consistently opposed to theory and to genuine political art as well, now identified pejoratively as mere culture. To be sure, when the polemics are themselves waged by intellectuals, a category about which Edmund Burke did not particularly have to trouble himself, a little footwork is necessary to secure one's own position against the onslaught and to forestall the embarrassing contradiction of the satirists satirized in the prophetic tradition. Thompson, himself a prophet, did not trouble himself about the contradiction either, but Russell Jacoby fills in the gaps with his idea of the public intellectuals, those who, unlike the theory people, write so you can understand them. 8 This exception to the rule is only partly endorsed by Hunter, who seems content to validate the worth and secular respectability of the practicing, empirical, research historian. Still, this fallback position does not prevent him from deploying the offensive edge of the public intellectual argument when his agenda demands it, for that argument was only incidentally a nostalgic lament for the old days of Walter Lippmann and the public sphere of the great newspapers. In fact, for Thompson and Jacoby, who both knew that the disappearance of that public sphere was a historical development not to be repealed by moral and political commitment. It is far more substantially an attack on academic intellectuals. Thompson's own moral indignation, like that of Nietzsche, is authorized by a position outside the university system not necessarily available to his colleagues or political co-religionaries. But it fits Hunter's agenda because it allows him to endow that modern political intellectual who does theory with a pedigree that reaches back to the Protestant seminars of conscience in the 17th century. Here, indeed, we have an excellent program for future historical research. And did not Nietzsche himself teach us, in an earlier version of the theory of work on the self à la Foucault, that the production of the thing we call conscience is the very first creative achievement of slave ethics, or in other words the ethics of Christianity? The problem with the anti-intellectualism of intellectuals, at least when it comes from the left, is that it plays directly into the agenda of the right, whose attribution of revolutionary trouble-making to left intellectuals we have already noted. Meanwhile, this essentially pro-business agenda has the additional benefit of appealing to the anti-intellectualism of populists and anarchists, not only a popular position today among younger intellectuals, but also, particularly in a country like the United States, a more widely shared and instinctive conviction in the population generally. In that sense, anti-intellectualism is as American as violence or apple pie and worth distinguishing from the social democratic traditions of Europe as well as of the other Anglo-Saxon countries. In this country, then, it becomes easy to divert and displace political indignation with big business and its governments with a no less politically operative rage at liberal intellectuals and the big government they are supposedly imposing on us. In short, anti-intellectualism is not, for the left in this country, a very intelligent strategy. But it should also be admitted that the social role of the intellectual is ambiguous by virtue of its very structure and in ways that cannot be resolved. Sartre liked to adapt the ominous Stalinist concept of the objective trader to make this point dramatically, for most often the intellectual never has the possibility, let alone the luxury, of being organic in Gramsci's sense. Rather, the intellectual most often comes out of one social class seeking identification with another one, in which he will never be completely accepted or assimilated. To fold back without a trace into the people, however this amorphous collective concept is understood, is the old unrealizable dream of the intellectual, most strikingly embodied in the Maoist return to the factory or countryside, and in the 19th century Russian quest for the peasantry. Contemporary gender and race intellectuals are not really exceptions to this structural unhappy consciousness, for now the original class from which they must seek to break in order to achieve an organic identity is to be understood as the university itself, hence the political urgency of this supplementary polemic. As for those intellectuals content to remain, or again to become, the spokespeople of their own class of origin, it cannot be said that they are received with any less suspicion by that class either, the dominant one, inasmuch as conversion, that is to say, class treason, is for them also always an objective possibility. But this more general political polemic carried like a virus within the attacks on theory is also, today, accompanied by a more specific one, consonant with the seemingly apolitical atmosphere of these last decades, which are believed to have passed beyond the end of history. This particular polemic is the rappel à l'ordre associated with Rorty's frequent sermons to what he likes to call the cultural left, generally assimilable to Hunter's academic or metaphysical theory, which invite us to abandon the sterile old political enthusiasms of sectarianism and political activism, read Marxism, communism, or socialism, and other forms of a bad utopian politics, and to embrace a modesty that engages incremental and non-systemic local issues and reforms that bring with them the bonus of American patriotism, and allow the intellectual once again to drape himself or herself in the flags of Whitman or the New Deal. Pragmatism is then the operative mood and concept here, signaling political resignation, the definitive renunciation of the 1960s, and the return to the two-party system and its limits. Yet, in the context of Hunter's essay, it is worth distinguishing this specifically American situation from what obtains in Britain and in the Commonwealth countries, let alone post-socialist ones or in Europe itself. For despite Rorty's own roots in a minoritarian American social democracy, it is worth reminding ourselves that we have never had a viable social democratic movement, let alone even a nominal social democratic government, so that where the appeal to modesty and pragmatism might well offer state or state university employment elsewhere, it must in the US remain sheer rhetoric and the injunction to intellectuals to behave themselves, which is no doubt why Hunter treats Rorty's philosophizing coolly as mere relativism. But the situation of the academic intellectual is not properly grasped through the steam of moral indignation. Only in the concrete context of the relentless privatization of universities everywhere can the intellectual's political possibilities be appreciated. This is not the place to describe the decline of education and research alike in the university system today, but only to point to the subsumption of whole fields and disciplines under the patronage of private business and, as it were, the assimilation to wage labor of the standard non-academic type of researchers whose work is subsidized by monopolies who set the agenda and are likely to profit from the results. 9 The displacement of pure science by applied science today, for example, has widely been noted. What is less often remarked is that theory today flourishes in proportion to its distance from such commodification. Hunter's diatribe against what he quaintly calls Christian university metaphysics, passing through variations on the Anglo-American Academy, reaches its climactic form in his indictment of university literature departments and the American Humanities Graduate School, HT, 82, 112, 107, 80. For him, as for Rorty, culture is a mere sandbox and an epiphenomenon of the more serious work of the historian, now identified as alone having practical political significance. Further, and above all, for Hunter the humanities are not, in a business society, truly serious and worth investing in. This distance from capital is what gives real content to the otherwise rather vacuous and narcissistic pathos with which the Frankfurt School expressed its dismay at the ominous shrinkage of any space in which what they called negative or critical thinking could be exercised. Their social claustrophobia remains an effective figure for the spread of a universal positivism, hostile to negativity and to theory alike, and constituting the regime of the reified fact, with its protocols and taboos, often reinforced by a regression to the traditional disciplines. Hunter's call for a return to the fact, in this case the reifications of intellectual history, is a low-level version of just such positivist censorship. That Marxism is ultimately the target here can be adduced from Terry Eagleton's apparition at two crucial points in this essay, where one is tempted to identify him as the proverbial specter of communism. In the first of these cameo appearances, Eagleton's materialism is put into play expressly in order to distinguish him from Derrida on the one hand and Hunter himself on the other. Derrida's critique of Husserl has been quoted approvingly, despite the notorious role of Derrida in propagating theory in the first place, deconstruction turning out to be fully as much spiritual exercise as what it is concerned to stigmatize as idealism. And then we read this. In this regard it might look as if Eagleton is better placed to grasp the concrete motivation of the critical attitude than Derrida, for Eagleton ascribes this to history, in fact to the crisis that supposedly occurred when culture was incorporated into late capitalism and lost its autonomy, thereby impelling critical self-consciousness. It is this critical self-reflection which we know as theory. Theory of this kind comes about when we are forced into a new self-consciousness about what we are doing. In treating the distrust of empirical knowledges and ordinary experience as something compelled by history, however, Eagleton obscures the contingent character of the requisite acts of self-problematization no less than does Derrida. He turns the program of thought thinking its own conditions into something required of reason by history rather than something required of university students undergoing a certain kind of intellectual formation. HT, 85-86. Marxism does not, in other words, appeal to the right kind of history, for its causal notion of late capitalism lies outside the field of study itself, the history of theory. It is something external that cannot be dealt with in the same terms. More than that, late capitalism is another one of those claustral or periodizing concepts, like Foucault's episteme, or Kuhn's paradigm, that does not correspond to any empirical object of research, and that is, to use the language of a different kind of attack on theory, totalizing. Somehow, for this sociology of ideas, the students being trained in theory are a legitimate part of the object of study, while the larger historical moment in which they are themselves formed is not. But it is time to observe that, far from being a transcendental reduction, the hermeneutic move from the theoretical students to their concrete positions in a given mode of production is on the contrary a materialist regrounding. To be sure, both positions can appeal to Marx himself. Here, once again, is the famous passage from the German Ideology. Morality, religion, metaphysics, and all the rest of ideology as well as the forms of consciousness corresponding to these, thus no longer retain the semblance of independence. They have no history, no development, but men, developing their material production and their material intercourse, alter, along with this their actual world, also their thinking and the products of their thinking. It is not consciousness that determines life, but life that determines consciousness. Point 10. Indeed, it is easy to see how this position might be marshaled in defense of Hunter's interpretation of theory, which seeks, behind the abstract philosophical debates of the theorists, to locate the activities of real people, in the event either graduate students being trained by a theoretical guru, in this essay, Stanley Fish, or professors fighting each other for legitimacy or prestige. We may leave aside the doubtful claim that the appeal to individuals is historical inasmuch as the irony of his title derives from the conviction that theory has no history, consisting in simple repetition, in improvisation, on a single historical operation. Nor should we linger over the paradoxical fact that this interpretation includes layers of its own and that behind the modern concrete situation of the graduate students there lies the deeper embodiment of the Protestant spiritual exercise. What is most surprising is that Hunter does not seem to realize that the structure of his own interpretation can scarcely be distinguished from the very transcendental reduction it seeks to discredit. The reading of theory in terms of its allegedly concrete situation is fully as much an interpretive substitution as Husserl's epicure. He clearly feels that his own interpreton is somehow more solid and substantial than Husserl's noemata, but that is a positivist and empiricist prejudice. Both are constructions, representations that have no empirical object. Sociologism and the history of ideas are not then more rigorous substitutes for the alleged idealism of theory, if only because the individuals that are for them the basic intelligible units and building blocks of their interpretive operations are ideological figments and the elements of a whole mythology of individualism as such. The injunction of Marx and Engels is based on the conviction that only collectives, and not their individual components, are historically intelligible and that the modes of production are the key to the dynamics of such collectives. But for the positivists production even in this sense must clearly remain a transcendental abstraction and interpretation in terms of it yet another non-empirical reduction, whose alleged materialism cannot save it from the same critical indictment visited on its idealist opposite numbers. Still, not to be outdone or silenced, the spectre of Marxism, wearing the appearance of Eagleton, resurfaces again for one last time in the evocation of Foucault, someone who, like Derrida, brings a certain grist to Hunter's mill before hopelessly veering off into his own theorizing. Foucault is credited with a useful diagnosis of the 19th century, in which philosophical reflection is grasped as performing a work of interrogation and transformation of the empirical sciences, HT 93. So far so good, and Foucault seems even to demolish Hunter's old adversary Kant by way of the contradiction he excavates between the empirical sciences and a supposedly transcendental philosophy emerging from Kant's unfortunate renewal of that discipline. Hunter overlooks the critique of the Geisteswissenschaften or human sciences that the diagnosis explicitly expounds, not excluding unhappy consequences for the history of ideas itself. But the contradiction will at least become helpful in one last settling of accounts with Eagleton in a seemingly gratuitous footnote. Eagleton's conception of culture, as both determined by capitalist production processes and as the means of thinking this determination, can thus be treated as a routine symptomatic expression of Foucault's conception of man as the empirico-transcendental doublet, HT 93 and 28. Doublet indeed. Have we really solved this problem, which runs from the mind-body dilemma through Cartesian and Spinozan dualisms all the way down to base and superstructure, if not the mechanical materialist mirage of the cognitive brain itself. The traces of this metaphysical raw nerve are to be found in all the dualisms in human history, not least in Hunter's favorite opposition between the material followers of civic philosophy, the juridical discipline, and the obnubilated spiritualists of university metaphysics. The metaphysical dilemma is not itself, however, a metaphysics, but it certainly becomes one when one supposes that it can be or has already been resolved. I am tempted to find persuasive Colin McGinn's argument that it is the impossibility of representing consciousness that is at the heart of these unresolvable dilemmas. On the other hand, his agnosticism would seem to be little more than another way of resolving them. 11 The only truly original solution, which does not claim to resolve anything but rather to incorporate the dilemma of oppositions and binaries into its very structure and method, remains the dialectic, which posits a permanent gap between subject and object within all our thoughts as well as in reality itself. Herein lies its kinship with Lacanian analysis as well as its foundational and inextricable relationship with Marxism itself. From a dialectical standpoint, then, Foucault's empirico-transcendental doublet is itself merely an empirical reification of one historical form of a dialectical opposition that is always with us, and that can therefore scarcely be evoked as a presumably devastating critique. It remains in force, indeed, in the one contemporary theorist who, uncited here, is surely the closest to Hunter's own ideological position, despite the way in which both the power and the scope of his work demonstrate the fatal tendency of any serious thinking, against its own best intentions, to form itself into a system, which is to say a philosophy, if not necessarily a theory as such. But Pierre Bourdieu's work, the most complex rationale for anti-intellectualism available today, is as theoretical as it is philosophical. It seeks, in other words, to undermine and discredit all the ideologies in play in the intellectual market today, such is its theoretical vocation, at the same time that it finds itself fatally rationalizing its own disciplinary position as a place of truth, an attempt to square the circle that surely betrays a philosophical commitment to system rather than a theoretical refusal of it. At this point it will be necessary to say a word about Bourdieu's work, to which so many people today pay lip service, most of them theorists, but which clearly poses far more damaging challenges for theory than Hunter's effort. For this voluminous sociological production is driven by a true class passion, the hatred of the elites and their cultural and intellectual pretensions, and it will not be an ad hominem or biographical impropriety to situate it between the two dichotomous social classes as such, insofar as it is this intermediate stance that enables a vigilant and eternally disabused attention to the class functions and mystifications of elite culture at the same time that it motivates a sympathetic and even nostalgic evocation of the material lives of peasants and workers and, in particular, of their authentic relationship to their own bodies. 12 Here, then, we find a return of the old mind-body opposition with a vengeance, as well as an explicit evocation of the dialectic in what is neither a Marxist nor a Hegelian work. 13. Indeed, Bourdieu's most famous work, Distinction, 1979, sets out a program for distinguishing between the strategies of the two fundamental classes, and the ambiguous title word itself symbolically reenacts the relationship between the formal mechanisms that are meant to differentiate the social classes from each other and the content of that strategy or tactics of snobbery, as when one speaks of distinguished table manners, that carries it out. Cultural distinction then secures the recognition or acknowledgement of class position, and it is in this sense that Bourdieu proposes his most influential theoretical innovation, namely, the notion of cultural capital, what is accumulated as a result of the various practices of cultural distinction in education, clothing, tastes, and so forth, in other words, the social payoff for listening to Mahler rather than to pop classics like Tchaikovsky, unfortunately, preferring Schoenberg to Mahler. Then places me in the class of intellectuals rather than aristocrats, and thereby, as we might suspect, brings all kinds of other problems with it. The intention behind this contribution to a theory of superstructures, as Levi Strauss once described his own theories, which were precisely the object of the critical impulse behind Bourdieu's greatest theoretical work, Outline of a Theory of Practice, is more effective than its structural mechanism. It reveals culture to be an instrument of class and class consciousness, but only by positing a kind of mechanical parallelism or homology between real capital and that cultural baggage alleged to function analogously with it. To be sure, in Outline of a Theory of Practice, Bourdieu was careful to insist not only on their parallelism but also on the indispensability of both levels, evoking, for example, strategies that depend for their logic and their efficacy on the material and symbolic capital of the social unit in question. Point 14. The figural transfer is then most arresting when it gives quasi-economic definition to non-objective powers, as for example in his evocation of the capital of authority, or Weber's own figure of the monopoly of violence attributed to the legitimate state. There can be no doubt that such linguistic mechanisms restore a welcome social functionality to culture, but they tend to do so at the expense of the significance of the economic or of the infrastructure that serves as the base or tenor of the figure in the first place. In other words, at the same time that the latter alerts sociologists to the class function of culture, it tends to confirm so-called cultural intellectuals in their complacency about the significance of culture and to reassure them that to point to cultural capital is enough to exempt them from any further mention of capital itself. As for that function itself, it may well seem that Hunter has missed a trick here in failing to point out the usefulness of university metaphysics in the struggle for social prestige as such. Even if one did not choose to indict the desire to interrupt ordinary life and knowledge in order to rise above it as a will to climb higher on the ladder of social class, HT 87, it would seem obvious enough that the struggle to legitimate theory was motivated by the attempt of its intellectuals to gain recognition and legitimation in the university system. In fact, Hunter evokes philosophical and intellectual discussion in very much the same polemic terms as Bourdieu himself as a cultural political battle in the Humanities Academy, HT 95, as a series of protracted hand-to-hand battles, whose outcomes were never certain, HT 103. Battles for what? Hunter must omit the class prestige at stake here in order not to trivialize his own position as one of the university players in that battle, preferring to rationalize it as a struggle for truth, a legitimation Bourdieu never tired of passionately discrediting. This is not to say that Bourdieu himself has been able any more successfully to legitimate his own practice as a sociologist. An agonizing self-awareness shows up in virtually all of his works, nor is it redeemed by the incomparable reflexivity the sociologist brings to his situation, in distinction from the relative detachment of his various garden variety imitators. For populism is not an adequate squaring of the circle for confronting the Gödel's law of social class, no foundational position outside the system, or of evading the ideological vision of society as one endless struggle for recognition that can never be resolved, a struggle that must last as long as human history itself, assuaged by no communist utopias let alone liberal Rawlsian ones. 15 Such a conception of the social then ultimately condemns the sociologist to the same dilemma as that faced by the most implacable of social critics and satirists, namely, that of the satirist satirized, that of the position from which one is entitled to look down with glacial indifference at these interminable mortal struggles. It is a tragic sense of life Max Weber most memorably formulated when he characterized his own vocation in the words, "I want to see how much I can stand." 16. Under those circumstances, to revert to some purely professional defense of sociology as one field among others, the concept of the field is another of Bourdieu's theoretical innovations, is at best to position the observer both inside and outside of the object of investigation at the same time, in a modern version of Hegel's unhappy consciousness. Still, Bourdieu's work is incomparably more disabling for the pretensions of intellectuals in general than Hunter's is for those of the theorists, and it is worth marking the limits of this sociological exposure, the operation of ideological debunking or muckraking, in a way that acknowledges the therapeutic value of this strategy at the same time that it avoids facile recourse to those old-fashioned values of truth and objectivity that Hunter believes himself to be defending against postmodern relativists and nihilists. Bourdieu is himself conflicted enough about the paradox of truth in relativism to acknowledge the ambiguity of his own positions 17 which have led some to construe his polite but devastating attack on Derrida and aesthetics, in distinction, as a wholesale disqualification of art itself or at least of high art, not really repaired by his study of the aesthetic field, the rules of art. But this balancing act is very difficult to sustain. Nous pouvons reconnaître que l'esthétique de ce qui sont les produits de l'escole, du loisir, de la distance à l'égard de necessities économiques et de urgencies pratiques, r. 64.18. The phenomenon is paradoxical because it is dialectical, as I have suggested, but the immediate rhetorical source of this ambiguity which leads the non-dialectical reader to assume that the account of a given object has to be either negative or positive and the judgment of it an ethical stance in terms of good or evil surely lies in Bourdieu's crucial concept of strategy, which allows him to analyze the phenomena of a given field as though they were the outcome of conscious intentions and conspiratorial planning rather than of the implicit arts of a praxis. If intentional, we may read the works in question as the implementation of the will to preserve the field at all costs. Thus, Derrida's deconstruction of philosophical aesthetics turns out to be more deeply motivated by his commitment to save and preserve philosophy as a field, in other words, as a frame of inquiry that is itself not to be undermined. In fact, this method implies a double standard, a two-tiered approach in which the vested interest of the field or discipline coexists with the content of the analysis itself, in which two kinds of motivation reinforce each other as opposites, the one auto-referential insofar as it perpetuates its own reason for being, the other referential and wholly given over to its engagement in the world itself and in its immediate objects and judgments. This is a more complex form of Hegel's ruse of history, more comparable perhaps to that conundrum with which Eagleton himself left us when he posited the two kinds of ideology, aesthetic and general, that a given work simultaneously embodies. 19 The descriptive problem that thereby arises is a properly theoretical one, which must coordinate ideology, form, and practice together in a single complex conjuncture. This is not achieved in any adequate way by Hunter's regression to any purely disciplinary or professional framework. Indeed, we must observe that Bourdieu's theorization of the champ or field, along with its concomitant internal theory of the habitus, generates yet another of those claustral abstractions, on the order of the paradigm or the episteme, against which Hunter inveighs. Bourdieu's concept more closely approximates a sense that the emergence of a given champ or discipline must itself be theorized in terms of what Luhmann called differentiation, as a historical dynamic of modernity or capitalism, a process of the autonomization of specific differentiating practices and their emergent self-theorization, and in that sense Bourdieu's is only one of the numerous theoretical formulations that have sought to name and conceptualize this epochal development. This is in any case more perceptible and accessible, more readily subject to conceptualization, ever since the de-differentiating movement of postmodernity began to reverse this structural trend of modernism and thereby to throw a retrospective light on it. I want to suggest that in that respect theory is itself a form of thinking, and writing, that aims to focus the relationship indifference of the various autonomous fields, and in that respect its vocation has a certain kinship with the movement of postmodernity, even though the practice of theory does not commit it to any celebration of the postmodern or to any repudiation of the modern either. There would certainly be other ways of identifying what is specific to theory as such. I would, for example, myself want to emphasize the function of what I prefer to call theoretical writing as an attempt to foreground the ideological nature of philosophical positions, an impossible attempt which seeks to evade its own ideological motivation without falling into the trap of objectivity or of anti-philosophical empiricism, something it must perpetually fail to do not because the theorist is outside the world, as Hunter supposes, but for quite the opposite reason. Still, its vocation to resist the heterogeneity of autonomous professional languages and practices also offers an excellent occasion for arguing why today we need, not less, but more theory. But perhaps a more substantive conclusion might be attempted by way of a new look at cynical reason, to which Hunter's paper is a contribution. We may indeed see cynical reason, so named by Peter Sloterdijk in his book on Weimar, as a kind of successor to Adorno's omnipresent positivism. Perhaps we might say that cynical reason is a positivism with a mission, with a politics or even a metaphysics. 24 If Adornian positivism was merely a taboo, an injunction to leave out the thinking and interpretation of what is, cynical reason is a whole program for justifying this view of things. It consists in acknowledging that everything is a commodity, in viewing history, where it has any meaning at all, as a series of conspiracies motivated by interest, and finally in denying that anything else, any positive change, is possible, on the grounds of human nature. The commodity theorists not only include the free market people, who think we can have a better assessment of our priorities and economic possibilities if we set a price on everything, including natural things not normally so assessed, like clean air and emotional payoffs. I have myself been accused of cynicism in my favorable remarks about Gary Becker in Postmodernism, or the cultural logic of late capitalism. 21 They also include the analysts of commodification, for whom, as for Bourdieu, a career is preeminently a strategy and culture is preeminently capital. The 1960s attacks on incipient commodification were powered by a vision of radically non-commodified social relations that seems to be unavailable today, rendering the critique of commodification at best a rather complacent affair and at worst a kind of implicit glorification. But perhaps it is time, if cynical reason is somehow historically unavoidable, for a utopian reading of it. Some progress has surely been achieved by the cynical elimination of idealistic illusions about human nature, the disabused acknowledgement of a universal motivation by interest, the definitive abandonment of pious hopes for altruism in human behavior and in particular of philanthropy in economic matters. On the individual level, this disillusionment has made for a more complex appreciation of human action rather than the simplifications of this or that cynical reductionism. This is to say that cynical reason forces us into a more complicated conception of interest than we were obliged to have in an idealist or spiritualist age, and not least into rethinking collective interest in new ways, that also reinvigorate the older notions of ideology. This is why we need not be dismayed by the identification of theory with professionalism and the increasing institutionalization of a post-individualistic life. The conspiracy theories indissociable from cynical reason have indeed a distinguished pedigree reaching at least as far back as Hegel, whose ruse of reason, derived from Adam Smith's invisible hand, posits history as an elaborate conspiracy on the part of the absolute itself. But we must underscore the point that present-day accusations of professionalism are also conspiracy theories, which understand the disciplines as hyper-organisms with their own internal self-interests, driven to reproduce and perpetuate themselves as bodies and to utilize their individual members, in their own local versions of Hegel's ruse of history, as instruments for achieving that purpose. Indeed, with the onset of what we call postmodernity and globalization, institutions seem to have taken the place of individuals, or at least of our illusions of individuality, at the same time dispelling all the older categories of success and revolt or ambition and alienation. The suspicion of institutions has traditionally turned, not merely on bureaucracy as something unremittingly felt to be legalistic and inhuman, if not corrupt, but above all very precisely on their inevitably conspiratorial procedures. As Brecht put it, what's breaking into a bank compared with founding a bank? While in a time-honored piece of American folk wisdom, it has from time to time also been remembered that business is a conspiracy against the public. 22. The utopian dimension of institutions is, however, their collective existence and structure. Insofar as conspiracy theory celebrates this collective dynamic and seeks to replace the categories of individual agency with collective ones, it marks a first imperfect step in that direction. Cynical reason, meanwhile, while seeming to strip acts and events of their appearance of disinterestedness, might well pave the way for some ultimate awareness of collective self-interest as such. 2008. So wordt durch Abendentzelben dialectisken proces jeds. Categorie en problem wieder in ein geschichtliches Problem. Verwandelt. Allerdings, in ein Problem der Universal Geschichte, die damit, gleichzeitig als methodisches Problem. Und als Problem der Erkenntnis der Gegenwart erscheint. By the same dialectical process every problem of categories becomes transformed into a historical problem. But, it should be noted into a problem of universal history which now appears, simultaneously as a problem of method and a problem of our knowledge of the present. George Lukács, History and Class Consciousness. 2. Syntax of History. 1. The Vanishing Mediator, or Max Weber as Storyteller. The sociological treatises of Max Weber form a corpus of narratives peculiarly suited for analytical techniques developed in the study of myths and other types of imaginative literature. Such an approach requires a distance from Weber's work and an attitude toward it quite different from that of official sociology, for the latter naturally enough wishes first to inquire into the accuracy of Weber's descriptions and the validity of the hypotheses he proposes to account for them. In the present study, however, we must from the outset suspend such judgments, which bear on the referent of these texts, in order the more clearly to disengage the latter's internal structure. Surely, in the case of a theoretically sophisticated scholar who in his own writings explicitly discusses the use and functions of models or, as he calls them, ideal types in the practice of historiography, there can be no room for the reactions of a scandalized positivism to an approach that, like our own, seems to assimilate sociology and discursive prose to the various other forms of overt or disguised fantasy or storytelling. Still, one can admit the paradox inherent in a search for personal or unconscious, somehow psychological, structures in the work of a man who aimed at the establishment of sociology as a value-free discipline and who struggled to provide a methodological foundation for a genuinely objective and scientific analysis of social institutions. But a growing literature re-evaluating Weber from a radical point of view has made it plain that Weber's word Freiheit was itself a passionate value judgment that has nothing in common with that positivistic and academic type of objectivity to which it has so often been assimilated by Weber's American interpreters. 1. We must therefore initially determine the meaning of this concept, before proceeding to an analysis of the practical work that Weber executed in its name. It cannot be doubted that Weber first evolved the doctrine of word Freiheit as a weapon in his polemic struggle against politically oriented teaching not so much on the left as on the far right, and that he had in mind the stridently nationalistic and anti-Semitic lectures of Fredric in particular. Yet, a notion like that of value-free and objective research cannot but be influenced by the element in which it originates and by the use to which it is put. It is not a matter of indifference for us, therefore, that it is not the product of some neutral atmosphere of scientific research but amounts to the affirmation of one value over others. It is scarcely surprising, then, that such an ideologically strategic concept, could later be trained so effectively against the left as well, and this is perhaps the moment at which to point out that Weber's anti-Marxism has frequently been misconceived and that much of the material generally supposed to amount to a repudiation of Marxism as a whole, for example, the Protestant ethic, is in fact explicitly directed against vulgar Marxism and against that economism of the Second International to which Engels had himself objected. 2. I will return to Weber's view of vulgar Marxism in a later section. Here I want to point out that his work on the influence of religious factors on economic development, far from discrediting historical materialism as a theory, can just as adequately be considered a contribution to it. In reality, Weber's most influential legacy to the anti-Marxist arsenal lay not in some idealistic reaction against a materialism he himself clearly shared with Marx, but rather in the strategic substitution, in his own research and theorization, of the political for the economic realm as the principal object of study, and thus, implicitly, as the ultimately determining reality of history. Thus, Weber made of political and social history the growth of bureaucracies, the influence of the charismatic individual and his function in political institutions an autonomous field of study that can be examined in relative isolation from questions of economic development. Such a displacement takes the form, in our own time, of the classic strategy by which analyses of capitalism are parried by discussions of political freedom, and concepts of economic alienation and of the commodity system replaced by attacks on party bureaucracy, the new class, and the like. As a statesman and a political theorist, it is certain that Weber was indeed profoundly anti-socialist, and his, well-founded, doubts of the capacity of the social democratic leadership to govern the nation were only the external and practical reinforcements of a far more deeply held position with which I will try to come to terms in what follows. In this sense Weber is a classic manifestation of all the ambiguity of liberalism in its traditional 19th century sense, hostile to the Junkers and to Wilhelm II, to nationalistic apologetics of the Treitschke variety, yet himself affirming the ultimate value-giving category of the nation in the face of the class-oriented internationalism of Marxian socialism. Called both the German Machiavelli, Meinecke, and the greatest German of our age, Jaspers, Weber is a somber and enigmatic figure, whose death at the very outset of the Weimar Republic leaves his historical significance in the transition from the Wilhelminian era to that of Hitler forever in doubt. Word Freiheit as a scientific value is surely intimately related, in some way yet to be determined, to those political positions, and it is just as surely related to Weber's troubled emotional life. For psychoanalysis, Weber has, indeed, all the fascination of the grand malade, the illustrious bearer of a neurosis in which intellectual productivity is closely related to the intermittent crippling effects of unconscious forces. The facts of his biography: unusual parental conflict, a 4-year period of virtual intellectual paralysis at the very height of an active career, other grave symptoms more recently revealed in Arthur Mitzman's book The Iron Cage, all testify to the presence in Weber of the most serious Oedipal disturbances, arousing, in the words of H. Stuart Hughes, the paradoxical suspicion that the most probing social theory of our time was the indirect sequel of an unresolved neurosis of a classic Freudian type. 3. Yet, Weber's breakdown is no mere clinical curiosity but must itself be understood in the wider context of a European, and North American, moral crisis that has not yet found its historian. Nothing is indeed quite so striking as the simultaneous appearance, within the various national situations at the end of the 19th century, of comparable visions of the crippling of energies, of analogous expressions of a philosophical pessimism that is itself but the intellectual exposition of some more concrete lived experience. One thinks of Flaubert or of the Tennyson of In Memoriam, of Hardy or Huysmans, of the ordeal of Mark Twain, of the self-imposed dreariness of Tolstoy's later years, of Ibsen or of Mallarmé's sterility. These phenomena have all been the objects of intensive study, of course, but only within their various national frameworks, each of which has seemed to dictate its own characteristic mode of interpretation. Thus, in France, the loss of energy is seen as the result of what is essentially a political dilemma, the failure of the revolution of 1848, and the increasing disillusionment, first with the regime of the Second Empire, and finally with that of the Third Republic itself. In England, on the other hand, it has been customarily thought of in religious or philosophical terms, as a slow withdrawal of the sea of faith, as a result of the impact of Darwin and then of triumphant positivism and of the ravages made by the development of natural science in a social milieu organized around the established church. In Germany and in America, finally, this generalized cultural depression has most frequently been accounted for economically, by the sudden growth of a brash and uninhibited business civilization, of a gilded age in which the materialism and philistinism of the new industrialist find their monuments in the sprawling and unlovely cities of Chicago or Berlin, in which the opposition thus tends to take on the coloration of the aesthete, whether in Thomas Mann's artists or in the flight of American intellectuals to the older European cities. These modes of explanation are, of course, not mutually exclusive and have moreover often been accompanied by yet a fourth diagnosis, at least for the Protestant countries, namely, that of Victorianism in sexual matters, which gives the age its name and which expresses itself in the triple guise of the authoritarian patriarchal family, the taboo on sexual expression, and the obligatory frigidity of respectable women. No doubt all these factors played their part, but it would seem essential, before evaluating any of them, to look more closely at the nature of the concrete experience they are invoked to explain, which is generally known under its contemporary designation as spleen, or ennui. To have a complete picture of what happened to Weber, in other words, We would need a thorough phenomenological description of this psychic condition, and to put it this way is to realize that ennui is itself a historical phenomenon, one that does not necessarily have any equivalent in other cultures or indeed at other stages of our own. We must, for instance, make a structural distinction between this late 19th century condition and the romantic despair of the early years of the century. In the latter, the sufferer withdraws completely from the world, to sit apart in a post of Byronic malediction or to return in the guise of the satanic outcast and enemy of society. To such a state, the essential gesture of which is refusal, either heroic or dejected, the description as well as the diagnosis made by Freud for the condition he called melancholia might most fittingly apply. The distinguishing mental features of melancholia are a profoundly painful dejection, abrogation of interest in the outside world, loss of the capacity to love, inhibition of all activity, and a lowering of the self-regarding feelings to a degree that finds utterance in self-reproaches and self-revilings, and culminates in a delusional expectation of punishment. 4. For Freud, such symptoms result from the loss of an object in which the libido has been invested and which has been narcissistically associated with the self. The testing of reality, having shown that the loved object no longer exists, requires forthwith that all the libido shall be withdrawn from its attachments to this object. Against this demand a struggle of course arises. It may be universally observed that man never willingly abandons a libido position, not even when a substitute is already beckoning to him. This struggle can be so intense that a turning away from reality ensues, the object being clung to through the medium of a hallucinatory wish psychosis. 165 to 166. We may perhaps over-hastily suggest that the object thus mourned by the Romantics was the aristocratic world itself, which even the Restoration was unable to bring back to life. We may thus describe Romanticism as a coming to consciousness of some fundamental loss in shock and rage, a kind of furious rattling of the bars of the prison, a helpless attempt to recuperate lost being by posing and assuming one's fatality in interesting ways. But by mid-century this shock is old, and the very object of the loss has been forgotten. The sufferer can no longer remember a situation qualitatively different from his own and assumes, naturally enough, that all life is thus empty. Ennui is thus not so much a form of suffering as an absence of feeling in general, one in which, in a psychic atmosphere as windless and impassive as a Victorian interior, only the passage of time itself is registered, in the absence of any real activity. The fundamental gesture of ennui is not revolt but renunciation, as in the heroes of Henry James and of Fontaine. It does not withdraw from the world but remains within it, gazing at its activities with all the narcotic indifference of Alice's caterpillar, and finds characteristic expression in those lengthy catalogues of the objects of human enterprise through which Flaubert recites the litany of earthly vanities. In this sense, the triumphant catalogues of a Whitman would be understood as a second-degree recuperation, as the attempt, not unlike that of Nietzsche, to repossess the dead world through an effort of the will, in a kind of manic joy. It is equally important, however, to distinguish ennui from that affect most characteristic of our own time, namely, anxiety, for the latter is an active principle, and the classic descriptions of Heidegger and Sartre make it clear that anxiety is intimately related to praxis itself and results from a sudden awareness of the self as the unjustified source of all values and of all action, an awareness that can arise only in the moment of choice and not in a situation of generalized inactivity. In this sense, we might schematically understand romantic despair, ennui, and anxiety as three moments in the same historical process, in which the soul, having first registered its shock and distress at the new and barren world in which it finds itself, begins with a kind of paralyzed detachment to take an inventory of its surroundings, before at length coming to the conclusion that it is itself the very ground of the latter's bustling agitation and the source and foundation of the values on which, as in a void, those activities depend. Such a historical pathology would therefore illustrate the psychic adaptation of man to an increasingly humanized world. Paradoxically, however, one of the classic descriptions of ennui is not a modern one at all, and Thomas Aquinas's characterization of what he called acedia as a kind of sadness,
whereby a man becomes sluggish in spiritual exercises because they weary the body, may illuminate another essential component of the experience in question. Point 5. For Aquinas' terms suggest that ennui, or acedia, is not a primitive but rather a very sophisticated reaction, a disease of clerics. Acedia, according to Damascene, is an oppressive sorrow, which, namely, so weighs upon man's mind that he wants to do nothing. Thus acid things acida are also cold. Hence acedia implies a certain weariness of work, as appears from a gloss on Psalms 106:18, their soul abhorred all manner of meat, and from the definition of some who say that acedia is a sluggishness of the mind which neglects to begin good. St. Pt. 2, question 35, article 1. Acedia is thus something that happens to intellectuals, and its relationship to the monastic environment takes on renewed significance for us if we recall that, for Weber, monasticism is one of the early forms of rationalization itself. Not the panic of peasants in the face of a new technology, therefore, but rather the weariness of the intellectual specialist, who knows the how so well that he comes to doubt the why. Such is the picture of ennui that emerges from these early accounts, and it may help us make the transition from a phenomenological description of the experience itself to the ways in which traditional philosophical thought has conceptualized it. The principal form such conceptualization has taken seems to me to be the separation of means from ends, and if such a separation is thought to be a universal characteristic of human beings as plan-making animals, it suffices to relate it to the various forms of human society to realize that they have not always been aware of it as such. In a tradition-oriented society, indeed, where tasks are assigned by birth or by ritual, the internal temporal dissociation within the act itself that characterizes the lag between an aim and its execution is not yet present. The techniques for achieving a given end are themselves sacred, are therefore performed for their own sake and in their own right. Such societies, therefore, lack the abstract concept of an act as such, a concept that subsumes under itself the most heterogeneous forms of human exertion, and the latter are felt to be as autonomous and as intrinsically meaningful as the various totemic animals or the various castes according to which their performers are organized. It is worth noting that even when we reach the birth of philosophical abstraction in classical Greece, the elaborate Aristotelian system of the four causes, material, affective, formal, and final, implies a somewhat different orientation toward activity than our own stark opposition between means and ends. Point 6. The Aristotelian concept reflects an artisanal culture and makes a greater place for the concrete situation itself, for the act of making and of handicraft, which, with its inherited techniques, may be seen as a kind of halfway house between tradition-oriented societies and our own technological one. Thus, for Aristotle, the clay, material cause, still demands to be formed into the pot, the métier still has a kind of inner logic, a voice of its own, and the pre-existing forms and patterns do not yet have the stark independence of the modern notion of an end. Obviously, the modern notion is implicit in the Aristotelian scheme, but it does not yet function with the abstract and depersonalized force it has come to have in the modern secular market culture, in the world of desacralized technique. Surely the emergence of the modern dichotomous view of action is related to the secularization of action in the modern world in general, to the twin affranchisement from the bonds of tradition that is the result of the French Revolution and the development of the market system. Now, for the first time in human history, the realm of values becomes itself problematical and can be isolated and contemplated independently. Now in the new middle-class culture for the first time people weigh the various activities against each other. What we call private life or individualistic subjectivity, indeed, is precisely the distance that permits them to do so and to hold their professional enterprises at arm's length. Hence, for instance, the originality in the realm of the novel of the Métier Prendre, of a Stendhal, whose works explore as it were the atomic weights of the various professional and political regimes as alternate life forms. Yet, such an exploration already implies the existence of a certain ennui, what René Girard has termed the romantic lie of innate passions and inborn vocations has vanished,
and to wonder what to do with your life is already to commit yourself in advance to a certain ontological dissatisfaction with any of the ultimate possibilities. Finally, with Stendhal's admirer Nietzsche, this essential distance from all values permits a theory of value to come into existence for the first time, but a theory that takes value itself as its object and for which all values are thus from this point of view equivalent, if not interchangeable, implies the existence of a vantage point beyond all values, one that permits the transcendence or the transvaluation of all value as such. This is, indeed, the profound relevance of Nietzsche for Weber, for whom, at the same time, ironically, Nietzsche's diagnosis remains valid. He who wishes to create new values must be capable of destroying existent values remorselessly. Creation passes through destruction, good and evil go hand in hand. But since this creation lies beyond good and evil, the existing moral norms are of no use and only his will to truth can guide the creator in his titanic struggle. For the will to truth is also a form of the will to power, perhaps even its supreme form italics mine. The task of the true seeker for wisdom is to valorize values themselves, a task that prevents him from participating effectively in the material struggle of men among each other. Yet this non-intervention is no sign of weakness. On the contrary. WN 237. Fleischmann's account of Weber's essential Nietzscheanism thus confirms the interpretation of word Freiheit, suggested above, as an active and polemic weapon, as a mode of self-affirmation and of intellectual conquest in the sense of the Nietzschean will to power 7. Once ends have been thus sundered from means, in lived experience and in the theory that reflects it, it is impossible to put the two back together again, to restore the naive and primitive, unself-conscious unity of action in the older tradition-oriented cultures, and the emphasis of contemporary philosophy on restoring the concrete, on being in the world, on praxis as a total process, may best be understood against the background of this dissociation. Ennui, which is, as we have said, one of the most characteristic and emblematic experiences of the modern world, can now be seen to presuppose the rift between intention and act as a precondition of its own existence. To know spleen, the sufferer must be able to see activity as pure technical performance without intrinsic purpose or value. What is paradoxical about such an experience is indeed that it is contemporaneous with one of the most active periods in human history, with all the mechanical animation of late Victorian city life, with all the smoke and conveyance inherent in new living conditions and in the rapid development of business and industry, with the experimental triumphs of positivistic science and its conquest of the university system, with all the bustling parliamentary and bureaucratic activity of the new middle class regimes, the spread of the press, the diffusion of literacy and culture, the ready accessibility of the newly mass-produced commodities of a consumer civilization. Thus, we are faced with the peculiar impression that life becomes meaningless in direct proportion to people's control of their environment and that a humanization of the world goes hand in hand with a spreading philosophic and existential despair. It is as though the meaningfulness of the world remained intact only so long as some portion of that world, an imperfectly dominated nature, a blindly theocratic and hierarchical social tradition, hung beyond human reach, as though it were only at the point at which middle-class man was free to make or remake his own world from top to bottom that its fundamental absurdity came home to him. In this situation, the most original thinkers are clearly enough not those who have not yet glimpsed the new meaninglessness of life, nor yet again those who, having been granted such alarming insight, then set about devising some philosophy of as if to paper over the void. Indeed, it can be said that the most interesting artists and thinkers of this period choose and will the very experience of meaninglessness itself, and cling to it as to some ultimate reality, some ultimate truth of existence of which they do not wish to be cheated. Lieber will noch der Mensch das nichts wollen, cried Nietzsche, als nicht wollen. In this sense Weber's word Freiheit is a passionate refusal of the illusions of meaning itself, a repudiation of all philosophies which the Hegelian world spirit and the Marxist dialectic just as much as Christian providence seek to convince us that some teleological movement is imminent in the otherwise chaotic and random agitation of empirical life. Wherever rational empiricism has been able to complete with any consequence the process of the desacralization of the world and its transformation into a causal mechanism, the definitive result is a tension with the demands of that ethical postulate that the world be seen as a divinely ordered cosmos in some way oriented towards an ethical meaning. And having quoted this passage from Weber's Sociology of Religion, Wolfgang Jameson goes on to observe, this is the conviction in which Max Weber resolutely combats all the variously devised philosophies of history of his day. And it is particularly noteworthy and striking with what sometimes wholly unbridled passion Weber waged this struggle, up d. 562 to 563. This attitude, which we may term heroic cynicism, is evidently something rather different from mere scientific objectivity, and constitutes one of the most interesting aspects of a genuinely consequent conservative position. It is one for which the existent, the status quo, amounts somehow to being itself, so that revolutionary project as well as naive and nostalgic illusion come to seem equally unrealistic. It is this vested interest in being that is in general responsible for the reactionary political views of the majority of the great realistic novelists, and much the same might be said for the sociologist of Weber's stamp. The functional study of society requires you to presuppose that the entire social mechanism is complete and present before your very eyes. The visionaries who want to tinker with it risk invalidating the carefully recorded results of your experimental measurements. Yet, the pluralism suggested by Weber's, and Nietzsche's, suspension of all values is as far from that tolerant coexistence ritually invoked by modern liberal apologists as was Wertfreiheit itself from the dominant fetish of positivistic objectivity. Pluralism for Weber means pantheism, not peaceful coexistence but a Homeric battlefield, in which different gods struggle with one another, now and for all times to come. We live as did the ancients when their world was not yet disenchanted of its gods and demons, only we live in a different sense. As Hellenic man at times sacrificed to Aphrodite and at other times to Apollo, and, above all, as everybody sacrificed to the gods of his city, so do we still nowadays, only the bearing of man has been disenchanted and denuded of its mystical but inwardly genuine plasticity. Fate, and certainly not science, holds sway over these gods and their struggles. One can only understand what the Godhead is in the one or in the other order. 8. These various gods are not only the various Weltanschauungen, the competing ideologies of the modern marketplace, but also, and above all, the various and unrelated zones and dimensions into which individual life is shattered in the modern world, and which make of the process of living a kind of random sacrificing, now to public, now to private, deities of all shapes and conceptions. This irreconcilable struggle between the heterogeneous values of modern life has the practical result, described at the close of Weber's other great lecture, Politics as a Vocation, of dividing the realm of Realpolitik as irrevocably from the preoccupations of ethics as at the end of the Bhagavad Gita, where Arjuna is admonished, in spite of his horror of killing, to return to the battle and do what must be done. It now becomes perhaps a little clearer why the religiously unmusical Weber was so fascinated by religion itself. The metaphorical language of pantheism used above underscores the way in which, for Weber, the religious phenomenon is the very hypostasis of value in general, value seen from the outside by the man who no longer believes in any values and for whom such living belief has thus become a kind of mystery in the older ritualistic sense. In this Weber takes his place in that modern tradition of an aesthetic valorization of religion that may be said to have been inaugurated by Chateaubriand in L'Hygiène du Christianisme and prolonged in our own time by such works as Malraux's Voix du Silence. It is a curious attitude, one that combines something of the allure of a religiously fellow-traveling agnosticism with the secret inferiority longings of the impotent in matters of belief, and it furnishes as striking a symbol as any other of Weber's concept of scientific research, that uncomfortable ascesis and renunciation that permits value to become visible as an object of study and that results in the characteristic conclusion to the passage quoted above from Science as a Vocation. With this understanding, however, the vision of life as a struggle between the gods, the matter has reached its limit so far as it can be discussed in a lecture room and by a professor. We may therefore conclude that Weber's attitude toward values preeminently constitutes a value in its own right, and that it is the difficulty of maintaining such an inner contradiction that imposes on him that attitude of paralysis, of suspended action and judgment, which is so frequently mistaken for objectivity in the usual academic sense of the term. That word Freiheit should with Weber's followers resolve itself into simple objectivity is scarcely surprising, for Weber's own tortured and Nietzschean solution could not be maintained for long, or without the greatest personal cost. But this means that we are as fully entitled to inquire into the ideological content of Weber's system as into its scientific validity or the accuracy of its research. Indeed, the mythic structure of that system, or worldview, would seem to call for methods that overflow the limits of a purely semantic or cognitive investigation. For the historian and the social scientist are called on, henceforth, to tell the story of the various gods and of their struggles with each other, a story that sometimes, like those told by Nietzsche, involves the mystery of a god's death. What more fitting object, then, for narrative analysis? 2. Max Weber's thinking offers a privileged object for what must initially be a purely logical or conceptual analysis, inasmuch as it is explicitly organized into pairs of binary oppositions, albeit of a rare complexity. When one comes to try to isolate the main logical outline of Weber's analysis, Talcott Parsons tells us, the prominence of the pattern of dichotomization is striking. 9. As a kind of checklist of such oppositions in Weber, we might recall the most famous of all, that of bureaucracy versus charisma, but also asceticism versus mysticism, Berufsmensch versus Fachmensch, Realpolitik versus ethics, politics versus science, and so forth. At the same time, the extraordinary intricacies attained by combinations between these various terms, particularly in late Weber, where, as Herbert Marcuse has said, the method of formal definitions, classifications, and typologies celebrates true orgies, suggests that to try to read Weber term by term, to comprehend each semantic phenomenon in isolation or even in combination with its conceptual opposite number, is an agonizing and, in the long run, sterile enterprise. IC 203. At best, we can hope to transcend the bewildering results of this thinking by isolating those simpler and more central mechanisms from which the types and definitions themselves emerge, and to do so, the accompanying permutational mechanism or semantic rectangle developed by Greimas would seem to offer the most useful instrument for sorting out the basic elements that make up Weber's system. The premise of this schema, which distinguishes between the contrary of a given term S, or what we may term anti-S, and its simple negative or contradictory, or not S, holds that all concepts are implicitly or explicitly defined in terms of conceptual oppositions. Its advantage lies in the possibility it suggests of generating other supplementary and related elements out of that initial pair of contrary terms. Thus, for example, we observe that the contrary of S, or S, anti-S, logically possesses a contradictory of its own in not anti-S, or. Moreover, it should be noted that each side of the rectangle constitutes the possibility of a synthetic term. S united with S is termed a complex term, whereas the union of, and is a neutral one, that marks out, as it were, the closure or outer limits of the thought system in question. Point 10. That such an approach is scarcely alien to the spirit of Weber's thought may be judged by reference to one of the most fundamental Weberian classification schemes, namely, that of the four types of social behavior. Like all action, social action can also be determined in the following ways: 1. As end rationals rational, through expectations about the behavior of external objects and of other people, where such expectations are utilized as conditions or means toward rationally pursued and conceived success-oriented individual ends. 2. As value rational, through conscious belief in the unconditional value of a given type of conduct as such, whether that value be ethical, aesthetic, religious, or of whatever character, and irrespective of the ultimate success of the conduct in question. 3. As affectual, and in particular emotional, through the immediate experience of affects and states of feeling. 4. As traditional, through habit become instinctive. Point 11. The Griema scheme allows us to articulate as a set of logically limited conceptual possibilities what we might otherwise be tempted to see as a relatively unsystematic list of empirically observed and classified types of actions. Such a logical restructuration accounts for an impression that must more or less obscurely strike every reader of Weber at one time or another, namely, that there is a qualitative difference between the terms of the initial opposition, end or value rationality, and those of the second, tradition or emotion. It now becomes clear that the latter are not positive explanations in their own right, but are rather privative ones, simple negations of the positive terms and thus in some sense catch-alls for material that does not fit into the official analytic system. Examples that fit the categories S and S are by definition interpretable by the social scientist, are in other words, in Weber's terminology, rational, inasmuch as in either type of conduct so designated we are able to detect the presence of an ends-means structure. The end is immanent to the means in S, here misnamed end rational when Weber means to stress the predominance of means and technique while it is transcendent to them in S. But in the so-called emotional category we are concerned with material that amounts to a simple disorder of S itself. Some end is clearly sought, although it is not thematized as a value in its own right, but the agent has lost control of his means and his technical equipment for achieving that end. And in the even more interesting case of tradition-oriented behavior, collective, rather than, as in, individual, we find examples of conduct that do not seem to be governed by any visible end or value, although they present observable regularities and may thus be supposed to be intelligible or rational in some way. Tradition-oriented conduct is in fact institutionalized behavior whose original aim endowed by the charismatic act of some leader or value giver has been gradually lost from view. It is thus value rationality gone stale, transformed into something unrecognizable, and proves meaningful or rational in the past only, in the light of that original and obliterated charismatic gesture of which it is the trace and the ruined memorial. Indeed, it would seem that such a term must if anything be understood in a purely formal manner, as one that serves as the beginning of a genuine historical transformation and that thus falls outside the full intelligibility of the elements of the latter. It has within it the arbitrariness of all starting points and may for want of a better expression be described as sham cognitive, as having the appearance only of an explanation or of an intellectual category, for it is clear that, if we had set the frame, the temporal coordinates, at an earlier point in time, what is here called tradition orientation would then become something like the institutionalization of charisma, in other words, a phenomenon closely linked to the later notion of bureaucratization itself, and as such fully comprehensible in rational terms. The next step in an analysis of this kind would evidently be an investigation into the origins of the binary opposition on which this entire conceptual system is based. We have already sketched the historical evolution of the ends-means dichotomy in our opening section. An explanation of Weber's own personal attraction to such a conceptual opposition is offered in the concluding section of this chapter. But the very presence, within an apparently static and logical schema, of what amounts to a genuine historical change, in other words, the lapse of what was originally value-oriented action into tradition-oriented action, suggests that Weberian typology, even at its most abstract, as here, conceals a kind of narrative behind its classificatory appearance. We may give as an example of this Weber's sociology of religion, in which the operative sociological distinction is that between cults organized around the person of the magician and those conducted by a priesthood, those professional functionaries who influence the gods by means of worship are thus explicitly contrasted with magicians who coerce demons by magical means. Sr. 28. The student of Weber here recognizes one of his great themes, namely, the contrast between charismatic and irrational forms of life and those rational and collective arrangements of which the modern bureaucracy is the supreme, but not the only, example. At the same time, it would seem clear that what is at issue in such a distinction is not the mere classification of given religious phenomena into one or the other category, but rather the problem of explaining the historical transition from one form to the other. The distinction between magician and priest is in fact not the primary one, and when we resolve it into the basic conceptual terms and operations of which it is composed, Weber's ability to construct a historical explanation out of a system of apparently static, classificatory terms will become clearer. The power of the magician is, for Weber, based on the way he combines some uniquely personal or charismatic prestige with the use of magical powers for immediate and individual gain, whether of a spiritual type, salvation, or a material one, reign. To juxtapose the magician with the priest in these terms is to understand that the magician's personal prestige amounts to a claim to a purely individual revelation, whereas the sacramental power of the priesthood is based on its participation in what is given as a universal doctrine. The bureaucratic organization of the priesthood may then be read as the negation of the purely personal and individual power of the magician, and we may tentatively formalize the relationship of these various characteristics to each other as follows. In such a schema, each historical agent would appear to recapitulate the opposite side of a rectangle, or what Jameson designates as its deictic axis. Thus the figure of the magician amounts to the synthesis of the two left-hand terms, s and, or personal power and immediate gain, whereas the priesthood unites the two right-hand attributes s and, or universal doctrine and bureaucracy. But a visual inspection of the semantic rectangle makes it clear that two further logical possibilities remain unfilled, namely, those of the complex and neutral terms, in other words, the syntheses of s and s, and, respectively. These additional conceptual possibilities, indeed, are what permit Weber to explain the historical transformation of religion from its early, magical origins to its later codified and bureaucratic structure, for the complex term logically provided by the system may now serve as the mediator between the two forms. For a realization of this complex term, which unites the characteristics of personal authority with the claim to a universal doctrine, we must turn to the figure of the prophet, one that has a crucial significance for Weber's reading of history. For the prophet, and Weber sees the Old Testament prophecy as the archetype of this sociological function, is essentially the bearer of rationalization itself. In all times there has been but one means of breaking down the power of magic and establishing a rational conduct of life. This means is great rational prophecy. Not every prophecy by any means destroys the power of magic, but it is possible for a prophet who furnishes credentials in the shape of miracles and otherwise, to break down the traditional sacred rules. Prophecies have released the world from magic and in doing so have created the basis for our modern science and technology, and for capitalism. 12. Thus, the prophet is able to mediate the basic contradiction between the two social forms or moments of religious practice and to provide a historical transition from one to the other by assimilating traits selected from the opposing forms and by repudiating others. He thereby serves as the means of liquidating the magician's concern with immediate gain and of preparing a situation in which may ultimately appear a bureaucracy that will eclipse his own historical function as well and render it henceforth unnecessary. In the light of this transformation of an apparently static and classificatory logical schema into a historical and essentially narrative process, it does not seem too far-fetched to suggest that the sunken neutral term at the base of the rectangle, which unites bureaucracy with immediate gain, may designate a historical form that will in its turn replace the priesthood and indeed supplant organized religion in general, for such a description characterizes nothing quite so well as that anonymous organization man of the modern bureaucratic and capitalist state who was the ultimate desacralized product of the prophet's historic mission. Our rectangle would thus be completed as follows. At this point, therefore, we find ourselves confronting a theoretical problem that may alternately be characterized as that of history or that of narrative, depending on whether we raise it in connection with the object of our study or our own method of analyzing that object, respectively. Both the interpretation of historical change and the analysis of narrative structure require us to come to grips with what in structural terminology is known as the diachronic. The problem arises, however, from the apparent necessity of the mind to grasp diachrony in what are essentially synchronic, or static and systematic, terms. Thus, it would seem that to understand history involves a translation of flux or change into some relatively fixed relationship between two states or moments, the before and the after of the historical transformation. Every apprehension of meaning, Jameson tells us, has as its consequence the transformation of history into permanencies of various kinds, whether we have to do with the inquiry into the meaning of an individual life or into the meaning of a story, or of history itself, both designated by the French word histoire, the inquiry, in other words, the fact that we assume a message-receiving attitude before a linguistic manifestation, has the result that the historical algorithms are felt as states, which is to say as static structures. DS 104. In a sense, then, the problem of narrative analysis may be seen as the reverse of that of history, for where history involves some basic conceptual breakthrough to the realities of change and of the diachronic in general, narrative already presupposes some fundamental feeling of change which we are then called on to account for in synchronic and analytic terms. Narrative analysis, in other words, requires us to explain the imaginative illusion of change, of time, or of history itself, by reference to basic components of the narrative line that are bound to be static ones. We have already seen one way in which this transformational process may be conceived in the mediations provided for by the various combinations inherent in the semantic rectangle. It would seem useful, however, to consider a model explicitly devised to account for narrative transformations as such. A model of this kind, indeed, would seem more appropriate for the analysis of those works of Weber, such as the Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism, that deal with historical material similar to that involved in the discussion of the prophet, in other words, the changeover from older to newer religious forms, and beyond them, to a wholly secularized worldview, but that deal with it in an explicitly narrative rather than classificatory and expository manner. Such a model is available to us in Claude Lévi-Strauss's much-debated formalization of the structure of myth, which he proposes in the following fashion: it would seem henceforth evident that every myth, taken as the totality of its variants, can be reduced to a formula of the following type. Where, the two terms A and B being given along with their functions, a relationship of equivalence is affirmed between two situations respectively defined by an inversion of terms and of relations, under two conditions: 1. That one of the terms be replaced by its contrary, in the above formalization A and A; 2. That a correlative inversion be made between the function value and the term value of two elements, above y and A. 13. It should be pointed out that if this formula is taken in a purely semantic sense, as the basic mechanism of the deep structure of myth, then no surface narrative movement is implied, and we are dealing simply with an antinomy in which the primitive mind poses the equivalence of two apparently contradictory cognitive systems, in Lévi-Strauss's analysis of the Oedipus myth, kinship and cosmology. If, on the other hand, we use it to deal with narrative events, its advantage is to suggest the ways in which, without the addition of any new terms, some illusion of change and transformation may nonetheless be generated, and this is accomplished by a shifting of valence from positive to negative, transformation of A to A, and an inversion of what was formerly a term into a function and vice versa. I should add that a good deal of experimentation with this use of the formula has led me to specify the following two additional rules of operation, namely, 3. In spite of their designations, X would not seem to have to be related to Y in any way. In practice the two functions must always be felt to be opposites of each other, and, 4. In the assignment of terms to functions, there must be a kind of asymmetrical harmony between X and B on the one hand, and Y and on the other. Such dissymmetry is necessary to generate the illusion of change, inasmuch as the left-hand side of the equation must be felt to be a precarious and unstable situation from which some type of sudden restructuration is bound to emerge. Let us now try to rewrite, in terms of the formula in question, Weber's major work on Protestantism, a work that, as is well known, undertakes to give at least a partial explanation of the preparation of the tradition-oriented mentalities of the inhabitants of a feudal peasant Europe for an eventual accommodation to the discipline and delayed gratification inherent in modern industrial labor. The problem is familiar to us from the industrialization in our own time of the Third World, as well as from the stereotypical colonial image of a pre-capitalist native population as lazy, untrustworthy, alcohol-prone, and in general innocent of the European sense of linear time and of the performance principle. 14 Such a contemporary reference, however, helps us glimpse the metaphysical overtones in Weber's treatment, for whom rationalization is not some mere local and historic stage in the development of European capitalism, but rather a kind of impending doom, foretelling the descent of that iron cage of ascetic rationalism in which we moderns are condemned to imprisonment for the rest of civilized time, p. 181-182. Such a vision of history is doubtless what lends these dry pages, interlarded with dead theology and the most unbearable scholarly apparatus, their emotional impact, de te fabula narrator. Weber's monograph has about it some of the dizzying pessimism of Freud's Civilization and its discontents, or of the early novels of H. G. Wells, which, contemporaneous with it, offer the same remorseless gaze into a dwindling future. The Protestant ethic aims at demonstrating the intimate relationship between the rationalization of modern life, with its resultant Entsäuberung, or desacralization, its transformation into an organized and disciplined market system, and the development of the Lutheran or Calvinistic notion of a Beruf, or religiously sanctioned vocation to live ascetically within the world itself. The forces of religious sanction and of secularization govern those constitutive elements of human activity that are ends and means, respectively, so that, following the procedure outlined above, we may distribute the basic terms and functions in Weber's thesis as follows. X equals rationalization. Y equals religionalization, or the conversion into a purely religious value or sanction. A equals ends. B equals means. But before showing how these components are combined into a narrative, it is perhaps worth suggesting the way in which narrative analysis can deal with the patently polemic character of Weber's essay. For, like all historical theses, Weber is writing against another position. His text is designated to correct some widespread misapprehension of the nature of Protestantism and of its relationship to the business ethic. That misapprehension is, clearly enough, the vulgar or economistic Marxist view that the new religious forms are to be seen merely as reflections of changes in the infrastructure, in other words, of the newly developing economic forms of market capitalism. Point 15. That Weber's critique of this view involved something a little more complicated than a mere defense, in the face of vulgar Marxist materialism, of some idealistic worldview, that the Protestant ethic amounts to something a little more substantive than some idle affirmation of the shaping power of spirit, for example, religious values and concepts, over social history, may be judged by the warning with which his book concludes. It is, of course, not my aim to substitute for a one-sided, materialistic and equally one-sided spiritualistic causal interpretation of culture and of history, p. 183. What third position it is that Weber stakes out for himself we will be able to evaluate shortly. I suggest here, however, that what he objects to in the vulgar Marxist account of the rise of capitalism is not its materialism, but rather the naive linearity of the story it has to tell. In terms of narrative analysis, in other words, we here confront the phenomenon of what is currently termed intertextuality, in which the text under study must be seen in a relationship of tension and superposition to some older text without which the first cannot properly be understood. Thus, the so-called realistic novel is written against some older dominant narrative form, which it has the function of correcting. Don Quixote is to be understood against the background of the romance, Flaubert against that of Balzac and Romanticism, and so forth. There is, therefore, where narration is concerned, no such thing as naive realism, or rather, the latter always entails an internal and structural repudiation of the narrative conventions, which with its common sense it undercuts and structurally subverts. In the history of the novel there is often a class content to such devaluation, the older form connoting the aristocratic paradigm, the realistic one embodying the new bourgeois values of materialism, common sense, and money. Levi Strauss's formula provides us with a useful way of dramatizing the type of story against which the Protestant ethic is directed. For the vulgar Marxist narrative of the development of Protestantism may be seen as one in which, with the increasing rationalization of the infrastructure, with the increasing economic organization, first of ends and then of the means themselves, there takes place a corresponding shift in the superstructure. Thus the older religion of ends and other worldly values gives way to a new rationalization of the inner worldly means, in other words, to the new religious ideology of Calvinism. To accommodate this historical narrative, we must rewrite Levi Strauss's formula as follows. Where the rationalization of ends is to the rationalization of means as the secularization of ends, in other words, Protestant, as opposed to medieval, theology, is to the secularization of means, or to the development of the modern secular and bureaucratic state in general. What strikes us about such a formalization is that it lacks that inversion of terms and functions with which Levi Strauss sought to convey some sense of a genuine historical leap and of the emergence of something historically and qualitatively new and unexpected. In this sense, then, we may characterize Weber's objection to the vulgar Marxist position as an aesthetic one that detects the weakness of the earlier explanation through flaws in the latter's narrative construction, and it may be suggested in passing that all historical revision, all the great debates about historical interpretation, whether of the class basis of the English Civil War, or of origins of the Cold War, or whatever, may be understood in narrative terms in precisely this way. Returning to the original formula, we are now in a better position to judge the adequacy with which Weber himself conveys the qualitative transformation at stake in this moment of historical change. Thus articulated, Weber's thesis would find expression as follows: the rationalization of ends fx, a, is to the religionalization of means phi, b, as the rationalization of means fx, b, is to the non-finalization of religion fa, y, where the reversals of this concluding expression open up a perspective in which religion, now taken as a term rather than a function, ceases to be felt as an ultimate end or value in its own right. Thus, the prolongation of this historical event into the secular waste of modern times is inherent in the initial thesis. Even more crucial is the operative emphasis placed here upon what we have had to call the religionalization of means, which is, it seems to me, the central and most original aspect of Weber's argument. This moment of the formula phi, b, does more than to suggest that religion is not, as the vulgar Marxist analysis had it, some mere reflex of infrastructural change. Indeed, it shifts the emphasis from the relationship between religion and ends, or conscious, superstructural values, and draws our attention to the effect of religious change on the organization of the means themselves. The position of this moment in the formula suggests that it is precisely this effect that triggers the historical restructuration at issue. Thus, paradoxically, religionalization becomes itself the principal agent in the process of secularization as a whole. How this is to be understood in more traditional Weberian language may be conveyed by the following recapitulation of Weber's argument: by destroying the monastic order, Luther made it impossible to pursue other worldly ends, for there now no longer exist institutions that sanction withdrawal from the daily world of work. Yet, the result of such an institutional transformation is not, as the vulgar Marxist version would have it, the immediate secularization of means, in other words, of the organization of daily life. Rather, with Calvinism we have to do with a new and more thoroughgoing integration of precisely those means into a religious framework. For Calvin, faced with a separation of ends from means so absolute that the ultimate end or value of life was thrust into otherworldliness and the unknowable, found that only the means, in other words, earthly existence itself, remain as a testing place, as a trial and preparation for the drama of salvation. Inner worldly life thus undergoes a systematic rational ordering of the moral life as a whole, p. 126. The process of sanctifying life, Weber tells us, could thus almost take on the character of a business enterprise. A thoroughgoing Christianization of the whole of life was the consequence of this methodical quality of ethical conduct into which Calvinism as distinct from Lutheranism forced men, p. 124 to 125. This was indeed the view of its contemporaries, such as Sebastian Frank, who saw the significance of the Reformation in the fact that now every Christian had to be a monk all his life, p. 121. Thus, we witness here a dialectical reinforcement between what appeared to be the two antithetical positions of rationalization of ends fx, a, and a religionalization of means phi, b, something which leads us to a result quite different from what could have been predicted from the linear, vulgar Marxist narrative, the means now becoming more rather than less religious, even while the ends grow ever more secularized. On the right-hand side of the equation, the peculiar tension or disequilibrium thus generated is just as unexpectedly resolved, for Calvinism's increasing rationalization of means, or earthly conduct fx, b, results in the sudden permutation of the final term, in other words, in the disappearance of religion itself as an ultimate value from the henceforth totally rationalized and desacralized world of the capitalist marketplace. Let us now open a methodological parenthesis in order to evaluate the adequacy of the Levi-Strauss formula in reaching these conclusions. Its advantage over Griam's schema lay in its claim to deal with diachrony, or, in other words, with the irreversible character of narrative and historical change. In fact, however, its principal strength turns out to have been the possibility of comparison that it affords with other narrative versions of the same events, and the way in which it permitted us to dramatize the intertextuality of Weber's thesis. What Griam's relatively static and logical scheme is on the other hand able to demonstrate, what is absent from Levi-Strauss's formula as it is here worked out, is the hypothesis of some central mediatory figure or institution that can account for the passage from one temporal and historical state to another. 1.16 In other words, Levi-Strauss's formula, operating as it does with something like a deep structure of narrative, shows us the various conceptual elements or data at work as they combine and interact with each other, but does not give us a very adequate picture of their articulation into those basic surface units of narrative that are the latter's characters. In history, of course, these are often groups or movements, such as Protestantism. If we now seek to evolve some more adequate scheme that will combine the twin requirements of narrative irreversibility, and of figuration or articulation into agents or characters, it becomes obvious that in one way or another Protestantism will itself serve as a kind of mediation between the traditional medieval world from which it emerged and the modern secularized one that it, in its turn, prepared. In the case of the vulgar Marxist narrative against which Weber's is to be understood, this mediation would take the rather banal form of a transitional state in which life is made less religious by a new theological doctrine, Protestantism, that systematically dismantles the traditional medieval religious structures and allows wholly secular ones to take their place. As against this, Weber's hypothesis recovers something of its original and paradoxical willfulness. The transition from religion to Entsäuberung, from the medieval to the modern moment, is effected, he tells us, not by making life less religious but by making it more so. Calvin did not desacralize the world, on the contrary, he turned the entire world into a monastery. We must therefore devise some notation for the difference between this explicit and self-conscious religious investment of life by Calvin and the relatively unthematized and traditionalistic religious framework of medieval life in general, something I have tried to convey by the brackets in the graph that follows. The basic and constitutive terms of the three overall stages in this historical progression may now be articulated. Medieval, Protestant, modern, religious ends or meaning, plus, rational, organization of means, plus. It would, therefore, appear that the crucial transformation on the level of means from a traditional and non-rationalistic organization to a rational and quantified one in modern times has been effectuated within the framework, or better still, beneath the cover, of an intensified religionalization of ends, in other words, by a new thematization of religion on the level of ends or values, by a removal of the brackets. But we have not yet taken full advantage of the superiority, in the present context, of this scheme over the formula proposed by Levi-Strauss, for another indication of the inherent structural limitations of the latter may be seen in the way in which it obliged us to telescope into the single-term religionalization of means what were in fact two distinct moments of Protestantism, the theology of Luther and that of Calvin. In reality, Weber's text proposes not three, but rather four historical stages, which amount to a virtual combinatoire of all the possible logical permutations between ends and means, on the one hand, and inner-worldly or otherworldly stances, on the other. In this light, Weber's portrayal of Luther, for him still an essentially medieval figure, may be understood in terms of narrative strategy. The importance of Luther lies not in his having brought new content to theology as Calvin will, but rather in his having actualized or thematized what was already implicit in the medieval system, in other words, in his having in terms of our schematic representation removed the brackets from medieval religious thought. This is the moment, indeed, to recall Weber's view of the medieval monastery as an enclave of rationalization within a tradition-oriented world. In that epoch the monk is the first human being who lives rationally, who works methodically and by rational means toward a goal, namely the future life. Only for him did the clock strike, only for him were the hours of the day divided for prayer. The economic life of the monastic communities was also rational. GEH 267. It is because Luther represents a conscious and indeed agonized renewal of the habituated religious thinking of the Middle Ages that he strikes down the artificial isolation of monastic life. His aim is thus a regeneration of religious value or end orientation, but in so doing, without realizing it, he liberates the nascent rationalism of the monasteries, which are now able to spread to all domains of life. To use another set of Weberian oppositions, we may describe the medieval situation before which Luther found himself as one in which inner-worldly otherworldliness, the institutional sanction of otherworldliness, in other words, the monasteries, and inner-worldly this worldliness, in other words, ordinary daily secular life in general, coexisted. Luther does not bring anything new to the situation, yet by closing off one of its terms, by destroying the institutional possibility of an inner-worldly practice of otherworldliness, he prepares the way for Calvin's more decisive permutation, in which a new otherworldly this worldliness or, if you prefer, an inner-worldly asceticism, comes into being. So it is that the intimate relationship that existed between rationalization of means and religionalization of ends within the monasteries now leaps beyond the containment of the monastic institution into the general conduct of life in the outside world itself, allowing us to re-articulate our basic scheme as follows. Protestant, medieval, Luther, Calvin, modern, religious ends, plus, rational means, plus. There remains to be characterized the final transition to the situation of modern capitalism, and it is here more than anywhere else that Protestantism assumes its function as a vanishing mediator. For what happens here is essentially that once Protestantism has accomplished the task of allowing a rationalization of inner-worldly life to take place, it has no further reason for being and disappears from the historical scene. It is thus in the strictest sense of the word a catalytic agent that permits an exchange of energies between two otherwise mutually exclusive terms, and we may say that with the removal of the brackets, the whole institution of religion itself, in other words, what is here designated as Protestantism, serves in its turn as a kind of overall bracket or framework within which change takes place and which can be dismantled and removed when its usefulness is over. Such a picture of historical change, however irreconcilable it may be with vulgar Marxism, is in reality perfectly consistent with genuine Marxist thinking and is, indeed, at one with the model proposed by Marx himself for the revolutions of 1789 and 1848. In 1789, Jacobinism played the role of the vanishing mediator, functioning as the conscious and almost Calvinistic guardian of revolutionary morality, of bourgeois universalistic and democratic ideals, a guardianship that could be done away with in their midter, when the practical victory of the bourgeoisie was assured and an explicitly monetary and market-oriented system could come into being, and in that parody of 1789 which was the revolution of 1848, it was similarly under the cloak of the traditions and values of the Great Revolution, and of the empire that followed it, that the new commercial society of the Second Empire emerged. This suggests that we may associate what our chart designates as the realm of ends with the Marxian concept of the superstructure, while that of means constitutes the infrastructure as such. Thus, in both Weber and Marx, the superstructure may be said to find its essential function in the mediation of changes in the infrastructure along the lines we have characterized, and to understand it in this way, as a vanishing mediator, is to escape the false problems of priority or of cause and effect in which both vulgar Marxist and the idealist positions imprison us. But the purpose of the present study is more extensive than this, for it proposes the more general hypothesis that the concept of the vanishing mediator characterizes all of Weber's sociological and historical thinking and may be seen as the dominant structure of his imagination. Within the material limits of the present essay, however, I cannot illustrate the full range of Weber's applications of such a concept to the most varying historical materials, from his analysis of the role of Bismarck in the unification of modern Germany to his discussion of the importance of Roman law in the evolution of the modern legal system. I must therefore be content to return to the earlier example of the prophet to demonstrate that the notion of a vanishing mediator articulates the material we discussed there in a more adequate way as well. For above and beyond his transitional position between the stage of magic and that of the essentially rational religious organization of the priesthood, the prophet may be understood in the present context as a kind of debracketing of the charismatic authority implicit in the traditional institution of the magician. For the prophet, like the magician, requires charismatic authentication, which in practice meant magic. But the typical prophet propagates ideas for their own sake and not for fees, at least not in any obvious or regulated form. Thus developed the carefully cultivated postulate that the apostle, prophet, or teacher of ancient Christianity must not professionalize his religious proclamations. Sr. 47-48. What is this to say but that the prophet claims more for himself than the magician? Such a non-institutionalized affirmation of his own personal powers and vocation is thus at one with the intensification of charisma as a social force. Magician, prophet, priest, charismatic power, plus rational religious organization, plus. Yet, what such a historical narrative describes is the cooling off or solidification of charisma itself, as the latter a vanishing mediator in the truest sense of the expression serves as a bearer of change and social transformation, only to be forgotten once that change has ratified the reality of the institutions. 3. It will be observed that if a single explanational pattern seems to return again and again throughout Weber's works, this recurrence can most adequately be accounted for by the fact that, in a sense, Weber dealt over and over again, and in the most varied forms, with only a single sociological phenomenon, or, if you prefer the language of the present essay, he told a single story again and again under the most varying disguises and behind the most disparate appearances. The story is of course that of rationalization, a process Weber finds to be at work in ancient prophecy just as much as in modern bureaucracy, in Prussian agriculture just as much as in Protestant theology. But such an observation merely displaces the problem, for rationalization, surely, is a model rather than an empirical fact, an ideal type rather than an observable social institution, and the question of Max Weber's fascination with this process, which he saw at work everywhere, poses itself anew. I have already, in the opening section, sketched the cultural and historical context of that experience of the divorce of means from ends that has its objective embodiment in rationalization just as it finds its subjective expression in ennui. Yet, it is certain that the uniquely structured themes of a life and of a work are not simply lifted from the thin air of the social and cultural environment. Sartre is only the most recent to have insisted on the crucial significance of childhood as the moment in which the ideas in the air, the culturally available roles and themes, are reinvented, as though for the first time, through the unique medium of an individual existence. For Sartre, the function of psychoanalysis is to provide an instrument of social and historical investigation, one that takes as its privileged object the formation of an individual from out of the contents and materials of that determinate historic family structure within which he develops. Existentialism believes that it can integrate the psychoanalytic method which discovers the point of insertion for man and his class, that is, the particular family, as a mediation between the universal class and the individual. The family in fact is constituted by and in the general movement of history, but is experienced, on the other hand, as an absolute in the depth and opaqueness of childhood. 17. Sartre's analysis of the way in which the personality patterns of Flaubert, and the obsessive themes of his work, emerge from an opposition between the personality structures of his parents, personality structures the content of which is essentially sociological, may serve as a model for our present task, which is that of an interpretation of the structural description at which we have arrived. As a nuclear unit, however, the family is a relatively recent institution. The manor or household, Charles Moraes tells us, had still been a vast collective group at the end of the old regime, and still opened its doors to newly married couples. They had their place at the common table. Several generations and innumerable families of cousins lived happily together under one and the same roof. The change of habits which took place in the last decade of the 18th century led young married couples to set up their own homes. They wished to live in their own houses and to keep themselves. The large number of well-paid jobs opened to them by the widening of social life encouraged this process. The new family broke away from its own folk. It now consisted of the limited group father, mother, child. Responsibility fell more and more on the individual. Each man felt master of his own destiny and responsible for his own children. 18. Such a shrinkage in the primal scene of childhood, such a sharp reduction in its vital cast of characters, could not but affect the mechanisms that shape the psyche as well as the symbolism through which the latter deciphers the outside world. At the same time, the external environment of the bourgeois family is altering no less dramatically, for with the political and socio-economic triumph of the new class, that class other in reaction against which the very structures of middle-class identity had come into being, the aristocracy weakens or disappears altogether, so that the hitherto external aggression of middle-class individuals must now find a new object and be reoriented within the relative autonomy and closure of the new bourgeois nuclear family. In a striking page, Arthur Mitzman draws the consequences of such a reorientation. I would argue that in the generations before the 1860s it was the arch-repressiveness of the Victorian superego that inspired both the economic triumphs of the European bourgeoisie and its demands for social status and political power. As long as the bourgeoisie remained politically unsuccessful, there was a certain equilibrium created by the continued deflection of the aggressiveness that was not absorbed by the conquest of nature into the concealed ressentiment, conscious hostility, or open struggle against traditional powers. In other words, there was a rationally defensive political outlet for the psychic bile accumulating in the souls of those energetic Victorians, and because the struggle of bourgeois against aristocrat seemed to make sense, the Oedipal hostilities and the struggle for release of the shackled, built-in aggressions of the 19th century bourgeois could be rationalized in the name of progress and reason. But when the last generation of rebellious bourgeois achieved success in the 1860s and early 70s, their descendants, no less repressed and hostile than themselves, were deprived of those glorious visions of terminal conquest by means of which the earlier generations had sublimated their hostilities. Aggressions masquerading as political passions had formerly been unleashed against the aristocracy. But now the older generation of bourgeois politicians ruled either in place of or alongside the conservative aristocracy. Revolt against the generation in power no longer permitted the early transference of patricidal aggressions to enemies condemned by reason and history. IC. 8-9. These changes in the external situation of the bourgeois family are not without their repercussions on its internal structure as well, and in particular on the development of the role of the mother. The mother or wife was, of course, even in the larger traditional households, the object of an exchange with another bourgeois family, but such an exchange functioned hitherto as alliance between such families against the class enemy. Now, however, and to say so is simply to reinterpret the increasing freedom and status of the bourgeois woman, the wife comes to represent an alternate lifestyle within the bourgeois family itself, a different familial tradition, a mode of life that calls the hitherto unquestioned values of the father into question. So the older struggle between the bourgeois patriarch and the oppressive aristocracy tends to reorganize itself into a structural opposition between the two middle-class parents themselves. and it is characteristic of the children of this generation of grands bourgeois to take inventory of the antithetical parental traits and to think of themselves as problematical or dialectical combinations of the latter. Think, for example, of André Gide's appeal to the coexistence of Normandy and the Midi, of Protestantism and Catholicism, within himself, or Thomas Mann's analogous evocations of the contact between the Hanseatic North and the culture of the Mediterranean. Such was, at any rate, the way in which Max Weber thought about parental influences, for Marianne Weber could only have had her authority for reflections of the following kind from her husband himself. In those years of adolescence it was uncertain whether Max would settle for the character type of his father or that of his mother. He already had the obscure feeling that some such choice would lay before him as soon as he took himself in hand and began consciously to work out a personality of his own. On the one hand, the mother, in whom the forces of the gospel held sway, in whom loving service and self-sacrifice had become a second nature, yet who lived by uncomfortably heroic principles and mastered her excessive daily chores in a constant ethical tension, punctilious to a fault and relating every meaningful occurrence calmly to the eternal itself. She is so heartily decisive and fresh in the way she masters everyday existence, so joyously open to all the beauty of life. How liberating is her laughter, but daily she descends into the deeps and is anchored in the otherworldly. By comparison, the father, honorable through and through, wholly disinterested in politics and in the exercise of his office, and clever besides, of an even disposition, warm and friendly when things go according to his wishes, is nonetheless a typical bourgeois, satisfied with himself and with the world. He categorically rejects any acknowledgement of the problematical sides of life. In later years he loved his domestic comfort and withdrew from all suffering and pity. His liberal political ideals could not be realized, and new ideologies, which might have demanded sacrifices of him in the service of this or that cause, failed to attract him. 19. Between the respectfully retouched lines of Marianne Weber's portrait, one can sense the presence of that Oedipal clash which resulted in Max Weber's nervous breakdown and of which Mitz Mann is able, for the first time, to give us a complete account. 20 But Marianne's pages provide rich materials for an analysis of the complex interaction of parental traits in Weber's background. In one sense, the father, as a successful politician, would appear to stand for action, in opposition to the tradition of Protestant inwardness perpetuated by the mother. The lifestyle of the father, as it emerges from the old patrician mercantile class, is one of nonchalance and accommodation and has nothing of that driven, compulsive quality which the mother's sense of conscience and duty enforce. From this point of view, then, the father's activity may be compared to those bracketed and tradition-oriented types of behavior in which aims are pursued without any thematization of the values or absolutes involved. In this case, political pursuits for the tradition-sanctioned motives of personal ambition and social prestige. Paradoxically, it is the mother, with her family origins in the Prussian bureaucracy, who unites in herself both rationalized work and a religious sense of values. Thus, the choice from which Max Weber's own personality may be expected to evolve is far from a simple option between two relatively univocal symbols, and it is perhaps not too far-fetched to see the origins of Weber's often exasperating habit of dichotomization in this childhood situation in which, with every clash, he must estimate the configuration of parental values involved. In the present context, however, what interests us is that the three positions fit very neatly into the scheme we have devised for the analysis of Weberian narrative. Father. Mother. Max Weber. Ultimate. Purposefulness or meaning. Plus. Compulsive work. Plus. Obviously such an equivalence cannot be expected to prove anything or seal an argument for a skeptical reader, for my reading of Weber's family situation is as little empirical, is as fully pre-structured, as that of any other kind of text. But I think that I can best anticipate misunderstanding and possible abuse of the present hypothesis by suggesting that the operation I have in mind here is something other and more complicated than what has come to be known, following Goldman, as the discovery of homologies between phenomena of different orders and levels in the present instance, between the texts of Weber, his biographical experience, and the social structure of the Germany of his time. Rather, I would argue that we have to do here with a process, one that finds its most fundamental genetic expression on the biographical level. This process can be defined as one of self-definition, or it can be described in the more classic terminology of the Oedipus complex, and our formalization of it is designated to articulate the way in which Weber goes about solving the problem that it poses, namely, the requirement for the male child to identify with the father and thus to reproduce the latter's character structure. What the present hypothesis suggests is that this identification is achieved at the price of a transformation of the paternal value system so thoroughgoing as to make the latter virtually unrecognizable. In this appropriation and restructuration, it is clearly the mother's value system that serves as catalyst and mediator. The intense and inward sense of values of his mother allowed Weber to see his father's existence as an antithesis, as mere opportunism, routine action in a mechanical and unexamined scheme of things. At this point, then, the hostility and resistance to the father acquires the social meaning of a defense of individualistic spirituality and inwardness against bureaucratic routine. On the other hand, we will understand nothing about this process if we do not grasp the fact that Weber's relationship to his mother was no less ambivalent. Indeed, to attack the father is implicitly to defend what the mother herself stands for, namely value, but also compulsion, enforced work, and obligatory activity dialectically related to the unrealizable and ideal character of the otherworldly ethical values of which she is the emissary. Of the father's heritage, Weber rejected the unthematized, tradition-oriented kinds of activity which he felt essentially to lack value or ethical content, but paradoxically, and this paradox is the very heart not only of Weber's personal development, but of his work as well, he had to reject the mother's insistence on ethics as well, or rather, he had to come to terms with what she represented, pure value, in some other fashion than a personal conversion and commitment to it. An early intellectual distrust of ethical programs such as that of Channing, a favorite thinker of Helene Weber, suggests that it was the mother who was associated in Weber's mind with unpractical idealism of the type of socialism that Weber's heroic cynicism later decisively rejected. MW 120 ff. For what accompanies such idealism, as a kind of psychic punishment, is precisely compulsive work, and Weber's subsequent breakdown and long psychic paralysis may in this context be seen, not only as self-punishment and guilt for the attack on the father, but equally well as an aggressive act directed against the maternal principle, as a symbolic refusal of the system of values represented by the mother. At any rate, it is clear from Helene Weber's skeptical attitude toward her son's illness that she understood it in precisely this way, CMW 275. So we are to read the scheme outlined above as the way in which Weber used his maternal heritage to transform that of the father, subsequently discarding the mother's values in their turn when their mediatory function had been fulfilled. The mother's values permitted Weber to achieve at length the scholarly existence of backbreaking and compulsive labor, but only when they had themselves been liquidated. This was accomplished by their thematization as an object of study in their own right. Thus, it is no accident that Weber is the sociologist of religion par excellence, even though remaining religiously unmusical, for he could not separate himself from the mother while he was himself personally committed to her religious beliefs. Nor, on the other hand, could he simply liquidate this feature without a trace, given the crucial function of the mother as a mediation in his own development. So the solution is that classic one described by Freud under the term sublimation. The fascination with religion remains, but transposed to a higher level, in which the type of relationship entertained with the object is no longer that of belief, but rather that of scientific interest. This is, however, not the only, nor even the principal, way in which the process of Weber's psychic development enters and influences his work. To suggest one way in which such influence may be conceived, I return briefly to Levi Strauss's interpretation of those mythological structures, the descriptive analysis of which has already furnished some of our analytical instruments and procedures. In his well-known treatment of the Oedipus myth, from which I borrowed the narrative formula discussed above, Levi Strauss suggests that the mythic narrative results from a conceptual hesitation between two theories of birth, such theories themselves being the reflection of various irreconcilable modes of tribal or familial organization, which are then projected into a series of episodes that offer the primitive mind the semblance of a solution to the underlying social contradiction or conceptual antinomy. 21 In the later volumes of his Mythologics, he offers what seems to be a somewhat different description of the nature and function of myths. The latter, he tells us rather elliptically, signify the spirit that elaborates them by means of the world of which it is itself a part. 22 What this means in the general context of Levi Strauss's thinking is that myths take as their deepest subject the emergence of culture, and thus of mythic storytelling as well, from nature, or, to put it even more succinctly, that all myths are myths about origins, stories designed to provide answers to such questions as, how did the leopard get his spots? Where did fire come from? And so forth. For our present purpose, we may telescope these two definitions and suggest that a myth is the attempt, in the form of a story about origins, to resolve some underlying and apparently irreconcilable contradiction. In the case of Max Weber, the contradiction in question is evidently enough that between the two parental systems, but it is a contradiction of which he himself is the resolution. The fascination with the mystery of origins then logically takes the form of an inquiry, conscious or unconscious, into the formation of his own personality, into the incomprehensible emergence of something called Max Weber from the massive and apparently timeless parental antinomies. But to be interested in this process is the same as being interested in the process of rationalization in general. For Weber's personality, his espousal, not to say invention, of the very institution of scientific objectivity, amounts to the disengagement of rationalized inquiry from the older forms of the two parental activities. It is therefore no accident that Weber's attention goes in every historical age and in every type of sociological material toward precisely those phenomena that may be considered signs or traces of the rationalization process, for this is the form taken by his own unconscious obsession with his own origins. To put it another way, the very theme of rationalization constitutes the autoreferentiality of Weber's scientific inquiry, the way in which the historical or sociological narrative designates itself, or, to use Levi Strauss's expression, signifies its own powers. Therefore, I do not need to propose a homology between Weber's character structure and those external realities of history and modern social development. It is he himself who links the two in his work, or rather, who uses the first as a way of reading the second. Thus he grasps the social and historical fact of Entsäuberung by giving it the genetic form of his own personal experience of the same phenomenon. In other words, he objectifies his own private situation by projecting it into that of modern alienation in a purely technical universe, that of the disappearance of the older traditionalistic and charismatic forms of social life. The question, how did I become what I am, thus becomes enriched and thematized, sublimated, when in the realm of objective historical investigation it takes on the form, how did rationalization come about? What are the origins of the modern desacralized world? We may now conclude by recapitulating the process through which Weber's basic themes are generated. An expanded version of Greimas's rectangle allows us to see them as a series of progressive and cumulative negations, each of which projects the previous material as it were onto a different thematic level while at the same time preserving its fundamental unity. Such a self-generating mechanism dramatizes the agonizing rift in Weber's life and work between contemplation and action, between meaning and activity, between the fascination with ethics and religion and the theory and practice of politics and organization. But we must not give the impression that these interests are to be understood in any purely personal or clinical way. For it was the basic hypothesis of this concluding section of our study that the fundamental mode of existence of such themes is social, the means-ends dichotomy. Indeed, we associated with the personality clash between Max Weber's parents. But this clash merely reflects and dramatizes, embodies on the level of individual existence, a tension that originates on the scale of the social classes themselves. In this sense, each parent can be seen to represent and to individualize a distinct faction in the bourgeoisie of mid-19th century Germany, for the mother was formed in the values and lifestyle of the Prussian bureaucracy, with its emphasis on service and on a severely interiorized sense of duty, while the father incarnated those older pre-industrial mercantile traditions of the type familiar in literature from the Buddenbrooks of Thomas Mann. On the level of the social classes themselves, then, the problem of the integration of these two distinct bourgeois traditions is at one with the very unification of modern Germany and its transformation into an industrial world power. The solution of Max Weber, therefore, on the level of individual psychology and the private life, is emblematic of the possible options of a resolution on the plane of social history. That apparently purely personal solution becomes of even more consequence to the student of German history when we realize that our manipulation of the semantic rectangle, even in such expanded form, is not yet complete, for we have not yet generated the ultimate agents or characterological categories of Weber's thought, the complex and the neutral terms, respectively. The latter, that ultimate combination of the privative terms of this chain of negations, some final union of science on the one hand and a sense of Beruf, or intermission, on the other, must surely be what is embodied in Weber's own personal life choice, in what he described so eloquently as science as a vocation, and we have already been able to sense the profound ambiguity and tension that invests Weberian word Freiheit. But this neutral term is itself dialectically linked to the other combinational possibility available in the Weberian system, to the complex term that would be a synthesis of ends and means, if such a thing were possible, and in which the original rift between the two would be transcended and forgotten. Such a state is to be found in only one moment of Weber's sociology, namely, that of the appearance of the charismatic hero. The nostalgia for the bearer of charisma is surely more than the projection of the ideal father into past and future, it is also and no doubt most fundamentally a vision of the liberated self as well, a self integrated beyond the contingencies of the fallen world of the historical present, in a realm in which meaningful action is once more possible, in which means and ends are at one and henceforth never to be disjoined. Like all wish fulfillments that have never been fully raised to consciousness, however, such a vision was fraught with terrible risks and could never be wholly benign in influence. The subsequent destiny of Germany itself is there to testify to it. But the charismatic hero remains, for Weber, an ideal. Of the reality, both of his own life and of the historical phenomena he was able to make us see, there survives the Protestant ethic, that ambivalent elegy to the potency of the maternal principle, its introspective structure projected outward until it becomes at length indistinguishable from the dreary bureaucratic landscape of the disenchanted modern world itself. 1974. 2. Architecture and the Critique of Ideology. How can space be ideological? Only if such a question is possible and meaningful. Leaving aside the problem of meaningful answers to it, can any conceptions or ideals of non-ideological, transfigured, utopian space be developed? The question has itself tended to be absorbed by naturalistic or anthropological perspectives, predominantly based on conceptions of the human body itself, most notably in phenomenology. The body's limits but also its needs are then appealed to as ultimate standards against which to measure the relative alienation either of older commercial or industrial space, of the overweening sculptural monuments of the international style or of the postmodernist megastructure. Yet arguments based on the human body are fundamentally ahistorical and involve premises about some eternal human nature concealed within the seemingly verifiable and scientific data of physiological analysis. If the body is in reality a social body, if therefore there exists no pre-given human body as such, but rather the whole historical range of social experiences of the body, the whole variety of bodily norms projected by a series of distinct historical modes of production or social formations, then the return to some more natural vision of the body in space projected by phenomenology comes to seem ideological, if not nostalgic. But does this mean that there are no limits to what the body, socially and historically, can become, or to the kind of space to which it can be asked to adapt? Yet if the body ceases to be the fundamental unit of spatial analysis, the very concept of space itself becomes problematized. What space? The space of rooms or individual buildings, or the space of the very city fabric itself, in which those buildings are inserted, and against whose perceptual background my experience of this or that local segment is organized. Yet the city, it is construed, is space in totalization, it is not given in advance as an object of study or analysis, after the fashion of the constructed building. Perhaps even the latter is not given in this way either, except to the already abstract sense of sight. Individual buildings are then objects only in photographs. It is important to recognize, or to admit, that this second series of questions or problems remains essentially phenomenological in its orientation. Indeed, it is possible that the vice of our initial question lies there, that it still insists on posing the problem of the relationship of the individual subject and of the subject's lived experience to the architectural or urban, spatial object, however the latter is to be construed. What is loosely called structuralism is now generally understood as the repudiation of this phenomenological problematic, of such presuppositions as experience. It has generated a whole new counter-problematic of its own, in which space the individual building or the city itself is taken as a text in which a whole range of signs and codes are combined, whether in the organic unity of a shared code, or in collage systems of various kinds, in structures of allusion to the past, or of ironic commentary on the present, or of radical disjunctures, in which some radically new sign, the Seagram building or the radiant city, criticizes the older sign system into which it dramatically erupts. Yet in another perspective it is precisely this last possibility that has been called back into question, and which can be seen as a replication, in more modern structuralist language, of our initial question. In all the arts, the new textual strategies stubbornly smuggled back into their new problematic the coordinates of the older political question, and of the older unexamined opposition between authentic and inauthentic. For a time, the new mediations produced seemingly new versions of the older, false, problem, in the form of concepts of subversion, the breaking of codes, their radical interruption or contestation, along with their predictable dialectical opposite, the notion of co-optation. It is the viability of these new solutions that is today generally in doubt. They now are taken to be more utopianism, only of a negative or critical variety. They seemed at first to have repudiated the older positive and nostalgic ideals of a new utopian authentic, non-alienated space or art, yet their claim to punctual negativity far more modest at first glance now seems equally utopian in the bad sense. For even the project of criticizing, subverting, delegitimating, strategically interrupting, the established codes of a repressive social and spatial order has ultimately come to be understood as appealing to some conception of critical self-consciousness, of critical distance, which today seems problematic, whereas on a more empirical level, it has been observed that the most subversive gesture itself hardens into yet another form of being or positivity in its turn, just as the most negative critical stance loses its therapeutic and destructive shock value and slowly turns back into yet another critical ideology in its own right. Is some third term beyond these two moments the phenomenological and the structural conceivable? Pierre Bourdieu, in his outline of a theory of practice, explicitly attempts such a dialectical move beyond these two moments, both of which are for him indispensable, yet insufficient. The concept of practice, the social body's programming by its spatial text, not taken to be the bottom line both of everyday experience and of the legitimation of the social structure itself while offered as just such a solution, has only been tested on the much simpler materials and problems of pre-capitalist space in the Kabyle village. Meanwhile, Henry Lefebvre's conception of space as the fundamental category of politics and of the dialectic itself, the one great prophetic vision of these last years of discouragement and renunciation, has yet to be grasped in all its path-breaking implications, let alone to be explored and implemented, while Lefebvre's influential role as an ideologist and a critic of French architecture today must be noted and meditated upon. It is precisely a role of this kind that yet another logically possible position faced with the dilemmas we have outlined above explicitly repudiates. This is the position of Manfredo Tafuri, which in at least some of its more peremptory expressions has the merit of stark and absolute simplicity. The position is stated most baldly in the note to the second Italian edition of Theories and History of Architecture. One cannot anticipate a class architecture, An architecture for a liberated society. What is possible is the introduction of class criticism into architecture. 1. Although Tafuri's working judgments in texts written over a number of years are in fact far more nuanced and ambiguous than such a proposition might suggest, certain key elements can at once be isolated. 1. The architectural critic has no business being an ideologist, that is, a visionary proponent of architectural styles of the future, revolutionary architecture, and the like. Her role must be resolutely negative, the vigilant denunciation of existent or historical architectural ideologies. This position then tends to slip into a somewhat different one. 2. The practicing architect, in this society and within the closure of capitalism as a system, cannot hope to devise a radically different, a revolutionary, or a utopian architecture or space either. 3. Without any conceivable normative conception of architectural space, of a space of radical difference from this one, the criticism of buildings tends to be conflated with the criticism of the ideologies of such buildings. The history and criticism of architecture thus tends to fold back into the history and criticism of the various ideologies of architecture, the manifestos and the verbal expressions of the great architects themselves. 4. Political action is not renounced in such a position, or not necessarily, although more pessimistic readings of Tafuri are certainly possible. What is, however, affirmed here is consonant with the Althusserian tradition of the semi-autonomy of the levels and practices of social life. Politics is radically disjoined from aesthetic, in this case architectural, practice. The former is still possible, but only on its level, and architectural or aesthetic production can never be immediately political, it takes place somewhere else. Architects can therefore be political, like other individuals, but their architecture today cannot be political, a restatement of Proposition 2, above. It follows, then, that, 5. An architecture of the future will be concretely and practically possible only when the future has arrived, that is to say, after a total social revolution, a systemic transformation of this mode of production into something else. This position, which inevitably has something of the fascination of uncompromising intransigence and of all absolutes, must be understood, as I will try to show below in more detail, first of all within the history of contemporary Marxism, as a repudiation of what the Althusserians called Marxist humanism, including very specifically its utopian component as symbolically represented by Marcuse or by Henry Lefebvre himself. Its refusal to entertain the possibility of some properly Marxian ideology, which would seek to project alternate futures, its commitment to a resolutely critical and analytical Marxian science by way of a restriction to the operation of denouncing the ideologies of the past and of a closed present. All these features betray some kinship with Adorno's late and desperate concept of a purely negative dialectic. The ambiguity of such a position lies in its very instability, and the way in which it can imperceptibly pass over into a post-Marxism of the type endorsed by the French Nouveau Philosophes or by Tafuri's collaborator, Massimo Cacciari. This is to suggest that Tafuri's position is also an ideology, and that one does not get out of ideology by refusing it or by committing oneself to negative and critical ideological analysis. Yet at this stage, such an evaluation remains at the level of mere opinion and in that form has little if any interest. In what follows I will try to give it more content by examining Tafuri's work and most notably his short, widely read, but dense and provocative Architecture and Utopia in three distinct perspectives. Point 2. The first must be that of the Marxist context in which it was first produced, a context in which a series of significant but implicit moves may go unrecognized by the non-Marxist or American reader for want of the appropriate background. The second perspective, in no special order, will be that of the discursive form in which Tafuri works, namely historiography itself, and most particularly narrative history, whose formal dilemmas and problems today may be seen as determining, or at least over-determining, certain of Tafuri's organizing concepts. Finally, it will be appropriate to reconsider this considerable body of work, now largely available in English, in the context of a vaster contemporary event, which has its own specifically American equivalents, and which is by no means limited to the field of architecture, although the battle lines have been drawn more dramatically there than in any other art, namely the critique of high modernism, the increasingly omnipresent feeling that the modern movement itself is henceforth extinct. This feeling has often been accompanied by the sense that we may therefore now be in something else, sometimes called postmodernism. It is incidentally a matter of no small significance, to which we will return, that this second theme, the dawning of some new postmodernist moment or even age, is utterly alien to Tafuri himself and plays no role in his periodizing framework or in his historical narrative. I want to deal first with the second of my three topics, namely that which has to do with historiography, with the problem of writing history, and in this case of writing the history of a discipline, an art, a medium. That there has been a crisis in narrative or storytelling history since the end of the 19th century is well known, as is the relationship between this crisis and that other crisis in the realistic novel itself. Narrative history and the realistic novel are indeed closely related and, in the greatest 19th century texts, virtually interchangeable. In our own time, this ongoing crisis has been rethematized in terms of the critique of representation, one of the fundamental slogans of post-structuralism. Briefly, the narrative representation of history necessarily tends to suggest that history is something you can see, be a witness to, be present at, an obviously inadmissible proposition. On the other hand, as the word itself suggests, history is always fundamentally storytelling, must always be narrative in its very structure. This dilemma will not bother those for whom history writing is not an essential task. If you are satisfied to do small-scale semiotic analyses of discrete or individual text or buildings, presumably the problem of the writing of history, the telling of a historical story, will not unduly preoccupy you. I say presumably because I think that this problem also leaves its traces on such static analyses, and indeed it seems to be an empirical fact that the issues of history are returning everywhere today, not least within semiotics itself, the history of semiotics, the turn of semiotic analysis to the problem of genres, the problem of a semiotic of historical representation. However, leaving other people to their concerns, it will be clear that no issue is more central or more acute than for those with some commitment to a dialectical tradition, since the dialectic has always for better or for worse been associated with some form or other of historical vision. For myself, I am much attracted by Louis Althusser's solution, which consists in proposing, in the midst of the crisis of historical representation and of narrative history, that the historian should conceive her task not as that of producing a representation of history, but rather as that of producing the concept of history, a very different matter indeed. But how is this to be done? Or rather, to be more modest about it, how has this actually been done in practice? From this perspective, it will be of interest to read Architecture and Utopia with a view toward determining the way in which it suggestively produces the concept of a dialectical history of architecture. But this is a rare enough achievement for one to want, initially, to juxtapose Tafuri's text with those very rare other realizations of this particular genre or form. I can think of only two contemporary dialectical histories of comparable intensity and intellectual energy: Adorno's Philosophy of Modern Music, a seminal text, on which Thomas Mann drew for his musical materials in Dr. Faustus, and in the area of the history of literature, Roland Barthes' early and unequaled writing Degree Zero. You will understand that this limited choice does not imply a lack of interest in the contributions that a Lukács, a Sartre, an Azarosa, a Raymond Williams, among others, have made to the restructuration of traditional paradigms of literary history. What the three books I have mentioned have in common is not merely a new set of dialectical insights into literature, but the practice of a peculiar, condensed, elusive discursive form, a kind of textual genre, still exceedingly rare, which I will call dialectical history. Let me first single out a fundamental organizational feature that these three works share, and which I am tempted to see as the ultimate precondition to which they must painfully submit in order to practice dialectical thinking. This is the sense of necessity, of necessary failure, of closure, of ultimate unresolvable contradictions, and the impossibility of the future, which cannot have failed to oppress any reader of these texts, particularly readers who as practicing artists whether architects, composers, or writers come to them for suggestions and encouragement as to the possibility of future cultural production. Adorno's discussion of musical history culminates, for instance, in Schoenberg's extraordinary solution, the 12-tone system, which solves all the dilemmas outstanding in previous musical history so completely as to make all musical composition after Schoenberg superfluous, or at least regressive, from Adorno's perspective, yet which at the same time ends up as a baleful replication or mirror image of that very totalitarian socio-economic system from which it sought to escape in the first place. In Barth's writing Degree Zero, the well-known ideal of white writing, far from being what it often looks like today, namely a rather complacent account of postmodernist trends, stood in its initial historical context and situation as an equally impossible solution to a dilemma that rendered all earlier practices of writing or style ideological and intolerable. Tafuri's account, finally, of the increasing closure of late capitalism, beginning in 1931 and intensifying dialectically after the war, systematically shutting off one aesthetic possibility after another, ends up conveying a paralyzing and asphyxiating sense of the futility of any kind of architectural or urbanistic innovation on this side of that equally inconceivable watershed, a total social revolution. It would be silly, or even worse, frivolous, to discuss these positions in terms of optimism or pessimism. I will later make some remarks about the political presuppositions that account for, or at least overdetermine, some of Tafuri's attitudes here. What I prefer to stress now is the formal origin of these somber visions of the total system, which, far worse than Max Weber's iron cage, here descends upon human life and human creative praxis. The strengths of the readings and insights of Adorno, Barthes, and Tafuri in these works are for one thing inextricably bound up with their vision of history as an increasingly total or closed system, in other words, their ability to interpret a given work of art as a provisional solution is absolutely dependent on a perspective that reads the artwork against a context reconstructed or rewritten as a situation and a contraction. More than this, I find confirmation in these books for an intuition I have expressed elsewhere, namely that the dialectic, or powerful dialectical history, must somehow always involve a vision of necessity or, if you prefer, must always tell the story of failure. The owl of Minerva takes its flight at dusk. Dialectical interpretation is always retrospective, always tells the necessity of an event, why it had to happen the way it did, and to do that, the event must already have happened, the story must already have come to an end. While this may sound like an indictment of the dialectic, or as yet one more post-Marxist proof of its irrecuperably Hegelian character, it is important to add that such histories of necessity and of determinate failure are equally inseparable from some ultimate historical perspective of reconciliation, of achieved socialism, of the end of prehistory in Marx's sense. The restructuration of the history of an art in terms of a series of situations, dilemmas, contradictions, in terms of which individual works, styles, and forms can be seen as so many responses or determinate symbolic acts, this is, then, a first key feature of dialectical historiography. But there is another no less essential one that springs to mind, at least when one thinks in terms of historical materialism, and that is the reversal associated with the term materialism itself, the anti-idealistic thrust, the rebuke and therapeutic humiliation of consciousness forced to reground itself in a painful awareness of what Marx called its social determination. This second requirement is of course what sets off the present texts sharply from old-fashioned Hegelian spiritual historiography, but which in turn threatens to undermine the historiographic project altogether, as in Marx's grim reminder in the German Ideology. We do not set out from what people say, imagine, or conceive, nor from people as narrated, thought of, imagined, conceived, in order to arrive at people in the flesh. We set out from real, active human beings, and on the basis of their real life process we demonstrate the development of the ideological reflexes and echoes of this life process. The phantoms formed in the human brain are also, necessarily, sublimates of their material life process, which is empirically verifiable and bound to material premises. Morality, religion, metaphysics, All the rest of ideology and their corresponding forms of consciousness, thus no longer retain their semblance of independence. They have no history, no development, in their own right, but it is rather human beings who, developing their material production and relationships, alter, along with this their real existence, their thinking, and the products of their thinking. Life is not determined by consciousness, but consciousness by life. Point 3. Now the slogan of materialism has again become a very popular euphemism for Marxism. I object to this particular ideological fashion on the left today, facile and dishonest as a kind of popular front solution to the very real tensions between Marxism and feminism. The slogan also seems to be extraordinarily misleading as a synonym for historical materialism itself, since the very concept of materialism is a bourgeois enlightenment, later positivist, one, and fatally conveys the impression of a determinism by the body rather than, as in genuine dialectical Marxism, a determination by the mode of production. At any rate, in the context that concerns us here, the description of dialectical historiography, the drawback of the word materialism is that it tends to suggest that only one form of dialectical reversal, the overthrow of idealism by materialism or a recall to matter, is at work in such books. Actually, however, the dialectical shock, the reversal of our habits of idealism, can take many forms, and it is evident that in the dialectical history of an art its privileged targets will be the idealistic habits we have inherited in thinking about such matters, and in particular Hegelian notions of the history of forms and styles, but also empiricist or structuralist notions of isolated texts. Still, it is best to see how these reversal effects have been achieved in practice, rather than deducing them a priori in some dogmatic matter. And since none of these works ever raises one key issue of concern to everyone today, it is appropriate to preface a discussion of them with the indication of a fundamental form of contemporary reversal which may not leave them unscathed either, namely the way in which contemporary feminist critiques cut across the whole inherited system of the histories of art and culture by demonstrating the glaring absence from them, not merely of women as such, but, in the architectural area, of any consideration of the relationship between women's work and interior space, and between the domination of women and the city plan itself. For male intellectuals, this is the most stunning materialist reversal of all, since it calls us effectively into question at the same time that it disturbingly seems to discredit the very foundations and institutional presuppositions of the disciplines in question. Indeed, the lesson for us in criticism of this kind may well be, among other things, precisely this, that a materialist or dialectical historiography does its work ultimately by undermining the very foundations, framework, constitutive presuppositions of the specialized disciplines themselves by unexpectedly demonstrating the existence, not necessarily of matter in that limited sense, but rather in general of an other of the discipline, an outside, a limit, the revelation of the extrinsic, which it is believed to be scandalous and unscholarly to introduce into a carefully regulated traditional debate. Adorno's book perhaps goes least far in this direction. The philosophy of modern music operates its particular reversal by shifting from the subject, the great composers and their styles and works, to the object, the raw material, the tonal system itself, which as a peculiar logic of content has its own dynamics and generates fresh problems with every solution, setting absolute limits to the freedom of the composer at every historical moment, its objective contradictions increasing in intensity and complexity with each of those new moments until Schoenberg's final solution, the unification of vertical and horizontal, of harmony and counterpoint, seems to produce an absolute that is a full stop, beyond which composition cannot go, a success which is also, in genuine dialectical fashion, an absolute failure. Barthes's reversal is useful because his problematic, which is essentially that of the Sartre of what is literature, is the most distant from the rhetoric of materialism and materiality, and consists rather in a vision of the nightmare of history as blood guilt and as that necessary and inevitable violence of the relationship of any group to the others which we call class struggle. Both writers, Sartre and Barthes himself, reverse our placid conceptions of literary history by demonstrating how every individual text, by its institutionalized signals, necessarily selects a particular readership for itself and thereby symbolically endorses the inevitable blood guilt of that particular group or class. Only, where Sartre proposed the full utopian solution of a literature of praxis that would address itself to a classless society, Barthes ingeniously imagines a different way of escaping from the nightmare of history, a kind of neutral or zero term, the projection of a kind of work from which all group or class signals have been eliminated, white or bleached writing, an escape from group blood guilt on the other side of group formation, which in later Barthes will be reoriented around reception rather than production and become the escape from class struggle into an equally non-individual kind of jouissance or punctual schizophrenic or perverse ecstasy, in Le Plaisir du Texte. This is the moment to observe the temptation of the zero-degree solution in Tafuri himself, where it constitutes one, but only one, of the provisional working possibilities very sparsely detectable in his pages. A Barthian reading of Tafuri's account of Mies and the Seagram building seems more plausible, as well as more historical, than a Heideggerian one, particularly if we attend to the content of Tafuri's pro-Mallarmian celebration of the glacial silence of this building, rather than to its rather Germanic language. The almost nothing has become a big glass, reflecting images of the urban chaos that surrounds the timeless Miesian purity. It accepts the shift and flux of phenomena, absorbs them to themselves in a perverse multi-duplication, like a pop art sculpture that obliges the American metropolis to look at itself reflected, in the neutral mirror that breaks the city web. In this, architecture arrives at the ultimate limits of its own possibilities. Like the last notes sounded by the Dr. Faustus of Thomas Mann, alienation, having become absolute, testifies uniquely to its own presence, separating itself from the world to declare the world's incurable malady. 4. This is, however, less the endorsement of a Miesian aesthetic than a way of closing the historical narrative, and, as we will see in a moment, of endowing the implacable and contradictory historical situation with an absolute power that such desperate non-solutions as Barthian bleached writing or Miesian silence can only enhance. Returning for the moment to the strategies of the materialist reversal, we see that Tafuri's use of such strategies is original in that it includes an apologia for the primacy of architecture over all the other arts, and thereby of architectural theory and criticism as well, but the apologia is distinctly untraditional and, one would think, not terribly reassuring for people professionally committed to this field of specialization. Architecture is for Tafuri supreme among the arts simply because its other or exterior is coeval with history and society itself, and it is susceptible therefore to the most fundamental materialist or dialectical reversal of all. To put it most dramatically, if the outer limit of the individual building is the material city itself, with its opacity, complexity, and resistance, then the outer limit of some expanded conception of the architectural vocation as including urbanism and city planning is the economic itself, or capitalism in the most overt and naked expression of its implacable power. So the great Central European urbanistic projects of the 1920s, the Siedlungen, or workers' housing in Berlin, Frankfurt, and Vienna, touch their other in the seemingly extrinsic obstacle of financial speculation and the rise in land and property values that causes their absolute failure and spells an end to their utopian vocation. But whereas for some traditional history of forms this is an extrinsic and somehow accidental, extraneous fact, which essentially has nothing to do with the purely formal values of these designs, in Tafuri's practice of the dialectic, this seemingly extrinsic situation is then drawn back into the dialectic spiral itself and passes an absolute judgment of history proper upon such utopian forms. These two dialectical reversals, the judgment on the project of an individual building, text, or work of art by the pre-existing reality of the city itself, the subsequent judgment on aesthetics of urban planning and ensembles by that vaster totality which is capitalism itself, these are only two of the modes of reversal among many in Tafuri's little book, and it is this very richness of the forms of an anti-idealist turn, the dialectical suppleness of Tafuri's use of varied thematic oppositions, which makes his text both so fascinating and exemplary, and so bewilderingly dense and difficult to read. Other modes of reversal could be enumerated, most notably the unpleasant reminder of the professional status of intellectuals themselves and the ideological and idealistic distortions that result from such status, as well as the thematics of a Keynesian management of the future, a kind of credit and planning system of human life, which is one of the more novel subthemes of this work and of its staging of the critique of modernist utopianism. What must be stressed at this point, however, is the way in which the principal event of such dialectical histories, the contradiction itself, the fatal reversal of this or that aesthetic solution as it comes to grief against its own material underside, necessarily determines the form of their narrative closure and the kind of ending they are led to project. In all three, the present is ultimately projected as the final and most absolute contradiction, the situation that has become a blank wall, beyond which history cannot pass. Such an end of history, or abolition of the future, is most obvious in Adorno, where it is paid for by the tragic blind spot of the philosopher-composer, who must on the one hand systematically reject the other of his culture, including the movement of popular or mass culture contemptuously dismissed by Adorno under the all-purpose term jazz or easy music, and that whole movement of third world history and culture, which is the repressed of his Eurocentrism. At the same time he must refuse even the development of advanced music beyond his final stage, repudiating Stockhausen, electronic music, all the developments of the 1950s and 1960s, with the same stubborn passion that leads him to bracket any conceivable political future in negative dialectics. We have already examined the more ingenious conception of a negative way in Barth's ideal of a zero degree of writing, or in Tafuri's passing homage to Mies. What must now be underscored is the constitutive relationship between Tafuri's possibility of constructing dialectical history and his systemic refusal of what, in theories and history of architecture, is called operative criticism. This type of criticism, most strikingly employed in classical works like Gideon's Space, Time, and Architecture, reads the past selectively and places an illusory historical analysis, the appearance of some objective historical narrative, in the service of what is in reality an architectural manifesto, the normative projection of some new style, the project of future work and future possibilities, the planning of a precise poetical tendency, anticipated in its structures and derived from historical analyses programmatically distorted and finalized. THA 141, in short, ideological criticism which substitutes ready-made judgments of value, prepared for immediate use, for analytical rigor. THA 153. But this judgment on the spurious appropriation of the past in the service of an endorsement of aesthetic action in the present implies that rigorous analytical history must in turn be bought by a stoic renunciation of action and of value, and a well-nigh Hegelian renunciation of all possible futures, so that the owl of Minerva can wing its flight into the past. Tafuri's pessimism is thus to be seen as a formal necessity of the generic structure of his text dialectical historiography rather than as an opinion or a position in its own right. Unfortunately, it must also be read as just such an opinion or position, and at this point a purely formal and textual necessity intersects with and is overdetermined by ideology, and becomes the vehicle for a whole set of ideological messages and signals which have real content and which can best be appreciated by way of the Marxian traditions in which they emerge. It seems to me most convenient to decode these signals in the context of a current and general left appropriation of the older right-wing end of ideology slogans of the late 1950s. In that period, the period of the Eisenhower era and the Great American Celebration, the end of ideology meant not merely the death of Marxism, but also the good news of the end of the classical capitalism anatomized by Marx, and the apparition of some new social order whose dynamics was no longer based on production and associated with social classes and their struggle, but rather on a new principle, which was therefore to be seen in all those senses as beyond ideology. This new social system will then be named, by the ex-Marxist right-wing theorists of an end of ideology, most notably Daniel Bell, as post-industrial society. Others will call it consumer society, media society, consumer capitalism, and so forth, and its dynamic will be characterized by the primacy of knowledge, of scientific and technological know-how, and by the primacy of a new social group, no longer a class in the Marxian sense, namely the technocrats. Point 5. For obvious reasons, the left repudiated this kind of analysis for a number of years, remaining intent on demonstrating that the classical analyses and concepts of Marx's Capital were still valid for the period that Bell and others were intent on describing as the dialectical mutation of post-industrial society. It is clear that something of the force of Bell's theory derived from the optimism of the Eisenhower era, the period of American empire and a global Pax Americana, and that history itself, better than any left counter-theories or critiques, undertakes to pronounce judgment on the end of ideology, post-industrial society thesis, and to lay it to rest in our own moment of the return of more classical global economic crisis, worldwide depression, unemployment, and the like. Paradoxically, however, it was precisely in the intervening years that the left itself caught up with the thesis of a new historical moment, a radical historical break, and produced its own version of the end of ideology thesis. This also had something to do with changes in social atmosphere and temperature, and with the alteration of the quality of life in the advanced world, that is to say, with mutations in the appearance or surface of social life. It became clear to everyone, in other words, that with consumerism, with the enormous penetration and colonization of the apparatus of the media, with the release of new non-class social forces in the 1960s, forces associated with race and gender, with nationalism and religion, with marginality, as with students or the permanently unemployed, something decisive had changed in the very reality of the appearance of capitalism. The new Marxian version of the state will explain the originality of the features of so-called post-industrial society as a new stage of capitalism proper, in which the old contradictions of capital are still at work, but in unexpectedly new forms. The features enumerated by people like Bell, for example, the primacy of science, the role of bureaucracy, will be retained, but interpreted very differently in the light of a new moment which can be called late capitalism or the multinational world system. In the traditional Marxian periodization, this would be a third moment of capitalism, after those of classical market capitalism, and the stage of imperialism and monopoly, and could be dated from the immediate post-war period in the United States and the late 1950s in Europe. Point 6. Although we do not have time for a detailed discussion of this extremely important new Marxian theory of the contemporary world, we must, before returning to Tafuri, underscore two significant features of that theory. First, it is the theory of something like a total system, marked by a global deployment of capital around the world, even, on many accounts, reaching into the still far from autonomous economic dynamics of the nascent socialist countries, and effectively destroying the older coherence of the various national situations. The total system also is marked by the dynamism with which it now penetrates and colonizes the two last surviving enclaves of nature within the older capitalism, the unconscious and the pre-capitalist agriculture of the Third World. The latter is now systematically undermined and reorganized by the Green Revolution, whereas the former is effectively mastered by what the Frankfurt School used to call the culture industry, that is, the media, mass culture, and the various other techniques of the commodification of the mind. I should also add that this enormous new quantum leap of capital now menaces that other pre-capitalist enclave within older capitalism, namely the non-paid labor of the older interior or home or family, thereby in contradictory fashion unbinding and liberating that enormous new social force of women, who immediately then pose an uncomfortable new threat to the new social order. On the other hand, if the new expansion of multinational or late capitalism at once triggers various new forms of struggle and resistance, as in the great revolts of the 1960s, it also tends to be accompanied by a mood of pessimism and hopelessness that must naturally enough accompany the sense of a total system, with nothing outside itself, within which local revolts and resistances come to be seen, not as the emergence of new forces and a new logic of a radically different future, but rather as mere inversions within the system, punctual reversals of this or that systemic feature, no longer dialectical in their force, but merely structural, ist. The Marxist response to this increasingly windless closure of the system will be varied. It can take the form of a substitution of the timescale of the prognosis of the Grundriss, for that, far more imminent, of capital proper. In the Grundriss, indeed, Marx seems to project a far greater resiliency for capitalism than in Capital itself, one which better accommodates the unexpected new vitality and dynamism of the system after World War II. The key feature of this position will be the insistence on what is, after all, a classical notion of Marx, namely that a socialist revolution and a socialist society are not possible until capitalism has somehow exhausted all its possibilities, but also not until capitalism has become a worldwide and global fact, in which universal commodification is combined with a global proletarianization of the workforce, a transformation of all humanity, including the peasants of the Third World, into wage workers. In that case, the chances for socialism are relegated into some far future, while the ominous nature of the current total system becomes rather positive again, since it marks precisely the quantum progression toward that final global state. But this means, in addition, that not only can there not be socialism in one country, there cannot be anything like socialism in one block of countries. Socialist revolution is here by definition global revolution or it is nothing. And equally obviously, there can be no emergence of a different social system within the interstices of the old, within this or that sector of capitalism proper. Here, I think, you will have already recognized the perspective that is characteristic of Tafuri's work. There can be no qualitative change in any element of the older capitalist system as, for instance, in architecture or urbanism without beforehand a total revolutionary and systemic transformation. Total systems theory can of course also be explained in terms of the kind of textual determinism already evoked above. The purpose of the theorist is to build as powerful a model of capital as possible, and as all-embracing, systemic, seamless, and self-perpetuating. Thus, if the theorist succeeds, he fails, since the more powerful the model constructed, the less possibility will be foreseen in it for any form of human resistance, any chance of structural transformation. Yet the meaning of this stark and absolute position, this diagnosis of the total system of late or multinational capital, cannot fully be grasped without taking into account the alternative position of which it is the symbolic repudiation. This is what may be called neo-Gramscianism, the more optimistic assessment of some possible long march through the institutions, which counterposes a new conception of some gradualist war of position for the classical Leninist model of the war of maneuver, the all-or-nothing seizure of power. There are, of course, many reasons why radical Italian intellectuals today should have become fatigued with the Gramscian vision, paradoxically at the very moment when it has come to seem reinvigorating for the left in other national situations in Europe and elsewhere. The most obvious of these reasons is the 30-year institutionalization of Gramsci's thought within the Italian Communist Party, and the assimilation of Gramsci, in the Italian context, to that classical form of dialectical thought which is everywhere systematically repudiated by a Nietzschean post-Marxism. Nor should we forget to underscore the structural ambiguity or polysemousness of the basic Gramscian texts, written in a coded language beneath the eyes of the fascist censor. These texts either can be translated back into classical Leninism or, on the contrary, can be read as a novel inflection of Leninism in a new direction, as post-Leninism or a stimulating new form of neo-Marxism. There are therefore objectively many distinct Gramscis, between which it would be frivolous to attempt to decide which is the true one. I want, however, to suggest that with some Gramscian alternative, the possibility of a very different perspective on architecture and urbanism today is also given, so that the implications of this further digression are not a matter of Marxist scholastics, nor are they limited to purely political consequences. At least two plausible yet distinct readings of the Gramscian slogan, the struggle for hegemony, must be proposed at this point. What is at stake is the meaning of that counter-hegemony which oppositional forces are called upon to construct within the ongoing dominance of the hegemony of capital, and the interpretive dilemma here turns on the false problem of a materialist or an idealist reading. If the Gramscian struggle, in other words, aims essentially at the preparation of the working class for some eventual seizure of power, counter-hegemony is to be understood in purely superstructural terms, as the elaboration of a set of ideas, counter-values, cultural styles, which are virtual or anticipatory, in the sense that they correspond to a material, institutional base that has not yet in reality been secured by political revolution itself. The temptation is therefore to argue for a materialist reading of Gramsci on the basis of certain key figures or tropes in the classical Marxian texts. One recalls, for example, the organic formulations of the 1859 preface to the Critique of Political Economy. New, higher relations of production never appear before the material conditions of their existence have matured within the womb of the old society. Productive forces developing in the womb of bourgeois society create the material conditions for the solution of the antagonism of all previous history as class conflict. 7 One must also note the celebrated figure with which, in passing, the Marx of Capital characterizes the status of commerce within the quite different logic of the ancient mode of production, existing in the interstices of the ancient world, like the gods of Epicurus in the Intermundia or the Jews in the pores of Polish society. 8. Such figures suggest something like an enclave theory of social transition, according to which the emergent future, the new and still nascent social relations that announce a mode of production that will ultimately displace and subsume the as yet still dominant one, is theorized in terms of small yet strategic pockets or beachheads within the older system. The essentially spatial nature of the characterization is no accident and conveys something like a historical tension between two radically different types of space, in which the emergent yet more powerful kind will gradually extend its influence and dynamism over the older form, fanning out from its initial implantations and gradually colonizing what persists around it. Nor is this some mere poetic vision. The political realities that have been taken as the verification and the concrete embodiment of enclave theory in contemporary society are the legendary Red Communes of Italy today, most notably Bologna, whose administration by the Communist Party has seemed to demarcate them radically from the corruption and inefficiency of the capitalist nation-state within which, like so many foreign bodies, they are embedded. Tafuri's assessment of such communes is particularly instructive. The debate over the historical centers and the experience of Bologna have shown that architectural and urbanistic proposals cannot be put to the test outside definite political situations, and then only within improved public structures for control. This has effected a substantial modification in the role of the architectural profession, even further redimensioned and characterized by an increasing change in the traditional forms of patronage and commissioning. Although what the new left city administrations have inherited is in a desperate state and the financial difficulties are staggering, one can hope that from this new situation may come the realization of the reforms sought for decades. It is on this terrain that the Italian workers' movements are summoned to a historical test whose repercussions may prove to be enormous, even outside Italy. Ma. 322. These lines, written, to be sure, in the more favorable atmosphere of 1976, betray a rather different Tafuri than the somber historiographer of some end of history who has predominated in the preceding pages. What complicates this picture, however, is the discovery that it is precisely some such enclave theory which on Tafuri's analysis constitutes the utopianism of the modern movement in architecture, that, in other words, Tafuri's critique of the international style, the informing center of all his works, is first and foremost a critique of the latter's enclave theory itself. Le Corbusier, for example, spoke of avoiding political revolutions, not because he was not committed to revolution, but rather because he saw the construction and the constitution of new space as the most revolutionary act, one that could replace the narrowly political revolution of the mere seizure of power, and if the experience of a new space is associated with the whole transformation of everyday life itself, Le Corbusier's seemingly anti-political stance can be reread as an enlargement of the very conception of the political, and as having an anticipatory kinship with conceptions of cultural revolution that are far more congenial to the spirit of the contemporary left. Still, the demiurgic hubris of high modernism is fatefully dramatized by such visions of the towers of the Plan Voisin, which stride across a fallen landscape like H. G. Wells's triumphant Martians, or of the gigantic symbolic structures of the Unites Dehabitation, the Algiers Plan, or Chandigarh, which are apocalyptically to sound the knell of the cramped and unsalubrious hovels that lie dwarfed beneath their prophetic shadow. we will shortly enter into the terms of Tafuri's critique of modernism itself. Suffice it to say for the moment that its cardinal sin is precisely to identify, or conflate, the political and the aesthetic, and to foresee a political and social transformation that is henceforth at one with the formal processes of architectural production itself. All of this is easier to demonstrate on the level of empirical history, where the new enclaves of the international style manifestly failed to regenerate anything around them, or where, when they did have the dynamic and radiating influence predicted for them by the masters, the results, if anything, were even more depressing, generating a whole series of dismal glass boxes in their own image, or a multiplication of pseudo-Corbusian towers in the desolation of parks which have become the battleground of an unending daily war of race and class. Even the great emblem of the Red Communes can, from this perspective, be read differently, for it can equally well be argued that they are not enclaves at all, not laboratories in which the original social relations of the future are being worked out, but rather simply the administration of inherited capitalistic relations, albeit conducted in a different spirit of social commitment than that of the Christian Democrats. This uninspiring balance sheet would settle the fate of the Gramscian alternative if the enclave theory were its only plausible interpretation. The latter may, however, be seen as an overly reductive and rather defensively materialist conception of the politics of space. But it can equally well be argued that Gramsci's notion of hegemony, along with the later and related idea of cultural revolution, attempts rather to displace the whole distinction of materialism versus idealism, and, along with it, of the traditional concept of base and superstructure. It would therefore no longer be idealist in the bad old sense to suggest that counter-hegemony means producing and keeping alive a certain alternate idea of space, the urban, daily life, and the like. It would then no longer be so immediately significant, or so practically and historically crippling, that architects in the West, with the possible exception of France, owing to the private property system, do not have the opportunity of projecting and constructing collective ensembles that express and articulate original new social relations, and needs and demands, of a collective type. The essential would rather be that they are able to form conceptions and utopian images of such projects, against which to develop a self-consciousness of their concrete activities in this society, it being understood, in Tafuri's spirit, that such collective projects would only practically and materially be possible after a systemic transformation of society. But such utopian ideas are as objective as material buildings, their possibilities, the possibility of conceiving such new space, have conditions of possibility as rigorous as any material artifact. Those conditions of possibility are to be found, first and foremost, in the uneven development of world history and in the existence, elsewhere, in the second and third worlds, of projects and constructions that are not possible in the first. This concrete existence of radically different spaces elsewhere, of whatever unequal realization, is what objectively opens the possibility for the coming into being and development of counter-hegemonic values here. A role is thereby secured for a more positive and Gramscian architectural criticism, over against Tafuri's stubbornly, and therapeutically, negative variety, his critical refusal of utopian speculation on what is not possible within the closure of the multinational system. In reality, both of these critical strategies are productive alternatively according to the situation itself, and the public to which the ideological critic must address herself, and there is no particular reason to lay down either of these useful weapons. It is at any rate worth quoting yet another appreciation of Tafuri, this one, unexpectedly, of the Stalin Alley, now the Karl Marx Alley, in East Berlin, in order to show that his practical criticism is often a good deal more ambivalent than his theoretical slogans, and also further to dispel the feeling that the celebration of Mises' negative mysticism, quoted above, amounts to anything like a definitive position. However, in the case of the Stalin Alley, in East Berlin, it would be wrong to regard what resulted as purely ideological or propagandistic. In reality, the Stalin Alley is the fulcrum of a project of urban reorganization affecting an entire district, establishing an axis of development toward the Tiergarten different from that developed historically. In addition, This plan inverts the logical manner in which a bourgeois city expands by introducing into the heart of the metropolis the residence as a decisive factor. The monumental bombast of the Stalin Alley, now renamed Karl Marx Alley, was conceived to put in a heroic light an urbanistic project that set out to be different. In fact, it succeeds perfectly in expressing the presupposition for the construction of the new socialist city, which rejects divisions between architecture and urbanism and aspires to impose itself as a unitary structure. Ma. 332, 326. Such a text can evidently be used to support either position, the negative one that such a collective project, with its transcendence of the opposition building/city, is only possible after a revolutionary transformation of social relations as a whole, or the more Gramscian one outlined above, that the very existence of such an ensemble in some other space of the world creates a new force field which cannot but have its influence even over those architects for whom such a project is scarcely a realistic possibility. Still, until now we have not considered what kind of total system sets limits to the practical transformation of space in our time, nor have we drawn the other obvious consequence from the neo-Marxian theorization of consumer society or of the new moment of late capitalism, namely that to such a new moment there may very well correspond a new type of culture or cultural dynamic. This is therefore the time to introduce our third theme or problem, namely that of postmodernism and of the critique of classical or high modernism itself. For the economic periodization of capital into three rather than two stages, that of late or multinational capitalism being now added to the more traditional moments of classical capitalism and of the monopoly stage or stage of imperialism, suggests the possibility of a new periodization on the level of culture as well. From this perspective, the moment of high modernism, of the international style and of the classical modern movement in all the arts with their great auteurs and their utopian monuments, main books of the world, fully as much as Corbusian radiant cities, would correspond to that second stage of monopoly and imperialist capitalism which came to an end with World War II. Its critique therefore coincides with its extinction, its passing into history, as well as with the emergence, in the third stage of consumer capital, with some properly postmodernist practice of pastiche, of a new free play of styles and historicist illusions now willing to learn from Las Vegas, a moment of surface rather than of depth, of the death of the old individual subject or bourgeois ego, and of the schizophrenic celebration of the commodity fetishism of the image, of a now delirious New York and a countercultural California, a moment when the logic of media capitalism penetrates the logic of advanced cultural production itself and transforms the latter to the point where such distinctions as those between high and mass culture lose their significance, and where the older notions of a critical or negative value of advanced or modernist art may also no longer be appropriate or operative. As I have observed, Tafuri refuses this periodization, and we will observe him positioning his critique of the postmoderns beneath the general category of a still high modernist utopianism, of which they are seen merely as so many epigones. Still, in this country and for this public, the thrust of his critique of utopian architecture will inevitably be associated with the generalized reaction here against the older hegemonic values and norms of the international style, about which we must attempt to take an ambivalent and nuanced position. It is certain, for instance, as books like Tom Wolfe's recent From Bauhaus to Our House readily testify, that the critique of high modernism can spring from reactionary and Philistine impulses, in both the aesthetic and the political sense, and can be belatedly nourished by all the old middle-class resistances which the modern movement met and aroused in its first freshness. Nor does it seem implausible that in certain national situations, most notably in those of the former fascist countries, the anti-modernist position is still essentially and unambiguously at one with political reaction, as Habermas has suggested. 9 If so, this would explain Tafuri's decision to uncouple a reasoned critique of modernism from the adoption or exposition of any more positive aesthetic ideology. In the United States, however, whatever the ultimate wisdom of applying a similar strategy, the cultural pull and attractiveness of the concept of postmodernism clearly complicates the situation in ways that need to be clarified. It will therefore be useful to retrace our steps for the moment, and however briefly to work through the terms of Tafuri's critique of modernism as he outlines it for us in Architecture and Utopia, where we meet a left-wing version of the end of ideology roughly consistent with the periodizations of some new stage of capital that have just been evoked. On this view, ideas as such ideology in the more formal sense of a whole system of legitimizing beliefs are no longer significant elements in the social reproduction of late capitalism, something that was obviously not the case in its earlier stages. Thus the great bourgeois revolutionary ideology of freedom, equality, and fraternity was supremely important in securing the universal consent of a variety of social classes to the new political and economic order. This ideology was thus also, in Tafuri's use of the term, a utopia, or rather, its ideologizing and legitimizing function was concealed behind a universalizing and utopian rhetoric. In the late 19th century, particularly in the French Third Republic, the Republic of the Professors, the rise of positivism, with its militant anti-clericalism and its ideal of a lay or secular education, suggests the degree to which official philosophy was still thought to be a crucial terrain of ideological struggle and a supreme weapon for securing the unity of the state, whereas in our own time, until recently, what is generally called New Deal liberalism, or in Europe, the social democracy of the welfare states, performed an analogous function. All of this would seem to be in question today. We will want, Adorno says somewhere, to take into account the possibility that in our time the commodity is its own ideology, the practices of consumption and consumerism, on that view, themselves are enough to reproduce and legitimate the system, no matter what ideology you happen to be committed to. In that case, not abstract ideas, beliefs, ideologies, or philosophical systems, but rather the immanent practices of daily life now occupy the functional position of ideology in its other larger systemic sense. And if so, this development can clearly serve as one explanation for the waning power of the utopian ideologies of high modernism as well. Indeed, Tafuri explicitly associates the demiurgic value of architectural planning in the modern masters with the Keynesian ideal of the control of the future. In both versions, utopia is the dream of irrational domination of the future, the elimination of the risk it brings with it. 52 Even for Le Corbusier, the absolute of form is the complete realization of a constant victory over the uncertainty of the future. 129. It is therefore logical enough that both these ultimate middle-class ideologies or utopias, Keynesianism and high modernism, should disappear together, and that their concrete critique should be less a matter of intellectual self-consciousness than simply a working out of history itself. But ideology has a somewhat different focus in Tafuri's schematic overview of bourgeois architectural thinking from the dissolution of the Baroque to our own time, where these varied aesthetic utopias are analyzed in terms of something closer to a Hegelian ruse of reason or of history itself. Their utopian form thus proves to be an instrument in the edification of a business system and the new dynamism of capital. Whatever content they claimed in themselves, their concrete effects, their more fundamental function, lay in the systematic destruction of the past. Thus the emergence of secular conceptions of the city in the 18th century is primarily to be read as a way of clearing away the older culture. The deliberate abstraction of Enlightenment theories of the city served to destroy Baroque schemes of city planning and development. 8. In much the same way, the dawn of modernism proper, the moment when ideology is overtly transformed into utopia, when ideology had to negate itself as such, break its own crystallized forms and throw itself entirely into the construction of the future. This supreme moment of Freud and Nietzsche, of Weber and Simmel, and of the birth of high modernism in all the arts, was in reality for Tafuri a purely destructive operation in which residual ideologies and archaic social forms were systematically dissolved. 50. The new utopianism of high modernism thus unwittingly and against the very spirit of its own revolutionary and utopian affirmations prepared the terrain for the omnipotence of the fully rationalized technocratic plan, for the universal planification of what was to become the total system of multinational capital. The unmasking of the idols that obstructed the way to a global rationalization of the productive universe and its social dominion became the new historical task of the intellectual. 51. It also became the historic mission of the various cultural avant-gardes themselves, for which, in reality although not according to their own manifestos, the autonomy of formal construction has as its deepest practical function to plan the disappearance of the subject, to cancel the anguish caused by the pathetic, or ridiculous, resistance of the individual to the structures of domination that close in upon him or her. 73. Whatever avant-garde or architectural aesthetic utopias thought they were intent on achieving, therefore, in the real world of capital and in their effective practice, those ends are dialectically reversed and serve essentially to reinforce the technocratic total control of the new system of the bureaucratic society of planned consumption. We may now return to the beginnings of Tafuri's story in the 18th century. The Enlightenment attempt to think urbanism in some new and more fully rational way generates two irreconcilable alternatives. One path is that of architecture as the instrument of social equilibrium, and geometric silence of Durand's formally codified building types, the uniformity ensured by preconstituted formal systems. 13. The other is that of a science of sensations. 11. A kind of excessive symbolism. 13. Which we may interpret as the conception of a libidinal resistance within the system, the breakthrough of desire into the grids of power and control. These two great utopian antitheses, Saint-Simon versus Fourier, if you like, or Lenin versus Marcuse, are, then, for Tafuri the ideological double-bind of a thinking imprisoned in capitalist relations. They are at once unmasked in Piranesi's contemporaneous nightmarish synthesis of the Camp Marzio and are also, unexpectedly, given a longer lease on life in the New World, where, with the open frontier and in the absence of feudalism, the new urban synthesis of Washington, D.C., retains a vitality henceforth forbidden to European efforts. Interestingly enough, in our present context, these two alternatives also roughly correspond to the analyses of Adorno and Barthes respectively. The first utopian alternative, that of rationalization, will little by little formulate its program in terms of overcoming the opposition between whole and part, between urban plan and individual architectural monument, between the molar and the molecular, between the urban organism as a whole and the elementary cell or building blocks of the individual building. Hilbersheimer. But it is precisely this unified field theory of the macro and the micro, toward which the urbanistic work of Le Corbusier strives, which is projected, in Adorno's book, by Schoenberg's 12-tone system, the ultimate abolition of the gap between counterpoint and harmony, between overall form and the dynamics of the individual musical parole or theme. But Schoenberg's extraordinary synthesis is sterile, and in architecture the unified field theory destroys the individual work or building as such. The single building is no longer an object, it is only the place in which the elementary assemblage of single cells assumes physical form. Since these cells are elements reproducible ad infinitum, they conceptually embody the prime structure of a production line that excludes the old concepts of place or space. Ma. 105. This utopian impulse has then ended up rationalizing the object world more extensively and ferociously than anything Ford or Taylor might have done on their own momentum. Yet the second, or libidinal, strategy is no less ideological in its ultimate results. Barth's intellectual trajectory is complicated, and I will not take the time here to insert him neatly back into the scheme, although I think something like this could be done. Suffice it to observe that, following Benjamin, Tafuri sees the second, libidinal strategy in its emergence in Baudelaire as having unexpected subjective consequences which harmonize with the objective external planification achieved above. Baudelaire had discovered that the commercialization of the poetic product can be accentuated by the poet's very attempt to free himself from his objective conditions. Ma. 92. The new vanguard subjectivity, in other words, ends up training the consumer for life in the industrial city, teaching the ideology of the correct use of the city. Ma. 84. Freeing the aesthetic consumer from objects that were offered to judgment and substituting a process to be lived and used as such. Ma. 101. This particular strategy now prolongs itself into, and revitalizes itself in, the postmodernist ideologies and aesthetics of the present period, denounced by Tafuri in a memorable passage. Thus the city is considered in terms of a superstructure. Indeed, art is now called upon to give the city a superstructural guise. Pop art, op art, analysis of the urban imageability, and the perspective aesthetic converge in this objective. The contradictions of the contemporary city are resolved in multivalent images, and by figuratively exalting that formal complexity they are dissimulated. If read with adequate standards of judgment, this formal complexity is nothing other than the explosion of the irremediable dissonances that escape the plan of advanced capital. The recovery of the concept of art thus serves this new cover-up role. It is true that whereas industrial design takes a lead position in technological production and conditions its quality in view of an increase in consumption, pop art, reutilizing the residues and cast-offs of that production, takes its place in the rear guard. But this is the exact reflection of the twofold request now made to the techniques of visual communication. Art which refuses to take its place in the vanguard of the production cycle, actually demonstrates that the process of consumption tends to the infinite. Indeed, even the rejects, sublimated into useless or nihilist objects which bear a new value of use, enter into the production-consumption cycle, if only through the back door. This art that deliberately places itself in the rear guard is also indicative of the refusal to come to terms with the contradictions of the city and resolve them completely, to transform the city into a totally organized machine without useless squanderings of an archaic character or generalized dysfunction. In this phase it is necessary to persuade the public that the contradictions, imbalances, and chaos typical of the contemporary city are inevitable. Indeed, the public must be convinced that this chaos contains an unexplored richness, unlimited utilizable possibilities, and qualities of the game now made into new fetishes for society. Ma. 137, 139. The power of such negative critiques of ideology, which construe ideology exclusively in terms of false consciousness, lies in the assumption that everything that does not effectively disrupt the social reproduction of the system may be considered as part and parcel of the reproduction of that system. The anxieties provoked in almost everyone by such an implacable and absolute position are probably healthy and therapeutic in one way or another. As I have begun to suggest before, however, the real problem in such an analysis lies elsewhere, in the assumption that social reproduction in late capitalism takes much the same form as in the earlier period of high modernism, and that what some of us call the postmoderns simply replicate the old modernist solutions at lower levels of intensity and originality. Thus Philip Johnson's ambiguous eclecticism ends up as mere jugglery. Ma. 397, the work of Louis Kahn and the British architect James Stirling represent two opposite attempts to breathe life into a seemingly moribund art. Ma. 400, Robert Venturi's complexity and contradiction in architecture flattens out the new critical concepts of ambiguity and contradiction, dehistoricizing them and emptying them of all their tragic, and properly high modernist, tension, with a view toward justifying personal planning choices rather more equivocal than ambiguous. THA 213. Yet there would seem to be a certain inconsistency in the reproach that the newer architects fail to achieve even that tragic tension which was itself considered to be utopian and ideological in the masters. The other fact of this inconsistency can then be detected in the consonance and profound historical kinship between Tafuri's analysis of modernism and the onslaughts of the postmodernists, most notably Venturi himself, a critique which goes well beyond the usual themes of the hubris of central planning, the single-function conception of space and the puritanism of the streamlining abhorrence of ornament. 10 Venturi's analysis, particularly in Learning from Las Vegas, 1972, centers specifically on the dialectic, and the contradiction, between the building and the city, between architecture and urbanism, which forms one of the major strands in the historiography of the Italian theorist. The monumental duck of the international style, like Mallarmé's Lever, like Bayreuth, like Finnegan's Wake, or like Kandinsky's mystical painting, proposes itself, as we have already suggested, as a radically different, revolutionary, or subversive enclave from which little by little the whole surrounding fabric of fallen social relations is to be regenerated and transformed. Yet in order to stage itself as a foyer of this kind, the duck must first radically separate itself from that environment in which it stands. It thereby slowly comes to be, by virtue of that very inaugural disjunction, that constitutive self-definition and isolation, not a building but a sculpture. After the fashion of Barth's concept of connotation, the duck ends up far from emitting a message with a radically new content, simply designating itself and signifying itself, celebrating its own disconnection as a message in its own right. Whatever else may be said about the architecture of postmodernism and however it is to be judged politically and historically, it seems important to recognize that it does not seek to do that but rather something very different. It may no longer embody the utopian ideology of high modernism, may indeed in that sense be vacuous of any utopian or proto-political impulse, while still, as the suspicious prefix post suggests, remaining in some kind of parasitic relationship with the extinct high modernism it repudiates. Yet what must be explored is the possibility that with postmodernism a whole new aesthetic is in the process of emerging, an aesthetic significantly distinct from that of the previous era. The latter high modernism can perhaps most effectively be characterized, following Althusser's notion of expressive causality, as an aesthetic of identity or of organic unification. To demarcate the postmodernist aesthetic from this one, two familiar themes may serve as points of reference: the dialectic of inside and outside and the question of ornament or decoration. For Le Corbusier, as is well known, the plan proceeds from within to without in such a way that the outside of the building expresses its interior. Stylistic homogeneity is thus here achieved by unifying these two opposites, or, better still, by assimilating one of them, the exterior, to the other. As for ornament, its contradiction with the reality of the wall itself is overcome by the hygienic exclusion of the offending term. Point 11. What may now briefly be observed is that Robert Venturi's conception of the decorated shed seeks, on the contrary, to reinforce these oppositions and thereby to valorize contradiction itself, in a stronger way than his earlier terminology of complexity or ambiguity might suggest. The philosophical formulation of this very different aesthetic move might be found in the, properly post-structural or postmodernist, idea that difference relates. An aesthetic of homogeneity is here displaced, less in the name of a random heterogeneity, a set of inert differences randomly coexisting, than in the service of a new kind of perception for which tension, contradiction, the registering of the incompatible and the clashing, is in and of itself a strong mode of relating to incommensurable elements, poles, or realities. If, as I believe, something like this characterizes the specific internal logic of postmodernism, it must be seen at the very least as constituting an original aesthetic and one quite distinct from the high modernism from which it seeks to disengage itself. It will no doubt be observed that the symbolic act of high modernism, which seeks to resolve contradiction by stylistic fiat, even though its resolution may remain merely symbolic, is of a very different order and quality from that of a postmodernism that simply ratifies the contradictions and fragmented chaos all around it by way of an intensified perception of, a mesmerized and well-nigh hallucinogenic fascination with, those very contradictions themselves, contenting itself with eliminating. The effective charge of pathos, of the tragic, or of anxiety, which characterized the modern movement. In this sense, no doubt, Marx's early critique of Hegel's theory of religion retains its force for postmodernism. Self-conscious man, insofar as he has recognized and superseded the spiritual world, then confirms it again in this alienated form and presents it as his true existence. He re-establishes it and claims to be at home in his other being. 12. I must add to this juxtaposition my feeling that moralizing judgments on either of these aesthetics are always the most unsatisfactory way to reach some ultimate evaluation of them. My own perspective here is a historicist one, for which any position on postmodernism must begin by being a self-critique and a judgment on ourselves, since this is the moment when we find ourselves and, like it or not, this aesthetic is a part of us. That is, however, not the most important point to be made in the present context. One of the more annoying and scandalous habits of dialectical thought is indeed its identification of opposites, and its tendency to send off back-to-back seemingly opposed positions on the grounds that both share and are determined and limited by a common problematic, or, to use a more familiar language, represent the two intolerable options of a single double bind. One is tempted to see something of the sort at work here, in the opposition between Tafuri's cultural pessimism, with all its rigor and ideological asceticism, and the complacent free play of a postmodernism content to juggle the Preggivan tokens of contemporary social reality, from which even the nostalgic memory of earlier commitments to radical change has vanished without a trace. Is it possible that these two positions are in fact the same, and that, as different as they may at first seem, both rest on the conviction that nothing new can be done, no fundamental changes can be made, within the massive being of late capitalism? What is different is that Tafuri's thought lives the situation in a rigorous and self-conscious stoicism, whereas the practitioners and ideologues of postmodernism relax within it, inventing modes of perception in order to be at home in the same impossible extremity, changes of valence, the substitution of a plus sign for a minus, on the same equation. Perhaps, in that case, something is to be said for Lefebvre's call for a politics of space and for the search for a properly Gramscian architecture after all. 1985. 3. Pleasure, a political issue. Something on the order of a subject can be discerned on the recording surface, a strange subject, with no fixed identity, wandering about over the body without organs, yet always remaining peripheral to the desiring machines, being defined by the share of the product it takes for itself, garnering here, there and everywhere a reward, in the form of a becoming or an avatar, being born of the states that it consumes and being reborn with each new state, c'est don moi, c'est don à moi. The subject is produced as a mere residue alongside the desiring machines, a conjunctive synthesis of consumption in the form of a wonderstruck, ca tate don ca. Wow! Gilles Deleuze and Felix Guattari, Anti-Oedipus. At Yekaterina Peshkova's in Moscow one evening, listening to Isaiah Dobrovain playing Beethoven's sonatas, Lenin said, "I don't know of anything better than the Appassionata. I can listen to it every day. Amazing, superhuman music. I always think with a pride that may be naive, look what miracles people can perform." And screwing up his eyes and chuckling he added without mirth, "But I can't listen to music often, it affects my nerves, it makes me want to say sweet nothings and pat the heads of people who, living in a filthy hell, can create such beauty. But today we mustn't pat anyone on the head or we'll get our hand bitten off, we've got to hit them on the heads, hit them without mercy, though in the ideal we are against doing any violence to people. It's a hellishly difficult office." Maxim Gorky, Reminiscences of Lenin. So pleasure, we are told, like happiness or interest, can never be fixed directly by the naked eye, let alone pursued as an end, or conceptualized but only experienced laterally, or after the fact, as something like the byproduct of something else. When taken as an end in its own right, pleasure ceases to be that and imperceptibly transforms itself into something quite different, a passion, one of those great inhuman metaphysical choices of being, celebrated in his own peculiar way by Sada, and crystallized in great archetypal figures such as those of Don Juan or Herr Jacob Schmidt, no longer hedonists at all, these last, but subjects possessed. I pause here to register another dimension of our topic, namely, history itself, the historicity of our own conjuncture. I am suddenly struck by the fact that no one has mentioned these archetypal, male, quest figures lately, or any of their accompanying cortege from the portrait gallery of bourgeois individualism, such as the adventurer. Is it possible that they have disappeared altogether from consumer society, and that their former passions have been reduced or expanded, either into psychopathology as in the former gluttony or into the badge and sign of microgroup behavior as in gay promiscuity? At any rate, it becomes clear that the question of the originality of our own situation, consumer capitalism, post-industrial society, or, better still, what Ernest Mondale calls late capitalism, will have to be reckoned into any discussion of the relationship between pleasure and politics. So there is no pleasure in its own right, only pleasurable activities, or something like a fading effect of pleasure after the fact. Yet the word continues to exist, and this suggests yet another qualification in the topic. Will it focus on the experience of the pleasurable, and what that might mean for politics or due to political activity? Or is something else at stake, namely, the idea of pleasure, the ideologies of pleasure, the political value of slogans that raise the banner of that abstract idea, about which the familiar question might be debated regarding its subversive power as a revolutionary demand? New needs, new demands, at once an influential political ideology from our own immediate past takes shape again in the mind's eye, the new left or Marcusean one. According to this, the cultural contradiction of late capitalism is to be grasped in the way in which the consumption system stimulates new needs and new demands, many of them false or spurious to be sure, yet whose dynamic and pressure can no longer be accommodated within the system, whose very mass therefore threatens to blow it sky high. This politico-cultural analysis is part of a larger one, for which, more recently, Rudolf Barrow's conception of surplus consciousness might serve as a motto, signifying the general surplus cultural overproduction of a system that in a new, yet classical, way generates its own other and negation from within itself. We believed this yesterday, do we still do so? If not, why not? What has changed all around us since the 1960s to render this particular political strategy, for it was that too archaic and outmoded? The reminder at least usefully suggests something else at the same time, that there has been a whole series of left political or ideological positions on pleasure and hedonism in our recent past, and that we need to confront a few more of those before deciding what we really think ourselves. What we really think may simply be a residue of one of those older ideologies, in fact. Oddly, the Marcusean position emerges from its own opposite, that other even more influential tradition in Frankfurt School thought, which insists on the determinate relationship between commodification and what we may have been tempted to think of as pleasure. How do we distinguish, in other words, between real pleasure and mere diversion, the degradation of free time into that very different commodity called leisure, the form of commodity consumption stamped on the most intimate former pleasures from sexuality to reading? This analysis rests on the more general systemic description of a prodigious expansion of late capitalism, which now, in the guise of what has variously been called the culture industry or the consciousness industry, penetrates one of the two surviving pre-capitalist enclaves of nature within the system, namely, the unconscious. The other one is the pre-capitalist agriculture and village culture of the Third World. The commodification approach raises two questions. The first is an immediately practical political one. If what people today imagine to be pleasure is nothing but a commodity fix, how to deal with that addiction? Who is to break the news to them that their conscious experience of leisure products, their conscious pleasure in consumption, is in reality nothing but false consciousness? Indeed, even further, who has the authority, and in the name of what, to make such an assessment? What was scandalous about Marcuse's solution could already be measured by the volume of liberal outrage that greeted repressive tolerance. From out of the cultural baggage of their own great tradition, liberals were horrified to glimpse the outlines of Plato's philosopher king alive and well in consumer society and offering to lay hands on the media and their rights to free speech. For an anti-authoritarian left, however, which had begun to raise its own questions about the place of truth and the privileges of interpretation, the Marcusean version of Frankfurt School analysis could also at best awaken the proverbial mixed feelings, since in the traditions of the left the Platonic sage generally bears the rather different name of the Revolutionary Party. It is at any rate clear that the problematic of new revolutionary needs and demands and that of the commodification of desires and pleasures are dialectically at one with each other. If the former is an ideological mirage, it is a mirage generated by the correspondingly ideological conception of degraded consciousness and of commodified consumption. From a more populist view, indeed, the question might be raised as to whether all that mindless consumption of television images, that self-perpetuating ingestion of the advertising images of things rather than the things themselves, is really all that pleasurable, whether the consumer's consciousness is really so false and so little reflexive as it dutifully treads the rotating mill of its civic responsibility to consume. The way to tell the difference between a pleasure and a fix, a therapist once said, is that you can do without the former. But this is surely something the subject is somewhere naggingly aware of, in her heart of hearts. Indeed, the pronoun suggests that the conception of the mindless consumer, the ultimate commodified false consciousness of shopping center capitalism, is a conception of otherness, that degraded consumption is assigned to women, to what used to be called Mrs. American Housewife. The genealogy goes all the way back to the first collective fantasies about suburban life in the 1950s, Philip Wiley's momism, for instance, and the psychoanalytic terror of a consuming mom, who not only presided possessively over all the new post-war products but also threatened to eat you up as well, a consumption fantasy with teeth in it, according to all the archaic textbooks. As for the exhausted male worker or businessman, according to the stereotype, he has presumably always been more lucid about the worthlessness of the evening images that flicker across his face. But in the raw anti-intellectualism of American capitalism from the outset, was not culture always something worthless and feminine in all its forms, from European high culture all the way to the substitute gratifications of the pulps and comic books? What the Frankfurt School theorized in Revulsion and Historical Anxiety as the degradation of culture and the fetishization of the mind has more recently been celebrated, in positive forms, on this side of the Rhine. It is well known that the theorists of a French post-structuralism simply change the valences on the old descriptions of Adorno, Horkheimer, and Marcuse, so that what used to be denounced as commodification is now offered by Deleuze and Guattari as the consciousness of the ideal schizophrenic, the true hero of desire. Behind this peculiar shift lies something more than mere national or generational difference. Both accounts share a secret referent, whose identity they rarely blurt out as such. Both aim implicitly to come to terms with the same troubling and preemptory reality. This we can now identify as American capitalism, whose historical modifications are, one would think, the determinant of those secondary theoretical ones. From the Manhattan or Hollywood of nascent consumerism and modernization, in which the German refugee intellectuals with some bewilderment retain their Central European cultural pride and dialectical self-consciousness, to the delirious New York and countercultural California of the 1960s superstate, with its very different gravitational pull over the intellectuals of a diminished Western Europe, much has changed, including pleasure itself and its images and functions. The most consequent and influential French counterposition on pleasure is, however, associated with another name, that of the late Roland Barthes, about whom some remarks are unavoidably in order. What Barthes was, and what he became, is a complicated and interesting subject, only a little of which can be developed here. But as the trajectory is inscribed in Le Plaisir du Texte in surcharged fashion, the symbolic meaning of that pamphlet cannot, I think, really be grasped without something being said about it. The very date of that influential, fragmentary statement 1973 is in retrospect charged with significance. Marking a break dramatized by the emergence of the oil weapon and the onset of a global economic crisis that is still with us, and expressed politically in such different events as the Chilean coup and in France the common program of the left, the general moment from 1972 to 1974 can be seen as the definitive end of whatever, worldwide, came to be known as the 60s. In the area of culture and theory, this moment was also the occasion for a range of statements and disguised manifestos that all in one way or another repealed that period and its values and urgencies. They called a halt, often in the form of a return to the very moral values the 60s had called into question, as in Lionel Trilling's very different, yet equally symptomatic Sincerity and Authenticity, 1972. Nothing seems so distant from the moralizing of this last, with its defense of tradition and the canon, and its obligatory great books format, as Barthian hedonism and Barth's own complacent, stubborn commitment to the instant, whether of reading or writing, his self-indulgence, here, self-indulgently, transformed into a very theory of self-indulgence, his blissful renunciation of the high seriousness of the Anglo-American critic's sense of the moral vocation of criticism itself. Nothing to say about the Texte de Jouissance. You can't talk about it, you can't only talk within it, on its own terms, abandoning yourself to a voluptuous plagiarism, hysterically reaffirming jouissance in its essential void one. Although it is an attractive alternative to the pieties of Anglo-Saxon cultural elitism, not least because the latter still forms our particular institutional horizon on rereading today, Le Plaisir du Texte does strike one as oddly defensive. Its polemic targets are no doubt textual Puritans rather than the polymorphous and hallucinogenizing partisans of a 60s authenticity, against whom Trilling is concerned to draw the line. The more significant feature here is that for both writers, in their very different national situations, these seemingly antithetical adversaries are both fantasized as images and representations of a dominant left, only where for Trilling that left is embodied in the rising tide of the barbarism of a student and black radicalism. For Barthes it takes the form of the Marxist gendarme, the more traditional Puritanism of the French Communist Party and of some orthodox Leninism. In both discussions, then, the ostensible subjects of individual gratification, aesthetic, on the one hand, self-expression or authenticity, on the other, prove to be vehicles for some deeper political and ideological position, in which the values of decorum, on the one hand, and physical pleasure, on the other, are stimulated and appealed to for confirmation of a repudiation of left politics by two writers whose theoretical methods have had some historical relationship to left philosophical traditions. Whether the left has historically been puritanical, or indeed whether there is something in the very essence of revolutionary mentality that somehow forever dooms it to a puritanical stance, are questions central to the present topic but quite impossible to answer empirically. The Lenin story, for instance, shows his Puritanism to have been tactical. He obviously liked Beethoven. On the other hand, that line of inquiry opens up the troubled matter of the refusal of modernism and its peculiar pleasures by the orthodox left. Whoever says pleasure, however, generally means sex, and it is generally around the end of a properly Soviet cultural revolution in the late 1920s, dramatized among other things, in the early 1930s, by the exclusion of Wilhelm Reich and the halt to his experiments with a properly sexual politics, that the discussion of left Puritanism turns. Whatever the contributions of a Freudian habit of analysis may be in this area, the deeper unconscious attitudes of Bolshevik leaders themselves, for example, it may not be inappropriate to recall the strategic and tactical dimensions of such turns, which have to do with the very different matter of the key issues and slogans susceptible of mobilizing, or alienating, working-class people. Although this line of discussion does not need to take the condescending framework of some stages theory of consciousness, or to be staged around analysis of the relative backwardness of working-class consciousness on sexual matters, they're not ready for women's or gay liberation or abortion, they need further cultural re-education. Note that precisely those analyses, however condescending, are central to any real discussion of cultural revolution itself, of the programmed habits of subalternity, obedience, and the like, which cultural revolution seeks to dissolve. But there is a different way of understanding working-class resistance to slogans of a sexual politics, always assuming that such resistance exists empirically and is a crucial factor in the construction of political and ideological strategies. That is the class symbolism of such questions. The conception of the primacy of class issues and class consciousness suggests that from a working-class perspective, issues of sexual liberation may be grasped, not on their own terms, but rather as so many class ideologies and as the collective expression of groups, such as middle-class youth, that working-class people identify as the class enemy. This should at least alert us to the possibility that the discussion of pleasure as a phenomenon may not have much to do at all with the rather different discussion of pleasure, sexual liberation, or the utopian or libidinal body, as a political slogan or value. It is at least certain that one of the historical merits of Barthes' booklet was to have legitimized the overt discussion of pleasure as a theme on the left, along with other somewhat less influential discussions such as Sebastiano Timpanaro's notion of a pessimistic hedonism. Indeed, the interest in such matters is clearly part of a more general feeling which emerged from the 60s that traditional Marxism had failed to address itself to a whole range of essentially existential issues: death and the meaning of life, the whole realm of the unconscious, religion, the utopian, the whole area of daily life and its qualities or modes of alienation, and whether a politics of daily life is conceivable, nature, finally, and the ecological. I have, however, omitted from this list that political issue in which the most powerful restatement of a left Puritanism for our time has been made. It seems to me frivolous to describe this as an existential issue, although the temptation to do so tells us something about the limits of the existential corrections or completions of Marxism, and about the relationship of existential categories to purely individual experience. The result would seem to be that while feminism may seem an existential issue to men, it is a matter of group struggle for women, which is something quite different. At any event, paradoxically, the reintroduction of the problem of pleasure on the left, thematized by Barthes out of a whole French theoretical culture, most notably marked by Lacanian psychoanalysis, now paves the way for an interesting reversal, and for the kind of radical political argument against pleasure of which Laura Mulvey's Visual Pleasure and Narrative Cinema is one of the more influential statements. Point to her program. The destruction of pleasure as a radical weapon is based on the theoretical identification of traditional filmic viewing pleasure with the symbolic expression of male power in the right to look, a right whose ultimate object becomes the woman's body, or rather, the woman as body. Something of the politics of the article could still, I think, be argued in the older class terms evoked above: the right to look, the defense of sexual liberation, including pornography, and the whole culture of the libidinal image as such. These would be slogans attractive to males, but symbolically marked, now in gender, rather than class ways, for women as the practices of the other, of the oppressor, of a form of domination analogous to that of the class enemy. The more theoretical basis for the argument, which rests on the Lacanian account of the constitution of the male subject, in particular the problem of the mother's phallus, the fetish, and so forth, is menaced by the ahistorical framework of most psychoanalytic approaches, insofar as it may project a perspective in which men's sexuality will somehow always be formed in this way and always associated with just such scoptocratic, fetishizing impulses. Amazonianism or lesbian separatism would then be the only consequent solution. For males of goodwill, meanwhile, the depth psychological part of the argument may well serve mainly to reinforce that tendency to ideological examen de conscience, morbid introspection and autocritique, and the guilt trip, which, in an unusual mutation of older religious practices, is so often an attractive way for the isolated left intellectual to work out his personal salvation. Paradoxically, this last is also the promise of Barthian hedonism. At any rate, if it begins to turn out that the value of pleasure as a political slogan is not merely unattractive to working class people but also to women, then its ideological effectivity is evidently a rather diminished one. As for Barthes himself, returning to him one last time, the concept of pleasure, or more properly of jouissance, had a more complicated function, which may be made clearer if we grasp Le Plaisir du Texte as a return to the issues that had preoccupied him years earlier in writing Degree Zero, 1953. The earlier book was still situated within an essentially Sartrean problematic, that of what is literature? 1947, a problematic to which Barthes gave a very different solution from that of Sartre himself, but which shares the latter's vision of history as a nightmare of blood guilt. Sartre had shown in his book that the necessary restrictions of all literary languages to the signals of local or limited, non-universal, groups or publics made all literary practices, in the world as we know it, the symbolic endorsement of the class violence of this or that group against the others. Sartre's orthodox solution, the endorsement of the proletariat as the last class, as the only possibility for the emergence for the first time in history of a genuinely universal public, is explicitly designated as a utopian one. Barthes then ingeniously imagined a rather different way of escaping from the nightmare of history, namely the projection of a kind of writing from which all group or class signals had been eliminated, white or bleached writing, the practice of a kind of utopian neutrality, which would enable an escape on this side, and deca, from the collective guilt inherent in the practice of any of the literary signs as such. Ironically, the whitest writing always slowly turned into a literary institution and a practice of literary signs in its own right. Over time, Barthes' contemporaneous example, Camus, no longer looks very neutral to us today, nor do the later practitioners of the then Nouveau Roman. So it is that in Le Plaisir du Texte, the operation is staged in a rather different way. It is now through reception rather than production that history may be suspended, and the social function of that fragmentary, punctual jouissance which can break through any text will then be more effective to achieve that freedom from all ideologies and all commitment, of the left as much as of the right, that the 0 degree of literary signs had once seemed to promise. Atopy rather than utopy, such is the non-place of Barthes' jouissance, where the dominant ideology of the sentence and of the institution of literature is to be undermined. Unlike the seemingly related Telkel or Christovan formulations, however, where such undermining is saluted as a revolutionary act in itself, Barthes is too wisely cynical to wish to describe such moments in more glamorous terms than those of the local resistance of perversion and of the perverse, leitmotifs of his essay, to the contaminations of power. In any case, even the flight from history and politics is a reaction to those realities and a way of registering their omnipresence, and the immense merit of Barthes' essay is to restore a certain politically symbolic value to the experience of jouissance, making it impossible to read the latter except as a response to a political and historical dilemma, whatever position one chooses, Puritanism/hedonism, to take about that response itself. But one cannot conclude all this without some final evaluation of Barthes himself, so ambiguous a figure. Is it necessary to recall that the early Barthes was political, and that he furnished, and books like Mythologies continue to furnish, us with critical instruments and weapons of an overtly political capability? What the later Barthes meant, however, can perhaps be formulated as follows: the lesson was really there all along, but became more univocal in the later texts he taught us to read with our bodies and often to write with them as well. Whence, if one likes, the unavoidable sense of self-indulgence and corruption that Barthes' work can project when viewed from certain limited angles. The libidinal body, as a field and instrument of perception all at once, cannot but be self-indulgent in that sense. To discipline it, to give it the proper tasks and ask it to repress its other random impulses, is to limit its effectiveness, or, even worse, to damage it irretrievably. Lazy, shot through with fits of boredom or enthusiasm, reading the world and its texts with nausea or with jouissance, listening for the fainter vibrations of a sensorium largely numbed by civilization and rationalization, sensitive to the messages of throbs too immediate, too recognizable as pain or pleasure. Maybe all this bodily disposition is not to be described as self-indulgence after all. Maybe it requires a discipline and a responsiveness of a rare yet different sort, something like free association, outsmarting the instant defenses of the ego or the rationalizing intellect, or boating, sensing, and riding with a minimal current. Maybe indeed the deeper subject is here, not pleasure, against whose comfort and banalities everyone from Barthes to Edmund Burke is united in warning us, but the libidinal body itself, and its peculiar politics, which may well move in a realm largely beyond the pleasurable in that narrow, culinary, bourgeois sense. So gradually the word materialism begins to impose itself. I have my own reasons for objecting to the current fashionable left use of this term as an omnibus slogan. Materialism as a term and as a concept is booby-trapped by its functional association with the 18th century bourgeois enlightenment and with 19th century positivism. Whatever precautions are taken, it always fatally ends up projecting a determinism by matter, that is to say, the individual body or organism in isolation, rather than as in historical materialism a determination by the mode of production. It would be better to grasp Marxism and the dialectic as an attempt to overcome not idealism by itself, but that very ideological opposition between idealism and materialism in the first place. The work of both Sartre and Gramsci is there to argue for some position beyond idealism and materialism, and if one does not like the projected new solution called praxis, then at least it would be desirable to search for something more adequate. Still, as far as pleasure is concerned, it may readily be admitted that it is materialist, whether or not consciousness, the psychological subject, is always and in all moments of history and modes of production constitutionally and irrecuperably idealistic. The generalization is probably safe for us. At the very least, it renders the ideal of a materialist thinking problematical, professions of materialism being not at all incompatible with idealist habits of mind, quite the contrary. So the bourgeois monad ceaselessly continues to convert things into the ideas of things, into their images, into their names, until, at a break in the process, suddenly that taboo and unimaginable outside breaks the thread for an instant, this fresh, wet air of spring on my face, the sheer metal taste of a musical phrase that is no longer just its own idea but the material vibration and timbre of a physical instrument itself, this green so delicious it hurts, Baudelaire, the irreducible mystery of flavor itself, as of roots in the earth, or the flush and comfortable fever of what the great Sartrean description of sexuality calls incarnation. Pleasure is finally the consent of life in the body, the reconciliation momentary as it may be with the necessity of physical existence in a physical world. And then at that point, the materialization of what had formerly been idealistic as well, the materiality of words, once again, and of images, hardest of all, perhaps, of the thinking process itself, of whatever the mind is as an activity, the jouissance of the great scientific intuitions, perhaps, or of the great deductions of the mystery story. Still, all this remains comfort, and comfortable, in Barth's pejorative sense: house, province, the meal, the lamp, the family in its appropriate place, neither too close nor too far, this extraordinary reinforcement of the ego, by fantasy, a padded unconscious, pt. 82. For Barthes, this was still a privatized and Biedermeier middle-class experience, a guilty evasion. Yet we have other class images: Bloch's celebration of the peasant household, Brecht's plebeian materialism of the worker's soup and cigar, and even Marcuse's erotization of the work process, with its reinvention of the old material pleasure of handicraft in an advanced technological age. What can be said of this vision of bodily pleasure is not that it is not political, not a utopian vision of another way of living, but rather that what it solves is my individual relationship with my own body, which is to say with earth, Heidegger, or with what used to be called nature, and not that very different relationship between myself or my body and other people, or, in other words, with history, with the political in the stricter sense. Whence the troublesome unruliness of the sexual question. Is it only that comfortable material question, or is it more irredeemably scandalous, as in sexual ecstasy, the strongest translation of the Barthian jouissance, or in that even more somber matter of the will to power in sexual domination? These are harder pleasures to domesticate, their political content more easily assimilable to religions, or fascism. Yet another pleasure, this last. Therapeutic Puritanism thus seems to impose itself again, yet before embracing it, it may be desirable to see what happens if we try to historicize these dilemmas, and the experiences that produce them. Is not, for example, the aesthetics of ecstasy, Barthian jouissance, a properly 60s experience? And if so, would it not be desirable for another moment to explore the historical relations between this new experience, what I will call the pleasure of the simulacrum, and its aesthetic objects, henceforth called postmodernism, as well as its socially and historically original situation: consumer society, media society, multinational or late capitalism, the society of the spectacle? Or is the experience so new, and without any historical antecedents or analogies whatsoever? Personally, I have found defamiliarization of Barthes' concepts in Le Plaisir du text of an earlier transitional age, the work of one of the most creative and permanently fascinating of the great class enemies, Edmund Burke's philosophical inquiry into the origin of our ideas of the sublime and beautiful. Here already the great Barthian opposition, where the pleasurable experience of the beautiful described as a comfortable and quasi-sexual relaxation of the organism, that sinking, that melting, that languor, which is the characteristical effect of the beautiful as it regards every sense 3, is set off starkly against the fearful experience of the sublime, which, springing according to Burke from the instinct of self-preservation, causes the body tone to draw together in reaction like a fist. In exercise or labor, and labor is a surmounting of difficulties, and exertion of the contracting power of the muscles, and as such resembles pain, which consists in tension or contraction, in everything but degree, p.e., 135. This last, however, with its train of predictable examples, great buildings or monumental colonnades, darkness, Milton, the Godhead, infinity, and also infinite ideas including political ones, such as honor, justice, liberty, but not yet, oddly, the inevitable mountain of romantic sensibility, would not at first glance seem terribly compatible with the Barthian ecstatic, the sudden stab of jouissance, the schizophrenic dissolution of the boring old bourgeois ego, derive, the Nietzschean cry. Scandal, break, the cleavage of the subject, the swoon, the hysterical affirmation of the ecstatic void, until one begins to note the insistent negativity of these formulations and to recall Barth's epigraph from Hobbes, in which his own problematic and that of Edmund Burke suddenly and unexpectedly coincide: the only true passion in my life has been fear. Fear, the aesthetic reception of fear, its artistic expression, transformation, the enjoyment of the shock and commotion fear brings to the human organism is, on the Burkean theory of the sublime, the apprehension through a given aesthetic object of what in its awesome magnitude shrinks, threatens, diminishes, rebukes individual human life. How one could enjoy such an experience is suggested well enough by the grudging appearance at the end of Burke's chain of substitutions of the divine itself. I purposely avoided, when I first considered this subject, to introduce the idea of that great and tremendous being, as an example in an argument so light as this, p. 67-68. The machinery of the sacred, indeed, offers one signal method for the transformation of sheer horror, death, anxiety, the meaningless succession of the generations, the fragility and cheapness of life, into libidinal gratification. What if, for this fragile individual human body in Burke's scheme of things, we substituted a threatened menace to and dissolution of that other entity, whose construction on the model of the body image is signaled by the so-called mirror stage, the psychological subject, the ego, the personality, the individual identity? Is it possible that the interiorization, the Nietzschean choice, the work of enjoyment, of that second type of fear might well approximate what Barthes designates, in terms that deliberately avoid any suggestion of banal pleasurability, jouissance? In that case, the analogy with Burke may have further lessons for us, since Burke's distinction between beauty and the sublime is already on its way to being a structural one, immanence versus transcendence. This would have been characterized, in an older philosophical language, beauty being the self-sufficient experience of small-scale objects, the small pleasures of the creation, to develop the religious theme, an experience not dialectically related to that of the sublime but rather simply different, distinct from it. For Burke, pleasure and pain are not opposites, but unrelated, self-sufficient experiences in something more like a triad: pleasure, pain, indifference. The sublime, on the other hand, the pleasures of fear, the aesthetic appropriation of pain, is a rather different matter, a kind of dual or stereoscopic experience, which I would in the present context prefer to call allegorical. That is, the sublime takes its object as the pretext and the occasion for the intuition through it and beyond it of sheer unfigurable force itself, sheer power, that which stuns the imagination in the most literal sense. The imagination finds no figure for that awesome power in and of itself. Even Burke's idea of God is a substitution. It then becomes a tempting speculation to specify the historical nature of this terrifying force before which the sublime, in a properly Nietzschean affirmation, choose what crushes you, finds its gratification and its ecstatic surrender. The capital logicians have recently made the scandalous suggestion that what Hegel called absolute spirit was simply to be read as the transpersonal, unifying, impersonal, supreme force of emergent capital itself. One does not dare, without more wide-ranging textual evidence, and under pain of the crassest interpretive dogmatism, affirm anything of the sort for the Burkean intuition. 1756. That one can do so for the Barthian sublime, however, seems to me beyond any question. The immense culture of the simulacrum, whose experience, whether we like it or not, constitutes a whole series of daily ecstasies and punctual fits of jouissance or schizophrenic dissolutions, c'est don ca, c'est don moi, c'est don amoy, may appropriately, one would think, be interpreted as so many unconscious points of contact with that equally unfigurable and unimaginable thing, the multinational apparatus, the great superpersonal system of a late capitalist technology. It is the ecstasy of the machine once again, as in futurism, yet today without any ideology of the machine or any nascent representations of the excitements of its first great still physical and perceptible embodiments in the tank or the machine gun, Marinity, or the factory itself. Diego Rivera, Ledger. The idea of the computer subsumes those earlier excitements, but beyond any tangible figure or representation, the physical computer now being little more than a box with its brain wires hanging out. That there is thus a politics and a historicity of jouissance seems clear, as does its fundamental ambiguity as a socially symbolic experience. The point, however, is not to awaken some scarcely dormant left tendency to moralize such experiences, but rather to draw the lesson of what might be a radically different political use of pleasure as such. I will suggest, then, that the proper political use of pleasure must always be allegorical in the sense spelled out above, the thematizing of a particular pleasure as a political issue, to fight, for example, on the terrain of the aesthetics of the city, or for certain forms of sexual liberation, or for access to certain kinds of cultural activities, or for an aesthetic transformation of social relations or a politics of the body, must always involve a dual focus, in which the local issue is meaningful and desirable in and of itself, but is also at one and the same time taken as the figure for utopia in general, and for the systemic revolutionary transformation of society as a whole. Without these simultaneous dimensions, the political demand becomes reduced to yet another local issue in the micropolitics of this or that limited group or its particular hobby or specialization, and a slogan that once satisfied, leads no further politically. This dual, or allegorical, focus is indeed what makes for both the uniqueness and the difficulties of Marxism in general as a conception of revolutionary transformation. The dialectic is in itself this dual obligation to invent ways of uniting the here and now of the immediate situation with the totalizing logic of the global or utopian one. So a given economic demand must always be in some sense a figure for a more total revolutionary transformation, unless it is to fall back into economism. So also, to take an example a little more familiar to a public of left intellectuals, a given piece of textual analysis must make a punctual or occasional statement about its object, but must also, at one and the same time, be graspable as a more general contribution to the Marxian problematic. And it must do so, in both instances, without the concrete local occasion turning back into some mere example of the abstract framework, which it is preferable to call the perspective of totalization. So finally, the right to a specific pleasure, to a specific enjoyment of the potentialities of the material body, if it is not to remain only that, if it is to become genuinely political, if it is to evade the complacencies of hedonism, must always in one way or another also be able to stand as a figure for the transformation of social relations as a whole. 1983. 4. Of islands and trenches, neutralization, and the production of utopian discourse. O times, in which the meager, stale, forbidding ways of custom, law, and statute took at once the attraction of a country in romance. William Wordsworth, The Prelude, Book 11. Not the least unexpected thing about the 1960s was its reinvention of the question of utopia. Meager, stale, forbidding, the basic texts of the genre had been as desperately unreadable as those of obsolete forms like the Masque or the Mystery Play, their content as irrelevant to consumer society as the draft constitutions and natural or contractual theories of the classics of political science. What had actually become obsolete, however, was a certain type of reader, whom we must imagine just as addicted to the bloodless forecasts of a Cabot or a Bellamy as we ourselves may be to Tolkien, The Godfather, Ragtime, or detective stories. 1 Such readers become extinct because the level of tolerance for fantasy is suddenly modified by a change in social relations, so in the windless closure of late capitalism it had come to seem increasingly futile and childish for people with a strong and particularly repressive reality and performance principle to imagine tinkering with what exists, let alone its thoroughgoing restructuration. Meanwhile, even among those with a commitment to social revolution, the classical polemic of Marx and Engels against utopian socialism, which had long since stigmatized both the word and the thing itself, seemed reconfirmed by books like Charles Reich's Greening of America, 1960, whose critique of capitalism, Consciousness I, proved on closer inspection to harbor the much more comfortable and reassuring conviction that the essentials of a hallucinogenic future were already latent and stirring, implicit in consumer society itself, and available at the price of one last effort which, however, turned out merely to be an effort of consciousness. Meanwhile, Reich's minor premise, shared with so many of the post-1848 utopias, had a much more serious political function, asserting, as it did, that whatever utopia was and however it might be conceived, it was not to be construed as having anything whatsoever to do with Marxian socialism, which is to say, with any of the existing political movements for social change in the world today. Still, compared with poor Fourier, with his unanswered ad, the immense commercial success of Charles Reich's bestseller testified to the renewal of a demand for utopian discourse in the 1960s. It remained for the greatest utopian thinker of that period to suggest that, given the present day's unparalleled technological possibilities for the satisfaction of needs, if critical theory, which remains indebted to Marx, does not wish to stop at merely improving the existing state of affairs, it must accommodate within itself the extreme possibilities for freedom, the scandal of qualitative difference. Marxism must risk defining freedom in such a way that people become conscious of and recognize it as something that is nowhere already in existence. Point 2. The history of the 1960s testified to the correctness of Marcuse's strategic reassessment of the explosive political force, in that particular social and historical conjuncture, of the utopian idea and the utopian impulse, which are therefore not to be denounced out of hand in the name of Marx and Engels's reading of the quite different political conjuncture of the 1840s. That this was not only the opinion of the New Left may be judged by a remarkable observation of George Lukács himself on the unequal rate of development of contemporary history. We must essentially compare our situation today with that in which people like Fourier or Sismondi found themselves at the beginning of the 19th century. We can only achieve effective action when we become aware that we find ourselves in that situation and when it becomes clear to us that there is a sense in which the development from Fourier to Marx remains, both theoretically and practically, a task for the future. Point 3. If indeed it is so that May 1968, far from being our 1848, was little more than our July Revolution, we must at least allow for the possibility of some revolutionary potential in utopian works that, like their 19th-century predecessors, prepare a distant and unimaginable 1848 in a situation that does not even look like a pre-revolutionary one. What is at least certain, however we ultimately decide to evaluate the utopian impulse itself, is that anti-utopianism constitutes a far more easily decodable and unambiguous political position, from religious arguments about the sinful hubris of an anthropocentric social order all the way to the vivid totalitarian dystopias of the contemporary counter-revolutionary tradition, Dostoevsky, Orwell, etc. Utopia is a transparent synonym for socialism itself, and the enemies of utopia sooner or later turn out to be the enemies of socialism. The transition from the 1960s to the 1970s was a passage from spontaneous practice to renewed theoretical reflection, and this is as true in the realm of utopian discourse as it is elsewhere. It is therefore no surprise that after the reawakening of the utopian impulse of the previous decade, we should begin to witness the maturation of a whole new generation of literary utopias, among them the most important utopian texts since the appearance of Skinner's Walden II, namely Ursula Le Guin's The Dispossessed. For it may be more paradoxical to suggest that the theoretical fulfillment of this utopian practice is to be located alongside the rediscovery and renewed study of the inexhaustible anticipatory philosophy of the future of Ernst Bloch in the area of narrative analysis. Such a term will seem less confining, however, when the multiple intersections of narrative analysis with the various specialized academic disciplines, literary semiotics, ethnomethodology, the anthropological study of myth and the historian's inquiry into the nature of historiography, even the dawning sense of the narrative structure of the experiments of natural science are understood as blocking out the as yet empty space of a whole philosophy of narrative praxis in which the production of events and of the language that constitutes them promises to provide a more adequate conceptual framework than any of the older purely epistemological systems, as well as the newer communicational ones. It is at any rate as a fundamental contribution to such a philosophy of narrative, as well as the most extended structural analysis of the utopian impulse, the gesture itself as well as the genre yet worked out, that we must read Louis Marin's Utopics, Judee Spaces. 5. This book, exactly contemporaneous with L. E. Gin's novel, and elaborated in the very eye of the hurricane during Marin's Nanterre seminar in May 1968, prolongs a meditation on the utopian event itself, revolutionary fate in which for a few weeks historical time was suspended, institutions and the law itself in its totality challenged in and by speech, communication circuits reopened between those who near or far were drawn within it until that event, slowly transmuted into a text, at length becomes accessible to narrative analysis, UJE, 15/3. The text thus reconstituted is, however, Thomas More's Utopia, one of those rare works that, whatever its precursors, inaugurates a whole genre, which it names at the same time that it exhausts its whole range of formal possibilities. 6. It will be most convenient to see Marin's approach to More in the Utopics as the inversion of Levi Strauss's widely known program for the structural study of myth. 7. For Levi Strauss, myth is a narrative process whereby tribal society seeks an imaginary solution, a resolution by way of figural thinking, to a real social contradiction between infrastructure and superstructure, in the terms of his example of the Oedipus myth, between the tribal infrastructure of the kinship system, and the religious or cosmological systems that seem irreconcilable with it. Levi Strauss's relatively unsystematic essay suggests two methodological alternatives for dealing with myth, each of them informed, however, by the conviction that myth is essentially a process of mediation. In the more conventional second half of his presentation, indeed, Levi Strauss underscores the role of mediatory characters in the mythic narrative, ambivalent, androgynous, doubly coded figures such as the heavenly twins, the trickster, or the Cinderella/Ashboy characters, who, by virtue of the reproduction of the antithetical terms of the contradictory situation within themselves, are able to serve as the narrative occasion for the latter's seeming resolution. The originality of the first, lengthy, and largely hypothetical example of the Oedipus legend was to have transcended these more anthropomorphic categories of the individual character, even when that character is a mediatory one, and to have proposed a kind of impersonal chemistry of narrative events themselves which decomposes the apparent unity of the individual characters into a bundle of signifying traits just as thoroughly as it dissolves the surface units of the narrative itself. Since Utopia is in one sense the very prototype of the narrative without a narrative subject and without characters, the relevance of this second option will be evident. Marin's work suggests, however, that we may now specify Levi Strauss's approach to myth even more sharply, for it becomes clear that the latter understands mediation essentially as an operation bearing on the two primary terms of the fundamental contradiction or binary opposition itself, terms we may write for convenience as S and S. But Jameson and others have taught us that this by no means exhausts the logical possibilities and permutational combinations inherent in the simplest binary opposition. Not only do the logical contradictories of S and S furnish two more independent terms, but the various axes thus generated, negative and positive deixis, implication, contradictions, suggest that even the most rudimentary elementary structure of signification, as Jameson calls his semiotic rectangle 8, is capable of generating a number of quite distinct mediatory combinations alongside the one operative in Levi Strauss's mythic resolutions, designated in Jason's system as the complex term C. This logical schema then permits us to identify at a glance the quite different position Marin assigns the utopian narrative. It is for him the structural inversion of myth in the following sense, whereas the narrative operation of myth undertakes to mediate between the two primary terms of the opposition S and S, and to produce a complex term that would be their resolution, Utopian narrative is constituted by the union of the twin contradictories of the initial opposition, the combination of S and S, a combination which, virtually a double cancellation of the initial contradiction itself, may be said to effect the latter's neutralization and to produce a new term, the so-called neuter or neutral term N. In what follows we will give a good many examples of such a process, not only in order to give content to what may otherwise seem an extremely abstract proposition about the nature of utopia, but above all to demonstrate the ways in which this hypothesis about the function of the utopian operation may serve as a practical method for reading and analyzing the texts themselves. Before going any further, however, it is worth underscoring the polemic implications of such an approach, in particular its relationship to that debate on the nature and ideological function of representation which is one of the key problems in contemporary literary theory. The problem of representation may be understood in its simplest form in the context of one of the most fundamental of all methodological options or alternatives that face us when we try to confront language or linguistic phenomena. Humboldt already gave striking expression to this option in the Romantic period when he evoked the twin faces of speech as energia and as ergon, as creative power and as object created something like a natura naturans and a natura naturata, Spinoza, in the linguistic realm itself, and two wholly different modes available to us for constructing any given individual verbal fact or entity. This alternation, which should not too hastily be assimilated to Saussure's opposition of langue and parole, has then proved to be a powerful instrument of analysis in the form given to it by present-day linguistics as a distinction between enunciation and enonce, between the act of enunciation and the completed utterance. 9. When we now introduce the whole question of representation into the scheme of things, and suggest that a linguistics of the enonce or of the ergon tends essentially to grasp linguistic objects as representations, whereas a stress on the creative or process-like character of language tends to undermine representational categories, we begin to glimpse the ideological coordinates of the problem. It remained for Julia Kristeva to assimilate this linguistic distinction better still, this distinction between two possible types of linguistics, two whole approaches to the study of verbal and literary phenomena to the classical Marxian one between the exchange value of commodities in a market system and their use value in pre- or post-capitalist social forms. The primacy of the first of these phenomena imposes a mode of analysis in which categories of exchange are dominant, whether this be Marx's own study of the operation of surplus value and money in mature capitalism, or a linguistics ideologically related to communication theory and to the perspective of an exchange of completed speech acts. From the viewpoint of social distribution and consumption, and indeed, that of communication as well, work is always a value, whether of use or of exchange. In other words, if in communication values are always and inevitably grasped as fragments of crystallized work, from this perspective work itself can represent nothing above and beyond that value in which it is crystallized. 10. But as Kristeva points out, there is implicit even in the Marxian analysis of capitalism the logical and historical possibility of a very different approach to economic phenomena, an approach which suggests a quite different alternative for the study of language as well. An other space is conceivable in which work may be apprehended independent of value as such, a space that precedes the manufacture and circulation of commodities in the circuit of communication. There, in that place seen in which work as yet represents no value and is not yet intentional en evut encore rien dire, in other words, as yet has no meaning, in that other space it can only be a matter of the relationship between the body and systems of energy depends. 88. As is well known, Kristeva goes on to propose a semiology based on production to replace, or at least to coexist with, the older semiology of communication and representation. This is not the place to explore the inflection given this program by the work of the Telkel and the screen groups. Suffice it to say that in this society we can only fitfully break the habit of thinking in terms of finished commodities, reification, along with the habit, so closely related to it, of reading according to categories of representation. 11 Whatever the possibilities, therefore, for some genuinely post-representational discourse, or textual productivity, as Kristeva calls it, we must take a keen interest in those literary or textual phenomena that reveal the tenacity of the hold of the older representational categories on our own thinking and reading, and this is the context in which Morin's Utopics has a particularly striking lesson for us. To understand utopian discourse in terms of neutralization is indeed precisely to propose to grasp it as a process, as energia, enunciation, productivity, and implicitly or explicitly to repudiate that more traditional and conventional view of utopia as sheer representation, as the realized vision of this or that ideal society or social ideal. Nowhere, however, does this seem more instructively difficult to manage than in the reading of a text whose tours and interminable guidebook explanations, whose static descriptions of institutions and geographical and architectural layouts, seem intent on establishing beyond any possibility of doubt or fluctuation the representational coherence and solidity of its object. Morin's book will then have as one of its fundamental tasks to convince us that it is possible to understand the utopian text as a determinate type of praxis, rather than as a specific mode of representation, a praxis that has less to do with the construction and perfection of someone's idea of a perfect society than it does with a concrete set of mental operations to be performed on a determinate type of raw material given in advance, which is contemporary society itself or, what amounts to the same thing, on those collective representations of contemporary society that inform our ideologies just as they order our experience of daily life. Yet the disparity still seems very great between this description of a literary text as a set of mental operations, let alone as neutralization, and our incorrigible tendency to incorporate the utopian text back into that more conventional category of novels or narratives in which characters travel and do things and stable landscapes, kingdoms, powers, and principalities exist. It may thus be useful to point out some of the unexpected advantages presented by this view of narrative as process, in particular a solution to that old, false, dilemma of an extrinsic criticism, sometimes erroneously thought of as the problem of the referent, that is, of something real somewhere outside the text to which the latter supposedly makes or better still, fails to make allusion. If, however, we try to accustom ourselves to thinking of the narrative text as a process whereby something is done to the real, whereby operations are performed on it and it is in one way or another managed, Norman Holland, or indeed neutralized, or under other circumstances articulated and brought to heightened consciousness, then clearly we will have to begin to think of the real, not as something outside the work, of which the latter stands as an image or makes a representation, but rather as something born within and vehiculated by the text itself, interiorized in its very fabric in order to provide the stuff and the raw material on which the textual operation must work. In the utopian narrative, the place of the real of that which must first be constituted within the work before it can be dissolved or neutralized by the work as process may be identified by the obsessive references to actuality which seem part of the conventions of such texts, the perpetual play of topical allusion throughout the narrative which, intersecting the more properly diegetic interest, is constantly on the point of fragmenting the text into an anecdotal and discontinuous series of vertical indicators. Thus, for example, if it is true that Gulliver's capture of the Lilliputian fleet, along with the ensuing diplomatic negotiation, has reference to the Treaty of Utrecht, which, effected by the Tories, ended the war with France, then Swift's text ought rightly to become an object of scandal for those of us still committed to the ideology of an intrinsic criticism. The practitioners of an older kind of literary history would have had no trouble with such a passage. Their own difficulties lay elsewhere, while those advancing beyond the new criticism have yet to confront the problem of political allegory head-on, let alone the problem of allegory in general and as such. Point 12. Still, there is reason to believe that such footnotes are not the mere cobwebs of topical and long-dead contemporary allusion to be brushed desperately away by the living reader, but rather that some such play of topical allusion is structurally indispensable in the constitution of the utopian text as such and provides one of the distinctive traits necessary if we are to mark the utopia off from its generic neighbors in the realm of fantasy or idyll. A regressive pastoral like W. H. Hudson's A Crystal Age, 1887, which certainly shares utopian features with the classical works in the genre, is distinguished from the latter primarily by the absence of any of those Oneto 1 allusions generally in the form of inversions that make the reading of utopias a process of allegorical decipherment. So in Butler's Eruhan, machines are evil and illegal precisely because in Victorian England industrial progress is an ideological value presupposed in advance and uncontested, but Hudson's return to some earlier pre-capitalist form, whether savagery or barbarism, is an appeal to a generalized and global nostalgia, rather than to a precise set of decoding operations. This kind of idol or fantasy, in other words, is, unlike utopia, precisely a representation and musters its narrative resources in order to impose the fullness of an image of a different form of life, an image the fascinated contemplation of which includes both anxiety and longing within itself. The utopian text does not generally strive for such hallucinatory intensity, and on the contrary usually merits our complaints about its transparent literalism and its unimaginative and allegorical aridity. Its topical allusions, while constituting an essential feature of the genre's structure, are nonetheless not without problems of their own, something which will then take us far in understanding the nature of utopian production. For whereas the text requires this network or texture of topicality within itself to stand as that real which it will undertake to neutralize, it is at the same time menaced by the wealth of allusions to current events which threatens to dissolve it altogether. All genuine utopias therefore betray a complicated apparatus which is designed to neutralize the topical allusion at the same time that it produces it and reinforces it. So, for instance, Ursula Le Guin's novel The Dispossessed seems at first glance a fairly straightforward and unproblematical transposition and fictionalization of the contemporary division of our globe today between the so-called free world, in her book, The Wealthy Planet Uruz, and the socialist bloc, its barren and revolutionary satellite Anars. This identification is then further confirmed for the reader by Chevek's introduction to consumers' goods and consumerism during his visit to Uruz. Thus he has to learn the word for packaging, since the practice does not exist on his own world. D. 176, his trip to the downtown luxury shopping area is a virtual nightmare. D. 116-17, at length the very revulsion with commodities becomes a figure for Uruz itself. It is a box, a package, with all the beautiful wrapping of blue sky and meadows and forests and great cities. And you open the box, and what is inside of it? A black cellar full of dust, and a dead man. D. 305-6. No less transparently are the problems Chevek faces in his homeland, his difficulties in publishing his scientific discoveries, the conformist atmosphere of the scientific institute in which he is attacked for lack of patriotism, the attempt to prevent him from receiving a prize from proprietarian Uruz read as stereotypical allusions to recently publicized restrictions on intellectuals in the Soviet Union. Indeed, the very conventionality of such allusions and the transparency of the novel's basic opposition between the reification of consumer capitalism and the political constraints of socialism, far from being a flaw in Le Guin's novelistic vision, actually define the very specificity of our reading of her utopian text. To put it a different way, it is only in terms of a more conventionally novelistic and more properly representational standard of literature that her book can be reproached for the poverty of its political concepts and the naivete of its view of present-day world history. If on the contrary we adopt Morin's view of the utopian as process and production, we will see that it is precisely such stereotypicality, and the conventionality of Le Guin's own liberalism, that constitute the raw material upon which her utopian praxis must do its work of transformation. This said, we must observe that such topical reference to the contemporary situation is no sooner posited than it is undermined by a new system of topical allusions incompatible with it. We discover indeed that our initial identification of the twin planets themselves with the free world and the socialist bloc becomes difficult to sustain in view of the fact that this division is itself reproduced all over again, but with much greater detail, within the framework of the planet of Uruz alone, where, alongside the capitalist state visited by Chevek, there turns out also to be a kind of Soviet Union, represented by the centralized state socialism of Thursday, and, in addition to both, an impoverished subcontinent, Ben Billy, in which the two great superpowers intervene and which we therefore end up identifying as our own third world. Nor does this particular process stop here. Soon even this system of correspondences once set in place is discredited by the revelation that within Le Guin's imaginary cosmography, in the Intergalactic League, the Acumen, to which the binary planets of Uruz and Anars themselves belong, the real Earth still exists, a burned-out shell, its ecology blasted by war and pollution and surviving only at the price of a regimentation qualitatively different from that of revolutionary Anars, whose beneficent scarcity and clean austerity it therefore reflects back in the negative image of a baleful and toxic wasteland. At this point, clearly, it can no longer be a question of deciphering the appropriate references so much as of specifying the nature of the apparently contradictory process at work in them. For this approach to and withdrawal of Le Guin's important novel and from its systems of reference, these identifications with the topical subtext that are also and simultaneously differentiations from it, betray the presence of an essential mechanism at work in all utopias. In the original one, for instance, topical allusion takes the form of a ghostly double or phantom England that rises up behind the no place of the island of utopia in the text, a tangible but intermittent historical nation-state to which the scholarly footnotes, pursuing the chitinous whisper of their commentaries, make insistent reference, reconstructing it as a subtext even as they undermine the last chances of the narrative surface to achieve any full representation. But such explanations: the island contains 54 city-states because Tudor England has 53 counties, plus the City of London, U, 61, and 7, the Andrus runs 60 miles to the sea because the Thames doth twice ebb and flow more than 1x miles within 24 hours, U, 64, and 2, the butchers of Utopia work outside the cities because of an act that no butcher slee any manner of beast within the walls of London, U, 78, and 4, etc. are not to be deplored as the excesses and misguided zeal of some now discredited ideal of literary historical scholarship, but rather understood as the fitful and symptomatic expression of referential subtext which is an essential and determinate absence or other within the structure of the utopian text proper. In later utopias, it would seem that this phantom spatial superposition of More's utopia with the real England contemporary to him is re-articulated in time and in some sense rationally justified or motivated, in the meaning the Russian formalists gave this word, by the emergence of a wholly new element, namely history itself and the new bourgeois sense of historical change and evolution. Now the utopian text is not figuratively established across its referential subtext, but rather literally founded and edified on the latter's historical emplacement, and the narrator of Looking Backward finds a new and more perfect Boston on the site of the old noisy and dirty 19th-century industrial metropolis of the same name, whereas the visionary sleeper of News from Nowhere is astonished to discover that England's green and pleasant fields have supplanted the endless precincts of the grimy London of old. Only now Bellamy and Morris are under an obligation to provide a historical account of the transition from old to new, or rather from reality to utopia, and it is here that, with their denunciation of the utopian socialists' overemphasis on sheer reason and persuasion and their failure to grasp the antagonisms of political and social dynamics, the founders of Marxism lie in wait for them. Point 13. For Marin, however, the historicity of the great 19th-century utopias which might otherwise, whatever the political oversights of their authors, have seemed to mark some progress in relation to the ahistorical vision of a Thomas More may equally be taken as a sign of mystification, and as the repression of some more genuine utopian praxis, insofar as it strains to fill the chinks of the representational surface and to plaster over the basic structure of utopia as a non-place and a process of neutralization with the fuller image of some historically realizable and positively imaginable society. This is the sense in which, for Marin, after the elaboration of historical materialism as a rational mode of conceptualizing human society, utopias as such are no longer possible. In other words, utopian practice ceases to be an authentic mode of thought. We will return to this assertion shortly. It is now time to introduce an initial demonstration of the central proposition of utopics, namely that the basic relationship of the utopian text to what we have been calling its referential subtext is one of neutralization, or, in terms of More's utopia, that the island of that name functions as a point-by-point negation or cancelling of the historical England itself. When we remember, however, that this latter entity is to be understood as a subtext, itself constructed, and then neutralized, by the utopian text itself, we will understand that such a proposition is not to be understood in some banal sociological sense. Rather, it is here that Griama's semiotic rectangle has a strategic function to play, by allowing us to construe England, or rather Portugal, its historical ally and surrogate in More's text and Hythlodae's own country of origin, precisely as a complex term, as the combination or imaginary synthesis of the basic contradictions of More's time. To this complex term would then reply the echo of the neutral or utopian one opposite it. For the moment, however, we can show this only in an external, and as it were geographical, way. As a place on the globe, indeed, England/Portugal may be said to know two specific contradictories, each quite distinct from the other, opposed, on the one hand, by the New World, which is not the old one in all the ways enumerable by the Renaissance imagination and elaborated by Renaissance hopes, and, on the other, by Asia, which is also not Europe, and very particularly not England, but that in the terms of a very different socio-historical conceptual system. These two contradictory terms constitute something like a positively and a negatively charged opposite of England/Portugal respectively. Structure of the toponyms of Raphael's Voyages, UJE, 7147. Hythlodae's discovery of Utopia midway between the America in which he has been left during the final voyage of Amerigo Vespucci, and the Ceylon which at length he reaches on the journey home, is therefore the enactment of a complicated figure in which both of these two already negative terms are negated in their turn. Schematic representation of Raphael's Voyage, UJE, 66/43. Multiple diagram of Raphael's travel narrative, UJE, 70/46. This is, however, the very fulfillment of the neuter or neutral term itself. We know that the Blessed Isle is located between Ceylon and America, but also that it stands outside the toponymic circuit and outside the trajectory that runs from world to anti-world. It will thus combine beyond all space circumference and diameter, time and space, history and geography, in a place that will be neither a moment of history nor a sector of the map, a place that will be sheer discontinuity, a carte neutre where alone the island can become manifest once the travel narrative has demonstrated the perfect equivalence of the two poles equidistant from it, homologous with Portugal and England, belonging to the same hemisphere as Ceylon and America, but distinct from all of these, neither anti-world, nor new world, but simply world other. UJE, 71/47. 2. So far we have been content to grasp neutralization as something like an objective process in its own right, as an event that happens to a pre-existing structure, or better still, as a restructuration that takes place through the text itself. But of course this is itself only a figure of speech, and looked at more rigorously what we have been calling neutralization is a feature, not of the text itself, but rather of our, Morin's, model of the text. We must now therefore draw back a step and try to understand the mental operations involved in the construction of such a model. To do so, we will temporarily suspend Morin's reading of More, interpolating a simpler and somewhat more dramatic contemporary illustration drawn from a later chapter of the Utopics that deals with the utopia of verticality of the composer-architect Ioannis Xenakis. The reference is to the so-called cosmic vertical city imagined by Xenakis in 1965 in the form of a 2-mile-high self-enclosed building of a type not unfamiliar in other contemporary images of the future. Readers of science fiction will, for example, recall Robert Silverberg's account of daily life inside just such a vertical utopia in his novel The World Inside, point 14. Yet to attempt a narrative exploration of such a future society would be to reconfirm the representational status of a verbal construction such as that of Xenakis, or, in other words, to misuse the utopian text by shifting the focus of our reading from process to the inert end product of some static utopian image or vision. In this sense Morin's chapter indeed, as we have already seen, the utopics in their entirety is less an analysis of the utopian text than a set of directions for the latter's bone usage, prescriptions for reading and instructions for the appropriate application of the text to the real. The example of Xenakis demonstrates that it is less revealing to consider utopian discourse as a mode of narrative, comparable, say, with novel or epic, than it is to grasp it as an object of meditation, analogous to the riddles or koan of the various mystical traditions, or the aporias of classical philosophy, whose function is to provoke a fruitful bewilderment and to jar the mind into some heightened but unconceptualizable consciousness of its own powers, functions, aims, and structural limits. Utopian praxis is thus, to use Kantian terminology, a schematizing activity of the social and political imagination which has not yet found its concept, UJE 211/163, yet such preconceptual thinking in images which has its affinities with the dream, with Levi Strauss's mythic thinking, and with Hegel's notion of the Vorstellung as a figural stage of absolute spirit can only be observed in action when we construct a model in which the problems it blindly attempts to solve themselves become visible. In the text of Xenakis, it is clear that this problem is at one with what may loosely be called the contemporary ideology of the city. But as literary analysts, we cannot commence from this starting point of the text itself, for only the text exists before us and the ideological contradiction it came into being to solve remains to be reconstructed. Our first task as critics, therefore, is to project a contradiction, in other words a set of binary terms, a conceptual opposition, such that the literary or figurative text before us may be grasped or reread as the resolution, myth, or the neutralization, utopia, of the hypothetical opposition thus posited. Obviously, described in this way, the interpretative process seems to break into two separate steps or stages, and it is clearly artificial and unrealistic to suppose that the interpreter has no idea where he or she is going, no preliminary intuition of the form such a reconstructed contradiction is likely to take. Still, it is useful to stress the process of reconstruction itself, as a corrective to the naive idea that the analyst or the historian can gaze into some objective realm of social or national or political ideology and there empirically discover the solution to his or her structural problem. Ideology does exist objectively, but not in the form of a text. Like the unconscious, it is therefore not directly accessible to us, but only insofar as we have reconstructed it in what has today come to be called textual form, with which the literary text can then be placed in an active relationship of reaction, transformation, reflection, repression, or whatever. To omit the description of this stage, the reconstruction of the referential subtext, the hypothetical textualization of ideology is to perpetuate the illusion that sociological analysis is something one can add on to a structural analysis of texts or not, as one's own temperament dictates. In the case of Xenakis, we may feel somewhat freer in our reconstruction of that underlying, absent, social text to which his own utopian project is a response, insofar as its basic raw materials are very precisely our own anxieties and stereotypes about the contemporary city. Our point of departure for such a reconstruction is the nature of Xenakis's utopia itself, the fundamental features of that ultimate not place or non-place which he invented to neutralize the contradictions of contemporary thinking about the city. We must therefore try to reorganize the latter in such a way as to articulate our own ideology of the city, our own fuzzy stereotypes and fantasies, into a system of determinate antinomies and aporias into which the thought of Western city dwellers about their city can be seen to be locked. Xenakis's project, and utopian discourse in general, will not exactly be understood to be a coming to consciousness of such antinomies and contradictions. It cannot yet be thought to be critical in the sense in which the Frankfurt School so described the distantiation and heightened awareness of contradictions afforded by the negative. Still, at some lower, still preconceptual level, the neutralization of such a contradiction by utopian discourse may nonetheless be supposed to bring the mind up short before its own ideological limits, in a stunned and puzzled arrest of thought before the double bind in which it suddenly finds itself paralyzed. The principal anxiety we have about the city today can probably be best expressed in terms of sheer urban concentration. Here the stereotypes of science fiction usefully document the unconscious agoraphobia of contemporary bourgeois consciousness, with its monitory images of overpopulation and its clogged dystopias of all kinds. From a diachronic perspective, this fear, or urban concentration, is clearly a 20th century variant, a coded or sediment persistence, of that older, ideologically far more transparent, 19th century terror of the mob itself, the revolutionary crowd, which such anxieties thematize in terms of looting and arson, of damage to property. Scott, Manzoni, and Dickens offer rich dramatizations, but whose real credentials for menace are to be sought in the great revolutionary days of 1789. 94. What interests us in the present context is that this anxiety fantasy about urban concentration represents a profound structural reversal of the older bourgeois concept of the freedom of the city, which developed during the revitalization of the city life in the High and Late Middle Ages. From this ideological perspective, the city was the place where you went to shake off the constraints of village life, or, even more fundamentally, those of serfdom and the feudal order. Such an ideal of the free city is thus at one with the initial strategies of legitimation of capitalism and of the market itself, and the individualism it promises was closely related to the civilizing, beneficent effects of that douceur du commerce celebrated by the earlier ideologies of free enterprise. This earlier ideal of the city as a place of individual freedom is therefore at one with the emergence of individualism as such and of the bourgeois subject. Its negation by the nightmarish visions of concentration in the mid and late 20th century, as in those thronged bodies passing the night indoors on the staircases of the apartment buildings of a privileged elite in the 21st century Manhattan of Soylent Green, may be expected to be less a reversal of the ideology of individualism than a confused and figural coming to the surface of the latter's internal contradictions. For meanwhile, in some other register of our minds and at some other level of collective representation, the city has a quite different ideological function to play and serves as the support for an ideal antithetical to that of bourgeois individualism, lending its content to visions of perfected community or collective existence from the image of the heavenly city of Christian eschatology all the way down to the conception of the commune itself. These two quite different ideologies, that of individualism and that of collectivity, are no doubt in the normal run of things able to coexist without any great discordance in that vast lumber room of stereotypes and fantasies which Althusser calls the ideologic, since ordinarily they serve different functions and are wheeled out for different purposes and on different occasions. But in a crisis their structural incompatibility becomes clear, and the fundamental contradiction about capitalism that they express, the paradox of a collective social form organized on the basis of individual profit, makes its presence felt as a conceptual antinomy. We may dramatize it most simply by observing that the solution most appropriate to assuage the individualistic terror about urban concentration it is, obviously enough, the idea of decentralization turns out at one and the same time to cancel out that other fundamental vocation of the city to stand as the locus and the figure of collective life. It should be added that the distinction we have made here between a contradiction in the social infrastructure and the form it takes when it becomes registered in the realm of thought and ideology, or in the superstructure, namely the antinomy, is an essential one, which is crucial if we want on the one hand to refute the reproach of a Hegelian idealism sometimes extended to Marxism itself, and on the other to propose a more adequate solution to the problem raised by the insistence of contemporary historians like Michel Foucault on the fundamental discontinuity of epistemes as they succeed themselves in history. Lemos et les choses offered a catalogue of such epistemic discontinuities, whereas the archaeology of knowledge proposed their theory. This insistence and the attack on linear and continuous, idealistic historiography that accompanied it sprang from the conviction that ideology is a closed system, that a given episteme is not something that can be modified or developed or resolved or aufgehoben according to the conventional stereotype of the Hegelian dialectic, but rather that ideology generates all the logical possibilities and permutations implicit in its structure and is then abandoned, a new episteme gradually taking its place. It is for this reason that we have couched our own description of ideology in terms of antinomies rather than of contradiction, for the latter, subcellared in the deeper structures of mental life, must be understood as betraying its operations through those surface cliques and malfunctionings in which the former consist, and which serve to signal an approach to the conceptual limits or closure of a given ideological system. Such antinomies cannot be solved or resolved in their own terms, rather, they are violently restructured by an infrastructural praxis, which, rendering the older oppositions meaningless, now lays the preconditions for some new conceptual system or ideology which has no immediate link with the preceding one. In this sense, even a social contradiction itself cannot be resolved, it can only be disarticulated and destroyed in its turn and its elements fundamentally reorganized, and this is no doubt the Marxian equivalent for that figure of death by which, in the Phenomenology, Hegel signals that discontinuous jolt from moment to moment so often wrongly construed as a kind of synthesis of the preceding contradiction. If we now stress its closure as a system, we will find Griama's semiotic rectangle a useful instrument for mapping both the content and the logical limits of a given ideology. In particular, it allows us to re-articulate the ideology of the contemporary city in the following manner. Griama's scheme makes it plain that the negation of any single term of this antinomic system locks us only more deeply into the double bind of the closed system itself. It also suggests the vocation of the as yet vacant neutral term to permit a desperate, and impossible, final attempt to eradicate the contradictions of the system by some extreme gesture. Unexpectedly, this gesture is none other than Xenakis's mile-high city, which now falls into place as the inconceivable union of the two negative terms of concentration and decentralization. Xenakis's verticality is thus a tangible squaring of the circle, whose existence as a discourse and a text, but not as an image or a social reality, even a future one, dramatically repudiates the older conceptual dilemma as a flat and two-dimensional effort to think the city on a plane surface, an ideological contradiction locked into the impossible alternatives of point and dispersal. For in some paradoxical, unthinkable fashion, rising out of centrality into some other dimension, Xenakis's cosmic city is both decentralized and concentrated all at once, and designates, as a figure, that place in which some future urban conceptuality, the categories of some concrete collective and city life as yet inconceivable to use, remain to be invented. We cannot leave the example of Xenakis's utopia without a final qualification, which deals precisely with this absence of the concept in utopian textualization. Although Marin does not say so, but, for an example of his own form of ideological analysis, see what has become the best-known chapter of his book, Disneyland as a Degenerate Utopia. It is implicit in his historical scheme that in our own time, the critical value of Xenakis's utopia, its function as a machine for neutralizing ideological contradictions, does not at all guarantee its immunity from a more properly ideological use as well. Quite the contrary, and Xenakis's transcendence of an older ideological system proves perfectly consistent with his elaboration of a new one, in the event that we may call the contemporary ideology of communication. The problems of urban concentration are not going to be solved, writes Xenakis, by the vigorous pencil slashes of decentralization on a map, nor by advocating the dispersal of the living complexity of Paris into smaller centers which will simply reduplicate its inconveniences, but rather by energetic attention to the general problem of communication, of exchange, and of information in urban agglomerations. UJE 328/261, italics mine. It is not without interest that the same motif returns in Le Guin's solution to the problem not merely of urban concentration but also of the necessary centralization of industrial society as a whole, on Anars the new decentralized organizational principle being ensured, as in Xenakis's cosmic city, by computers d. 84-85. So the utopian neutralization of the old ideology ends up making a contribution to the production of that new communicational one whose variants may be found in McLuhanism, systems theory, Habermas's communications theory of society, and structuralism, to the degree to which each of these, above and beyond its value as an instrument of analysis, projects a more properly ideological anthropology or theory of human nature according to which it is proposed that society be organized. 3. We may now at last return to the full-dress analysis of More's Utopia itself, where Morin's initial model is enriched with the content of history and complicated by all the discontinuities of a form in the process of emergence. Book 1, with its lengthy debate between Hythloday and the courtiers about conditions in England, supplies the raw material and sketches the fundamental social contradictions on which Book 2 must perform its work of transformation and neutralization and utopian production. The contradiction is already implicit, as Marin notes, in that remarkable and prophetic diagnosis of English social turmoil with which Hythloday justifies his attack on capital punishment, the point being that the diagnosis is itself heterogeneous and envelopes two relatively distinct explanatory systems. On the one hand, Hythloday suggests that the immense increase in the number of beggars, what would today be called a rural lumpenproletariat, is the result of the breakdown of the older feudal manor, that extended social unit which includes, besides the lord and his family, and the peasants and artisans who support them, the feudal retinue which ensures his power. In More's day, indeed, under the twofold pressure of worldwide inflation and royal centralization, the feudal lords find it increasingly expedient to divest themselves of this expensive multitude of soldiers and petty nobility. The latter, suddenly without employment, are thus thrown in the way of highway robbery and brigandage, if not of revolution itself, as in the German peasant wars during the same period. The explicit link More establishes between the social disorder of the countryside and the inner collapse of feudalism as a system has long been appreciated as one of the most original insights of his book. The trouble is that this initial diagnosis is then reduplicated by a second one of a rather different type. This is the historically and economically crucial indictment by Hythloday of the contemporary movement of enclosure, by which, as is well known, masses of peasants were evicted and transformed into a rural lumpenproletariat of a different type than that rabble of unemployed petty nobles referred to above. But unlike the previous critique, of the inner disintegration of feudalism, this one is a critique of nascent capitalism, and determines a perspective whose distance from the first can most dramatically be measured at the end of Book 2, when Hythloday identifies the vices or transgressions that threaten the utopian system as such. For it is too easy to say that the critique of feudal decadence and the denunciation of the various modes of corruption of the market system are both subsumed under a nostalgia for a healthier feudal order which is a coherent class position in its own right. This is not the place to ask whether a genuinely coherent critique of capitalism from a feudal perspective is structurally and ideologically possible. What is certain is that when Hythloday at the end of his description of the island comes to give an account of utopian virtue, the two quite distinct opposites or vices projected by this ideal value they are, on the one hand, pride and, on the other, money betray their sociological origins in the quite distinct milieu of feudal ostentation and of commerce. Thus, Benico has shown how later, in the 17th century, the humiliation of pride becomes a strategy, if not of the middle classes, then of the noblesse de robe, for undermining feudal pretensions. Point 15. The structural inconsistency between these two ultimate diagnoses may also be expressed as the widening distance between a proto-economic analysis of society and one that remains ethical in the immemorial religious framework of the hierarchy of virtues and vices. What may at least be allowed is that the distance between two ideologies, between two forms of class consciousness, opens up the empty place in which utopia itself emerges. For the oscillation between these two explanatory systems itself reflects the conceptual limits of this transitional period, for which no alternative to feudalism or capitalism is yet conceivable, and explains why, in the absence of any genuine historical and social self-consciousness, what has been conceptually unformulizable becomes the raw material and the occasion for a very different type of mental operation, namely what must be called the work of figuration. We are, indeed, at the very heart of Morin's book when we begin to grasp the originality of its demonstration of a work of figuration of a different order than that already familiar to us in the analysis of myth or dream. Nor is it without interest to observe the deeper affinities between this aspect of his work and the direction in which some of Althusser's group have evolved, most notably Pierre Macquarrie, whose pioneering work, Pour une théorie de la production littéraire, in particular the chapter on Jules Verne, describes the day in which a given ideology ends up betraying itself and providing its own self-critique through the very process by which it attempts, in vain, to endow itself with literary and narrative figuration. Point 16. But precisely because we are dealing with figuration, in other words, with preconceptual thinking or discourse, the ideological contradiction just outlined cannot be the starting point for our analysis of the text but must rather come as the latter's confirmation and interpretation. Marin's own starting point, indeed, has a unique methodological specific which it owes, less to the more traditional models of figurative analysis already enumerated, Freud, Levi-Strauss, etc., than to his work in the field of the semiotics of painting. See in particular his Études sémiologiques, where his privileged objects of study have been those images already in some way structurally associated with a verbal text, a text either visible within the image itself as motto, script, or emblem, or else implied by it as its historical or mythological source and the classical allusion therewith illustrated. Point 17. The peculiar duality of registers observable in such visual objects guarantees them against any temptation to collapse one of them back into the other, to see the text as a mere pretext, or, on the other hand, to reduce the visual register to the merely fictional or illustrative. It is indeed Marin's constitution of his object of study as a relationship, or, more precisely, as a structural discontinuity, a card, which accounts for the evolution of his more recent work in the direction of those literary texts in which a similar duality of registers can be detected, as in fables or fairy tales which juxtapose the discursive structure of a concluding moral with the quite different narrative texture of the fable proper. This duality of the registers of image and text has its equivalent in the structure of More's Utopia, and indeed, to varying degrees, in that of all properly utopian discourse it is simply the relationship between, and the gap that separates, the map of the imaginary non-place and the verbal discourse in which the place and its institutions are recounted. Unlike the painted objects of the Études sémiologiques, however, the two registers are here both immanent to the verbal text itself, in the sense that the map is not given as an accompanying plate or illustration bound within the volume, but must rather be reconstructed from the data furnished by Hythloday's account. This immanence is then what accounts for the ingenious reversal of two of the later chapters of Utopics, in which Marin reconstructs the latent verbal text implicit in a series of classical maps of historical places. There thus emerges a tension, profoundly characteristic of all utopian discourse, between description and narrative, between the effort of the text to establish the coordinates of a stable geographical entity, and its other vocation as sheer movement and restless displacement, as itinerary and exploration and, ultimately, as event. This is no doubt a tension present in all travel narrative as such, with which utopia has an obvious generic kinship. Yet classically the traveler's narrative, which bears within itself the resistant nucleus of some genuinely contingent and irreducible, historical and topographical reality, tends to become a process of transformation whereby the object given, the hitherto unexplored landscape nature is worked over until it can be dissolved and assimilated by the older value systems of some more properly European superego. In other words, culture. Point 18. In utopian discourse, on the contrary, it is the narrative itself that tends to be effaced by and assimilated to sheer description, as anyone knows who has ever nodded over the more garrulous explanatory passages in the classical utopias. Indeed, one of the basic constraints of the form would seem to be its incompatibility between action or events and that timeless map-like extension of the non-place itself. In other words, if things can really happen in utopia, if real disorder, change, transgression, novelty, in brief if history is possible at all, then we begin to doubt whether it can really be a utopia after all, and its institutions from a promise of the fulfillment of collective living slowly begin to turn around into their opposite, a more properly dystopian repression of the unique existential experience of individual lives. And the same inversion may be detected on the level of the characters, where, to the degree to which the utopian citizens take on individual specificity, their exemplary value as abstract citizens is undermined and they come to stand as figures for discord, For what is unassimilable to a utopian harmony that has itself correlatively undergone a dialectical reversal into tyrannical unanimity? Nonetheless, even in More the absorption of narrative by description is far from complete, and it is precisely the lack of coincidence between the two that yields the clues and provides the instrument of analysis for Morin's reading. The discrepancy, indeed, between the verbal account of the island given by Hythloday and its possibilities of geometrical realization leads us to the most important findings of Utopics, which can only be briefly summarized here. These findings bear on the non-congruence of text and geography in the three fundamental areas of utopian social structure, political organization, and economic activity respectively, the point being that in none of the three can Hythloday's account be perfectly matched, in a Oneto 1 correspondence, against the ideal map projected by the data he supplies. But this is something more than mere sloppiness or imaginative failure, rather, the inconsistencies thereby revealed are systematic, and the structural discrepancies are not random but determinate ones, their absences and lacunae now readable as symptoms of some deeper contradiction within the text. Foremost among the problems raised by the description of the social structure of utopia is the difficulty of reconciling the internal organization of its subgroups with the external network of relations they entertain among one another. The attempt to coordinate all of Hythloday's data in this respect results in a kind of imbalance between the division of the quarters into communal groups which share a garden around which they live, and the jurisdiction of their collective dining halls which, drawing their membership from opposite sides of the streets that separate the gardens, thus presumably, but inexplicably, mingle people from two different communities. Map of a quarter and street, UJE, 166/127. This particular imbalance is then perpetuated in the impossibility of working out the seating plan of the dining halls themselves, where the elders are supposed to be placed at regular intervals between the other citizens in an attempt to combine a political or administrative structure harmoniously with the more fundamental social and economic structure of the family units. That this is no mere lapse on More's part, but rather to be interrogated as a meaningful symptom, may be demonstrated by the translation of this cartographic dilemma into the more properly conceptual form of an antinomy, for we can read this apparently insignificant failure in technical execution as the ideological difficulty of reconciling a hierarchical social order based on the authority of the elders within the family group with the ideal of absolute equality that is supposed to govern the organization of utopia as a whole. It will therefore not be surprising to find that this particular contradiction has its equivalent on the level of the overall political organization of the utopian state itself. The island is a federation of 54 city-states, all equal. Meanwhile Amoratum, the capital, and therefore the home of the prince and the seat of the representative assembly, stands at the exact geometrical center of the island. But how can a federation have a center, and what is still worse, how can a federation of city-states have a prince? The historical source of this dilemma lies clearly in the centralizing absolutism characteristic of More's own time, in which the monarch increases his own power by proposing himself as an arbiter, above the parties, of the conflict between the feudal nobility and the city bourgeoisie. On the map, the result is that although the prince's palace and the national senate are supposed to be located at the exact geographical center of the city of Amoratum, the city has no center, being divided equally into 4 identical districts. These cartographic discrepancies reach their climax on the economic level of the text, which assigns the island's commercial activity to central market for which no place can be found in the strict letter of Hythloday/More's account. When we remember, however, that the lasting historical originality of More's conception of utopia springs from the radical elimination from it of money as such, it becomes difficult to resist the feeling that this structural absence of the marketplace betrays some deeper contradiction than any of the foregoing and, through the very difficulty it suggests of thinking an exchange system that would somehow be separate from money itself as a medium, designates that fundamental blank or blind spot. In the episteme of the time which is the notion of capitalism itself, and which will therefore only gradually be filled in by the developing political economy of the 18th and 19th centuries. This absence of a theoretical discourse yet to be developed, this figural anticipation, in the form of a blank or gap, of what could not in the very nature of things be conceptualized, is for Marin the very place of origin and inauguratory impulse of the genre itself. Utopian discourse is the one form of ideological discourse that has anticipatory value of a theoretical kind, but it is a value which can only appear as such after theory itself has been elaborated, that is to say, subsequent to the emergence of the material conditions for the new productive forces. UJE 255/199. 4. Such, broken, yet carrying within itself that absence of which it is itself but the fragmentary and uneven surcharge, is the utopian figure. It now remains for us to rewrite the essentials of Marin's account in terms of the latter's production, and as we do so Book 1, written later than the description of the island, but evidently generated by the latter as a precondition of its own production, will once more become of interest to us. For above and beyond the incommensurability between the historical reforms proposed by Book 1 and the utopian vision of Book 2, the reader who has begun to grasp the spirit of Marin's method will find his or her attention jogged and arrested by the insertion, within the discursive texture of the former, of a puzzling and partial utopian figure, the example of the Polyle rites, which seems in some ways an anticipation of the latter on a small and anecdotal scale. Already, then, in the midst of a political debate on historical conditions by real-life historical figures, the emergence of a utopian figure almost in spite of itself would seem a privileged occasion for understanding the process of utopian production in general. But to do this, we must go back to the terms of Hythlodae's debate with the courtiers, in order to identify that radical insufficiency in it which seems to demand the generation of a utopian anecdote for its own completion. We have already noted one of the fundamental contradictions of Hythlodae's great speech to the cardinal, the coexistence of the critique of feudalism with the critique of nascent capitalism. It is now worth underscoring a rather different one, which is simply that already underscored by Marx and Engels in their critique of utopian socialism, of an overemphasis on the power of rationality in general and a basic and constitutive overestimation of the functional role of rhetoric and persuasion in particular in the historical process whereby an imperfect world may be transformed into a more satisfactory one. Hythlodae's appeal to the cardinal may thus be said to block out the place, and the concrete social and historical situation, of the Renaissance humanists themselves, of whom Max Weber has said that their intellectual program amounted to nothing less than an abortive revolution and the attempt of a certain aristocratic caste to constitute itself as a bureaucratic ruling class on the order of the mandarins in classical China. Their failure to do so then left the door ajar for the emergence of that more properly middle-class bureaucracy which was to form around the absolute monarchs of succeeding centuries. In hindsight, therefore, we may associate the Archimedean space of Renaissance rhetoric and humanist persuasion, that imaginary fulcrum projected outside the two worlds of late feudal England and some Tudor and Stuart bureaucracy to come, as the more general position of the intellectuals as a group, whose tendency to overestimate their own structural role in the political and historical process is familiar to all of us. Yet this permits a somewhat different reading of the qualitative distinction we continue to sense between More's utopia and those only characteristic expressions of the humanist discourse of the period, the praise of folly, I Cortegiano, indeed even the Prince itself, with which it otherwise seems to have so much in common. The utopian figure would in this case be the sign of More's dawning awareness of the inefficacy of those fundamental humanist instruments and categories that are rhetoric and persuasion. Utopia would then be generated, not so much by an overestimation of the powers of reason, as rather by an unformulated consciousness of its failure, and by Hythlodae's experience, in Book 1, of the impotence of discursive argument and disputation in the making or at least the transformation of history. Such an interpretation finds confirmation in Marin's analysis of the preliminary utopia of the Polyle rites. The latter are introduced, it will be remembered, as an answer to the courtiers' objections to Hythlodae's views on capital punishment, as his proof that the replacement of the death sentence by forced labor which he proposes, as a punishment for theft, is in fact practically realizable, this is to say, in our present context, that it is narratable, in other words, capable of narrative figuration. Hence the shifting of gears from a rhetorical presentation to a narrative example. Nonetheless, there turns out to be a structural inconsistency between the utopian and anecdotal, narrative proof of the example of the Polyl-Rites and that abstract policy whose wisdom and/or practicality it was supposed to document. The utopian community of the Polyl-Rites, altogether satisfied with the products of their own land, living a life more comfortable than splendid and more happy than renowned or famous, 31, is in one sense, of course, little more than a pretext for illustrating the effects of the policy Hythloday proposes and for giving a picture of what the convicts themselves would look like, dressed in clothes of the same color, their hair, not shaved but cropped a little above the ears, from one of which the top is cut off, 32. The real problem is that by Hythloday's own account of the matter there ought not to have been any thieves in this happy land to begin with, so that the very possibility of a just, that is to say, a utopian, punishment is necessarily at one with the disappearance of the crime it was designed for. We here glimpse a kind of totalizing logic in the imagination of utopia, a logic which, gathering its own momentum, undermines and discredits all the partial and purely reformist insights it was supposed to generate on its passage through. Thus even the use of utopian materials as illustrations or examples for the reforming argumentation of humanist rhetoric involves a contradiction and drives the text inexorably on into its own paradoxical realization as a full-dress utopia. The process may be observed even more strikingly in another feature of the preliminary utopia of the Polyl-Rites, insofar as this narrative material, as anecdotal and illustrative as it may be, nonetheless presupposes a certain number of preconditions before it can achieve narrative representability or figuration. Chief among these, in the example of the kingdom of the Polyl-Rites, is the textual obligation to reconcile their existence within the historical world contemporary with Tudor society, which can alone make them available as a pedagogical or political model for the latter, with that necessary disjunction from the imperfection of existing historical space and historical societies without which the utopian purity of their customs must remain inconceivable. More squares this circle, as Marin points out, with a trick, which is, however, extremely suggestive in our present context. The Polyl-Rite state is said to be a protectorate of the Persian Empire and thus doubly isolated from the historical world, first by the chain of mountains that surrounds it, but then also, and far more significant, by this permission to exist granted to it by a historical society that undertakes to leave it alone. Shades of Huxley's Paula, its hallucinogenic banner precariously sheltered from the imminent menace of the Sears Roebuck catalogue. But where Huxley's imagination, having produced his utopia, must then resign itself to the implacable narrative and historical logic whereby the latter is then once more effaced and reabsorbed into the violence and stupidity of the outside real world itself, Moore's generated by an inverse logic inherent even in this tiny utopian fragment evolves in the opposite direction of the production of a utopian text ever less historically dependent, and guaranteed by a set of utopian boundaries ever more absolute, by a disjunction ever more fundamental and preemptory. V. This new boundary is, as is well known, the great trench that King Utopus causes to be dug to sunder from the mainland, that promontory thereby transformed into the island of Utopia, and it is also the empty atmosphere through which a few ancient spaceships ferry the Odinian settlers to their barren planet, their utopia of scarcity. 19 The operation is, of course, not only that of disjunction but one of exclusion as well. Indeed, the other basic feature of utopian economics, not touched on above, provides for the location of many of the unpleasant tasks associated with market and commercial activity, such as the slaughter of animals outside the city's walls. To this still local mode of exclusion within utopia corresponds a more global one that governs its relations with the outside world in general. Not only is money itself excluded and then used exclusively in foreign trade and for corrupting enemy governments and the like, but violence itself embodied by mainland mercenaries hired to fight the utopians' wars for them is ejected and then re-established outside the charmed circle that confirms the utopian commonwealth. Violence and money, was this not the very alternation we found at work in Moore's diagnosis of Tudor England, as well as in his ultimate formulation of the twin vices rebuked by utopian virtue, the trampling arrogance of the feudal retinues and mercenaries, on the one hand, the silent and invisible solvent of the market system, on the other, as it corrodes the older social forms, twin evils now externally negated by geographical fiat, just as their inner principles have been structurally neutralized by the order of utopian discourse itself. This act of disjunction/exclusion that founds utopia as a genre is also the source of everything problematical about it, and about the position of the neuter in general, both within and without the system, an observation post which is, however, unlike the ideologies of science itself and the sujet suppose savior, without any real term or position of its own, on the philosophical status of the neuter. See Marin's opening chapter, Du Neuter pluriel et de l'utopie. In a reflection on utopian reading that echoes some of the basic hypotheses of the Russian formalists, Marin writes, "We first ask the question, what does this story narrate? What is the object described by this description? But no sooner have we done so than this initial question is converted into a different one: how does the story narrate this object? How can its description go about describing it?" And we end up with the realization that the way in which the story is told is the story itself, that the narrative never in reality narrates anything other than its own narrative procedures, la manière dont elle s'y prend pour raconter, these being indeed its truest subject matter, UJE, 151/114, 15. From this point of view, then, the utopian narrative might be described as one that, having come into being by a radical act of disjunction, must then summon up all its energies into a motivation of that initial disjunction, into an elaborate, endless, impossible demonstration that such unimaginable separation from the inextricable totality of being of that real world in which history and indeed the reader exist was in fact imaginable in the first place. The ultimate subject matter of utopian discourse would then turn out to be its own conditions of possibility as discourse. Yet such desperate formalism, and the spectacle of a genre lifting itself up into being by its own bootstraps, is perhaps only the obverse and the corollary of its most genuine chance for authenticity, for it would follow, in that case, that utopia's deepest subject, and the source of all that is most vibrantly political about it, is precisely our inability to conceive it, our incapacity to produce it as a vision, our failure to project the other of what is, a failure that, as with fireworks, dissolving back into the night sky, must once again leave us alone with this history. This is surely the ultimate sense in which utopian discourse accompanies ideological discourse as its converse and designates the still empty place of a scientific theory of society, UJE, 253/198. 1977. 5. Beyond the Cave. Demystifying the Ideology of Modernism. There is a novel by Iris Murdoch in which one of the characters, an elderly philosophy professor, reminds us of Plato's conclusions, in the Phaedrus, on the use and misuse of language. Words, Socrates is there supposed in essence to have said, words can't be moved from place to place and retain their meaning. Truth is communicated from a particular speaker to a particular listener. 1. It is an odd remark for a novelist to have one of her characters make. For, of course, if it is true, there could never be such a thing as a novel in the first place. Literature is presumably the preeminent example of words that can be moved from place to place without losing their meaning. What else can possibly be meant by the idea of the autonomy of the work of art, one of the great terroristic fetishes of present-day American literary criticism, if it be not this essential portability of all literary language? So what we want to ask ourselves first and foremost is not whether the work of art is or is not autonomous, but rather, how it gets to be autonomous, how language in context, in situation worldly language gradually manages to separate itself out, to organize itself into relatively self-sufficient bodies of words which can then be grasped by groups and individuals widely divided from one another in space and in time, and by social class or by culture. Now, although I do not intend here to attempt an answer to the aesthetic and philosophical problem I have just raised, that of the autonomy of the work of art, I think it may be instructive, as a way of leading into my own subject, to tick off a few of the possible solutions to this problem, by way of seeing whether they do not all lead back, however deviously and indirectly, to the social and historical situations that form the absolute horizon of our individual existences. For it is clear that if you begin by interrogating the origins of a given form, if you take as your object of study, in other words, not the present-day autonomy of a given form or genre, but rather its autonomization, you will always end up observing the emergence of such forms from social life in general and everyday language in particular, and this is so whether, with Fisher and Lukács too on the one hand, or with the Cambridge School, on the other, you seek the moment when artistic activity differentiates itself from the unspecialized ritualistic world of primitive social life, or whether, with a writer like André Jolys, in his simple forms, you seek the key to some specific genre in a determinate speech act within a determinate social situation. Thus, for instance, you might seek to understand how the maxim or epigram separated itself out of the conversational life of a certain type of salon society. In both of these ways of studying autonomization, the worldliness of form is of necessity reaffirmed. But it may be objected that the forms or genres are only initially a part of the practical world of everyday social life. Once differentiated from it, they lose all traces of their origins and become in fact quite independent and autonomous linguistic products in their own right. Yet this is to forget, it seems to me, that genre is itself a social institution, something like a social contract in which we agree to respect certain rules about the appropriate use of the piece of language in question. Far from proving the autonomy of the work of art, therefore, the very existence of the generic convention explains how an illusion of autonomy could come into being, for the generic situation formalizes and thus absorbs into the formal structure worldly elements that would otherwise be passed on in the work of art itself, as content. Even here, however, I imagine that a final position is possible, one which, while admitting the social nature of the generic situations, declares that the old-fashioned genres have ceased in our time to exist and that we no longer consume a tragedy, a comedy, a satire, but rather literature in general in the form of each work, the book of the world, the text as an impersonal process. The answer here would be, I think, that at that point all the generic situations have been telescoped into one, that of the consumption of literature itself, which then becomes the hobby of a small group. I won't really call us an elite centered in the universities and in a few major cultural centers. What I really want to stress, however, is the way in which our initial question seems to have come full circle. The idea of the autonomy of the work of art, which at first seemed a proud boast and a value to be defended, now begins to look a little shameful, like a symptom into whose pathology one would want to inquire more closely. At this point, then, we are tempted to ask, not whether literary works are autonomous, nor even how art manages to lift itself above its immediate social situation and to free itself from its social context, but rather what kind of society it can be in which works of art have become autonomous to this degree, in which the older social and cultic functions of literature have become so unfamiliar as to have made us forgetful, and this in the strong, Heideggerian sense of the term, of the power and influence that a socially living art can exercise. A question like this evidently demands that we are able, in some way, to get outside of ourselves and of our own local tastes and literary values, and to see all that with something like a Brechtian estrangement effect, as though they were the values and the institutions of an utterly alien culture. Were we able to do so, I suggest that we would suddenly become aware of the degree to which a coherent and quite systematic ideology, I will call it the ideology of modernism, imposes its conceptual limitations on our aesthetic thinking and our taste and judgments, and in its own way projects an utterly distorted model of literary history, which is evidently one of the privileged experiences through which we as scholars at least have access to history itself. When one is the prisoner of such an ideology or Weltanschauung, if you prefer, or paradigm or episteme, how could one ever become aware of it in the first place, let alone patiently undo or deconstruct its complicated machinery, through which hitherto we have alone learned to see reality? I suppose that the first step in doing so is to take an inventory of the things excluded from this ideology, and to make ourselves more acutely aware of the kinds of literary works explicitly rejected from the machine, and which may in many cases not even be classified as literature at all, such as mass or media culture, lower class or working class culture, but also those few surviving remnants of genuine popular or peasant culture from the pre-capitalist period, and in particular of course the oral storytelling of tribal or primitive societies. Yet to say so is not necessarily to endorse the New Worlds to conquer imperialism that has been the spirit of so much of recent Western thought in the cultural realm, for it is not so much a question now of feeling satisfaction at the infinite elasticity and receptivity of our own cultural outlook, but rather of locating the ultimate structural limits of that outlook and coming to terms with its negation, with what it cannot absorb without losing its own identity and wholly transforming itself. For we all know that capitalism is the first genuinely global culture and has never renounced its mission to assimilate everything alien into itself, whether that be the African masks of the time of Picasso, or the little red books of Mao Zedong on sale in your corner drugstore. No, what I have in mind is a more difficult process than that, one that can be completed successfully only by a painful realization of the ethnocentrism in which we are all, in one way or another, caught. And to put it in its most exaggerated and outrageous form, I will suggest that our first task is not to persuade ourselves of the validity for us of these alien or primitive art forms, but rather to attempt to measure the whole extent of our boredom with them and our almost visceral refusal of what can only be, to our own jaded tastes, the uninventive simplicity and repetition, the liturgical slowness and predictability, or else the senseless and equally monotonous episodic meandering, of an oral tradition that has neither verbal density and opacity, nor psychological subtleties and violence to offer us. Not interest or fascination, therefore, but rather that sense of dreariness with which we come to the end of our own world and observe with a certain self-protective lassitude that there is nothing for us on the other side of the boundary. This is the unpleasant condition in which, I suggest, we come to the realization of the other, which is at the same time a dawning knowledge of ourselves as well. Now I want to borrow a concept from another discipline in order to explain why this should be so, and, perhaps, indeed, to suggest what might be done about it. This is the concept of repression, which, like so much else in Freud's language, is drawn from the political realm, to which, in the medieval languages, its original purely descriptive sense had already been applied. Yet the notion of repression is by no means so dramatic as it might at first appear, for in psychoanalytic theory, whatever its origins, and whatever the final effect of repression on the personality, its symptoms and its mechanisms are quite the opposite of violence, and are like nothing quite so much as looking away, forgetting, ignoring, losing interest. Repression is reflexive, that is, it aims not only at removing a particular object from consciousness, but also and above all, at doing away with the traces of that removal as well, at repressing the very memory of the intent to repress. This is the sense in which the boredom I evoked a moment ago may serve as a powerful hermeneutic instrument. It marks the spot where something painful is buried, it invites us to reawaken all the anguished hesitation, the struggle of the subject to avert his or her eyes from the thought with which brutal arms insist on confronting him. Now, of course, I will make only metaphoric use of this concept, for it cannot be any part of my intention here to assess the possibility of some consequent Freudo-Marxism or to come to terms with the relationship of Freud's own object of study, namely sexuality, to the cultural phenomena that concern us. I would only observe that George Lukács's classic analysis of ideology in history and class consciousness, 1923, is very consistent with the description of repression we have just given. Lukács there draws the consequences from his idea that the fundamental category of Marxism is that of totality, or, in other words, that the fundamental strength of Marxist thinking is its ability, indeed its determination, to make all the connections and to put back together all those separate fields, economics, say, and literature, that middle-class thought had been so intent on keeping apart. It follows, then, that bourgeois ideology, or, in our present terms, the middle-class method of repressing reality, is not so much an affair of distortion and of false consciousness in the sense of outright cynicism or lies, although, obviously there is also enough of that in our discipline to satisfy the most demanding observer, but rather, primarily and constitutively, of leaving out, of strategic omissions, lapses, a kind of careful preliminary preparation of the raw material such that certain questions will never arise in the first place. This, then, is the sense in which an exploration of repression or of ideological bias in literary criticism demands an attention to the outer and constitutive limits of the discipline just as much as to the positive acts committed on a daily basis in its name and within its confines. I cannot, however, resist an appeal to a very different kind of authority than that of Lukács, and since I have already pronounced the word, I will agree that this problem is on the whole coterminous with what relatively right-wing and theological current in both France and Germany today have decided once again to call hermeneutics, that is, the whole science of interpretation, the problematics of the encounter with the alien text whether from the distant past or from other cultures. I will only point out that my own appeal to boredom is not essentially different from that of Hans-Georg Gadamer, Heidegger's principal disciple and the central figure in German hermeneutics, to what he quite deliberately and provocatively calls prejudice, Vorurteil, and what we might very quickly describe as the class habits and ideological thought modes inherent in our own concrete social and historical situation. Point 3 To say that we understand what is other than ourselves through such Vorurteil, or situational prejudice, is therefore to reaffirm the dual character of all understanding and to remind ourselves that it can never take place in the void, objectively or out of situation, that all contact with otherness is also at one and the same time of necessity a return upon ourselves and our own particular culture and class affiliation that cannot but implicitly or explicitly call the latter into question. Now let us try to see what this would mean in a practical sense, as a way of assessing the organization of literature as a field of study. I have suggested elsewhere that our habit of studying individual writers one by one, in a kind of respectful stylistic isolation, was a very useful strategy in preventing genuinely social and historical problems from intruding into literary study. Point 4 The position I want to defend here is not unlike this one, but for whole periods rather than individual writers. I suggest that the ghettoization of primitive storytelling is an excellent example of this, but the ambiguity of the word myth, as loosely brandished in our discipline today, makes primitive storytelling a fairly complicated example to use. Our own myth school, or rather, what it might be clearer to call archetypal criticism, obviously has in mind a very different object of study, and a very different kind of textual satisfaction, than that afforded by the primitive storytellers of, say, the Borora Encyclopedia. Indeed, whatever the ultimate usefulness of the intellectual brilliance invested in Claude Lévi-Strauss's Mythologics, those 4 volumes will at least have had the effect of giving us a feeling for those genuinely episodic, molecular strings of events in which the Jungian hero, wearing all his archetypal masks, must inevitably find himself structurally ill at ease. So we set aside the problem of myth for one much closer to home, which indeed involves that literature most explicitly repudiated by the practice and the values of the ideology of modernism. I refer to realism itself. And perhaps my point about boredom may now make a little more sense to you, when you think, on the one hand, of the inevitable tediousness for us today, programmed by the rapid gear shifts of television, of the old endless three-decker novels, and when, on the other hand, you heave a sigh at the thought of yet another rehearsal of the tiresome polemics waged in the name of realism, to accept the terms of which is perhaps already to find yourself compromised in advance. Now obviously I share that feeling too to some degree, and am not interested here in making some puritanical attack on modernism in the name of the older realistic values. I simply want to underscore the limits of the ideology of modernism in accounting for the great realistic works, and to suggest that to prove Dickens was really a symbolist, Flaubert the first modernist, Balzac a mythmaker, and George Eliot some Victorian version of Henry James if not even of Dostoevsky, is an intellectually dishonest operation that skirts all the real issues. Modern literary theory has in fact given us what are essentially 2 irreconcilable accounts of realism. On the one hand, there are the classical apologias for this narrative mode, most dramatically associated with the position of George Lukács, but of which Erich Auerbach provides a less controversial and perhaps more patient documentation. For this position, the realistic mode, like the sonata form in music, or the conquest of perspective in painting is one of the most complex and vital realizations of Western culture, to which it is indeed, like those other two artistic phenomena I mentioned, well nigh unique. Any reader of Auerbach's Mimesis will have retained a vivid picture of the way in which realism slowly takes shape over many centuries by a progressive enlargement and refinement of literary techniques, from the unlimbering of epic sentence structure and the development of narrative perspective to the great plots of the 19th century novels, an expansion of the literary and linguistic recording apparatus in such a way as to make ever larger areas of social and individual reality accessible to us. Here realism is shown to have epistemological truth, as a privileged mode of knowing the world we live in and the lives we lead in it, and for a position of this kind, of course, the modern dissatisfaction or boredom with realism cannot be expected to be taken very seriously. Yet when we turn to that dissatisfaction itself and to the repudiation of realism in the name of modernism and in the interests of the latter's own developing apologia, we may well find that this other position is by no means dismissed as easily as all that. For the ideologues of modernism do not indeed seek to refute the Lukács-Auerbach defense of the realistic mode in its own terms, which are primarily aesthetic and cognitive, rather they sense its weak link to be pre-aesthetic, part and parcel of its basic philosophical presuppositions. Point 5. Thus, the target of their attack becomes the very concept of reality itself, which is implied by the realistic aesthetic as Lukács or Auerbach outline it, the new position suggesting that what is intolerable for us today, aesthetically, about the so-called old-fashioned realism is to be accounted for by the inadmissible philosophical and metaphysical view of the world which underlies it and which it in its turn reinforces. The objection is thus, clearly, a critique of something like an ideology of realism, and charges that realism, by suggesting that representation is possible, and by encouraging an aesthetic of mimesis or imitation, tends to perpetuate a preconceived notion of some external reality to be imitated, and indeed, to foster a belief in the existence of some such common-sense everyday ordinary shared secular reality in the first place. Yet the great discoveries of modern science, relativity and the uncertainty principle, the movement in modern philosophy toward theories of models and various linguistic dimensions of reality, present-day French investigations of the category of representation itself, above all, however, the sheer accumulated weight and habit of the great modern works of art from the Cubists and Joyce all the way to Beckett and Andy Warhol, all these things tend to confirm the idea that there is something quite naive, in a sense quite profoundly unrealistic, and in the full sense of the word ideological, about the notion that reality is out there simply, quite objective and independent of us, and that knowing it involves the relatively unproblematical process of getting an adequate picture of it into our own heads. Now I have to confess that I find both these positions, the defense of realism just as much as the denunciation of it, equally convincing, equally persuasive, equally true, so that, even though they would appear to be logically incompatible, I cannot persuade myself that they are as final as they look. But before I suggest a resolution that has seemed satisfactory to me, I want to remind you again of the reason we brought the subject up in the first place. The quarrel we have evoked is more fundamental, it seems to me, than a mere difference in aesthetic theories and positions, or else, if you prefer, such mere differences are perhaps themselves more fundamental than we have been accustomed to think. To be sure, in one sense, they simply correspond to differences in taste. It is clear that Lukács and Auerbach, for whatever reasons of background and upbringing and the like, deep down really don't like modern art. But again, perhaps what we call taste is not so simple either. I want to suggest that these two conflicting aesthetic positions correspond in the long run to two quite different cultures. There was a culture of realism, that of the 19th century, and a few of its inhabitants still survive here and there, native informants who provide us with very useful reports and testimony about its nature and values, and there is today a different culture altogether, that of modernism. Alongside these two, as we suggested earlier, there is yet a third kind, namely what we called in the most general way primitive or at least pre-capitalist, and whose products incomprehensible to both modernist and realist aesthetics alike we call myths or oral tales. So the limits of our own personal tastes have brought us to the point where we can see our need, not to pick and choose and assimilate selected objects from the older aesthetics or cultures into our own, but rather to step outside our own culture, outside the culture of modernism entirely, and to grasp its relationship to the others and its difference from them by means of some vaster historical and supercultural model. Before I suggest one, however, I have an obligation, even in the most sketchy way, to complete my account of the quarrel between the realists and the modernists. What both leave out, you will already have guessed, is simply history itself. Both positions are completely ahistorical, and this in spite of the fact that mimesis is a history, one of the few great contemporary literary histories we possess, and in spite of the fact, also, that Lukács is a Marxist. That the modernists are ahistorical will probably be less surprising, since after all by and large that is exactly what they set out to be. Briefly, I would suggest that realism, but also that desacralized, post-magical, common sense, everyday, secular reality which is its object is inseparable from the development of capitalism, the quantification by the market system of the older hierarchical or feudal or magical environment, and thus that both are intimately linked to the bourgeoisie as its product and its commodity, and this is, it seems to me, where Lukács himself is ahistorical, in not positing an exclusive link between realism and the life of commerce, in suggesting that a wholly different social order like that of socialism or communism will still want to maintain this particular historically dated mode of reality construction. And when in our own time the bourgeoisie begins to decay as a class, in a world of social anomie and fragmentation, then that active and conquering mode of the representation of reality which is realism is no longer appropriate. Indeed, in this new social world which is ours today, we can go so far as to say that the very object of realism itself, secular reality, objective reality, no longer exists either. Far from being the world's final and definitive face, it proves to have been simply one historical and cultural form among many others, such that one might argue a kind of ultimate paradox of reality itself. There once was such a thing as objective truth, objective reality, but now that real world is itself a thing of the past. Objective reality, or the various possible objective realities, are in other words the function of genuine group existence or collective vitality, and when the dominant group disintegrates, so also does the certainty of some common truth or being. Thus the problem about realism articulates in the cultural realm that profound ambivalence that Marx and Engels have about the bourgeoisie in history in general. The secularization and systematization that capitalism brought about is both more brutal and alienating, and more humane and liberating, than the effects of any previous social system. Capitalism destroys genuine human relationships, but also for the first time liberates humankind from village idiocy and the tyranny and intolerance of tribal life. This simultaneous positive and negative coding of capitalism appears everywhere in the works of Marx, but most strikingly and programmatically perhaps in the Communist Manifesto, and it is this very complex and ambivalent, profoundly dialectical assessment of capitalism that is reflected in the notion of the historical necessity of capitalism as a stage, whereas in the literary realm it takes the form of the hesitations just expressed about the realistic mode that corresponds to classic 19th century capitalism, hesitations which can be measured in all their ambiguity by the simultaneous assertion that realism is the most complex epistemological instrument yet devised for recording the truth of social reality, and also, at one and the same time, that it is a lie in the very form itself, the prototype of aesthetic false consciousness, the appearance that bourgeois ideology takes on in the realm of narrative literature. The model I now want to submit to you derives no doubt ultimately from Engels also, who had it himself from Morgan's Ancient Society, who in turn drew it from a still older anthropological tradition. But the form in which I am going to use this model, which in essence is nothing more than the old classification of cultures and social forms into the triad of savage, barbarian, and civilized types, comes more directly from a recent French work that gives us the means of transforming this otherwise purely historical typology into a rather sensitive instrument of practical literary analysis. Now I should preface all this by saying that I don't intend here to give anything like a complete account, let alone a critique, of this more recent work, the Anti-Oedipus of Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari, around which there has been a great deal of controversy, and whose usefulness for us lies in its reintroduction of genuinely historical preoccupations into the hitherto resolutely a or anti-historical problematics of structuralism. Point 6 Deleuze and Guattari, indeed, give us a vision of history based once more firmly on the transformation of fundamental social forms, and on the correlation between shifts in meaning and conceptual categories, and the various types of socio-economic infrastructures. But I must at least explain that, as the book's title, Anti-Oedipus, suggests, its official theme is the now familiar one of the reactionary character of Freud's doctrine of the Oedipus complex, a position for which Karl Kraus's famous aphorism might serve as a motto: psychoanalysis is that illness of which it believes itself to be the cure. I will content myself with observing that the violence with which this rather hysterical assertion is argued goes a long way toward making me suspect that Freud must have been right about the Oedipus complex in the first place. The real interest of the book, I would think, lies elsewhere, in its energetic attempt to synthesize a great number of contemporary intellectual trends and currents which have not all been confronted with one another before in quite so systematic a way. Here the alternate title, Capitalism and Schizophrenia, may suggest the approach, and indeed, within these pages, we find, alongside Freud and Marx, in both original and dubbed versions, phenomenological reflections on the body, Mumford on the city, linguistics and anthropological materials, studies of the commodity society, but also of kinship systems, theories of genetic codes, references to modern painting, and all this bathed in the familiarity of the great contemporary literary works like those of Beckett and Artaud, of which, of course, the term schizophrenic is meant to furnish both a description and a relatively new literary classification which is of no little practical interest. Schizophrenia, however, has a more fundamental strategic value for Deleuze and Guattari, one which is very directly related to the historical typology with which we are ourselves concerned. For schizophrenia provides something like a zero degree against which we can assess the various, shall I call them more complex, forms of human life, and by comparison serves as a kind of baseline against which we can then measure and deconstruct the various determinate structures of individual and social reality which in their unending succession make up what we call history. Schizophrenia is, then, for Deleuze and Guattari something like the primordial flux that underlies existence itself, and clinically, to be sure, what characterizes the schizophrenic is this almost drug-like dissolution of the bonds of time and of logic, the succession of one experiential moment after another without the organization and perspective imposed by the various kinds of abstract orders of meaning, whether individual or social, which we associate with ordinary daily life. So to begin to construct our model, we can say that schizophrenia is something like a flux which is then, in the various social forms, ordered into some more elaborate, but also clearly, in one way or another, more repressive structure. To put it in the terminology of Deleuze, we will say that organized social life in one way or another then codes this initial flux, organizes it into ordered hierarchical meanings of one kind or another, makes the hallucinatory landscape suddenly fall into meaningful perspectives and become the place of work, but also of the kinds of determinate values that characterize a given social order. Now at this point we come upon our now familiar triad of savage, barbarian, and civilized societies, and here also the approach of Deleuze and Guattari, this terminology of flux and codes, adds a handle that suddenly makes this rather antiquated piece of historical typology into a relatively sophisticated item of technical equipment. Let us remember what we needed to have our model do. We needed something like a unified field theory of the various hitherto wholly unrelated bodies of literature, something that would give us a terminology sufficiently responsive to deal in the same breath with primitive storytelling, pre-capitalist literatures, bourgeois realism, and the various modernisms of the present post-industrial world of late monopoly capital and of the superstate. Such a common terminology or unified field theory ought then to allow us to see all these social and literary forms somehow as permutations of a common structure, or at least rearrangements of terms they hold in common. Now it is clear that Deleuze and Guattari understood Engels's and Morgan's old historical triad in a fairly free and loose way. For Morgan, savagery was the first stage of human social life, which ran from the invention of language to that of the bow and arrow, Barbarism is the next, more complex stage, in which agriculture and pottery are developed, and which is characterized above all by the use of metals. Civilization, finally, begins with the invention of writing. Yet it seems to me that within the purely archaeological confines of the paradigm, there lies a deeper imaginative truth, and this poetic or Viconian vision of human societies is what is used and exploited by Deleuze and Guattari, and what presently interests us. On this view, peoples living in the state of savagery are those we generally call primitive cultures, Neolithic tribes, village societies of all kinds, of which, in the golden age of American anthropology in the 19th century, the supreme example was the American Indian, and for which, particularly since Levi Strauss and Therese Tropic's, we have developed a nostalgia that does not shrink from an explicit invocation of Rousseau himself. Now barbarian society is somehow thought to be more complex than that of savagery, but also more dynamic, and, if I may put it that way, more fearsome and dangerous. It is not an accident that with barbarism we instinctively associate cruelty, whether it be on the level of the raids of nomadic predators or of the great and inhuman Asiatic city-states and oriental despotisms, and here cruelty, whether it be that of Attila or of Babylon, is a code word for a war machine, that is to say, essentially, for the poetic truth of metals and metallurgy. When we arrive at length at what is called civilization, it is clear that for Deleuze and Guattari that it is to be measured, not so much by inscriptions as rather simply by the primacy of commerce, by the progress of a money economy and a market system, of organized production and exchange, in short, of what must sooner or later answer to the name of capitalism. Let me quickly resume their hypothesis. The savage state is the moment of the coding of the original or primordial schizophrenic flux. In barbarism we have, then, to do with a more complex construction on this basis, which will be called an overcoding of it. Under capitalism, reality undergoes a new type of operation or manipulation, and the desacralization and laicization, the quantification and rationalization of capitalism will be characterized by Deleuze and Guattari precisely as a decoding of these earlier types of realities or code constructions, and finally, our own time, whatever it may be thought to be, as a separate social form in its own right, and it is obviously to this question on that we will want to return shortly. Our own time is marked by nothing quite so much as a recoding of this henceforth decoded flux by attempts to recode, to reinvent the sacred, to go back to myth, now understood in Frey's archetypal sense, in brief. That whole host of recoding strategies which characterize the various modernisms, and of which the most revealing and authentic, as far as Deleuze and Guattari are concerned, is surely the emergence of schizophrenic literature, or the attempt to come to terms with the pure primordial flux itself. Now I will try, not so much to explain these various moments, as to show why this way of thinking and talking about them may be of use to us, and if it is not, of course we have been mistaken in our choice of a model, and there remains nothing but to jettison this one and to find some paradigm better able to do the work we require from it. The application of the terminology of flux and codes to primitive life and storytelling may be over hastily described in terms of symbolism or of Levi Strauss's conception of the primitive mind, of that pensée savage or primitive thought which has not yet invented abstraction, for which the things of the outside world are, in themselves, meanings, or are indistinguishable from meanings. The medieval conception of the world as God's book, in which, for example, the beasts are so many sentences in a bestiary, is still close enough to this naive coding to convey its atmosphere to us. Yet in the primitive world, the world of the endless oral stories and of the simple and naively, or, if you prefer, naturally coded flux, none of those things are really organized systematically. It is only when this omnipresent and essential primitive coding is somehow ordered and the body of the world territorialized, as Deleuze and Guattari put it, that we find ourselves in the next stage of the social, but also the literary, order, namely that of barbarism, or of the despotic machine. Here the world book is reorganized into what Lewis Mumford calls a mega-machine, and the coded flux, now overcoded, acquires a center, certain signifiers become privileged over others in the same way that the despot himself gradually emerges from tribal indistinction to become the very center of the world and the meeting place of the 4 points of the compass, so a kind of awesome forbidden city of language comes into being, which is not yet abstraction in our sense either, but far more aptly characterized, in my opinion, by that peculiar phenomenon we call allegory, and in which a single coded object or item of the outside world is suddenly overloaded with meaning, lifted up into a crucial element of a new and complicated object language or overcoding erected on the basis of the older, simpler, natural sign system. So in the passage from savagery to barbarism, it may be said that we pass from the production of coded elements to the representation of them, a representation that indicates itself and affirms its own splendor as privilege and as sacred meaning. Civilization, capitalism, then come as an attempt to annul this barbaric overcoding, this despotic and luxurious sign system erected parasitically upon the basis of the older natural codes, and the new social form, the capitalist one, thus aims at working its way back to some even more fundamental and uncoded reality, scientific or objective, behind the older signs. This changeover is, of course, a familiar historical story, of which we possess a number of different versions, and I have the obligation clearly enough to explain what advantages there are to us in our practical work as teachers and students of literature in the one I am proposing here. For we know that the ideologues of the rising bourgeoisie in that movement called the Enlightenment set themselves the explicit task of destroying religion and superstition, of extirpating the sacred in all of its forms. They were then quite intensely aware of the struggle to decode, even if they did not call it that, and even if subsequent generations of a bourgeoisie complacently installed in power preferred to forget the now rather frightening corrosive power of that ambitious effort of negativity and destructive criticism. So gradually the bourgeoisie invents a more reassuring, more positive account of the transformation. In this view, the older superstitious remnants simply give way to the new positivities of modern science, or, if you prefer now that a model building science in our own time has seemed a less reliable ally to the positive achievements of modern technology and invention. But both these accounts, that of the Enlightenment itself and that of positivism, are concerned more with abstract knowledge and control than with the facts of individual existence. From the point of view of our particular discipline, in other words, this positive science or technology-oriented account of the secularization of the world seems more appropriate to the history of ideas than to narrative analysis. The dialectical version of the story, that of Hegel as well as of Marx and Engels, still seems to provide the most adequate synthesis of these older purely negative or purely positive accounts. Here the changeover is seen in terms of a passage from quality to quantity, in other words, the gradual substitution of a market economy for the older forms of barter or payment in kind amounts to the increasing primacy of the principle of generalized equivalence, as it is embodied in the money system. This means that where before there was a qualitative difference between the objects of production, between, say, shoes and beef, or oil paintings and leather belts or sacks of grain, all of them, in the older systems, coded in unique and qualitative ways, as objects of quite different and incommensurable desires, invested each with a unique libidinal content of its own, now suddenly they all find themselves absolutely interchangeable, and through equivalence and the common measure of a money system reduced to the grey tastelessness of abstraction. The advantage now of the addition to this view of Deleuze and Guattari's concept of the decoded flux is that we will come to understand quantification, the pure equivalence of the exchange world, henceforth no longer as a reality in its own right, but rather as a process, an outer limit, a secular ideal, a kind of absence of quality that can never really be reached once and for all in any definitive form, but only approached in that infinite and teasing approximation of the asymptote to a curve, with which it will never completely coincide. This is why the periodization of the ideologues of modernism, when they talk about the break with the classical novel, or the realistic novel or the traditional 19th century novel, always proves so embarrassing, because, of course, as a positive phenomenon the classical novel is not there at all when you look for it, realism proving to be, as Darko Suvin put it, simply the 0 degree of allegory itself. Now I can give only two brief illustrations of the usefulness of the view for practical criticism of these so-called realistic novels. In the first place, it seems to me that the idea of a decoded flux for the first time gives content to the very formalistic suggestions in the Jacob-Suntinianov theses on realism, for instance that each realism constitutes a demystification of some preceding ideal or illusion. Obviously, the prototype for such a paradigm is the Quixote of Cervantes, but it would seem to me that the idea of realism as a decoding tends to direct our attention far more insistently to the very nature of the codes thus cancelled, the older barbaric or savage signifiers thus dismantled. This view, in other words, forces us to attend far more closely to the page-by-page and incident-by-incident operations whereby the novel effectuates this desacralization, thus effectively preserving us, at the same time, from any illusion that secular reality could be anything but provisional terminus of the narrative process. The other point I want to make is the close identity between realism and historical thinking, an identity revealed by the model of decoded flux. It has been claimed by the tenets of the rise of science explanation I mentioned a moment ago that the new scientific values, particularly those of causality and causal explanation, are responsible for the new perspectivism shown by critics like Auerbach to constitute the very web of the new realistic narrative texture. Let me suggest, on the contrary, that causality is not a positive but rather a negative or privative concept. Causality is simply the form taken by chronology itself when it falls into the world of quantification, of the indifferently equivalent and the decoded flux. Angus Fletcher's book Allegory, 1964, gives us an excellent picture of the literary phenomena that played the role in the older high allegory or barbaric overcoding of what will later become causality in realism: action by contiguity, emanation, magical contamination, the hypnotic and ingathering spell of a cosmos or spatial form. All of these must then disappear from the decoded narrative, and the continuity of time must be dealt with in some more secular way, if it is not to decay and disintegrate back into the random sequence of unrelated instants which is the very nature of the primordial schizophrenic flux itself. Historical thinking, causality, is now a way of making things yield up their own meanings immanently, without any appeal to transcendental or magical outside forces. The process by which a single item deteriorates in time is now seen to be meaningful in itself, and when you have shown it, you have no further need of any external or transcendental hypotheses. Thus realism is par excellence the moment of the discovery of changing time, of the generation by generation and year by year dynamics of a new kind of social history. Realism is at one, I am tempted to say, with a world of worn things, things among which, of course, one must number people as well, and those discarded objects that are used up human lives. At length, as the 19th century itself wears on, we begin to detect signs of a kind of fatigue with the whole process of decoding. Indeed, as the very memory of feudalism and the ancient regime grows dim, there appear perhaps to be fewer and fewer codes in the older sacred sense to serve as the object of such semiotic purification. This is, of course, the moment of the emergence of modernism, or rather, of the various modernisms, for the subsequent attempts to recode the henceforth decoded flux of the realistic, middle-class, secular era are many and varied, and we cannot hope even to give a sense of their variety here. So I will simply attempt to make one point, which seems to me absolutely fundamental for the analysis of modern literature, and which, to my mind, constitutes the most useful contribution to our future work of the model here under consideration. It is simply this, that it follows, from what we have said, and from the very notion of a recoding of secular reality or of the decoded flux, that all modernistic works are essentially simply cancelled realistic ones, that they are, in other words, not apprehended directly, in terms of their own symbolic meanings, in terms of their own mythic or sacred immediacy, the way an older primitive or overcoded work would be, but rather indirectly only, by way of the relay of an imaginary realistic narrative of which the symbolic and modernistic one is then seen as a kind of stylization, and this is a type of reading, and a literary structure, utterly unlike anything hitherto known in the history of literature, and one to which we have been insufficiently attentive until now. Let me suggest, in other words, to put it very crudely, that when you make sense of something like Kafka's Castle, your process of doing so involves the substitution for that recoded flux of a realistic narrative of your own devising one which may be framed in terms of Kafka's supposed personal experience, psychoanalytic, religious, or social, or in terms of your own, or in terms of some hypothetical destiny of modern man in general. Whatever the terms of the realistic narrative appealed to, however, I think it is axiomatic that the reading of such a work is always a two-stage affair: first, substituting a realistic hypothesis in narrative form, then interpreting that secondary and invented or projected core narrative according to the procedures we reserved for the older realistic novel in general. And I suggest that this elaborate process is at work everywhere in our reception of contemporary works of art, all the way from those of Kafka down to, say, The Exorcist. And since I mentioned chronology a moment ago, let me briefly use the fate of chronology in the new artistic milieu of the recoded flux to give you a clearer sense of what is meant by the process. It has been said, for instance, that in Rob Grillett's novel Jealousy, chronology is abolished. There are two separate sets of events that ought to permit us to re-establish the basic facts of the story in their proper order, only they do not. The crushing of the centipede, which, in a novel telling a story, would provide a good point of reference around which to situate the other events in time, is in fact made to occur before the trip taken by Frank and A, during their trip, and after it. 7. Yet it would be wrong to conclude that Rob Grillett had really succeeded thereby in shaking our belief in chronology, and along with it, in that myth of a secular, objective, realistic reality of which it is a sign and a feature. On the contrary, as every reader of Rob Grillett knows, this kind of narrative exasperates our obsession with chronology to a veritable fever pitch, and the absence of any realistic solution, far from being a return to the older non-causal narrative consciousness of primitive peoples, as in Allegory for instance, in fact drives us only deeper into the contradictions of our own scientific and causal thought modes. So it is quite wrong to say that Rob Grillett has abolished the story. On the contrary, we read Jealousy by substituting for it a realistic version of one of the oldest stories in the world, and its force and value come from the paradoxical fact that by cancelling it, the new novel tells this realistic story more forcefully than any genuinely realistic, old-fashioned, decoded narrative could. Now from a sociological point of view it is clear why this had to happen with the breakdown of a homogeneous public, with the social fragmentation and anomie of the bourgeoisie itself, and also its refraction among the various national situations of Western or NATO capitalism, each of which then speaks its own private language and demands its own particular frame of reference. So the modern work comes gradually to be constructed as a kind of multipurpose object, Umberto Eco's so-called opera aperta or open form, designed to be used by each subgroup after its own fashion and needs, so that its realistic core, that concrete emotion, but also situation, which we call, simply, jealousy, seems the most abstract and empty starting point of all, inasmuch as every private audience is obliged to recode it afresh in terms of its own sign system. Point 8. The first conclusion one would draw from this peculiar historical and aesthetic situation is that Lukács, whose limits I hope I have already admitted, turns out in the long run to have been right after all about the nature of modernism. Very far from a break with that older overstuffed Victorian bourgeois reality, it simply reinforces all the latter's basic presuppositions, only in a world so thoroughly subjectivized that they have been driven underground, beneath the surface of the work, forcing us to reconfirm the concept of a secular reality at the very moment when we imagine ourselves to be demolishing it. This is a social and historical contradiction, but for the writer it is an agonizing dilemma, and perhaps that would be the most dramatic way of expressing what we have been trying to say. No one here, after all, seriously wants to return to the narrative mode of 19th century realism. The latter's rightful inheritors are the writers of bestsellers, who unlike Kafka or Rob Grillett really do concern themselves with the basic secular problems of our existence, namely, money, power, position, sex, and all those humdrum daily preoccupations that continue to form the substance of our daily lives, all the while that art literature considers them unworthy of its notice. I am not suggesting that we go back and read or write in the older way, only that in their heart of hearts, as the Goldwater people used to say, everyone knows that John O'Hara's novels still give a truer picture of the facts of life in the United States than anything of Hemingway or Faulkner, with all their tourist or magnolia exoticism. Yet the latter are palpably the greater writers. So we slowly begin to grasp the enormity of a historical situation in which the truth of our social life as a whole, Lukács would have said, as a totality, is increasingly irreconcilable with the aesthetic quality of language or of individual expression, of a situation about which it can be asserted that if we can make a work of art from our experience, if we can tell it in the form of a story, it is no longer true, and if we can grasp the truth about our world as totality, as something transcending mere individual experience, we can no longer make it accessible in narrative or literary form. So a strange malediction hangs over art in our time, and for the writer this dilemma is felt as an increasing, structural, incapacity to generalize or universalize private or lived experience. The dictates, not only of realism, but of narrative in general, tend gradually to restrict writing to sheer autobiography, at the same time that they transform even autobiographical discourse itself into one more private language among others, reduced to the telling of the truth of a private situation alone that no longer engages the fate of a nation but merely a single locality, and no longer even for that, but a particular neighborhood, and even that only as long as it still remains a neighborhood in the traditional, ethnic, or ghetto sense, even therein, speaking henceforth only for a specific family, and then not even for its older generations, at length reduced to a single household, and finally, within it, to a single gender. So, little by little, the writer is reduced to so private a speech that it is henceforth bereft of any public consequences or resonances, so that only symbolic recoding holds out the hope of saying something meaningful to a wider and more heterogeneous public. Yet, as we have seen, that new kind of meaning is quite different from the old one. But in this wholly subjectivized untruth, the modern writer nonetheless in another sense remains profoundly true and profoundly representative, for everyone else is equally locked into his or her private language, imprisoned in those serried ranks of monads that are the ultimate result of the social fragmentation inherent in our system. Many are the images of this profound subjectivization and fragmentation of our social life, and of our very existences, in the world of late monopoly capitalism. Some strike terror and inspire us with a kind of metaphysical pathos at our condition, like that persona of La Tremont sealed since birth in an airtight, soundproof membrane, dreaming of the shriek destined to rupture his isolation and to admit for the first time the cries of pain of the world outside. All are, of course, figures, and it is a measure of our dilemma that we cannot convey the situation in other than a figurative way, yet some figures seem more liberating than others, and since we began with a reference to Plato, let us conclude with the Platonic vision, which was once itself the foundation of a metaphysic, but which now, today, and owing to historical developments quite unforeseeable in Plato's time, seems like the gravest of all figures and metaphors henceforth to have been intended in the most literal sense. Imagine, says Socrates, an underground chamber, like a cave with an entrance open to the daylight and running a long way underground. In this chamber are men who have been prisoners there since they were children, their legs and necks being so fastened that they can only look straight ahead of them and cannot turn their heads. Behind them and above them a fire is burning, and between the fire and the prisoners runs a road, in front of which a curtain wall has been built, like the screen at puppet shows. Imagine further that there are men carrying all sorts of artifacts along behind the curtain wall, including figures of men and animals made of wood and stone and other materials. An odd picture, responds Socrates' listener, and an odd sort of prisoner. They are drawn from life, I replied. For tell me, do you think our prisoners could see anything of themselves or their fellows save the shadows thrown by the fire upon the wall of the cave opposite? 9. There are, of course, ways of breaking out of this isolation, but they are not literary ways and require complete and thoroughgoing transformation of our economic and social system, and the invention of new forms of collective living. Our task specialists that we are in the reflections of things is a more patient and modest, more diagnostic one. Yet even such a task as the analysis of literature and culture will come to nothing unless we keep the knowledge of our own historical situation vividly present to us, for we are least of all, in our position, entitled to the claim that we did not understand, that we thought all those things were real, that we had no way of knowing we were living in a cave. 1975. 6. Reflections on the Brecht-Lukács debate. It is not only political history that those who ignore it are condemned to repeat. A host of recent post-Marxisms document the truth of the assertion that attempts to go beyond Marxism typically end by reinventing older pre-Marxist positions, from the recurrent neo-Kantian revivals, to the most recent Nietzschean returns through Hume and Hobbes all the way back to the pre-Socratics. Even within Marxism itself, the terms of the problems, if not their solutions, are numbered in advance, and the older controversies Marx versus Bakunin, Lenin versus Luxemburg, the national questions, the agrarian question, the dictatorship of the proletariat rise up to haunt those who thought we could now go on to something else and leave the past behind us. Nowhere has this return of the repressed been more dramatic than in the aesthetic conflict between realism and modernism, whose navigation and renegotiation is still unavoidable for us today, even though we may feel that each position is in some sense right and yet that neither is any longer wholly acceptable. The dispute is itself older than Marxism, and in a longer perspective may be said to be a contemporary political replay of the 17th century Querelle de Anciens et de Modernes, in which, for the first time, aesthetics came face to face with the dilemmas of historicity. Within the Marxism of this century, the precipitant of the controversy over realism and modernism was the living fact and persisting influence of expressionism among the writers of the German left in the 1920s and 1930s. An implacable ideological denunciation by Lukács in 1934 set the stage for the series of interconnected debates and exchanges between Bloch, Lukács, Brecht, Benjamin, and Adorno, generally referred to as the realism debate. Much of the fascination of these justs, indeed, comes from the internal dynamism by which all the logical possibilities are rapidly generated in turn, so that it quickly extends beyond the local phenomenon of expressionism, and even beyond the ideal type of realism itself, to draw within its scope the problems of popular art, naturalism, socialist realism, avant-gardism, media, and finally modernism, political and non-political in general. Today, many of its fundamental themes and concerns have been transmitted by the Frankfurt School, and in particular by Marcuse, to the student and anti-war movements of the 1960s, while the revival of Brecht has ensured their propagation among political modernisms of the kind exemplified by the Telkel group. The legacy of German expressionism provided a more propitious framework for the development of a major debate within Marxism than its contemporary French counterpart, Surrealism, was to do. For in the writings of the Surrealists, and in particular of Breton, the problem of realism largely fails to arise in the first instance owing to their initial repudiation of the novel as a form. For their principal adversary, Jean-Paul Sartre, the only important writer of his generation not to have passed through Surrealism's tutelage, and whose notion of commitment, engagement, Adorno was later to take as the very prototype of a political aesthetic, the realism/modernism dilemma did not arise either, but for the opposite reason, because of Sartre's preliminary exclusion of poetry and the lyric from his account of the nature and function of literature in general, in What is Literature? 1948. Thus in France, until that second wave of modernism, or postmodernism, represented by the Nouveau Roman and the Nouvelle Vague, Telkel, and Structuralism, the terrain for which realism and modernism were elsewhere so bitterly to contend that of narrative was effectively divided up between them in advance, as though in amicable separation. If the problem of narrative does not loom large in the earlier debate, that is in part because Lukács's principal exhibits were novels, while Brecht's main field of activity was the theatre. The increasing importance, in turn, of film in artistic production since the time of these debates, witness the frequent juxtapositions of Brecht and Goddard, likewise suggests that structural differences in medium and in genre may play a larger part in compounding the dilemmas of the realism/modernism controversy than its earliest participants were willing to admit. More than this, the history of aesthetics itself suggests that some of the more paradoxical turns in the Marxist debate within German culture spring from contradictions within the very concept of realism, an uneasily different quantity from such traditional aesthetic categories as comedy and tragedy, or lyric, epic, and dramatic. The latter, whatever social functionality may be invoked for them in this or that philosophical system, are purely aesthetic concepts, which may be analyzed and evaluated without any reference outside the phenomenon of beauty or the activity of artistic play, traditionally the terms in which the aesthetic has been isolated and constituted as a separate realm or function in its own right. The originality of the concept of realism, however, lies in its claim to cognitive as well as aesthetic status. A new value, contemporaneous with the secularization of the world under capitalism, the ideal of realism presupposes a form of aesthetic experience that yet lays claim to a binding relationship to the real itself, that is to say, to those realms of knowledge and praxis that had traditionally been differentiated from the realm of the aesthetic, with its disinterested judgments and its constitution as sheer appearance. But it is extremely difficult to do justice to both these properties of realism simultaneously. In practice, an overemphasis on its cognitive function often leads to a naive denial of the necessarily fictive character of artistic discourse, or even to iconoclastic calls for the end of art in the name of political militancy. At the other pole of this conceptual tension, the emphasis of theorists like Gombrich or Barthes on the techniques whereby an illusion of reality or effet de real is achieved, tends surreptitiously to transform the reality of realism into appearance and to undermine that affirmation of its own truth or referential value, by which it differentiates itself from other types of literature. Among the many secret dramas of Lukács's later work is surely to be counted the adeptness with which he walks this particular tightrope, from which, even at his most ideological or formalistic, he never quite falls. This is not to say that the concept of modernism, realism's historical counterpart and its dialectical mirror image, is not equally contradictory, and in ways that it will be instructive to juxtapose to the contradictions of realism itself. Point 1. For the moment, suffice it to observe that neither of these sets of contradictions can be fully understood, unless they are replaced within the broader context of the crisis of historicity itself, and numbered among the dilemmas a dialectical criticism faces when it tries to make ordinary language function simultaneously on two mutually exclusive registers, the absolute, in which case realism and modernism veer toward timeless abstractions like the lyric or the comic, and the relative, in which case they inexorably revert to the narrow confines of an antiquarian nomenclature, whose use is restricted to specific literary movements in the past. Language, however, does not submit peacefully to the attempt to use its terms dialectically, that is, as relative and sometimes even extinct concepts from an archaeological past, which nonetheless continue to transmit faint but absolute claims upon us. Meanwhile, post-structuralism has added yet a different kind of parameter to the realism/modernism controversy, one which, like the question of narrative and the problems of historicity, was implicit in the original exchange but scarcely articulated or thematized as such. The assimilation of realism as a value to the old philosophical concept of mimesis by such writers as Foucault, Derrida, Lyotard, and Deleuze has reformulated the realism/modernism debate in terms of a Platonic attack on the ideological effects of representation. In this new, and old, philosophical polemic, the stakes of the original discussion find themselves unexpectedly elevated, and their issues, once largely political in focus, begin to take on metaphysical, or anti-metaphysical, implications. Such philosophical artillery is, of course, intended to increase the defensiveness of the defenders of realism, yet I believe we will not fully be able to assess the consequences of the attack on representation, and of post-structuralism generally, until we are able to situate its own work within the field of the theory of ideology itself. It is at any rate clear that the realism/modernism controversy loses its interest if one side is programmed to win in advance. The Brecht-Lukács debate alone is one of those rare confrontations in which both adversaries are of equal stature, both of incomparable significance for the development of contemporary Marxism, the one a major artist and probably the greatest literary figure to have been produced by the communist movement, the other a central philosopher of the age and heir to the whole German philosophical tradition, with its unique emphasis on aesthetics as a discipline. It is true that in recent accounts of their opposition, Brecht has tended to get the better of Lukács, the former's plebeian style and Schwickian identifications proving currently more attractive than the Mandarin culture to which the latter appealed. CBL 16-18. Point 2. In these versions, Lukács is typically treated as a professor, a revisionist, a Stalinist in general, in the same way as the brave Moses Mendelssohn in Lessing's time treated Spinoza as a dead dog, as Marx described the standard view of Hegel current among his radical contemporaries. To the degree to which Lukács single-handedly turned the expressionism debate around into a discussion of realism, and forced the defenders of the former to fight on his own ground and in his own terms, their annoyance with him was understandable. Brecht's own animosity toward him comes through particularly vividly in these pages. On the other hand, such meddling interference was at one with everything that made Lukács a major figure in 20th-century Marxism, in particular his lifelong insistence on the crucial significance of literature and culture in any revolutionary politics. His fundamental contribution here was the development of a theory of mediations that could reveal the political and ideological content of what had hitherto seemed purely formal aesthetic phenomena. One of the most famous instances was his decoding of the static descriptions of naturalism in terms of reification. Point 3. Yet at the same time, it was precisely this line of research itself, an implicit critique and repudiation of traditional content analysis, that was responsible for Brecht's characterization of Lukács's method as formalistic, by which he meant the latter's unwarranted confidence in the possibility of deducing political and ideological positions from a protocol of purely formal properties of a work of art. The reproach sprang from Brecht's experience as a man of the theatre, in which he constructed an aesthetic of performance and a view of the work of art in situation that was in diametric contrast to the solitary reading and individualized bourgeois public of Lukács's privileged object of study, the novel. Can Brecht then be enlisted in current campaigns against the very notion of mediation? It is probably best to take Brecht's attack on Lukács's formalism, along with the Brechtian watchword of Plumpsdenken, at a somewhat less philosophical and more practical level, as a therapeutic warning against the permanent temptation of idealism present in any ideological analysis as such, the professional proclivity of intellectuals for methods that need no external verification. There would then be two idealisms: 1, the common or garden variety to be found in religion, metaphysics, and literalism; the other a repressed and unconscious danger of idealism within Marxism itself, inherent in the very ideal of science itself in a world so deeply marked by the division of mental and manual labor. To that danger the intellectual and the scientist can never sufficiently be alerted. At the same time, Lukács's work on mediation, rudimentary as at times it may have been, can on another reading be enlisted as a precursor of the most interesting work in the field of ideological analysis today, that which, assimilating the findings of psychoanalysis and of semiotics, seeks to construct a model of the text as a complex and symbolic ideological act. The reproach of formalism, whose relevance to Lukács's own practice is only too evident, may consequently have a wider extension to present-day research and speculation. The charge of formalism was only one item of Brecht's attack on Lukács's position. Its corollary and obverse was indignation at the ideological judgments which the latter used his method to substantiate. The primary exhibit at the time was Lukács's denunciation of alleged links between expressionism and trends within social democracy, in particular the USPD, not to speak of fascism, which launched the realism debate in the German emigration and which Ernst Bloch's essay was designed to refute in some detail. Nothing has, of course, more effectively discredited Marxism than the practice of affixing instant class labels, generally petty bourgeois, to textual or intellectual objects, nor will the most hardened apologist for Lukács want to deny that of the many Lukácses conceivable, this particular one epitomized in the shrill and outrageous postscript to Die Zerstörung der Vernunft is the least worthy of rehabilitation. But abuse of class ascription should not lead to overreaction and mere abandonment of it. In fact, ideological analysis is inconceivable without a conception of the ultimately determining instance of social class. What is really wrong with Lukács's analyses is not too frequent and facile a reference to social class, but rather too incomplete and intermittent a sense of the relationship of class ideology. A case in point is one of the more notorious of Lukács's basic concepts, that of decadence, which he often associates with fascism, but even more persistently with modern art and literature in general. The concept of decadence is the equivalent in the aesthetic realm of that of false consciousness in the domain of traditional ideological analysis. Both suffer from the same defect, the common presupposition that in the world of culture and society such a thing as pure error is possible. They imply, in other words, that works of art or systems of philosophy are conceivable which have no content, and are therefore to be denounced for failing to grapple with the serious issues of the day, indeed distracting from them. In the iconography of the political art of the 1920s and 1930s, the index of such culpable and vacuous decadence was the champagne glass and top hat of the idle rich, making the rounds of an eternal nightclub circuit. Yet even Scott Fitzgerald and Drew La Rochelle are more complicated than that, and from our present-day vantage point, disposing of the more complex instruments of psychoanalysis, in particular the concepts of repression and denial, or Vernianung. Even those who might wish to sustain Lukács's hostile verdict on modernism would necessarily insist on the existence of a repressed social content even in those modern works that seem most innocent of it. Modernism would then not so much be a way of avoiding social content, in any case an impossibility for beings like ourselves who are condemned to history and to the implacable sociability of even the most apparently private of our experiences, but rather of managing and containing it, secluding it out of sight in the very form itself, by means of specific techniques of framing and displacement which can be identified with some precision. If so, Lukács's summary dismissal of decadent works of art should yield to an interrogation of their buried social and political content. The fundamental weakness in Lukács's view of the relationship of art and ideology surely finds its ultimate explanation in his politics. What is usually called his Stalinism can, on closer examination, be separated into two quite distinct problems. The charge that he was complicit with a bureaucratic apparatus and exercised a kind of literary terrorism, particularly against political modernists, for example, of the proletkult variety, is belied by his resistance in the Moscow of the 1930s and 1940s to what was later to be known as Stanovism, that form of socialist realism which he disliked as much as Western modernism but was obviously less free to attack openly. Naturalism was his pejorative code word for it at the time. Indeed, the structural and historical identification for which he argued between the symbolic techniques of modernism and the bad immediacy of a photographic naturalism was one of his most profound dialectical insights. As for his continuing party membership, which he called his entry ticket to history, the tragic fate and wasted talents of so many oppositional Marxists of his generation, like Korsch and Reich, are powerful arguments for the relative rationality of Lukács's choice, one, of course, that he shared with Brecht. A more serious problem is posed by the popular frontism of his aesthetic theory. That Beto kenned a formal mean between a modernistic subjectivism and an overly objectivistic naturalism, a mean which, like most Aristotelian strategies of moderation, has never aroused much intellectual excitement. Even Lukács's most devoted supporters failed to evince much enthusiasm for it. So far as the political alliance between revolutionary forces and the progressive sections of the bourgeoisie went, it was rather Stalin who belatedly authorized a version of the policy that Lukács had advocated in the Bloom Theses of 1928-29, which foresaw a first stage, democratic revolution against the fascist dictatorship in Hungary, prior to any socialist revolution. Yet it is precisely that distinction, between an anti-fascist and an anti-capitalist strategy, that seems less easy to maintain today and less immediately attractive a political program over wide areas of a free world in which military dictatorships and emergency regimes are the order of the day, indeed multiplying precisely to the degree that genuine social revolution becomes a real possibility. From our present perspective, Nazism itself, with its charismatic leader and unique exploitation of a nascent communications technology in the widest sense of the term, including transportation and autobahns as well as radio and television, now seems to represent a transitional and special combination of historical circumstances not likely to recur as such, whereas routine torture and the institutionalization of counterinsurgency techniques have proved perfectly consistent with the kind of parliamentary democracy that used to be distinguished from fascism. Under the hegemony of the multinational corporations and their world system, the very possibility of a progressive bourgeois culture is problematic, a doubt that obviously strikes at the very foundation of Lukács's aesthetic. Finally, the preoccupations of our own period have seemed to reveal in Lukács's work the shadow of a literary dictatorship somewhat different in kind from the attempts to prescribe a certain type of production which were denounced by Brecht. It is Lukács as a partisan, less of a specific artistic style than of a particular critical method, who is the focus of new polemics today, an atmosphere in which his work has found itself regarded by admirers and opponents alike as a monument to old-fashioned content analysis. There is some irony in this transformation of the name of the author of history and class consciousness into a signal not unlike that emitted by the names of Belinsky and Chernyshevsky in an earlier period of Marxist aesthetics. Lukács's own critical practice is in fact very much genre-oriented, and committed to the mediation of the various forms of literary discourse, so that it is a mistake to enlist him in the cause of a naive mimetic position that encourages us to discuss the events or characters of a novel in the same way we would look at real ones. On the other hand, insofar as his critical practice implies the ultimate possibility of some full and non-problematical representation of reality, Lukácsian realism can be said to give aid and comfort to a documentary and sociological approach to literature which is correctly enough thought to be antagonistic to more recent methods of construing the narrative text as a free play of signifiers. Yet these apparently irreconcilable positions may prove to be two distinct and equally indispensable moments of the hermeneutic process itself: a first naive belief in the density or presence of novelistic representation, and later bracketing of that experience in which the necessary distance of all language from what it claims to represent, its substitutions and displacements, is explored. At any rate, it is clear that as long as Lukács is used as a rallying cry, or bogeyman, in this particular methodological conflict, there is not much likelihood of any measured assessment of his work as a whole. Brecht, meanwhile, is certainly much more easily rewritten in terms of the concerns of the present, in which he seems to address us directly in an unmediated voice. His attack on Lukács's formalism is only one aspect of a much more complex and interesting stand on realism in general, to which it is surely no disservice to observe a few of the features that must seem dated to us today. In particular, Brecht's aesthetic and his way of framing the problems of realism are intimately bound up with a conception of science that it would be wrong to identify with the more scientistic currents in contemporary Marxism, for example, the work of Althusser and Coletti. For Coletti, science is an epistemological concept and a form of abstract knowledge, and the pursuit of a Marxian science is closely linked to recent developments in the historiography of science, the findings of scholars like Coeur, Bachelard, and Kuhn. For Brecht, however, science is far less a matter of knowledge and epistemology than it is a sheer experiment and of practical, well-nigh manual activity. His is more an ideal of popular mechanics, technology, the home chemical set, and the tinkering of a Galileo, rather than one of epistemes or paradigms in scientific discourse. Brecht's particular vision of science was for him the means of annulling the separation between physical and mental activity and the fundamental division of labor, not least that between worker and intellectual, that resulted from it. It puts knowing the world back together with changing the world, and at the same time unites an ideal of praxis with a conception of production. The reunion of science and practical, change-oriented activity not without its influence on the Brecht-Benjamin analysis of the media, as we will see in a moment, thus transforms the process of knowing the world into a source of delight or pleasure in its own right, and this is the fundamental step in the construction of a properly Brechtian aesthetics. For it restores to realistic art that principle of play and genuine aesthetic gratification which the relatively more passive and cognitive aesthetic of Lukács had seemed to replace with the grim duty of a proper reflection of the world. The age-old dilemmas of a didactic theory of art, to teach or to please, are thereby also overcome, and in a world where science is experiment and play, where knowing and doing alike are forms of production, stimulating in their own right, a didactic art may now be imagined in which learning and pleasure are no longer separate from each other. In the Brechtian aesthetic, indeed, the idea of realism is not a purely artistic and formal category, but rather governs the relationship of the work of art to reality itself, characterizing a particular stance toward it. The spirit of realism designates an active, curious, experimental, subversive, in a word, scientific attitude towards social institutions and the material world, and the realistic work of art is therefore one that encourages and disseminates this attitude, yet not merely in a flat or mimetic way or along the lines of imitation alone. Indeed, the realistic work of art is one in which realistic and experimental attitudes are tried out, not only between its characters and their fictive realities, but also between the audience and the work itself, and not least significant between the writer and his or her own materials and techniques. The threefold dimensions of such a practice of realism clearly explode the purely representational categories of the traditional mimetic work.